Swordsman, not bad. One of the most practical classes for beginners. The teacher in charge of registrations nodded. The freshly transitioned student couldn't hide his grin as he stepped away from the divine stone. Fighter, with your physique, you've probably trained a lot before this. The next successful teen, however, looked utterly devastated. What's wrong with being a bit buff? I wanted to be a noble and majestic mage. But once the transition was done, there was no going back. Mages were forever off the table for him. The teacher chuckled and tried to comfort him. Don't worry, this is just your first transition. You can still advance later and go the magic fighter route. That's half a mage at least. The bulky teen stood aside, face full of reluctance, clearly not comforted. Warrior, farmer, blacksmith, rogue, archer. The divine stone kept glowing as one student after another completed their profession transitions. In the back of the line stood Bai Xingqi, quietly observing the flashing lights ahead of him. Even after being in this world for so long, he still felt like he was dreaming. When he first arrived, he thought he had simply been reborn into his original world and was preparing to excel academically, become an elite CEO, and achieve a glorious, dreamlike comeback. It didn't take long for him to realize something was off. School subjects had become upgrading in 5 years, grinding in 3, practical dungeon teamwork techniques, monster attributes 101, complete drop list from level 1 to 60, and intro to first transition classes. This was a world where the essence of gaming had become reality. Monsters roamed wild, dungeons and secret realms appeared frequently, and the strong ruled. At 18, everyone could step up to the divine transition stone to choose a class. Either combat roles like mage, warrior, archer, knight, or life-supporting roles like tailor, blacksmith, farmer, or chef. While the latter lacked combat power, they held up the backbone of the world's operations. By the time Bai Xingqi snapped back to reality, the group ahead had nearly finished. His class was up next. Don't get too nervous. As long as you followed the first transition guidelines, the outcome shouldn't be bad, said the instructor, trying to reassure them. The moment he spoke, the line buzzed with whispering. He shook his head with a smile. After all, this was a moment that could change their fates. How could they not be nervous? Bai Xingqi, however, remained calm. He understood that the first transition was inherently a blend of randomness. Not everyone ended up with their ideal class. But ever since the game reality fusion, people had developed patterns to mitigate luck somewhat. Before the official transition at 18, students didn't just learn theory. They rigorously followed the first transition guidelines. Aspiring swordsmen practiced the basics daily, even if it meant just swinging a sword repeatedly. Those aiming for warrior or fighter roles relentlessly trained their physiques. Most hopeful mages adhered strictly to mental discipline regimens, meditating to bolster their spiritual power. These efforts, albeit somewhat crude, were far from pointless. Years of preparation couldn't compare to post-transition leveling up in terms of immediate gains, but thorough preparation could reduce the random risks. Statistically, the better prepared you were, the higher your chance to achieve your desired result. In extreme cases, people with meticulous preparations had success rates inching close to 50%. Moving from pure luck to 50-50 odds was a monumental improvement. Walking in line, Bai Xingqi noticed a chilling glare directed his way. It was Zhou Xingming. The two had deep history and harbored mutual hostility. Bai Xingqi met his eyes with a fleeting glance, too disinterested to engage. Everything would be dealt with after the transitions were complete. At the center of the square towered the divine transition stone. Their class stepped forward as the previous group finished. One by one, students stepped up and completed their transitions. Some obtained high-potential combat professions. Others turned into life support classes, saying farewell to battlefield days. Zhou Xingming successfully transitioned into a mage. He stood to the side, glaring coldly at Bai Xingqi. The pressure was instantly palpable. Bai Xingqi's goal was also to become a mage, a versatile, high-damage class capable of commanding fire, ice, and lightning. Cool yet powerful. Mages were nicknamed Magic Kings, and for good reason. Their position spoke volumes. Once someone became a mage, dungeon parties would vie for them. There'd be no shortage of resources or opportunities. Bai Xingqi took a deep breath. He had been diligently meditating, and had significantly boosted his spiritual power in the time leading up to this. Moreover, as a transmigrator, his soul naturally carried unique strength, giving him an edge in terms of spiritual power. If Zhou Xingming could succeed, he had no reason to fall short. Calmly, Bai Shengqi pressed his palm against the glowing divine stone. A burst of dazzling light erupted instantly. Mage? Mage! A few classmates who were on good terms with him quietly muttered their hopes. Their own transitions hadn't turned out great, so they wished for Bai Shengqi to become a mage who could take them along for future dungeon runs. The light faded, revealing a result that left everyone stunned. Healer. The transition instructor paused, then offered a perfunctory word of consolation. That's not bad either. In the future, being a stay-at-home dad. Even as he said it, Bai Shengqi didn't seem very confident himself. Despite inheriting the bloodline of a fourth-rank Grand Mage, Bai Shengqi unexpectedly ended up transitioning to a physician, a career choice that caught everyone off guard. 100 years ago, physicians were highly sought after. But now, with the oversaturation of potions, low-level physicians have essentially become obsolete, their profession relegated to the margins. This unexpected turn of events was an undeniable blow. However, Bai Shengqi didn't have time to dwell on his disappointment. The moment the job transition was complete, his mind was struck by a sudden jolt. The gray substance that had accompanied him when he transmigrated erupted with a terrifying suction force, pulling his spiritual consciousness into another space. Within the dim, gray void, a black stone tablet emerged. A mechanical notification echoed. Iron level training room successfully activated. The job transition officially ended, and the class was dismissed back to the classroom. After advancing into their first class roles, the students were allowed to remain in school for another 6 months, not to attend lectures, but to complete an internship. This was when real competition began, leveling up, hunting monsters, and preparing for further career advancements. 6 months later, regardless of performance, the school would send all students off, hosting a job fair where they could choose to join a guild, enter a corporation, or take an independent path. As the classroom erupted in excited chatter about career plans and future aspirations, Bai Shengqi sat quietly, drawing sympathetic glances. Many assumed his transition to a novice physician meant his prospects were bleak. They thought it wouldn't be long before newer students surpassed him. But they were wrong. Bai Shengqi wasn't upset. He was simply too preoccupied. His mind was consumed by the mysterious, iron-level training room he'd seen during his transition. When the vision erupted earlier, he had only skimmed over the stone tablet's inscription before quickly retreating his consciousness to avoid drawing attention. Now, as he sat in place, his eyes glazed over, his spiritual consciousness revisited the strange space. A gray sky, walls and a floor, enclosing a modest, square area. In the corner stood the black stone tablet. As he approached, the inscriptions became clear. Iron-level training room, LV1. Can infinitely reproduce monsters defeated in the outside world. Each slain creature grants 100 replications or converts to energy points. Deaths within the training room are not real. Unlimited respawns are allowed. Current monster capacity, 1. Slay 1,000 monsters to increase this limit. Experience and drop rates are boosted by 10%. Every 100 monsters slain increases all attributes by 1. Aside from the tablet, the space felt barren and lonely. Bai Shengqi withdrew his consciousness, snapping back to reality. He turned to check the wall clock. Only 1 second had passed. It was as though time had completely stopped while he was inside. The single tick of the clock could easily have been mistaken for a timing error as he glanced at it. Confirming this, Bai Shengqi finally felt at ease. But more importantly, a wave of excitement coursed through him as he entertained a daring theory about the training room's enormous potential. If the inscriptions on the black stone tablet were accurate, the value of this space was immeasurable. Still, theory needed practice. He stood, preparing to head straight to the beginner monster training grounds when a voice disrupted his plans. Bai Shengqi, Zhou Shengming, the instructor wants to see you in the office. His plans would have to wait. Zhou Shengming rose to his feet, giving Bai Shengqi a glance before striding ahead. Both knew why the instructor wanted to see them together. Once in the office, the instructor wasted no time. The attribute crystal has been handed over to the job transition temple. Whichever one of you reaches level 30 and completes your secondary transition first gets to claim it. The instructor's gaze lingered on Bai Shengqi for a split second as he continued. Compete with integrity. Don't ruin the camaraderie. This decision was made after thorough discussion by school officials. I hope you both understand. Bai Shengqi's lips curled into a cold smirk, but the instructor pretended not to notice, dismissing them with a wave. Report back next week. For now, focus on adapting to your new professions. Bai Shengqi nodded and left. As soon as they left the office, Zhou Shengming spoke coldly. Stop dreaming. That attribute crystal is mine. Bai Shengqi narrowed his eyes but suppressed his anger, choosing not to respond. Their enmity went back years and even involved their families. In the past, Zhou Shengming had been driven by pure jealousy, but after the Clearwater City dungeon raid, everything changed. The man Bai Shengqi once called his father never returned from that battle. When the reality of it settled in, Zhou Shengming's attitude flipped entirely. Even the school seemed to shift sides. The attribute crystal, initially promised to Bai Shengqi post-transition, had suddenly turned into a competitive reward. Arguing felt pointless. It was clear that Zhou Shengming's father had pulled strings behind the scenes. During that dungeon raid, Bai Shengqi's father had been a key member of the core assault team, whereas Zhou Shengming's father had only served as an auxiliary supporter on the periphery. Zhou Shengming's father returned safely. Bai Shengqi's father, however, was gone forever. The attribute crystal wasn't just a prize. It was something his father had fought to secure for him before entering the dungeon. But once his father was gone, people wasted no time reneging on their promises. If his father were still alive, armed with the strength of a fourth rank, the might of a Grand Magister, how could the school dare to bully anyone like that? But people move on fast. When your backing disappears, past connections become meaningless scribbles. Zhou Shengming looked at him smugly. Bai Shengqi said nothing. Turning his back, he walked out of the school building, heading straight to the newbie leveling zone. The dust hadn't settled. Words were pointless. The school didn't want to make things too ugly, so they came up with this speed leveling competition excuse. But honestly, how could an apprentice healer, a class meant for support, compete with mages in efficiency? Even a fool could see it was unfair. Still, Bai Shengqi wasn't going to admit defeat. The emergence of the iron-black training room gave him a glimmer of hope. The newbie leveling zone in the northern outskirts was abuzz with activity. Take my sword. Rage Crash. Wind Blade. Focus on DPS. Mages take priority. Healers stay out of the way. Everywhere you looked, fresh recruits were brimming with enthusiasm, newly advanced from the trainee stage. But there were simply too many people. The instant a monster respawned, it was flooded by a sea of players. Monsters were outnumbered by players. Bai Shengqi's face darkened. In such an environment, forget leveling. He couldn't even snag a monster. To make matters worse, Zhou Shengming had followed him here. Thought maybe you'd beg some classmates to carry you. But no, you do have some pride, Zhou sneered. His tone dripped with mockery. Bai Shengqi shot him a cold look and didn't reply. He had known for a long time that becoming a healer meant he'd struggle to find teammates. Leveling in a party splits the experience points, and no one wanted to drag along a dead weight that would slow them down. Unless, of course, they were incredibly close friends. Before leaving the school, a few buddies had indeed offered to help him grind levels. Yet, all it took was one glance from Zhou Shengming to scare them off, leaving Bai Shengqi alone. Everyone knew the two of them didn't get along. Now that he was an apprentice healer, no one would risk offending a promising mage like Zhou Shengming for his sake. Bai Shengqi shook his head, dispelling the stray thoughts. He paid no attention to Zhou, stepping forward with purpose. He needed to go deeper into the forest. The outskirts were too crowded. As a healer, he stood no chance of claiming a monster. Trying to run? Not a chance. I'll stick to you like glue this week. Wherever you go, I'm following, Zhou muttered under his breath. Seeing Bai head into the depths, he quickly followed. Soon, the two had left the bustling crowd behind, venturing farther into the northern forest. On the way, Bai Shengqi opened his stats panel to assess his transformation after changing class. As he focused, a semi-transparent panel, visible only to him, materialized in front of his eyes, identical to those from the games he used to play. Since the game's mechanics had merged with reality, Everyone now had their own personal stats screen they could access at will. Rank, First Class. Class, Apprentice Healer. Level 1. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Spirit, 8. Constitution, 3. Dexterity, 3. Luck, 3. These were the 6 core attributes for all players. Ordinary civilians lacked panels, but in comparison, their average attributes were around only 1 point each. After advancing to a class, even the weakest stat for any class would start at 3 points. Even professions like mages or healers, which didn't rely on physical prowess, could easily overpower an ordinary person on raw physique alone. Not to mention, every class came with unique skills. Bai Shengqi's stats were fairly balanced, with the only standout being his spirit stat, an impressive 8 points. This was the result of his deliberate training before advancing. Most people's spirit would cap at 4 points even with focus training. But Bai Shengqi had a major advantage. He was a transmigrator. His spirit was naturally stronger, doubled to 8 points right from the start. He estimated that even Zhou Xingming, a mage, wouldn't exceed 5 points in spirit. The spirit stat determined magical attack power and the maximum mana reserve. Bai Shengqi's detailed stats looked like this. Health, 300. Mana, 800. Physical attack, 30 plus 5. Magic attack, 80. It was clearly a magic-based class. If only he had offensive skills, he could grind monsters solo without a problem. Unfortunately, he was merely an apprentice healer. His skill list was pitifully empty, showing only the 2 default abilities that came with his class advancement. Slow Recovery LV1 active. Applies a regeneration effect to a single target for 10 seconds, recovering a small amount of health per second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Negative Resistance LV1 passive. Provides a very small resistance to negative status effects. To Bai Shengqi, Slow Recovery didn't hold any surprises. It was a basic skill expected of any healer. In the early game, a heal like this could make all the difference. But in the current meta, the healing output was woefully outdated. The skill healed for only 8 HP per second, totaling 80 HP over 10 seconds. Not even worth comparing to chugging a health potion. Negative Resistance was similarly unremarkable. Bai understood its purpose, to keep healers from being immobilized, so they could continue supporting their teammates. But honestly, a resistance barely scratching 1%? Practically useless. There weren't any. He closed his panel and gazed ahead. At this moment, he had ventured deep into the northern forest outskirts. The monsters here were higher level, not friendly to fresh players who had just switched professions. Veteran players had long since moved on, leaving only scattered teams competing for monsters. A monster respawned. A Scarlet Frenzy rabbit, level 5, with the skill Blood Frenzy, known for its explosive combat power. According to the beginner's manual, facing this thing as a level 1 newbie was a guaranteed death sentence. But Bai Shengqi didn't hesitate. He charged forward, swinging his hardwood staff down fiercely. Thud. As an apprentice healer, he had no direct attack skills, and his weapon attacks could only unleash 1/10 of their potential. This was due to the game world's restrictive mechanics. Even so, the hardwood staff was his best current option. The 35 physical attack points from the strike only scratched the Scarlet Frenzy rabbit, with a damage number appearing. -15. Being a level 5 monster, the rabbit's defense was outstanding, cutting Bai Shengqi's attack down by more than half. To chip away at its whopping 500 HP with damage like this would be no easy feat. Huh. I thought you came all the way out here because you had some secret tactic, but you're actually trying to brute force a level 5 monster as a level 1 rookie. A voice from behind broke through. Zhou Xingming had clearly followed him all the way here. Fresh out of class, already picking fights with a Scarlet Frenzy rabbit? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Dying here in the noob zone would be embarrassing for your school. Bai Shengqi ignored him and slammed down with the staff again. -12. Distracted for a second, his damage output dropped even further. Furious now, the Scarlet Frenzy rabbit charged headfirst at his chest. -1. A level 5 monster bashing into a level 1 apprentice healer, and it only dealt 1 damage? In reality, the rabbit couldn't even break through his defense. Bai Shengqi felt a little more confident now, just as he had suspected. At the moment of the collision, a faint glow shimmered across his body. Defense enchantment. a safeguard created by his father, something that required a significant amount of rare materials and had been personally applied by a fourth-stage archmage. Though the enchantment would degrade over time, it was more than sufficient for staying alive in a starter area. Defense enchantment? Zhou Shengming recognized it right away, and his expression soured instantly. Your dad really pulled out all the stops. Even for a fourth-stage archmage, this kind of enchantment costs a small fortune. His own father was also a fourth-stage archmage, but had never once prepared anything like this for him. It was enough to drive anyone mad with envy. Realizing Bai Shengqi intended to rely on the enchantment to grind down the Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit, Zhou Shengming made his move. He pulled out an item, a scroll radiating a dazzling light. Rip! The scroll was torn, and a fiery red aura enveloped his body. Magic Power Amplification Scroll. While Bai Shengqi continued his torturously slow attacks on the Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit, he studied Zhou Shengming from the corner of his eye. Seeing him activate the magic scroll, Bai Shengqi's heart sank. The incantation began, and moments later, a blazing fireball streaked through the air, heading straight for the Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit. It was the entry-level skill for apprentice mages, Fireball. Although basic, its damage was significantly higher than anything Bai Shengqi's healer could manage with his weak attacks. And that was without factoring in the magic amplification scroll, which made the fireball noticeably larger. Boom! The fireball struck the Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit, igniting an explosion of heat and force. The rabbit let out a pained screech as the blast shockwave sent Bai Shengqi stumbling backward, with his own health slightly chipped away. 1-473. Seconds later, the level 5 Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit was obliterated in a single hit, dissipating into white light. Experience sparks flew out, all absorbed by Zhou Shengming. A brief flash, and he leveled up. Zhou Shengming laughed smugly, his voice grating. Whoops, leveled up to 2 just now. Killing higher-level monsters really is satisfying. Just one's all it takes. Bai Shengqi's face darkened. A level 1 mage with no gear enhancements shouldn't have been able to one-shot a level 5 Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit. The culprit was clearly that Magic Power Amplification Scroll. Magic Power Amplification Scroll. Low grade increases spirit by 15 for 10 minutes. Usable by first stage and above. 15 spirit points amounted to 150 magic attack. Combined with the mage's base stats and a level 1 staff, his total magic attack would approach 250, enough for Fireball to easily finish off a level 5 monster. For Bai Shengqi, it was a disaster. In this world, experience allocation was as ruthless as it came. Regular monsters and elites alike. The player who landed the final blow got all the experience. It didn't matter how much damage you dealt earlier, it was all about the kill. Just now, he hadn't earned a single point of experience for the rabbit. And let's face it, his low output meant his chances of sniping a kill were slim to none. What's wrong? Upset that I stole your monster? Yeah, I took it. What are you going to do about it? Zhou Shengming looked at Bai Shengqi with an infuriating grin, spreading his hands nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, I've got dozens more magic power amplification scrolls in my bag. If you want to drag this out, I've got all day. That long anyway. A single hit could last 10 minutes. Using a dozen or so of them would be enough to push his level up significantly. Once that gap opened, he'd have the advantage of taking down all the monsters, leaving Zhou Shengming's efforts wasted. With a cold smirk, Bai Shengqi gripped his wooden staff and marched forward. You want me to fight? Fine, I won't hold back. Deep within the northern forest, the two squared off. Zhou Shengming's expression darkened before curling into a mocking grin. With that scratch indent damage of yours as a novice healer, you want to mess with me? Try and see if it's just a scratch, Bai Shengqi replied coldly. Before the words fully left Zhou Shengming's mouth, Bai Shengqi charged forward, raising his sturdy wooden staff high before bringing it down directly toward Zhou Shengming's head. Ever since the world gamified itself, both people and monsters developed weak spots. Hitting those weak spots could deal more than double damage. Monsters' weak spots were hard to aim for, but it was different when it came to humans. The head, the most obvious weak point, was also a favorite target. What's more, Zhou Shengming was only a level 2 novice mage with pitifully low agility. Thud! The wooden staff struck squarely against his forehead. Weak point attack, -38. Zhou Shengming's defense was abysmally low, and that one strike wiped out more than half his HP bar. Are you serious? Zhou Shengming blurted out, his face going pale as he quickly pulled out a health potion and chugged it. Plus 50. With his HP restored, he steadied himself, his confidence returning. Squaring his shoulders, his lips curled into a smirk. Is that supposed to scare me? Just this little damage, he sneered. Do you really think I, a novice mage, wouldn't have ways to heal myself? Bai Xingqi ignored the taunt, his expression cool and unfazed. Without hesitation, he swung the wooden staff again. This time, Zhou Xingming was ready, sidestepping to avoid a direct hit to his head. 19. The damage was insignificant now, barely a tickle compared to his hundreds of HP. All right, if you want to play, I'll play with you. Zhou Shengming grounded himself, suppressing his irritation. Raising his beginner's staff, he began to chant a spell. It was time to fight back with a fireball spell. But chanting was always just a tad too slow. Within seconds, the wooden staff struck him multiple times in succession. Frustrated, Zhou Shengming gulped down another health potion as he nearly stumbled mid-chant. On his second attempt, the spell finally completed, and the tip of his staff crackled with blazing flame. A fiery red fireball roared to life and hurtled toward Bai Xingqi, who was charging straight at him. The two were too close. The fireball barely had time to gain momentum before it detonated in Bai Xingqi's face. Boom! The explosion sent tremors through the air, and the fiery blast surged out with jarring force, a spectacle amplified by the effects of a magic-boosting scroll. Zhou Xingming's heart clenched. Even with the defensive enchantments on Bai Xingqi, could he have survived that? As the blaze subsided, the damage numbers appeared. -1. What? A fireball that barely broke through his defense? Before he could make sense of it, an intense burning pain rippled through Zhou Shengming's own body. -233. The residual blast damage from the fireball consumed him, striking him harder than it did his opponent. Zhou Xingming could only stare in disbelief and frustration. Who could have predicted that the mage's first lesson in combat would be to never fight at close range? His own spell effectively sabotaged him. Despite their buffs, the exchange ended disastrously one-sided. Zhou Shengming's defenses were pitiful, while Bai Xingqi slowly but surely chipped away. The reality hit like a slap in the face. A novice healer outclassing a novice mage? Absurd. Frantically, Zhou Xingming downed a whole set of low-grade health potions, but his composure was long gone. He had been so set on humiliating Bai Xingqi, yet here he was, humiliated instead. Should he keep fighting? He was unsure. His earlier claim that he had plenty of scrolls? A bluff. In truth, he only had about a dozen left. And at this rate, there was no breaking through Bai Xingqi's defense. Using the scrolls would only be throwing money away. But even retreat wasn't an option. Bai Xingqi was relentless, fighting like a mad dog that wouldn't let him get away. Thwack! Another swing of the wooden staff landed, sending pain shooting through his body and making him nearly see red. Zhou Xingming restrained himself, refusing to cast another fireball. He knew that trying to cast magic at this range would just be suicide. Thud! Again, the staff hit its mark. Though the attacks didn't do much damage, the relentless, accumulating pain was maddening. Finally, Zhou Shengming cracked, yelling, "Stop! I give up." But Bai Xingqi wasn't having it. He continued swinging his staff with mechanical efficiency. "You don't get to call the shots. I'm going to bash in that thick skull." In a way, he seemed to be enjoying it. "Just wait until next time," Zhou Shengming screamed, desperation driving him to activate a scroll. The magic enveloped him in a gust of wind, his speed surging exponentially as he bolted into the distance. Bai Xingqi gave chase for several steps, but eventually stopped, watching as Zhou Xingming disappeared into the forest. Humph, a gale scroll. Bai Xingqi sighed, finally lowering his staff. He couldn't catch him. Low-level healers just couldn't compete with the sheer number of magical artifacts Zhou Xingming had at his disposal. After all, Zhou Xingming wasn't just any novice mage. He was a Mage Dynasty heir, a magic second gen. Those enchantments and scrolls weren't things an average, freshly job changed player could dream of accessing. But that didn't bother Bai Xingqi. He, too, was a magic second gen. The defensive enchantments on his gear? Proof enough of that. Watching Zhou Xingming vanish into the distance, Bai Xingqi's expression became heavy. He knew all too well Zhou Xingming's impulsive nature. Suffering a loss like this, Zhou Xingming wouldn't let it go. He would gather reinforcements in return for revenge immediately. Staying there any longer would be suicide. Too long. Need to grind down another monster quickly and get out of here. I'll know soon enough if that black iron training room is actually worth anything. He locked onto a new Crimson Frenzy rabbit and charged straight at it. Deep in the northern forest outskirts, Bai Shengqi gritted his teeth and kept grinding. His attack power was pitifully low, leaving him to whittle it down bit by bit. Thankfully, with the defense enchantment active, his health barely dropped, allowing him to stand firm. After what felt like an eternity, the Crimson Frenzy rabbit finally collapsed. Experience points surged into his body, and a flash of light signified his level up. He had reached level 2. Defeating monsters one stage higher than you meant that leveling from 1 to 2 was easy. One kill was all it took. A surge of strength coursed through his body, signaling an increase in attributes. But instead of checking his status panel, he stared at the spot where the monster disappeared. All that remained was a glowing orb on the ground. It contained a pinch of crimson rabbit fur. Crimson Frenzy rabbit fur. Basic material, sellable, with a drop rate of 30%. He casually placed it into his inventory. Apart from the defense enchantment left behind by his father, he had almost nothing else to rely on. The rest of the journey would be up to him to pave. However, rabbit fur wasn't worth much. Making a living off this? He'd have to grind down tens of thousands for it to mean anything. But right now, he didn't have the luxury of choice. With his 10 cubic meter inventory space, carrying some rabbit fur was nothing. Just as the Crimson Frenzy rabbit fell, a notification echoed in his mind. Crimson Frenzy rabbit killed. Energy points plus 500. According to the Black Iron Training Room system, one monster equaled 100 chances to replay the scene. And that was the crucial part. But he didn't have time to grind another. The surrounding area was getting more and more crowded. He wasn't confident he could compete with those leveling teams for kills. And if he kept drawing attention to his out-of-level strategy, word about his defense enchantment would spread fast, a situation Bai Shengqi wanted to avoid. Besides, if he lingered too long, Zhou Xingming might return with backup. After some quick weighing of his options, Bai Shengqi decided to cut his losses. He left the grinding zone, having only taken down one Crimson Frenzy rabbit. Sure enough, not long after he disappeared, Zhou Xingming arrived with a third-class advanced player in tow. Damn it, where is he? Zhou Xingming's expression darkened. The third-class player chuckled. He'd be an idiot not to run after you went to fetch reinforcements. Why are you so stressed about leveling faster than him? Zhou Xingming's face turned colder. It's not about that. I just want to put him in his place. Then too bad. I'm out. The third-class player shook his head. You'll get that attribute crystal back eventually. It's only a week's wait. Nothing to worry about. Zhou Xingming hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Brother Zhang, how about taking me to grind level 20 monsters? The experience will skyrocket. Don't push it. The third-class player's face grew serious. I helped you through your first and second stages. Do you expect me to carry you forever? Levels you don't earn for yourself are meaningless. The guild leader has already said no one in the guild will carry you before your third stage. As the words left his lips, an eagle's cry pierced the air. A hunting falcon descended onto the player's shoulder. I just scouted with Falcon's eye, he's long gone. The third-class falcon tamer turned to leave, leaving all the nearby newbies gaping in awe. Zhou Xingming stood frozen, fists clenched tight, his face filled with frustration. Fine. If this was Dad's plan, then I have no choice but to accept it. The rest? I'll just have to fight for it myself. Resolved, he pulled out a fresh, magic boost scroll and tore it open. Meanwhile, Bai Shengqi, who was already miles away, boarded a bus back home. After his father's accident, the house had been empty, just him left to hold it together. Returning home, he locked his door and pulled the curtains shut before letting out a deep breath. Even though he'd confirmed the Black Iron Training Room didn't affect real-world time, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. He checked the clock and, satisfied, activated the room with a thought. In an instant, his consciousness descended into a dim gray space, where a familiar black stone tablet stood tall, evidence that he had entered the Black Iron Training Room again. The tablet's information had updated. Energy points, 500. Available monster refresh, Crimson Frenzy Rabbit, cost 5 points. As soon as he willed it, the points dropped to 495, and a Crimson Frenzy Rabbit materialized in the middle of the room. Its blood-red fur was identical to what he'd seen outside. Bai Xingqi didn't rush in. He observed it carefully until he was sure there were no differences. Then his heart lit up with joy. Gripping his wooden staff, he advanced cautiously. The Crimson Frenzy Rabbit lunged first, but his staff had already smashed into its head. No competition, no interference. With his defense enchantment active, Bai Xingqi comfortably chipped away at its health until the rabbit fell. Experience points tallied, rabbit fur dropped. Everything matched the outside world perfectly. Just as the rabbit's body vanished, a new one appeared almost instantly. Seamless. This place was like having an exclusive grinding zone all to himself. Bai Xingqi's eyes lit up as he dove back into the fray. Second rabbit, third rabbit, Crimson Frenzy rabbits fell one after another. His experience bar climbed rapidly, and his level followed suit. A bright flash signified another breakthrough. He had reached level 6. Unable to suppress it, Bai Xingqi marveled in awe. If it weren't for the training room, grinding for monsters outside just to hit level 6 would have taken him who knows how many days. Once he reached level 6, his stats experienced a notable boost. Mental strength surged to 28, while his other stats like strength also reached 13. On top of that, with the hardwood staff boasting 135 points of physical attack, taking down Crimson Mad Rabbits became significantly faster. When the last Crimson Mad Rabbit dissolved into white light and vanished, he had successfully killed exactly 100 of them in the training room. The next moment, his expression froze. A notification sounded in his mind. You've slain 100 monsters. All stats +1. Even though he hadn't leveled up, he could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. He immediately pulled up his stat screen. A translucent interface appeared. Class, First Advancement. Vocation, Apprentice Medic. Level, 6. HP, 1,400. MP, 2,900. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Mental, 29. Constitution, 14. Dexterity, 14. Luck, 14. All 6 main attributes had gained an extra point. He looked toward the black stone tablet beside him. For every 100 monsters slain, all attributes increased by 1. The rules were real. By slaying 100 monsters in the training room, his stats gained a permanent increase. Excitement bubbled up inside Bai Xingqi. In just a short while, he had scored a free 6-point stat gain. To put it into perspective, the attribute crystals that Zhou Shengming fought tooth and nail for only awarded 10 free attribute points. If all of this truly worked as it seemed to, then as long as he kept grinding and farming monsters, he could theoretically stack his stats limitlessly. Someday, his stat sheet would be absurdly overpowered. With this thought in mind, he felt a newfound confidence for the future. Who cares if he was just a lowly apprentice medic? As long as his stats kept stacking, no one would dare to underestimate him. Having confirmed this, he couldn't wait any longer. He planned to exit the training room immediately and head outside to keep earning charge points. But just as he was preparing to log out, the shadow in front of him suddenly began to ripple. Another monster was taking form. Huh. Bai Xingqi froze. Could the earlier intel have been wrong? Could there actually be more than 100 monsters in the training room? He glanced at the black stone tablet. The information was plainly laid out. Charge points, 0. Nope, everything checked out. Under these circumstances, monsters weren't supposed to respawn. Yet the monster before him had already fully formed. Blood-red fur, familiar, but visibly different. This Crimson Mad Rabbit was larger in size, and its aura was noticeably more menacing. An elite-grade Crimson Mad Rabbit. Knowledge from the classroom instantly flashed in his mind. He had already cleared out the regular Crimson Mad Rabbits. What appeared now was an additional bonus monster, an elite-grade variant. Elite monsters were 3 levels higher than normal ones, with exponentially greater health, attack, and defense stats. Their drops were significantly better, too. Folks outside often referred to mobs like this as mini-bosses. For many adventurers who couldn't handle main bosses, hunting elite monsters became a major source of profit. Ordinary players, however, wouldn't even have the chance to approach one. Bai Xingqi knew that out in the field, he'd never encounter such a monster. But now, it stood before him in the training room. The euphoria hadn't even worn off before the elite Crimson Mad Rabbit lunged at him, its bloodshot eyes glowing with rage. The moment it entered combat, the rabbit activated its berserk blood state, drastically increasing its attack speed. -1-1-1. Damage numbers floated up continuously. Its attacks were ferocious, but they couldn't penetrate his defensive enchantments. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Shengqi gripped his hardwood staff tightly and swung it down with all his strength. -44. It was still a measly scratch. The elite Crimson Mad Rabbit's physical defense neared 100, while his attack numbers barely reached 145. This kind of damage was entirely expected. At this rate, under normal circumstances, there was no way he could outlast an elite monster. But no worries, he had defensive enchants on his side, ensuring he was practically unkillable. With no one around to interrupt or steal his prey, all he had to do was gradually wear this thing down bit by bit. This mosquito bite damage approach didn't bother Bai Shengqi at all. Now that he understood the training room's true potential, he realized that he wouldn't stay stuck at these measly stats forever. There was still plenty of room to grow in the future. With this thought, he felt even more grounded. Once again, Bai Shengqi raised his hardwood staff. As he swung, he cast slow regeneration on himself. The skill lasted 10 seconds, healing a set amount based on his mental stat and the skill's level every second. In reality, he didn't need it at all. With the defensive enchantments active, the Crimson Mad Rabbit couldn't even scratch him. Every forced -1 damage number the monster managed to inflict would get instantly negated by passive regeneration. Using the skill was completely unnecessary, but he cast it anyway. As the warm energy enveloped him and a status effect icon lit up on his interface, over the next 10 seconds, his health steadily recovered. Healing wasn't the goal. Grinding proficiency, that was the real key. Bang, bang, bang. The elite Scarlet Frenzied Rabbit seemed oblivious to its impending doom, relentlessly charging into him. This final elite monster, which had spawned last, was definitely more durable than the regular ones. It withstood quite a pounding from the wooden staff, but that was as far as it went. With the defense enchantment absorbing the impact, Bai Shengqi held his ground with ease. The wooden staff struck blow after blow, and the rabbit's health bar shrank steadily. Crack! A crisp snap echoed through the room. The hardwood staff broke in half. The elite monster still clung to a sliver of life. Spotting his lack of a weapon, the Scarlet Frenzied Rabbit seemed to find hope, crashing into him with even more ferocity. Blow after blow, each squarely hitting him. Bai Shengqi chuckled helplessly, casually discarding the broken half of the staff. For a beginner weapon, it had already endured beyond expectations. If the rabbit thought it could turn the tables just because he was unarmed, then it was laughably naive. Clenching his fists, Bai Shengqi stepped forward. Without a weapon, he'd just have to fight up close. -39. Without the additional attack damage, his punches hurt less. But that was a minor setback. It wasn't as though his attacks caused massive damage to begin with. Now, it just took a little longer. He alternated punches, each one connecting repeatedly. Before long, the elite Scarlet Frenzied Rabbit let out a final agonized cry. With a bright flash, it vanished completely. After absorbing the significant amount of EXP from the kill, far superior to regular Scarlet Rabbits, Bai Shengqi glanced at the 3 glowing orbs on the ground. No doubt about it, this was the reward of an elite monster. Regular Scarlet Rabbits frequently dropped nothing, and even when they did, it was often just a single item. But this one, 3 drops at once. He opened the first glowing orb. 5x Scarlet Rabbit fur. As expected from an elite rabbit, even the fur drop was multiplied compared to regular ones. Stashing it into his inventory, he moved on to the second orb. 1x Scarlet Rabbit blood. He remembered this from his lessons. It was a vital ingredient for crafting a specific potion. Much rarer than rabbit fur, its drop rate was several dozen times lower, and its market value equally high. Without hesitation, he pulled out an empty vial from his bag, carefully collecting the scarlet liquid. Farming materials from monsters was routine, and he always came prepared with tools. That was basic training. Then, his eyes fell on the third glowing orb, and his breath caught. Inside the light floated a book. A skill book. Practically leaping in excitement, he picked it up. Information about the item instantly appeared. Universal Skill Book, Frenzied Blood. No class restrictions, anyone could learn it. As a rare drop from one of the most common monsters in the beginner area, almost everyone in the game knew about this book, which was exactly why Bai Shengqi's shock was so profound. Regular Scarlet Rabbits had a drop rate of just 0.001% for this item. Statistically, he'd have to kill 10,000 of them just to get one. Of course, swings and luck could push that either way. Even elite monsters had only a 1% drop rate. And here he was, getting one from a single kill. Was it pure luck? Maybe. But more likely, it was thanks to the training room. He glanced toward the nearby black stone tablet. Item drop rate increase, 10%. This jackpot. Probably around 80% of the credit belonged to it. Outside this room, anyone hoping to reliably get a skill book would need to kill at least 100 elite monsters. Sure, 100 didn't sound like much, except that guilds and esports teams had monopolized all the best resources. For regular players, finding even one elite monster was a luxury. With rates this low, skill books naturally sold for astronomical prices on the market. Affordable was simply not a word in the equation. Should I sell it to make some money? The thought crossed his mind immediately. He was flat out broke, after all. Logically, as someone with the bloodline of a fourth-tier professional, he shouldn't have ended up this poor. But his father had been an obsessive maniac when it came to his profession, pouring every last credit into equipment and skills with little regard for financial stability. One failed dungeon expedition later, his father was gone, along with their entire family fortune. The only things left behind were an enchanted defense set and an unpaid loan on what he considered the pride of his life. The house Bai Shengqi now struggled to hold on to. With the loan almost paid off, Bai Shengqi was determined never to let it be repossessed. No, I'm keeping it, he decided quickly. He could always make more money. With the training room giving him boosted drop rates, he wouldn't starve, not even if he resorted to farming Scarlet Rabbit for every day. But rare skill books like this, once gone, they'd be gone for good. Besides, as an apprentice healer, his attack skill arsenal was practically non-existent. If there was anything worth investing in, it was himself. Resolutely, he stopped hesitating and chose to learn the skill. A soft chime sounded, and the skill book disappeared. In his skill list, a new entry appeared. Frenzied Blood LV1 active. For 10 seconds, boosts attack speed by 30%, 20-second cooldown. Bai Shengqi's heart raced with excitement. For someone who could only deal blows hit by hit, this was a game changer. A 30% increase in attack speed for 10 whole seconds? It was essentially a huge boost to his output. Not to mention, the skill could be leveled up in the future, making it even better. He opened his attributes panel. Earlier, the system prompt had flashed during his battle. You have slain an elite Scarlet Frenzied Rabbit. All attributes +1 dot. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 30. Sure enough, everything had increased. These gains far surpassed what he'd seen farming regular monsters, where it had taken killing 100 of them just to add a single attribute point. And now, just from a single elite. Only one. This isn't a reward, it's an opportunity. It's also leverage for him to turn his situation around. White Shengqi stayed in the training room a bit longer, confirming that no more monsters would spawn there. He had originally planned to grind some elite red frenzied rabbits, and now he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Guess I'll leave it at that for now. Without further delay, he exited the training room and headed straight for Clearwater Commercial Plaza. Clearwater Commercial Plaza was the busiest shopping district in Clearwater City, offering everything from equipment and skill books to scrolls and healing potions. Many newly transitioned students would first come here, often accompanied by their parents, to gear up before heading to the leveling zones. Additionally, it doubled as a material trading hub for players with crafting professions. White Shengqi's trip to the plaza was for two purposes: to sell the red frenzied rabbit fur and rabbit blood he had gathered, and to replenish his supplies. The energy points for the training room were already running low. He had no choice but to continue grinding. 49 bundles of red frenzied rabbit fur, 1 star coin per bundle. That's 49 in total. But since you're a student, I'll round it up to 50. The shopkeeper gave the materials a quick glance and quoted the price. The pricing seemed fair. There wasn't much room for negotiation. Shengqi nodded in agreement and then brought out a bottle containing the rabbit blood. I'd like to sell this too. How much for it? Red, frenzied rabbit blood. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he took the bottle and examined it. A faint glow flickered in his gaze. He was clearly using an identification skill. White Xingqi remained calm on the outside, though inwardly, he felt a pang of annoyance. He didn't know anything about identification skills and couldn't help but feel like he was always at a disadvantage. He silently made a mental note to address this gap, but for the time being, he didn't have the resources to learn another skill. As the shopkeeper continued his analysis, he suddenly looked up and fixed a piercing stare at Xingqi. Where did you get this red, frenzied rabbit blood? There was a sharp shift in his tone. Xingqi's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. Is there an issue? The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before replying slowly. No. He tightened the bottle's cap and spoke with certainty. This isn't ordinary red, frenzied rabbit blood. The blood's vitality is very high. It hasn't been damaged by magic, nor does it bear the usual signs of sword or blade strikes. Xingqi looked genuinely confused as the shopkeeper continued his explanation. Magic-based kills destroy the blood's vitality. Red frenzied rabbits are too weak to survive that. And blade kills? Too much bleeding. The essence would be at least half gone. I literally have no clue what you're talking about. Xingqi thought to himself, but kept his face neutral as the shopkeeper drew his conclusion. In other words, this blood came from at least an elite-tier red frenzied rabbit, and it was beaten to death with a blunt weapon. Seriously? That outrageous? Xingqi was shaken by how detailed the skill's deductions were, quietly marveling at the power of identification skills. The shopkeeper looked back up at him, shaking his head as if he'd figured Xingqi out. With your current level, 6th level trainee medic, doing this yourself would be impossible. I'm guessing one of your family elders hunted it and handed it to you to sell, right? His words felt like a cold splash of water. Xingqi instantly went on high alert. Can you see my personal info? The shopkeeper laughed heartily. It's obvious when you're a newly transitioned rookie. Even without true insight, it's easy to tell. Xingqi's face darkened. What about my attribute panel? The shopkeeper scrutinized him for a moment before laughing again. Can't see it. I'm just a crafting professional with low mental stats. I can only glean your profession and level, nothing more. Hearing that, Xingqi relaxed a little. The shopkeeper's brief explanation clarified things. The true insight skill wasn't just about identifying item levels. It also relied heavily on mental stats. Basic materials were easy enough to evaluate, but understanding people or monsters' attributes required a much higher mental strength. For someone to access Xingqi's attribute panel through true insight, they'd need mental stats far higher than his own. Clearly, the shopkeeper didn't meet those conditions. Of course, there was always the possibility that he was pretending not to know more than he let on. And Xingqi knew skills like stealth existed. Once mastered, they made it nearly impossible for someone using true insight to uncover your details. The two skills were essentially a game of offense and defense. The shopkeeper suddenly looked surprised and remarked, "Didn't they teach this stuff at school? You look completely clueless." Xingqi faked a laugh. "Guess I wasn't paying attention during electives. Must have skipped over it." "Got it," the shopkeeper said with a knowing grin. He was clearly convinced Xingqi was one of those students who slacked off in class. The small talk ended as the shopkeeper got straight to the point. "All right, kid, I won't rip you off. This red frenzied rabbit blood is top quality. I'll give you 4 times the regular price. How's that sound?" "4 times? How much is that?" "Normally, it would be 100 star coins per unit. This batch is worth 400. But I've got one condition." "What's the condition?" The high offer piqued Xingqi's interest, but he wasn't about to accept without hearing the terms first. It wasn't like he was short on places to sell his items if the deal didn't suit him. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "If you come across blood from similar monsters in the future, sell to my shop first." Clearly, he assumed Xingqi couldn't have taken down an elite-tier monster himself, and that the blood must have come from a family member. Xingqi saw no need to correct the misunderstanding. In no time, 450 star coins were in his pocket. With the money in hand, his gaze fell. He stood before a shelf packed with goods, calculating his budget for supplies. "Need anything?" The shopkeeper immediately switched into full-on salesman mode. "These are all new medical supplies, straight from the big companies. Trustworthy and effective. This potion restores 200 health points, a perfect fit for beginners. A case of 6 for just 20-star coins. Almost slipped my mind. You're an apprentice healer. We've got blue potions for you too. 200 mana points restored per bottle. A case of 6, also 20-star coins. The shopkeeper's mouth rattled off prices like a machine gun. Bai Xingqi gave a wry smile. He'd just earned 450-star coins and thought he was finally making progress. But now, running the numbers, he realized he was still as broke as ever. Even if he spent all his coins, he wouldn't be able to buy much. Progressing further? Impossible without more money. Thankfully, his defense enchantment was still in effect, so he could put off buying health potions for now. He wanted to stock up on blue potions to train his skills, but at these prices? Not a chance. Even if he spent everything on mana potions, he wouldn't get far with his spells. His eyes shifted toward another display case. Inside, various pieces of equipment were lined up. His old hardwood staff had broken, so replacing his weapon wasn't optional. He had to spend on this. But after scouring the displays, he couldn't find a staff suitable for an apprentice healer. Hey, shopkeeper, got anything for an apprentice healer? The shopkeeper paused, surprised by the question, then blurted out, why would, oh. Catching himself mid-sentence, he coughed awkwardly and disappeared into the back room. Moments later, he returned with a long, black, slightly battered staff. Sturdy healer's staff. Usable at level 5. The strength boost is higher than the magic stat bonus, so if you really wanted to swing it at a monster, it wouldn't be half bad. The shopkeeper quipped with a smirk. Of course, no one expected an apprentice healer to dive into melee combat. He plopped the staff onto the counter dismissively, as though to say, take it or leave it. Low-tier job class weapons had no demand. They were often the trial runs of novice blacksmiths. In this world, most equipment was crafted by trade skills, with monster drops being rare treasures. Anything a monster did drop was always of good quality. As for the staff, the shopkeeper had long forgotten who had sold it to him in bulk. It had sat unsold for ages and was eventually shoved into storage to free up display space. Bai Xingqi carefully picked up the sturdy healer's staff, examining it closely. Since it was unowned and already appraised, its properties were displayed clearly even without using any skills. It was a common quality item, usable at level 5. While its attack and strength bonuses were decent, it was absurdly heavy. For a healer focused on saving lives, this thing was utterly impractical. It'd just slow you down. But for Bai Xingqi, it was perfect. Understanding the shopkeeper's lack of enthusiasm now, he asked, so, how much? The shopkeeper blinked, then shrugged. 10-star coins, and it's yours. A weapon cheaper than a case of potions. Bai Xingqi could hardly suppress a sly grin. How could he resist such a bargain? After securing the staff, his attention was drawn to a longbow displayed in the nearby case. How much for that? The shopkeeper chuckled. That's archer gear. Why are you looking at it, healer? Bai Xingqi spun a quick story about a friend, and the shopkeeper didn't pry. 80-star coins. Comes with the bow and a quiver of arrows. Both were level 5 weapons, but the price gap between the staff and the bow was almost absurd. Bai Xingqi winced at the high cost. In what felt like no time, his hard-earned coins were vanishing. Relying on selling low-tier materials wasn't going to cut it. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and bought everything he needed, even adding 2 essential items to his haul. When he finally stepped out of Cleanwater Emporium, his wallet was all but drained. But, for the first time that day, he felt prepared. On the ride to the leveling zone, he clutched his equipment tightly. The journey ahead was one he'd face alone, diving into monster territory with nothing but his skills and his wits. The transport dropped off a crowd of adventurers at the edge of the leveling area, and they scattered immediately, rushing into the monster zones. Bai Xingqi held back, taking a moment to pull out the monster atlas he'd purchased from Cleanwater. A translucent interface unfolded before him, detailing the positions, levels, types, and potential drops of the nearby monsters. The atlas had cost him 50-star coins, but it was worth every penny. With it, he could efficiently pick every single monster clean from the area to maximize his gains. Thanks to his personal training space, he had already mapped out his route. Let's do this, he muttered, heading toward the closest level 1 monster zone. Without his defense enchantment and black iron training hall, he'd have no choice but to grind tooth and nail alongside the other level 1s, struggling without a party. Just as he entered the crowded area full of low-level players, a familiar voice called out, "Bai Xingqi, you're just getting here now?" It was Li Li, a classmate who had transitioned into a pharmacist. He was grouped up and farming monsters with a team. "Want to join us?" Before Bai Xingqi could respond, the team's knight cut in sharply. "What's your class?" "Apprentice healer," Bai Xingqi answered truthfully. The atmosphere turned thick in an instant. "We're already struggling to carry a pharmacist," the knight replied coldly. "Another apprentice healer slowing us down? No thanks. Today, don't even think about leaving this strange zone." Li Li's face stiffened, his words stuck in his throat. Meanwhile, Bai Xingqi just chuckled. "No need. You guys can take your time practicing. I'm just passing through." He turned and walked away, suppressing the urge to swing his sturdy healer's staff. With his current level and attack stats, a single hit would instantly kill these level 1 monsters. But Bai Xingqi didn't want to show off in front of acquaintances. That creature was something others had been working hard on for a while. It wouldn't feel right to just swoop in and steal it. Getting stronger wasn't about bullying low-level newcomers stuck in the level 1 training zone. Walking further until he was sure no one around knew him, Bai Xingqi swapped his trusty healer's staff for a level 5 longbow. Drawing the bow fully, his eyes scanned the monster zone quickly. Looking out, nearly every monster was already being fought over, with some players just standing idle waiting for respawns. There were definitely more players than monsters, no exaggeration. Soon after, a monster respawned. Several people immediately rushed towards it. Whoever lands the first hit gets credit for the kill. That was the unspoken rule of training zones. Unless someone could one-shot the creature, no one dared to steal it. The next moment, a flash of white light. The monster disappeared instantly. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Before they could react, another monster respawned. A player gritted their teeth and charged toward it. Swish! Another flash of white light, and the monster was gone in an instant. This time, the damage numbers were clearly visible. 149. And there was an arrow lying on the ground. The area fell silent. Ridiculous, right? Why would an archer come to the level 1 zone just to pick on noobs? Did you guys see the damage? A single shot at 149. That monster evaporated. No way that's a level 1. Someone wasn't convinced. My cousin's an archer, and his level 1 shots only do a couple dozen damage. A couple dozen? You know nothing. When archers really get serious, not even a mage would dare mess with them. Unlike mages, who need to chant for every spell, archers can shoot consecutively. If their damage was on par with magic users for every arrow, everyone else wouldn't stand a chance. While the newbies were still arguing, Bai Xingqi had quietly slipped away. This was the first time he used a bow for long-range kills, and the results were better than expected. As soon as a monster respawned, he immediately aimed and shot, landing his hits every time. Against level 1 monsters, his agility stats were just enough to get by. Even after gaining 2 points in agility from training in the Iron Black Dojo, Bai Xingqi knew he still wouldn't be on par with specialized archers of the same level, let alone those with a slew of skills to enhance their shots. But here, in a low-level area, his current ability was more than enough. Using a bow and arrow as a cross-class weapon meant only receiving 10% of his stats bonus, but it wasn't much of an issue. Another monster respawned. He drew his bow and fired again. Moving to a corner where there were neither players nor monsters, Bai Xingqi pulled out a small magical scroll, gritting his teeth. An invisibility scroll, lowest tier, with 30 seconds of invisibility. At 100 star coins per scroll, the cost made him wince. But he had planned from the start to use it in such moments. He'd already tested that staying in the training dimension as a spirit didn't advance time outside. But out here in the wild, he wasn't about to take any risks. You only have one life. Better to play it safe. He was ready to dive into his training room right out here in the wilds to grind. Constantly returning to town wasted precious time, which wasn't ideal for fast-paced growth. Although he had hoped to gather more energy points first, this area was far too crowded. After barely killing a dozen creatures, he realized the monster-stealing issue was too severe. Level 1 monsters gave pitifully small points anyway. Staying any longer made no sense. Tearing the scroll, the air shimmered, and his figure vanished in an instant. In the next second, his spirit appeared in the dimly lit training room, his gaze landing on the solitary black monolith. Inside the chamber, The monolith now shimmered faintly with a charged glow. Bai Xingqi quickly read its updated information. Current energy, 1800 points. Spawnable creatures, Boing Boing flowers, frenzied red rabbits. Cost per Boing Boing flower, 1 point. Cost per frenzied red rabbit, 5 points. In other words, he could potentially spawn 1,800 Boing Boing flowers or 360 frenzied red rabbits. Unlocking the second creature was thanks to his earlier monster kills. Clearly, different creatures consumed varying amounts of energy. Without hesitation, Bai Shengqi selected the Boing Boing flowers for spawning. In an instant, the room generated a monster. Wielding his sturdy healing staff, Bai Shengqi smashed down with force. 178. The Boing Boing flower instantly disintegrated, leaving behind a small pile of flower petals. He could one-shot them. Efficiency like this was unparalleled. Bai Xingqi continued grinding relentlessly. Before long, after killing 100 flowers, his stats improved once again. Then, a larger elite Boing Boing flower materialized. Taking it head-on, he disposed of it after a few hits. The loot was unimpressive, but another slight increase to his attributes didn't hurt. In this training room grind, he could kill one monster every 3 seconds. In less than an hour, he'd wiped out 900 Boing Boing flowers entirely. All cleared. Suddenly, a flickering shadow appeared in the training room, and 2 monsters spawned simultaneously. The stone tablet's information updated. Current capacity, 2. Adds +1 for every 1,000 kills. The monster spawn rate increased again. However, when Bai Shengqi killed his 1,000th Boing Boing flower, the training room took a sudden and drastic turn. This time, instead of an elite Boing Boing flower spawning after every 100 kill streak, a grotesquely larger monster emerged. A boss-tier Boing Boing flower. Bai Shengqi recognized it immediately, his heart skipping a beat. He had already confirmed that slaying 100 of the same monster in the training room would spawn an elite, but he hadn't expected that reaching 1,000 kills would directly spawn a boss-tier monster. In the normal leveling areas outside, boss-tier and even elite-tier monsters were monopolized by the major guilds. Ordinary players, let alone a trainee healer like him, couldn't even catch a glimpse of one. But here, in the training room, the boss was his alone. No competition, no interference. A true solo boss fight. Yet, Bai Xingqi was entirely unshaken. With his defensive enchantments and the attribute growth from taking down 1,000 monsters, this boss-tier Boing Boing flower posed no threat to him at all. Croak! The grotesque flower screeched, leaping violently in an attempt to attack. Within the confines of the black iron training room, Bai Shengqi remained calm, swinging his sturdy healer's staff repeatedly, striking the beast blow after blow. The rewards of farming monsters had fully kicked in by now. He was already level 10 with 42 strength and 65 spirit, stats comparable to a warrior of the same level. With his staff's bonus, his physical attack reached 450, which was hilariously atypical for a healer. 361. A single strike landed, and a damage number floated above the monster's head. Shrouded in a blood-red mist, Bai Xingqi activated the Blood Frenzy state. This level 2 skill increased his attack speed by 40%, ramping up his damage even further. The fight was utterly one-sided, ending in no time. Boss-tier Boing Boing flower defeated. +10 all attributes. As the white light dissipated, the prompt sounded, and Bai Shengqi felt a burst of power coursing through his body. He quickly opened his status panel in sheer excitement. Class, First Transition. Profession, Trainee Healer. Level, 10. All attributes jumped by 10 points directly. For most ordinary players, such gains would take leveling up multiple times to achieve. Trembling from excitement, Bai Shengqi couldn't help smiling as his eyes darted toward the ground. The boss-tier monster's body dissolved, leaving behind a pile of loot. His first boss kill, and such a generous drop, sheer luck. Boing Boing petals. There were over a dozen pieces of this common material. Additionally, 2 special drops stood out. Boing Boing flower seed. Boing Boing flower headpiece. The Boing Boing flower seed could be planted by farmers to grow non-aggressive Boing Boing flowers in abundance. The Boing Boing flower headpiece was of exceptional quality with no class restrictions, granting +2 strength and +2 agility. Without hesitation, Bai Shengqi donned the headpiece, and his stats received another boost. The seed could be sold for money later, ensuring zero losses from this run. He didn't waste any time and resumed farming monsters. There were still enough charge points left to spawn 800 more. As the final flash of white light faded, all 800 Boing Boing flowers were cleared. The charge points on the black stone tablet hit 0. Satisfied, Bai Shengqi exited the training room. His vision blurred for a moment, and just like that, he was back in the real world. The 30-second duration on his cloaking scroll was still active, as if everything within the training room had just been some illusion. But Bai Shengqi knew it was no dream. He immediately opened his status panel to confirm. Level 11. Strength 70 plus 4. Agility 70 plus 2. Spirit 95 plus 1. His level had only increased by 1. This was inevitable. The Boing Boing flowers provided pitifully low experience points. But while his level hadn't increased much, his actual power had transformed completely. Farming another 800 Boing Boing flowers and enjoying the training room's attribute bonuses resulted in an additional 16 points to all his stats. If only another boss had spawned, his gains would have been even more absurd. Still, Bai Shengqi felt plenty satisfied. An 11th level trainee healer with 70 points in all attributes and spirit nearing triple digits. Such stats were entirely unimaginable to him in the past. Now, any one of his attributes rivaled that of a standard 20th level player. Better yet, while most players specialized in just one area, Bai Shengqi had no weaknesses, maxing out across the board. At this point, there's no reason to stick around level 1 monsters. They only provide 100 charge points per kill. After confirming his stats, Bai Shengqi decisively left the level 1 monster zone, heading deeper into the field. His new focus was on level 2 monsters. The level 2 monster zone was more populated, but Bai Shengqi only needed to hunt one monster at a time. He wouldn't disturb anyone. Given his attributes now, a single shot was all it took to down a monster. In the following leveling areas, Bai Shengqi made appearances here and there, leaving countless bystanders awestruck by his ability to one-shot monsters. Yet, he never stuck around after attacking, leaving his identity a mystery. The newbie zone was abuzz with whispers and speculation about an invisible legend. Before long, Bai Shengqi arrived at a familiar spot. This was where everything began, where he killed his first red rabbit and where his story had started. It was also the place where he had first clashed with Zhou Xingming. Only a few hours had passed since then, and it was unlikely Zhou Xingming would still be lingering here. Little did Bai Shengqi know, mastering the law skills and equipping the scroll long ago allowed him to one-shot monsters effortlessly, and his level only continued to increase. Even if he was still in this area, he'd already explored the deeper layers. At this moment, the Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit Zone was crowded with people. As the bulk of the player base caught up in levels, they began swarming and hunting the level 5 Scarlet Frenzy Rabbits. Bai Shengqi shook his head. This area was no longer suitable for farming energy. Competing for monsters would only lower efficiency. Instead of diving into the chaos, he moved along the outskirts. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. The freshly spawned Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit turned into light on the spot. 500 energy points gained. The Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit only had 500 HP. With Bai Shengqi's current damage output, one arrow was enough to take it down, whether it hit a vital area or not. More people than monsters certainly made things troublesome. But given his current attributes, there was no way he'd lose when it came to competing for monsters against these average players. The problem was just how overcrowded the area had become. With players constantly passing by in the Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit training zone, it was all too easy to draw unwanted attention. Bai Shengqi wanted to level discreetly. He wasn't looking to blow his cover just yet. Sure enough, after he one-shot a Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit, the eyes of a few nearby players waiting for spawns lit up, filled with envy. They all glanced in the direction where his arrow had flown from. Even if they couldn't clearly identify who had made the shot, Bai Shengqi quickly put away his bow and briskly walked away without hesitation. This area was no longer a viable option for him. He glanced at the map and decided to head further inward. Soon, he crossed a small stream and arrived on the other side of a forest. Despite being separated by only a narrow creek, the number of players here was noticeably less. Makes sense. Still part of the newbie zone, The level 6 monsters and above were on a completely different tier of difficulty compared to those level 5 and below. Only those who could solo level 6 monsters were considered to have shed their newbie status. And as of today, very few had accomplished that. Bai Xingqi, with his bow on his back and gripping his resilient healing staff, treaded carefully. This area had more monsters than players, and spawns could appear at his feet at any moment, making melee weapons far more convenient. Croak, croak. A grating sound suddenly rang out beside him as a monster spawned and lunged straight at him. A toxic mutant frog. The details immediately popped into his mind. Toxic mutant frog, level 6. Attacks with its tongue, laced with venom. Successful hits apply a poison effect, causing gradual HP reduction. Before the thought even finished forming, Bai Xingqi had already raised his resilient healing staff. The heavy staff moved with such speed in his hands that it left only afterimages. Bang! The staff struck the toxic mutant frog hard. 706. As expected of a level 6 monster, its defenses far surpassed the Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit's. That strike took less than half of its HP. Its health was at least double that of a Scarlet Frenzy Rabbit. Still, this didn't faze Bai Xingqi in the slightest. He swung his staff several more times, ruthlessly battering the toxic mutant frog until it burst into white light. The process wasn't without its complications, however. His HP had begun to tick down. Even his defense enchantment couldn't block it. Bai Xingqi frowned but quickly realized the reason. It was the toxic frog's poison. Beyond regular attacks, this thing's venom inflicted an added damage over time effect. Once poisoned, it worked over 5 seconds, dealing 10 HP damage per second, for a total of 50 points. For Bai Xingqi, this amount of damage was negligible. He could heal it back within seconds using gradual recovery. The issue wasn't the damage itself, but the mechanics behind it. This poison damage was occurring under his defense enchantment. In other words, the defense enchantment could block physical and magical damage, but not debuffs or negative effects. Up to this point, Bai Xingqi had been relying on his defense enchantment to act recklessly. It was essentially a risk. Today's poison only dealt 10 points per second. But what about tomorrow? What if he encountered something dealing 100 points, or even 1,000 points per second of negative damage? No matter how high his HP, the outcome could still spell disaster. This thought brought Bai Xingqi back to the battle with Zhou Xingming. Mages weren't just about dishing out damage. With enough fire proficiency, they could inflict burning, a continual damage over time debuff. And his defense enchantment probably wouldn't stop that, either. He could only feel fortunate that Zhou Xingming had still been a newbie mage during their encounter. Otherwise, the one who might have fallen would have been him. Realizing this vulnerability, Bai Xingqi immediately thought of another skill. Negative resistance. It reduced the effectiveness of all debuffs and negative statuses. He opened his skill panel. Negative resistance LV1, passive, mastery, 1/100th. The recent poisoning had conveniently added 1 point to his mastery. Thanks to his decent luck stat, he now had approximately 7% resistance to negative effects. In theory, the toxic mutant frog's poison would only affect him at 93% potency. Looking back, the poison duration indeed seemed shorter than 5 seconds. However, the difference was so minute that he couldn't be absolutely sure. By now, he noticed other players nearing the area. Bai Xingqi's face darkened, and without hesitation, he switched locations again. He turned and left. Before long, he locked onto a second toxic mutant frog. This area wasn't crowded, so finding solo combat opportunities wasn't difficult. Bai Xingqi once again raised the resilient healing staff and charged forward. This time, he was more cautious and didn't immediately use gradual recovery to heal. Sure enough, the toxic mutant frog only managed to poison him once before dissolving into white light under his staff. After taking some damage, he stood in the North Forest, watching his HP change over time. He realized the poison duration wasn't the full 5 seconds. It was only slightly over 4 seconds, and the total health loss was less than 50 points. The exact timing was hard to pinpoint, but he could calculate it based on the total health deducted. Evidently, negative resistance had kicked in. What was once a borderline useless skill had become effective after his consistent training at the practice room. which boosted his luck stat and, in turn, bolstered its effects. He opened the skill panel, and sure enough, the negative resistance proficiency had increased to 2/100ths. 7% is still too low. This skill can patch up my defensive shortcomings. I need to level it up. After firming up his decision, he left the toxic mutant frog zone. Thanks to the practice room's ability to endlessly spawn toxic mutant frogs, as long as he had charge points, there was no need to compete with others in the field. He advanced further into a zone with higher-level monsters and unknowingly reached a level 10 area. He still needed quite a bit of experience to hit level 12. At this pace, leveling up was slow even for him, so it had to be even harder for the average class player. This area spawned level 10 grasshopper shooters. Bai Xingqi knew this was his limit for today. Though his stats were on par with certain level 20 players, stats alone weren't everything. As an apprentice healer, a support class, he had no offensive skills, so solo combat was an uphill battle. Making it this far was purely because of his strong stats. Level 10 monsters were already formidable for beginners. Even damage-oriented classes usually found them manageable only after reaching level 15 or so. His offensive power roughly matched a level 15 player with proper skills and gear. Technically, he could force himself to tackle even higher-level monsters, but it wouldn't be worth the effort. The process would be grueling, and efficiency would be abysmal. Even with his defense enchantment providing protection, his damage output couldn't keep up, making the grind painfully slow. Grinding level 10 monsters here was clearly the best option for now. The crucial advantage? This place was practically deserted, no competition for monsters, almost like having the area all to himself. Two key reasons explain this. First, level 10 monsters were too tough, and most newly transitioned players couldn't withstand them. Second, even those skilled enough, or with decent party setups, didn't want the headache. Grasshopper shooters were infamously annoying. They were the only ranged monsters between levels 1 and 10, with a high jump ability as their signature move. If you got close, they'd jump back with a boing and start peppering you with pew-pew-pew ranged attacks. You'd have to tank the damage and then figure out a way to close the gap. The moment you got near, they'd boing away again. This back and forth could drive anyone crazy. Taking down just one of them required enough effort to kill several level 9 monsters. But the experience gain wasn't significantly higher. When weighing the pros and cons, most players opted to stick with grinding level 9 monsters. Only those with strong ranged attacks and the ability to manage the grasshopper shooter's jumping strategy would deliberately choose to farm them. Common examples were mages and archers. But since most players hadn't been transitioned for long, very few had that level of capability yet. Of course, there were some high-level players lingering here. Though they could have moved on to higher-level zones, they stayed for a simple reason. Grasshopper shooters had a rare drop, the skill book jump shot. It was an incredibly valuable early-game skill, highly sought after by many players. However, the drop rate was notoriously low. Bai Xingqi shook his head, drew his bowstring to the max, and fired an arrow. Against such monsters, the bow was far more effective than his resilient healing staff. Whoosh! The arrow went flying. Miss. Despite clearly hitting the grasshopper shooter, a big miss popped up above its head. Bai Xingqi froze, stunned. Since entering this zone, this was the first time he had ever missed. Instinctively, he opened his stats panel for a quick glance. Dexterity, 70. Logically speaking, his dexterity should have ensured a solid hit rate. Yet that arrow had still been dodged, probably just bad luck. He recalled some notes from class, and his heart sank. Grasshopper shooters were notorious for having high-ranged attack damage, ridiculous back-jumping evasion, absurd defense, and insane agility. On top of that, as small-sized monsters, they had natural bonuses to physical evasion. Truly, they were every beginner's nightmare. Although Bai Xingqi wasn't an archer and didn't have precision skills, his dexterity stat alone should have meant consistent hits. That earlier miss was probably just unlucky. Whoosh! He fired a second arrow. -581. This one hit its mark, but the damage number made his heart skip a beat. Over 700 attack power, yet the damage dealt was minimal. The opponent's defense was ridiculously strong, barely scratching its health bar. A monster with 5,000 HP, no wonder barely any level 10 players dare train here. It makes sense why Zhou Xingming hasn't shown up in this area. Even with magic scrolls, Relying solely on Fireball would be a nightmare to deal with. Not having to run into him for now is actually a relief. Bai Xingqi pushed aside his stray thoughts and continued his assault. Swoosh. He activated Blood Frenzy, boosting his attack speed by a whopping 40%. Even as just a level 2 skill, his bow and arrow rhythm quickened by a noticeable margin. The Grasshopper Archer refused to be outdone, retaliating with Bayu attacks. However, under the protection of his defensive enchantment, every hit only prompted a series of -1s to pop up over him. Despite its rapid-fire attacks, the Grasshopper Archer lacked any debuff effects. It posed less of a threat to Bai Xingqi than even the level 6 Toxic Frogs. As another ranged monster, it also didn't detect any close-range danger and therefore made no effort to backflip dodge. The battle turned into a straightforward shootout, the outcome predictably one-sided. Thanks to the expensive defense enchantment crafted by a 4th-tier Grand Mage, Bai Xingqi's defenses were unbreakable against level 10 field monsters. With no further misses, a few rounds of exchanged attacks later, the Grasshopper Archer let out a pitiful cry before disappearing into white light. Charge points plus 1,000. A rush of EXP flowed in. On the ground, it left behind 2 shiny loot orbs containing a grasshopper thin wing and a grasshopper antenna. Both were common materials. Thin wings, for instance, could be used in synthesizing grasshopper wings that allow for low-altitude gliding. Bai Xingqi didn't rush to pick them up, instead moving cautiously while searching for his next target. Soon enough, a second Grasshopper Archer respawned. He approached the loot drop while simultaneously launching an attack. This wilderness zone had sparse players and plenty of monsters, a perfect spot for efficient grinding. While picking up the materials, the newly spawned Grasshopper Archer had already been half damaged by him. As long as he grinds here more, the charging points gained will be enough for him to improve for a long time in the training room. The white light flashed again, and the second Grasshopper Archer fell. Bai Xingqi felt a surge of joy, but immediately restrained his emotions. A professional approach from afar, he quickly picked up the drops and turned to leave. His situation could not be noticed by others. Next, he specifically targeted solitary Grasshopper Archers, steadily increasing his charging points. Deep in the forest, he once again drew his bow and knocked an arrow, ready to attack. At the very moment he drew the bowstring, a sudden, inexplicable palpitation struck him. Bai Xingqi's face changed, and he immediately stopped, cautiously looking around. The dark jungle was deathly silent, with no sign of anyone. Was it just my imagination? He muttered to himself quietly, then drew the bow again and shot an arrow. -579. The arrow hit the Grasshopper Archer, causing considerable damage. But Bai Xingqi did not continue to attack. Because the sudden change came too quickly, the arrow had just left the bowstring when a chilling coldness suddenly pressed against his back. The next second, a shadow appeared behind him. A cold gleam flashed, and a sharp blade aimed straight for his waist. Thief! The thought exploded in his mind. He had clearly checked the surroundings. There was no one. But now someone was right behind him, deliberately targeting his lower back. This method could only be used by a thief. Invisible and stealthy, close-range backstab, a fatal strike. It turned out that the earlier sudden fear was not an illusion. Since then, someone had been lurking beside him. It was just that he couldn't see through the invisibility, so he was kept in the dark. What made him even more uneasy was that the opponent was clearly intent on killing him. Zhou Xingming's previous move was only meant to teach him a lesson. But this strike carried murderous intent. That force was astonishingly fierce. If he didn't have the defense enchantment, even an ordinary level 11 professional, let alone a knight, would have collapsed on the spot. Who exactly dares to strike lethally in the leveling area? -1. The damage number floated up. Although his defense wasn't broken, the immense force still caused him to stagger forward. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Bai Xingqi steadied himself, quickly creating distance, and fixed his gaze on the thief. The defense was still up. He felt confident. But his gaze had turned ice cold. The thief raised an eyebrow. Interesting, so you actually have a life-saving item. His tone was cold. Throw your top-notch bow over here. Otherwise, if I get serious, that one resurrection chance you got just after your job change will be gone right here. He snorted lightly, his tone full of threat. Don't think you can look down on me just because of your family's life-saving tricks. I have plenty of ways to break your defense. When the time comes, you, an 11th level apprentice healer, won't even know how you died. The thief sneered at him. You don't want to waste a resurrection chance on your very first day after changing jobs, do you? It turned out he was targeting the bow in his hand. This bow was obviously the most ordinary novice weapon, with nothing special about it. But his single arrow dealt several hundred points of damage, which was nowhere near the level of an 11th level apprentice healer. The other party mostly assumed the problem lay with the weapon, thinking he had found some rare top-tier equipment. It seemed he had only figured out his profession and level by his appearance, but hadn't seen through his true attributes. You dare to openly attack professionals in the wild. Aren't you afraid of being pursued by the Professional Association and the City Guard? Bai Xingqi suppressed his inner unease and tried to reason. Investigate. The thief laughed. The premise is, they have to find me first. You better take a good look. Next time we meet, will you even recognize me? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xingqi stared at the other's face. But that face seemed shrouded in mist, impossible to see clearly. His level, class, name, all were, with no information at all. He could only judge from the previous move that the other party was a thief. This situation arose partly because he lacked the true inside eye investigation skill. Secondly, the opponent's level is far higher than his own, and they even possess abilities similar to invisibility. The situation suddenly became complicated. Even if he returned to the city to resurrect and sought help from the guild and city guard, he wouldn't be able to identify the culprit. He didn't even know who the opponent was. Bai Xingqi's face turned grim. The pressure weighed heavily on his heart. The opponent was right. There was no way he would waste his only resurrection opportunity on the very first day of job transfer. Since the game descended into reality, the world had completely changed. The most brutal rule is the rule of life and death. Before changing jobs at 18, everyone has only one life. Once dead, it's truly over. Therefore, those who haven't changed jobs are forbidden from leaving the city. After changing jobs, the professional activates a personal panel, with health displayed as a health bar. At the same time, they gain an extra chance to revive. As long as the save point is set in the city beforehand, dying outside the city allows a revival back in the city. But this does not mean reckless behavior is allowed. The revival chance is only once. Because a professional's chance to revive only comes once. Once used, dying again means true extinction. Therefore, the Professionals Association and the City Guard have established strict rules. Professionals are not allowed to launch lethal attacks on their peers without reason. Violators will face joint sanctions. No one is willing to bear such a cost. But there are always those who do not fear death. The thief before us is one of them. Have you decided? Will you hand over the bow yourself? Or should I kill you and take it by force? The thief stared at Bai Xingqi, his tone cold. Bai Xingqi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It was truly unwise to fight a thief whose level and strength were unknown. That bow was just a beginner's item. Trading it for a life didn't seem like a loss. But would the other party believe that? Once handed over, his abnormal attributes would no longer be hidden. Caught in a dilemma. Reluctant? Then I'll take it myself. The thief lost patience, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished directly. Bai Xingqi's pupils contracted. The negotiation failed. The other party was about to take action. He was very clear that, without confirming his identity, the other party would indeed dare to kill him. Even with defensive enchantments, he couldn't afford to be careless. The previous strike only caused -1 damage, yet the thief remained confident. This indicated that the other party had a way to break defenses. He forcibly suppressed the thought of fleeing back to the city. Turning your back on a thief only leads to a quicker death. Bai Xingqi put away his bow and arrow, gripping his sturdy medical staff tightly. If the opponent wants to kill, they must come close. This is his only chance to strike back. But no matter how vigilant he was, the surroundings remained empty. The thief's stealth was simply unfathomable. Clap, clap. Suddenly, a weight pressed against Bai Xingqi's left waist. The thief appeared from thin air, striking 3 times with lightning speed. -1-100, numbers alternated to pop up, poison damage stacking, yet only causing a slight sting. Bai Xingqi swung the sturdy medical staff backward with a backhand, sweeping like a whirlwind. Puff! Weak point strike, minus 1098. Although the thief had already retreated, his face was solidly hit, his head buzzing, and his health bar instantly dropped significantly. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the medical staff in Bai Shengqi's hand, his face full of horror. My agility is so high, and with the dodge bonus, how could you possibly hit me? What scared him even more was that the strike had precisely hit the weak point. How could an 11th level apprentice doctor deal such damage? Weapons, armor, at least 3 pieces of new B-grade top quality gear. He felt uneasy inside, but his greed still took over. There's poison. No matter how tough the armor is, it won't help. The thief forced a smile and looked at Bai Shengqi. In the next second, his smile froze. Bai Shengqi raised his hand and casually cast a recovery skill on himself. Plus 192-100 kept flashing continuously. Poison damage couldn't even overpower the recovery? A trainee doctor's healing harshly withstood his signature skill. The thief stood still, completely silent. Unlike the other's silence, Bai Shengqi was now raging with anger. Fortunately, he had trained slow recovery to level 2 in the training room, and with 96 points in spirit attribute, the recovery speed was astonishing. If he were just an ordinary level 11 trainee doctor, poisoned like this, he would have been waiting for death long ago. The opponent's level was far higher than his, clearly coming to kill. But the only really effective move for the thief was poison-coated attacks. Yet this kind of damage was tightly suppressed by his slow recovery, keeping his health always full. Since that's the case, there's no need to hold back anymore. If the opponent wants his life, he won't show any mercy either. Bai Shengqi directly activated Mad Blood and charged straight ahead. He swung his sturdy medical staff, smashing directly at the vital points. Attacking weak spots relies precisely on his considerable agility and dexterity. The thief's expression changed drastically, and he was already ready to retreat in his heart. He realized he couldn't break through the defense at all. This sneak attack was a complete failure. Although the opponent's level was low, their equipment and abilities were absurdly good. Dragging it out would only be more dangerous. He no longer entangled and turned to run. Stealth was still on cooldown, so he could only retreat in embarrassment. The thief ran fast, and Bai Shengqi was not slow either. In the chase, a staff struck the opponent's back, but the force was deflected, causing little damage. 248. The thief gritted his teeth and sprinted, his face flushed. Being chased and hit by an 11th level apprentice doctor made him extremely frustrated. Wait until I get the armor-penetrating dagger. The next time we meet, you're a goner. The figure quickly put distance between them. Bai Shengqi stopped his steps, no longer pursuing. He knew very well that a nimble thief fleeing for their life could not be caught by chasing. Of course, he wouldn't let the other party escape easily. He squinted, set down the sturdy medical staff, and switched to bow and arrows. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air, aiming straight for the thief's back. In a corner of the northern city forest, the air distorted as a figure appeared. The thief wiped off a non-existent cold sweat and let out a breath. An 11th level apprentice doctor actually has damage close to that of a level 20 archer. What the hell? He was the one who had just escaped from Bai Shengqi. Without thinking much, he immediately pulled out a blood potion and started gulping it down. He had been chased until he was in a miserable state, and only managed to escape when the invisibility cooldown ended. He couldn't drink potions while invisible, so he had to run far away before healing. At this point, his health bar was almost empty. A few more hits, and it would be over. One potion wasn't enough, so he drank 2 in a row before his health was finally restored. His face looked grim. The medicine is so expensive, and the resistance increases so quickly. After less than 10 bottles, the healing effect is down to only 70%. He had hoped to gain some benefits, but ended up losing the money spent on the medicine and raising the resistance. Soon, this kind of medicine would become completely ineffective, and only new medicine could be used. And the price of the new medicine would never be cheap. Old Zhang, the boss is about to respawn. Have you cleared the area around? A teammate holding a shield approached. Old Zhang said coldly, checked it out. There's no team trying to steal it. He smiled wryly. Besides our poor team, who would focus on such a small boss? The shield bearer frowned. Don't be careless. The grasshopper archer drops valuable items. The leader must have someone watching. Got it. Old Zhang replied impatiently, then went back into stealth. Their team, just over level 20, came to the newbie zone for only one target. The Grasshopper Archer leader. Because of its somewhat valuable drops. Even that small value is enough to make people fight desperately. A team with everyone above level 20, yet still thinking of farming in a place like this, naturally shows they're not doing very well. Because of this, when the thief Old Zhang saw the weapon in by Xingqi's hand during the scouting, he immediately felt greedy and wanted to steal it to sell. He could only see by Xingqi's profession and level, but not the attributes or equipment. That illogical attack power, in his eyes, was naturally credited to an exquisite weapon. But the result was that this proud high-level thief couldn't even take down an 11th level apprentice doctor and was instead beaten badly and forced to flee. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Don't let me run into you again. Old Zhang swore fiercely in his heart. Almost at the same time, in the Grasshopper Archer training area, Bai Xingqi was also gritting his teeth. Don't let me run into you again. Being attacked without reason by a higher-level professional made his mood equally bad. After a moment of consideration, he decided to call it a day early and return to the city. He had already accumulated quite a few charge points on this trip, enough to use in the training room for a while. Since he had already been exposed once, staying in the same spot was too dangerous. If the opponent called for reinforcements, he would only become more passive. As for standing still in the wild zone and farming monsters in the training room, he didn't even dare to think about it. Bai Xingqi cautiously retreated while holding a bow and arrow, clearing monsters as he walked. Although more and more people were leveling up, he still managed to grab quite a few wild monsters thanks to his attack power and gained another batch of energy points. As the sky grew darker, he returned to the platform and took a vehicle back to the city. The wild zone at night was even more dangerous. Monsters were stronger, and vision was limited, making it unsuitable for leveling up. After returning to the city, he was too lazy to cook and casually picked a restaurant to eat. The chef's skills were indeed quite good. But when the owner enthusiastically asked him, "Does poison transformation frog taste good?" Bai Xingqi's face instantly darkened. Suppressing his discomfort, he went back home and immediately entered the Black Iron training room. Energy points, 36,800. Looking at the numbers on the stone tablet, he had a clear idea in his mind. Without much hesitation, he chose his target. Still the bouncy flower. Level 1 wild monster, each only costing 1 energy point. With the current energy points, he could grind tens of thousands of monsters. This method of leveling up had the highest cost-effectiveness. Once he thought of it, he acted on it. With a thought, the phantom in the training room surged, and 2 bouncy flowers instantly respawned. Bai Xingqi raised his hand to add the mad blood to himself, clenched the sturdy medical staff, and charged straight ahead. Here, he not only needed to farm monsters to increase his attributes, but also to improve his skill proficiency along the way. Unfortunately, his maximum mana was only 9,600 points. A level 2 skill consumed 200 mana per use. Relying solely on natural regeneration, he simply couldn't sustain continuous casting for long. Better to increase it little by little. Once I get gear for mana recovery, I'll push the skills higher. With that thought firm in his mind, he swung his weapon. The freshly spawned bouncing flower instantly exploded into white light. Whoosh! He let out a long breath. This round, over 1,000 were killed again. It's not that he didn't want to continue, but when the time was up, the training room was forcibly closed, kicking him out. Soon, he understood the reason. The Black Iron training room LV1 can only be used for 3 hours a day. Maybe the time can be extended after upgrading. Although a bit regretful, he could understand. After continuously training for 3 hours, he clearly felt his brain becoming heavy and was extremely exhausted. The training room is not without its costs. Can only come back tomorrow. After checking his status, he lay down on the bed. Although he didn't use up all the energy points, the improvement after killing over 1,000 monsters was still remarkable. Including previous accumulations, he killed a total of over 1,000 normal monsters this time, more than a dozen elites, and 2 bosses. All attributes increased by 46 points again. His level also rose to 13. Level 13. Strength 120 plus 4. Agility 120 plus 2. Spirit 149 plus 1. All attributes have officially broken 100. Looking at the stats panel, he closed his eyes with satisfaction. The next day, he didn't go out to level up in the wild. The training room's charging points were not yet used up, so there was little point in going out to fight monsters. With only 3 hours available each day, he could not afford to waste any time. We must increase output. Speeding up is the only way. With this thought, he came to Qingshui Mall again. More than 3,000 bong flowers in spoils stuffed his backpack to the brim. It was time to deal with them. Finally, he stopped at the storefront of the shop he had visited yesterday. The 4 large characters, Newbie Mart, hung at the entrance, standing out prominently. The store sold everything: materials, equipment, potions, scrolls, and skill books were all available. Although there were no top-tier items, its completeness made it very popular among first-tier professionals. Welcome. Huh, it's you? The boss immediately recognized Bai Xingqi, his face turning a bit awkward. Classmate, why are you back again? We agreed. No returns or exchanges after sale. Even if that sturdy medical staff doesn't feel right to use, you can't go back on your word. Bai Xingqi smiled as he walked in and said directly, "Don't worry, I'm not here to return anything. I have some materials that I want to deal with you." Materials? More red mad rabbit blood. The boss let out a sigh of relief. No. Is that rabbit fur? Neither. Bai Xingqi took out a bunch of stuff from his backpack and placed it on the counter. Bouncing flower petals? The boss frowned. This stuff isn't worth anything. I don't accept random odds and ends. Don't worry, it's not just a few. As soon as he finished speaking, he kept pouring them out. The pile of petals grew higher and higher. A total of 1,976 portions. Just calculate according to the market price. The boss was stunned, and after a long moment, he managed to say, "You cleared out all the bong flowers in the wild zone?" Bai Xingqi smiled without replying. "Will you take it? If not, I'll take it somewhere else." "Take it, of course." At 0.5 star yuan per portion, the boss immediately handed him 1,000 star yuan, rounding up the change voluntarily. But the matter was not over yet. Bai Xingqi took out materials like the sprout and seeds of the bouncing flower, laying them out one by one. The boss's eyes lit up. These items couldn't be obtained without killing over a dozen elite monsters. After a thorough tally, Bai Xingqi earned more than 10,000 star yuan. He felt both secure and excited. To him, this was already a huge sum of money. The boss was also grinning from ear to ear. This deal was profitable for everyone involved. Even if the shop was located in Qingshui Shopping Mall, this kind of business was definitely indispensable. "Boss, do you have any melee weapons with a large attack range? The kind that can hit several monsters at once. Also, recommend some items that restore mana." After finishing processing the materials, Bai Xingqi immediately made his request. As soon as the boss heard there was business, he smiled from ear to ear and placed 2 items on the counter. For close combat weapons with a large range, there are only these 2 types: the ebony spear and the refined iron greatsword. Which one do you want? What's the difference? Bai Xingqi asked while glancing over them. The difference is significant. The ebony spear has a long attack range, but only the main target takes full damage. The ones nearby just get grazed with very low damage. The refined iron greatsword is different. One swing hits all monsters in front within a semicircle for the same amount of damage. The boss paused, then added, "The downside is obvious too. It's heavy, strength-dependent, swings slowly, and the more monsters there are, the lower the damage per individual." Which one to choose? Bai Xingqi barely hesitated. Refined iron heavy sword. All right, level 10 equipment, 500 star yuan. The shopkeeper nodded and asked again, "For mana recovery, do you want potions or something else?" "Not potions for now. Do you have any scrolls for continuous mana regeneration?" Bai Xingqi shook his head. He didn't want to rely on chugging mana potions while practicing skills. With potion resistance stacking up, it would leave him no options at critical moments. That's common knowledge among professionals. The shopkeeper thought for a moment, then pulled a scroll out from the cabinet. "This magic recovery array barely meets your requirements." He frowned again as he spoke. "To be honest, it has many limitations and isn't very practical. Otherwise, it would have sold out long ago." Bai Xingqi took the scroll and looked it over carefully. Low-level magic recovery array scroll. When unfolded, it creates a temporary array within 3 meters, restoring 30 mana per second for 10 minutes. Usable by apprentices and above. Looks good, but it's actually pretty useless. Who would stand obediently within 3 meters during a fight? Mages and archers can attack from a distance, and monsters don't just cluster at your feet. In the end, you still have to run around the map to find monsters. The shop owner spoke earnestly. His newbie superstore mainly catered to beginners, always trying to prevent people from falling into traps. Take my advice, buy some mana potions. I'll give you a discount. They're not expensive. No, thanks. Bai Shinki shook his head with a smile. I want all the scrolls. How much? The shop owner stared at him for a moment and sighed. 250 star coins each. Bai Shinki did the math. At this price, buying mana potions would theoretically restore 15,000 mana points. The scrolls, if fully consumed within 10 minutes, only restore 18,000. Mana potions degrade over time, but no matter how you compare it, these scrolls aren't cheap. Then I'll buy 20. Make it cheaper. He planned to grind for a full 3 hours in the training room. 20? Are you sure? The boss's eyes lit up. In the end, it was sold for 4,800 star coins. All the remaining money went into the mortgage account. Bai Xingqi had just become a 10,000 yuan household for a moment, only to be wiped out again in no time. After going home, he headed straight to the training room. 3 bouncing flowers appeared. Having killed over 3,000 monsters, it was only natural for 3 monsters to spawn in the room simultaneously. He had already switched to the newly purchased Refined Iron Greatsword. Refined Iron Greatsword. Quality, normal. Requirements, Swordsman class, level 10, strength 30. Attack plus 30, strength plus 5. Insufficient strength will reduce attack speed. The higher the strength, the more powerful the damage. Two-handed Greatsword. Sweeping attack hits a half circle in front. The more targets, the lower the damage per target. This weapon is obviously not designed for apprentice doctors. A typical apprentice doctor simply can't wield this weapon. But Bai Xingqi has long been anything but typical. Strength over 100. The greatsword in his hands was effortless to wield even with one hand. Attribute bonuses didn't mean much to him. What he wanted was just area attack. Huff. Bai Xingqi first cast Mad Blood on himself, then swung his sword horizontally. The sound of wind exploded. The heavy greatsword felt as light as nothing in his hands. Minus 868. Minus 868. Minus 868. The 3 Bang Bang flowers instantly transformed into white light. The efficiency of this sword strike far surpassed the slow tapping with the medical staff before. Area attacks reduced the damage by 30%, but for him, it was still a one-hit kill. Bai Xingqi held the greatsword, waiting for the monsters to respawn. With the greatsword, the monster farming speed soared. The only problem was the low experience gain, only a little from each monster. But what he wanted was attributes, not levels. As long as he could keep improving, it was worth farming. He casually activated the Magic Recovery Array scroll, laying the magic array on the ground. Inside the training room, the monsters just spawned within a 3-meter range, perfectly fitting. Plus 30. Plus 30. The blue mana continuously recovered. After the blue bar stabilized, slow recovery and blood frenzy seamlessly connected, rapidly increasing skill proficiency. A flash of clearing light passed, and a bell rang. Bai Xingqi leveled up to 16. This time in the training room, he cleared more than 2,000 bouncing flowers again. Less than an hour. Attributes are increasing rapidly, and skill proficiency is also improving. But Bai Xingqi frowned and decided to stop killing the bouncing flowers. The rules are harsh. Once you exceed the monster's level by 15, you no longer gain experience. He was already level 16, so killing another level 1 monster wouldn't yield any experience at all. What's worse, without experience, attribute increases also disappeared. He had farmed 100 of them in vain, wasting 100 charging points, his heart bleeding. Just switch monsters, no big deal. He quickly calmed down. Charging points, 30,940. With more than 30,000 in reserve, there's no need to be frugal with spending. Instead of grinding low-level monsters, it's better to level up faster and reach the second job advancement sooner. He skipped the low-level wild monsters and also excluded the red Mad Rabbit. The Mad Blood skill book was already in hand, so farming more made no sense. The stone tablet listed 10 types of monsters, marking his leveling achievements north of the city. The most valuable was the level 10 grasshopper archer, but his current damage output was insufficient, making it too inefficient. He ultimately settled on the level 6 poison mutant frog. The previous battles made him realize that defensive enchantments couldn't block negative status effects. He had to cover the weakness of negative resistance. At the thought, 6 poison mutant frogs appeared inside the training room. They opened their wide mouths, simultaneously unleashing their toxic tongues. And he was waiting for this head-on confrontation. -1, -10. 6 toxic transformed frogs pounced at once, and Baishenki instantly stacked 6 layers of poison. Losing 66 HP per second, anyone else would have panicked by now. But he raised his hand and cast slow recovery on himself. Plus 478. The healing overtook the poison damage. This little HP loss was nothing. The heavy sword swept out in a wide arc. With just over 200 points of power unleashed, even though the area attack was weakened, the damage was still astonishing. -789. -784. With one sword strike, all 6 poisonous mutated frogs' health bars were halved simultaneously. Another sword swing, a flash of white light, and they all fell. Experience plus 6. The rewards from level 6 monsters far exceeded those from lower-level monsters. More importantly, each poisonous mutated frog increased his negative resistance proficiency by a bit. Negative resistance LV1, 14/100ths. After one round, proficiency surged. He kept grinding monsters repeatedly in the training room. Attributes increased, skills improved, and experience kept rising. Every time he killed 100, elite monsters would spawn, considered an extra reward. The most dropped item was poisonous frog slime. The material was common and inexpensive, but large quantities could still be sold for money. Baishenki accepted all comers without refusal. After clearing hundreds of monsters and killing several waves of elites, no good loot dropped. Luck is ultimately limited. Fortunately, the level smoothly increased to 17. The most outrageous thing was still the negative resistance. Under the continuous poisoning trials, the skill directly upgraded to LV2. The harsher the poison, the stronger he became. Negative resistance LV2, passive, proficiency 336 500ths. Negative resistance stacks according to the formula, and with a blessing of 212 luck points, the effect directly reached 42%. Almost all negative statuses only have a little more than half effect on him. There are still plenty of charge points left, and there are thousands more poison-mutated frogs behind. This skill can keep leveling up. Baishenki nodded and continued clearing the monsters. 2 hits to take down a group, maximizing efficiency. Very quickly, 1,000 poison-mutated frogs were wiped out. Baishenki looked up. According to the rules, the boss should have respawned. The next second, a poison-mutated frog several times larger in size appeared in the training room. Leader level, that's right. It is stronger than the bouncing flower leader, but for Baishenki, it is still not enough. Rib bit. The toxic mutated frog leader lashes out its long tongue to attack. Normal attacks can't break the defense, but the poison is noticeably more potent. -1. -120. Loses 120 HP per second. The toxicity even surpasses that of the previous thief. Baishenki remained calm, steadily controlling his health with a slow recovery. At the same time, he swung his refined iron greatsword, striking downwards head-on. Croak. The leader screamed miserably. The poison was supposed to last 5 seconds, but it disappeared in less than 3 seconds due to negative resistance. The battle was no contest, ending in his complete victory. Killed the leader-level toxic mutated frog, all attributes plus 10. Even more surprising were the drops. The glowing orbs on the ground were densely packed, at least 7 or 8 of them. This is a rare big explosion. Toxic mutated frog slime, toxic mutated frog blood, toxic mutated frog heart. Apart from the common materials, the rest are all high-value rare drops. Obviously, this batch can sell for a good price. Just the initial harvest had already made Baishenki very satisfied. But when he saw the last 2 light orbs, his eyes instantly widened. Toxic mutated frog crystal core, inlaid in weapons, increases poison attribute attack by 20%. Toxic mutated frog pet egg. Hatching it will produce a toxic mutated frog pet. Made a fortune. Bai Shengqi shouted wildly in his heart. Whether it was a crystal core or a pet beast egg, both were rare items fiercely sought after by professionals. The crystal core could directly boost poison-type output, and the pet beast was an even stronger helper. Don't underestimate the poison mutant frog as just a level 6 wild monster. That's because it hasn't been trained. Once it becomes a pet beast, its potential is far from simple. Bai Shengqi even considered keeping it for himself. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Pet beasts only gain experience from kills by their owner, and leveling up requires double the experience, which is too time-consuming. If he were an ordinary intern doctor, the toxic transformation frog could indeed supplement his combat power. But now that he has the training room, his attributes can be infinitely leveled up, so he has no shortage of output. The most important thing right now is to level up and gather resources. Instead of slowly raising pets, it's better to sell them directly to reduce pressure. After thinking it through, he put away the loot and dove back into monster grinding. After the toxic transformation frog leader fell, the training room was briefly quiet. The words "toxic transformation frog" lit up on the black stone tablet, signaling a new wave of monsters spawning. Amid the ribbit sounds, the toxic transformation frogs charged, and Bai Shengqi raised his greatsword to meet them. Unconsciously, the charge points were about to hit 0. In less than 2 hours, he had already killed 5,000 poisonous mutated frogs. The wide-range attack of the fine iron greatsword greatly increased efficiency. He stopped moving and began to count his harvest. His backpack was packed full, and the star energy income was promising. Meanwhile, his level had surged all the way up to level 22. After surpassing level 15, the level 6 poisonous mutated frogs no longer gave experience. That was the rule, and Bai Shengqi could only accept it. Fortunately, his attributes were increasing remarkably. 5,000 poison-transformed frogs, along with elites and leaders, together gave him a total attribute boost of 150 points. At this moment, he was level 22, with 36,600 health, 41,300 mana, 3,660 physical attack, strength and agility both at 366, and spirit soaring to 413. Having over 30,000 health finally gave him some confidence. Even if defense enchantment couldn't block negative statuses, this thick health bar could at least let him tough it out through a few hits. However, to really fight against negative effects, it still depended on skills. He opened the skill panel. Negative resistance LV5, proficiency 2010/5000. Slow recovery LV3, proficiency 15 out of 1000. Blood frenzy LV2, proficiency 406/500. Both active skills are limited by cooldown, so the improvement is not fast, but already strong enough. After unlocking level 2, Mad Blood, attack speed increases by 40% and output skyrockets. With level 3, Slow Recovery, combined with 413 spirit points, health regenerates over 1,200 per second. Among first-tier professions, even the most expensive potions can't reach this level of recovery. A trainee doctor with this kind of healing would have long been sought after and highly valued. All of this relies on his exaggerated spirit attribute. This kind of stat sheet would be considered top-tier even among second-tier professions. And the most exaggerated boost is from the passive skill Negative Resistance. With a 366-point luck bonus, the level 5 effect stacks up to 180%. The resistance to negative states has become terrifyingly almost absurd. The poison from the poison dart frog originally lasted 5 seconds, but when applied to him, it doesn't even last a second and has no effect at all. As long as no one specifically weakens resistance, Bai Shengqi is almost immune to all negative states. Even if he does encounter methods to reduce resistance, he remains unflustered. Negative resistance is only at level 5, so there is still room for improvement. With attributes and skills both maxed out, his strength is growing rapidly. He turned his head to look at the black steel. Charge points, 940. He could still grind over 100 more monsters. But he didn't plan to continue. With a thought, the screen changed, and he exited the training room. Habitually, He opened the attribute panel to confirm that all gains were in place before finally relaxing. His backpack was once again stuffed with loot, waiting to be dealt with. His figure appeared again inside the Qingshui Mall, still standing in the old spot. "Welcome." "Huh, you again?" The boss recognized him at a glance, his face full of surprise. Coming several times in such a short period, this was the first time he had seen a customer like this. But a businessman would never complain about more customers. "Classmate, did you leave something behind? I'll help you look for it." "No rush." Bai Xingqi smiled. "I still have some materials and want to continue dealing with you." Again, the boss was stunned. "How long has it been? You guys must have just arrived at the Wild Zone, right?" He had long assumed that there was a team behind Bai Xingqi, but no matter how strong the team, the efficiency shouldn't be this absurd. Bai Xingqi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had been coming too frequently. This didn't align with the rhythm of an ordinary professional. If it went on for too long, he would definitely be watched. Next time, he would have to change the location. "It's not just what we played just now. It was saved from before. A friend asked me to handle it." He casually came up with an excuse. "I see. Then bring it out and let me have a look." The boss nodded. "These." Bai Xingqi placed the items on the counter. "Poison dart frog mucus?" The boss laughed. "Surely it's more than just these few samples?" The last deal had filled him with high hopes for this young man. "Of course it's more." Bai Xingqi suppressed the turmoil in his heart and continued to take materials out of his backpack. He wondered if this deal would draw too much attention. Bai Xingqi poured a large amount of poison dart frog slime onto the counter, a total of 2,672 units. The boss was stunned. "You cleared the entire Wild Zone." Bai Xingqi just smiled. "This is more expensive than bouncy petals, right? Old friends, I won't shortchange you." The boss calculated the total at 3,000 star coins, assuming each unit was worth 1.1 star coins, but he didn't rush to accept the goods, clearly still waiting for the main part of the shipment. Bai Xingqi quickly took out the poison mutated frog's blood and heart again. Then, he pressed the 3 items down on the counter. "Boss, give me an estimate." He released his grip. 2 poison mutated frog crystal cores, and 1 poison mutated frog pet beast egg. The boss widened his eyes. "You've basically taken over the entire Wild Zone, haven't you?" To achieve this level, the backing force must be no ordinary matter. If they really have the backing of a major guild, why come to him to buy? The boss suppressed his suspicions and quoted a price. 35,000 star crystals per crystal core, 70,000 for 2. 50,000 for the pet beast egg. A total of 120,000 star crystals. Bai Xingqi was silent for a moment. Deal. The price offered wasn't the highest, but certainly not low either, fairly reasonable. He didn't want to waste time haggling over this. With that time, it's more practical to farm a few more monsters. Buying low and selling high is the business of merchants. He is a combat professional, and improving his strength is the main priority. After this session in the training room, Bai Xingqi earned more than 100,000 star yuan. And this was just income from one monster clearing. With more money suddenly at hand, he didn't rush to leave. He looked at the boss. "Boss, do you have any general skill books?" "Let me see." At Qingshui Shopping Mall, in Newbie Department Store. Bai Xingqi expressed his intention to buy skill books. The boss's eyes lit up, knowing a big sale was coming. "Classmate, the skill list is all here. Have some tea and take your time reading it." He invited the person to sit by the tea table, handed over the list, and poured a cup of hot tea. Then he put on a big smile and walked toward the door to welcome. A few long-term professional collaborators happened to come in. Bai Xingqi was a good customer, but old clients could not be neglected either. "Brothers, it's been days since we last met. Did you have a good haul this time?" The boss greeted them with a smile. The lead person waved his hand. "There's no big gain, just trying to make a living. Still have to rely on Boss Wang's care." The two sides exchanged polite greetings and quickly completed the transaction. Bai Xingqi looked down at the list, originally not planning to pay attention. But a voice from the crowd made him pause. That voice was very familiar. He looked up. The other party was an apprentice thief. That face made his heart tighten. The more he looked, the more they resembled each other. Since changing jobs, he had only seen one apprentice thief. It was the same person who had ambushed him in the leveling zone back then. At that time, his level was low, and the other party had concealed their information, so he couldn't see their face clearly at all. But now, here in this shop, he could see very clearly, just as he was staring at the other person. The apprentice thief seemed to sense something and looked over in this direction. Bai Shengqi's heart tightened. There was no time to hide, so he could only look down and pretend to be carefully looking at the menu. The thief casually glanced at him, then looked away. He could only tell the other was level 22. All other information seemed obscured by a fog. In this situation, either the opponent's attributes were extremely strong, or they possessed a concealment skill that completely blocked any probing. He tactfully withdrew his gaze. Carelessly spying on others' information could easily cause trouble. A few professionals soon finished their transaction and left the shop. Only then did Bai Shengqi breathe a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he slapped the list down on the counter. "Boss, give it to me immediately." The boss followed the direction of his finger, nodded. "Stealth skill book? You come often, fill out a form, and I'll give you a 5% discount." "Forget the discount, just the original price, hurry up." "All right." The boss was momentarily stunned, but naturally didn't refuse since there was money to be made. Soon, a delicate box was placed in front of him. The box was opened. Inside was a skill book. General skill book, stealth. After studying, one can enter a permanent, concealed state, increasing the difficulty for others to detect. 80,000 Xingyuan. The shop owner smiled from ear to ear. Bai Shengqi still felt a twinge in his heart. 80,000, too expensive. But he had no time to hesitate. Paid, received the book, and turned to leave. The shop owner shouted from behind. "Classmate, come again next time. I'll give you the biggest discount." Today's deal alone is worth several days of his income. But Bai Shengqi was not in the mood to pay attention. After leaving the shop, he immediately pressed on the skill book cover. A flash of light, and the skill book disappeared. A new line appeared in the skill panel. Concealment LV1, passive, proficiency 0/100, can be turned on/off. When activated, it enters a permanent concealment state. The concealment effect of the professional level is level times 2, while other attributes are 1 plus skill level times spirit. From this moment on, his information gained a layer of mist. It's no longer so easy to see through him at a glance like just now. With his current spirit attribute of over 400 points, to see through his information while he is in a concealed state, one would need at least over 800 points. Second-tier professionals might not manage it, and third-tier even less so. Thinking of this, Bai Shengqi finally felt somewhat reassured. His attributes are absurdly strong, hardly like a trainee physician, and must be well concealed. He originally wanted to buy True Inside Eye again, but the price was too high, so he had to first learn the more urgently needed concealment. After learning the skill, he wore a calm face and quietly followed the few professionals who had just left the commercial building. There were quite a few people on the street. He stayed close, but was never discovered. He couldn't explain why he was following them. It was just instinct. This impulse, on the contrary, allowed him to hear critical information. The group chatted as they walked, without any hesitation. "Keep grinding. Today we must get the jump shot. Aren't you tired of loitering in the newbie zone every day? Hurry up and reach level 30 to change your class." Changing class isn't that simple. Fail 3 times, and you're completely done for. Prepare first, then rush the mission to be safe. If we can pass the 5-star difficulty, our squad will take off. At this moment, the thief also spoke. "I told you early on, take out that rich second-generation doctor. He has 3 top-quality pieces of equipment on him. Selling them is much more worthwhile than grinding monsters." These words clearly reached Bai Shengqi's ears. He squinted his eyes, his expression instantly turning cold. Up until now, he completely confirmed that the other party was the one who had ambushed him before. While anger surged within him, a hint of excitement also arose in his heart. Who would team up with you to gang up on someone? You have the mist veil to hide your identity, but we don't. If this escalates and we get reported to the association and the city guards, no one will escape. While they spoke, the group had already reached the bus stop. As more people arrived, the topic quickly died down. When the bus pulled in, Bai Shengqi got on, heading to the northern city leveling zone. He sat not far behind the apprentice thief. Hearing a noise, the thief glanced back but only saw a cloud of mist, unable to detect even the level. A sudden chill ran through him, and he dared not look again. To be able to conceal to this extent, the strength behind it must be considerable. Under the concealment effect, he didn't recognize Bai Shengqi at all, and Bai Shengqi's tailing didn't attract any attention. Most of the passengers were newly transferred rookies, excitedly chatting about leveling and gear, while those few kept their eyes closed, resting. After the stop, they quickly disembarked and headed straight into the depths of the leveling zone. This time returning to the city, they had just finished handling the harvest with newbie department store and confirmed the purchase list. The drops from the grasshopper archers were accepted in full by the other party. So the group hurried back and resealed the area. The leader respawns every 4 hours, timing perfectly. Bai Shengqi quietly followed. After leveling up, he was now able to clearly see some information. The others were all first-tier professionals in their 20s. This gap was not enough to make him hesitate. Even if discovered, he didn't think he would come out at a loss. He hadn't thought through how to make his move, but the grievance of being ambushed made him unwilling to let it go. That's right, he held grudges. Quickly, those few people skillfully scattered and occupied the center of the monster area. This was exactly the respawn point of the grasshopper archer leader. Sure enough, as soon as a solo player approached, they were directly warned. "We're guarding the boss. Brothers just passing by, please make way." The scattered professionals hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retreated. The scattered professionals were quickly driven away, and the area was completely cleared by this squad. They had long been accustomed to this approach and didn't regard solo players at all. No wonder, the grasshopper archer leader was just a low-level boss. High-level teams were too lazy to compete for it, and those who wanted to fight lacked the strength to contend with them. Bai Shengqi did not approach, but instead found a big tree to climb and hid among the branches and leaves. With his current agility and dexterity, this move was effortless. Although hiding in the tree was possible, it was inconvenient for grinding monsters, so almost no one did it. He temporarily gave up on leveling up and focused solely on those few people. Soon, the apprentice rogue in the team shifted and went directly invisible. Bai Shengqi was not in a hurry and continued to wait. Before long, the light and shadows on the clearing twisted, and a large number of wild monsters spawned. A huge grasshopper archer appeared, exactly the leader they were waiting for. It does not appear alone. Also spawning at the same time are 4 elite grasshopper archers and 16 normal monsters. Pull the boss to the side, clear the small monsters first, then fight the boss last. The teammates coordinated seamlessly, obviously having practiced beforehand. Bai Shengqi still didn't move. He observed from a distance their speed in clearing monsters, judging their strength. To be honest, this team is not weak. They clear monsters methodically. But that's compared to ordinary level grinders. In his eyes, this efficiency was nothing at all. The small monsters were quickly wiped out, leaving only 4 elite guards beside the leader. The elite monsters couldn't hold out much longer and soon fell. Only the lonely leader remained on the battlefield. The real battle was just beginning. Bai Shengqi watched quietly. The leader-level grasshopper archer was indeed fierce. Even a team of over 20 levels was having a hard time fighting it. Besides the apprentice thief, there were 4 other people in the team. An apprentice knight, an apprentice fighter, an apprentice mage, and an apprentice archer. No healer. It's clear how unpopular apprentice healers are in the early stages. Perhaps because of the lack of healing options, this team didn't dare to challenge powerful bosses and could only come to the newbie zone to bully the grasshopper archer leader. The apprentice knight held up his shield at the front, firmly protecting the 2 core damage dealers behind him. The apprentice fighter attacked desperately, trying to draw aggro so the leader wouldn't keep targeting the ranged fighters. But his accuracy was terrible. When he landed an angry heavy strike, a glaring miss popped up over his head. The grasshopper archer leader leapt back lightly, raising his hand for a triple shot. Signature skill, bouncing shots. Damn, the apprentice mage screamed, health dropping rapidly, quickly gulping down a potion. Hold steady, be careful not to mess up. High up in the big tree, Bai Shengqi had already drawn the bowstring fully, but hesitated to release the shot. The air twisted, and the figure he was targeting appeared as expected. Damage numbers floated up as the apprentice rogue landed 3 close-range strikes, driving the daggers hard into the leader's side. "I'll tank the aggro, you guys just focus on attacking. You're the reliable one. This monster's dodge rate is ridiculous." The knight charged forward while reminding, Don't tank for too long. The boss's damage isn't low. The rogue smiled. Over 10,000 HP, I can hold it for a while, no problem. 3 arrows struck him, but it was neither painful nor troublesome. But the next second, whoosh! The sound of slicing through the air came from the side, and intense pain exploded instantly. 3362. The health bar suddenly dropped by 1/3, and the thief's mind went blank. This isn't the leader's attack. He suddenly realized. The knight had already raised his shield to block the new round of shots. 259. 259. 259. The 3 numbers jumped up, and he completely understood. Watch out. It's not that leader grasshopper archer. There's an even fiercer archer lurking in the shadows watching us. Just as the words fell, another whoosh sounded. -3,245. Damage numbers appeared above the thief's head again. This arrow was even more brutal. The trainee thief's health bar instantly dropped to only 1/3, teetering on the brink of death. Stop him. The shield bearer's expression changed, and he immediately raised his shield to block the side and rear of the thief, cutting off the paths of the first 2 arrows. Even the leader, the grasshopper archer, was neglected. That leader was troublesome, but not fatal. The truly deadly ones were the 2 arrows hidden in the shadows. In the tree, Baishenki looked at the thief hiding behind the shield, slowly drawing his bowstring tight, his brows furrowing slightly. It would be difficult to hit him again. And now was exactly the moment when the opponent's invisibility was cooling down. If it dragged on and he disappeared again, the situation would become problematic. He was still using that old bow. Cross-class equipment attribute discounts. Whether to switch or not makes little difference. So what if it's a knight? Still pierces through. As the thought settled, the bowstring relaxed. The moment the arrow flew out, a layer of blood mist rose from his body. Frenzied blood activated. Level 2 Frenzied blood. Attack speed increased by 40%. The second arrow was almost seamlessly knocked. Whoosh. -2,725. The arrow flew like a meteor, hitting instantly. But the shield was covering too well, so he could only shoot at the opponent's thigh. A difficult angle, yet with his extreme agility, it still hit precisely. The position was not ideal, and with the knight's high defense, the damage was less than the arrow shot at the thief just now. Still, the shield bearer was breaking out in a cold sweat. Which second-tier pro is joking around? If my brothers have offended you somehow, I'm here to apologize on their behalf. He looked up and shouted. To deal this kind of damage, it's absolutely impossible for it to be a first tier. The person lurking in the shadows must be a second-tier archer. Level suppression, profession suppression. Having more people doesn't help either. A high-level archer hiding in the shadows makes even same-level mages kneel. What can a bunch of first tiers compete with? Boss, are you interested in this boss? If so, we'll retreat immediately and give you the spot. He thought it over and over, and only this explanation remained. Otherwise, why would a second-tier archer target those of them who were just first-tier? But his goodwill did not receive even a slightest response. The shush sounds rang out continuously, arrows cutting through the air. Baishenki had no intention of negotiating at all. Hatred could only be cleansed with a rain of arrows. He had been ambushed before. Not suffering a loss didn't mean the matter was over. At that time, it was because he was strong enough that he wasn't defeated. Now it's their turn. Whether they can hold on depends on fate. 2815. 2765. 1705. Arrows fell one by one on the shield-bearing knights. Some were blocked by the shields, reducing the damage. This is professional countering. What archers hate most is shield classes. But the difference in attributes was too great. Even the toughest trainee knights began to struggle under this barrage of arrows. He raised his shield with one hand, while desperately gulping down large health potions. His heart was bleeding. The amount of medicine he drank in this short time was equivalent to several days' worth. If this continued, even defeating the boss-level locust archers wouldn't necessarily break even, unless he could get a drop of bouncing shot. Just as he was thinking this, the attacks from the opposite side suddenly stopped. He downed another bottle of blood, barely pulling his bloodline back into the safe zone. On the big tree, Baishenki drew his bowstring to the fullest, but hesitated to shoot. The earlier probe had already made the problem clear. As long as he gave his all, no matter how desperately the opponent drank potions, they wouldn't last. There was only one outcome, being shot dead. But he hesitated. Killing a professional violated the association's prohibition. Moreover, the shield-bearer hadn't participated in the previous sneak attack. The thought had just flashed by when the scene suddenly changed. Someone shouted, "Found him! He's on the tree across over there." As soon as the words fell, a wave of scorching heat swept over, and a fireball smashed directly into the big tree whereby Xingqi was hiding. Boom! The tree instantly caught fire, flames roaring, forcing Bai Xingqi to jump down to the ground, completely exposed before the squad. "It's him, the one who's been following us since the bus." Behind the shield-bearer, the apprentice thief whispered in surprise, clearly recalling their previous encounter. In the same newbie zone, it was impossible to run into two such strange people in one go. Whoosh! The trainee archer struck first, the arrow slicing through the air. The trainee fighter also charged forward with a roar. "Take him down." "So what if he's second stage? 5 against 1. We have the advantage." Before he finished speaking, Furious Strike had already slammed into Bai Xingqi. "Miss." The fighter was stunned. Then another blow followed. "Miss. Still can't hit? I really give up." He stood trembling with anger, looking like a joke. It wasn't that he was too weak, but Bai Xingqi's agility was absurdly high. Previously, even when surrounded by 7 poison dart frogs, they couldn't touch him. Now this little attack is even less effective. The archer gritted his teeth and released a double arrow shot, and the arrows finally hit. -1, -1. 2 numbers popped up, the damage glaringly low. What a joke. Is this the defense an archer should have? The archer's face turned pale, and he fired again in rapid succession. -1, -1, -1. Wave after wave of attacks came, but they were barely even a scratch. In the air, only their astonishment and unwillingness remained. As the apprentice mage's spell finished, a second fireball hurtled straight at Bai Xingqi. The magic was locked onto him mentally, impossible to dodge. The fireball hit its target squarely, sparks scattering everywhere. The people opposite stared wide-eyed. The next second, they were all stunned. -1. Damage numbers floated up. This was already their strongest attack, yet it only dealt a pitiful 1 point of damage. Bai Xingqi's defense enchantment was ridiculously tough. They fought desperately, but he wasn't idle either. Since he was already exposed, he simply stood his ground and fired arrow after arrow. The arrows flew out one after another. The trainee knight's health was already at its lowest and almost got taken down. At the critical moment, the trainee fighter, who had been attacking unsuccessfully for a long time, gritted his teeth and charged forward to block the arrows for him. To kill the knight, you have to take out the fighter first. Unless the arrow can curve. I heard there is an arrow combat technique that can do that. Unfortunately, he doesn't know it. Bai Xingqi didn't hesitate and just spread his attacks evenly, sparing no one. Before long, all the enemies were critically low on health. The knight and the fighter could still hold on for a few more hits. 2 distant arrows let out a miserable scream, and the second arrow drew blood. Bai Xingqi pulled the bow again. At this moment, everyone on the field was at low health. Even with frenzied use of health potions, not much could be recovered. The next arrow to fall would definitely kill someone. Several opponents turned pale, cold sweat pouring down, not knowing who death would call. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The air behind Bai Xingqi rippled, and a figure appeared out of thin air. The dagger flashed coldly, stabbing straight into his waist. Everyone stared intently. Archers, being so fragile, fear stealthy rogues the most. A close-range burst combo, plus poison coating, usually means certain death. But suddenly, a thought crossed their minds. Is this guy really that fragile? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The dagger fell, and the outcome was decided instantly. Clap, clap, clap. -1. Immune. -1. Immune. -1. Immune. The thief just appeared from invisibility, completely stunned. He had barely gotten close behind, poisoned and performed a triple stab in one go, but all showed -1, and all were immune. No breaking defense, poison can't be applied either. How is this supposed to be fought? Huff! His kidney was stabbed again, and Bai Xingqi's face darkened. He was too lazy to change weapons and swung his longbow in a wide arc. Slap! The bow struck the thief. -1645. Melee damage is halved, but this strike still scared the thief out of his wits. He turned and ran, desperately trying to put distance between them. Bai Shengqi squinted, watching him flee in disgrace. The opponent kept healing along the way, and the health bar returned to the safe zone. But it was useless. Bai Shengqi drew his bow, released the arrow, pulls again, shoot again, arrow after arrow. Before the thief could run back to his own camp, his health bar was down to just a sliver. Everyone could see it clearly. The next arrow, he was surely dead. The shield-bearing apprentice knight grew anxious and shouted loudly, "How dare you violate the ban? Aren't you afraid of the association's punishment?" He had no other options left and could only use the prohibition to threaten. Bai Shengqi sneered coldly. "Punishment? Will you even recognize me the next time you see me?" Before he finished speaking, the wounded thief suddenly woke up. "It's you." A sound of breaking air rang out. An arrow flashed. The thief fell to the ground as if struck. The shield-bearer pointed at Bai Shengqi, his face ashen. The body had not disappeared. This indicated he still had one last chance to revive and used. He could return to the city to revive or use an item to stand up on the spot. But judging by their looks, most likely they didn't have that ability. Bai Shengqi lowered his bow and said faintly, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who killed him." His gaze fell on a corner of the battlefield. That spot had been ignored by both sides all along. The grasshopper archer leader stood there coldly. The trainee thief, who had just been struck down to critical health by Bai Shengqi, panicked and tried to flee, accidentally bumping into the grasshopper archer leader and unfortunately drawing aggro. The leader casually performed a bounce shot, and the thief, barely hanging on with low health, couldn't withstand it and was instantly killed, collapsing to the ground. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have died at all." The shield-bearer was too lazy to listen to Bai Shengqi's excuses and immediately saw through the problem. "So what do you want to do? Vent your anger or seek revenge?" Bai Shengqi said as he twisted the arrow between his fingers and steadily knocked it on the bowstring. "I'm picking up loot. Old Zhang is returning to town to revive. Retreat first." The shield-bearer had lost the will to fight, raising his shield as he charged toward the corpses. 3 clusters of light shimmered on the ground. It was the equipment dropped by the thieves. As long as they picked everything up and retreated, the losses were still acceptable. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and struck his thigh dead center. Bai Shengqi activated Frenzy Blood, dramatically increasing his firing rate. Before the shield-bearer could reach the glowing clusters, he was struck by several consecutive arrows. He gritted his teeth and gulped down a blood potion, forcing himself to push forward. The next arrow pierced his knee. A sharp pain hit him, causing him to lose balance and fall heavily. His shield tilted, completely exposing his back. Arrows kept raining down, causing severe injuries. The health bar instantly hit 0. On the other side, the apprentice fighter took the opportunity to charge out. Bai Shengqi casually fired 2 or 3 arrows, rapidly draining the opponent's health, who was forced to stop and drink a potion. "Anyone who moves forward again will die." Bai Shengqi glanced coldly at everyone, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Or are you saying you all want to resurrect and return to the city together? If that's the case, I'm not unwilling to take on the task." "Retreat." The apprentice knight sprang up, raising his shield in front of him, not even daring to look at the falling debris, and immediately called for his teammates to withdraw. He had already figured it out. The person opposite, the one who seemed to be a bowman, was simply not someone their squad could provoke. The longer they delayed, the less chance they had of survival. The other party obviously had murderous intent. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Even if there was one chance to resurrect, it shouldn't be wasted here. The squad quickly scattered and fled. The apprentice knight always held the shield at the rear, fulfilling his role as the meat shield. But life and death ultimately depended on whether Bai Shengqi was willing to let them go. If he made a move, no one in this team could escape. Bai Shengqi watched them leave, then looked down at the 3 glowing orbs on the ground. The only one who truly struck first was that apprentice thief, who had no interest in taking out the entire team. More importantly, there was the concern for the pro-guild's prohibition. Caution was always wise. With a flash of white light, the thief's corpse disappeared, clearly having returned to town to resurrect. Bai Shengqi picked up the dropped items. Mist Veil, Brass Short Sword, Poison Infusion Kit, He couldn't help but chuckle. This death dropped two pieces of equipment at once. The short sword and poison were useless, so he put them away casually. But the mist veil was nice, concealing his appearance and perfectly matching his stealth skill. Its use was obvious. Just as he was checking his loot, a series of -1 damage numbers appeared on him. Bai Xingqi was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Almost forgot, there's still a boss-level grasshopper archer here. His disregard was nothing less than a blatant insult to the grasshopper shooter leader, who was the boss. Since he dared to provoke, from this moment on, the nightmare begins. Bai Xingqi knocked an arrow. The arrowhead aimed straight at the grasshopper shooter leader. The squad had already retreated, so it was only natural that he took over this boss. After forcing the entire squad to retreat single-handedly, he gained a clear understanding of his own strength. In this newbie zone, almost no one could threaten him. Unless a second-tier or higher professional appeared, he had no reason to worry. Moreover, the squad had just cleared the area, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, without a single soul in sight. Bai Xingqi happily enjoyed the tranquility. The bowstring twanged continuously, and a rain of arrows poured down. When dealing with a wild monster, he held nothing back, going all out. Whoosh. 3159. Another arrow fell, completely depleting the grasshopper archer leader's 100,000 health bar, turning into white light and dissipating. It was indeed strong, but in front of Bai Xingqi now, it was just a matter of taking a little more time. There was no chance of failure. Although he had killed many leader monsters in the training room, his breathing was still slightly heavy after the white light faded. He couldn't help but look at the glowing orb on the ground, still holding on to a faint hope. Unfortunately, luck does not favor you every time. The skill book for bounce shot did not drop. Other drops were worthy of a boss, much richer than ordinary monsters. Bai Xingqi casually packed up the loot, continued drawing his bow to clear monsters, and walked deeper into the wild area. That thief should have already resurrected in the city by now. He wasn't sure if the other party would report him, but even if they did, it wouldn't necessarily be easy to handle. This time, he hadn't revealed his identity. Even if the other party guessed he was the same doctor from last time, without evidence, it would be hard to convince the city guards. However, there was no need for him to risk staying long. If he really called the city guards while still there, it would be like a guilty conscience betraying itself, with no way to explain. It turned out he was right. Just as he left the grasshopper archer leveling area, the resurrected thief returned to town with a dark expression and walked into the city guard office. "I want to file a complaint." The thief suppressed his anger and said to the clerk, "I was killed in the wilderness. The other party violated the professional players ban. Please, city guards, arrest them." The clerk looked up, speaking coldly. "Name, rank, level." The clerk sat behind the desk, put down the teacup, and asked without looking up, "Whose names to report?" "All of them." He looked up and tapped the desk. "Yours first. Zhang Qing, first transfer level 25, apprentice thief." "The person who killed you?" Zhang Qing's face turned pale, but he still gritted his teeth and spoke. "Bai Xingqi, level 11, trainee doctor." The pen slammed down on the desk with a bang. "Doctor kills you. You're toying with me." A level 25 thief being counter-killed by a level 11 doctor. Anyone hearing that would take it as a joke. But Zhang Qing knew that person was Bai Xingqi, the one who had harbored a grudge against him before. Same figure, same tone of speech, and that strange defensive item. The level was indiscernible. He probably used a special item. Even if he admitted he was wrong, he still admitted it. The clerk was about to close the record book. Zhang Qing grew anxious. "If the city guards won't handle it, then I'll go to the association." The atmosphere instantly turned cold. The clerk stared at him, the pressure so intense it made him sweat. This man's strength was definitely above his. "Say that again." Zhang Qing braced himself and straightened his back. "If the city guards won't take the case, I'll have to report it to the association." "Very good." The clerk sneered and beckoned behind him. "Shaoli, keep an eye on things. I'm going out for a bit." He stood up and said to Zhang Qing, "Let's go." Zhang Qing was stunned. "Where to? Where else?" "I don't believe what you said. We're going to the revival temple to find out the truth." "This? Got a problem?" The clerk stared coldly at him. Zhang Qing's mind was in turmoil, but not a single no escaped his lips. He could only follow along. The two left the office and headed straight for the Resurrection Temple. Qingshui City, Resurrection Temple. The temple guard was yawning. Seeing them come in, his gaze fell on Zhang Qing, and he couldn't help but smile. "Oh, it's you again?" Trainee thief Zhang Qing's face flushed. It was no wonder the other party remembered him. This was no longer the pioneering era. Before changing professions, professionals had already learned the basics at school, knew their own level, which wild zone to go to, and which monsters to fight. Moreover, with most of the groundwork laid by predecessors, potions and equipment were fully prepared before leaving the city, armed to the teeth. As long as one doesn't recklessly take on higher-level threats, dying is basically unlikely. That's why the Resurrection Shrine often remains quiet for days on end. Today, with the resurrection light shining, the shrine guardians naturally remembered the person who had been resurrected. Zhang Qing was recognized as soon as he entered. "Enough talk. Check who killed him." The clerk looked displeased, clearly disturbed from his quiet. "Old Hu, why so angry? Did my niece bother you again?" The guardian laughed and didn't mind, placing his hand on the resurrection divine stone, communicating with it using his spiritual power. He had done this kind of thing many times before. When the city guard couldn't identify the murderer from the deceased, they would come to him. The resurrection divine stone serves as a medium for resurrection and retains a bit of information from before death. However, it can only hold that information for a day or two before it dissipates. But that was enough. Zhang Qing was about to speak. "Quiet." The guardian didn't even look up. "Don't speak when I'm communicating with the divine stone." Zhang Qing had no choice but to keep quiet. Only then did he realize that this seemingly inconspicuous guardian was probably a master of second transformation or higher. The important positions in Qingshui City were indeed not simple, and the matter was completely out of his control. Helpless, he could only stand in place and wait for the outcome. Soon, the guardian withdrew his hand from the resurrection divine stone and frowned as he looked at Zhang Qing. "Your condition is abnormal." "What's abnormal?" The city guard clerk spoke first, his tone unfriendly. The temple guardian shook his head and said, "It's not a procedural issue. Rather, this person did not die at the hands of a professional, but was killed by a leader-level locust archer." "What?" The clerk's face suddenly changed, and he stared hard at Zhang Qing. A powerful pressure instantly pressed down, and Zhang Qing could barely lift his head. He immediately realized that this clerk was at least a second stage, possibly even a third stage strong. A chill ran through Zhang Qing's heart as he regretted reporting the matter. Had he known this, he would have endured it once for the sake of a resurrection chance and let it go. He didn't expect the resurrection stone to record information so detailed. Even the types and levels of the monsters that killed him were clearly listed. At this moment, he absolutely could not let slip a word. Otherwise, he would offend both sides at the same time, which he simply couldn't bear. "Taish, things are not like that," Zhang Qingxiang said with effort. "It was Bai Shengqi who ambushed us first, leaving me with barely any health, and then the boss finished me off." The guardian nodded and looked at the clerk. "If that's true, then it indeed counts as a violation." "Old Hu, what do you think?" The clerk was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "But that's just his one-sided claim. Where's the evidence?" "Everyone in our squad can testify," Zhang Qing quickly replied. "I can call them over." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted with a wave of the hand. "You're all in cahoots. What use is your testimony?" Zhang Qing was stunned, his mind in complete turmoil. At that moment, an eagle's cry sounded nearby. "Were you just talking about Bai Shengqi?" As the voice fell, a man strode over. A hawk descended from the sky, landing steadily on his shoulder. "Zhang Sisi, why are you running around the city instead of following the guild leader to the dungeon? Behave yourself, and don't let your bird roam around the city." As soon as he approached, the city guard clerk's face immediately darkened, clearly not welcoming him. Hawkmaster, a third-tier profession player. Apprentice thief Zhang Qing felt his mind jolt and his whole body stiffen. At level 25, not even reaching the second tier, this was the first time he felt the pressure of a third tier up close, making even breathing difficult. Facing the clerk's questioning, Zhang Sisi just smiled. "I'm just here to meet the guild members. I thought there would be a resurrection, but none of them died, which is a relief." "Humph. Are you reminding me that you are the #1 guild in Qingshui City?" The clerk retorted coldly. "How dare I?" Zhang Cici spoke gently. The guild leader has already negotiated with your captain. I'm about to join the city guard as well, so consider me half a colleague. There's no need to make things tense. The other party didn't respond, clearly at a loss for words. Zhang Cici smiled and said, there's no time like the present. How about I start duty today? If you don't trust this person, leave it to me to handle. Though it sounded like a suggestion, the tone left no room for refusal. The clerk stared at him intently, remained silent for a long while, and finally nodded. Fine, you take over. After saying that, he left immediately without even looking back. He was well aware that Zhang Cici's involvement was most likely aimed at that newcomer called Bai Xingqi, but he was already too lazy to get involved. As soon as the person left, the smile on Zhang Cici's face vanished instantly, and she looked coldly at Zhang Qing. Are you sure that person is called Bai Xingqi? Outside Qingshui City, a private car was parked by the roadside. Zhang Qing sat in the front passenger seat, sitting upright, his palms sweating nervously. This was his first time riding in a private car. Before, whenever he left the city, he could only squeeze into the city buses. He knew in his heart that everyone who could ride in such a private car was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. As soon as he thought of this, he regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the city guard office and wouldn't have gotten caught up in such a trouble with an uncertain future. Unfortunately, there's no cure for regret in this world. He secretly glanced sideways and saw the man in the driver's seat, with an eagle perched on his shoulder, fiddling with a square little box. That was a communication device, a rare item that only blacksmiths who advanced to craftsmen could make. There were few craftsmen, and the materials were expensive. This thing cost an outrageously high price. Those who can afford it are either rich or powerful. But he heard people say that a craftsman named Lei seemed to have figured out a way to reduce costs and was leading a group to make the final improvements. The professionals' newspaper even featured him specifically. Zhang Qingji didn't understand those technical analyses. He only remembered one phrase: the first communication device for young professionals. To be honest, as a mediocre first-level apprentice thief, he was also looking forward to that day coming soon. The communication device connected quickly. Zhang Cici fiddled with it for a long time, frowned, and cursed. This thing is really hard to use. When will it be upgraded? He shouted into the device. Xiao Ming, come to the north gate of the city. There's progress on the matter you asked me to handle. After speaking, he didn't wait for a reply and hung up immediately. Putting away the communication device, he clicked his tongue. Blue mana consumption is brutal. It says half a minute, but the mana recovers in 2 hours. A newbie who just switched classes can't afford to use it. Zhang Qing kept his head down, pretending to be deaf and mute. Zhang Cici suddenly smiled at him. By the way, you're a level 25 apprentice thief, and you got beaten back to town to resurrect by an apprentice healer who just switched classes. Aren't you embarrassed? His tone was playful but oppressive. That kid must have a lot of top-quality gear to get this far, right? Zhang Qing quickly nodded. Yes. I saw with my own eyes an epic bow with absurdly high damage. Also defensive gear. When I attacked, I couldn't even break his defense. Zhang Cici waved his hand. That's not gear, it's a defense enchantment. It was done by a 4th-tier archmage. Even I can't break through it without some effort. Zhang Cici impatiently ordered Zhang Qing. Soon, they arrived at the target location. This is precisely the place where the leader-level grasshopper shooters respawned, and also where Zhang Qing was killed. Bai Xingqi had already disappeared without a trace. As long as the person is nearby, it's fine. Zhang Cici raised his hand and released a hawk, which circled and dispersed in the air. Falcon handlers have a natural advantage in tracking people, and he was confident the opponent could not escape this wild area. The hawk's eye level was quite high, and ordinary invisibility couldn't block it. Was that a hawk's call just now? Many professionals looked up, including Bai Xingqi. More than an hour had passed since that squad was wiped out. He was still grinding monsters in the forest, accumulating charge points, and was in no hurry to return to the city. His father had told him some rules before he passed away. He didn't believe the resurrection stone would lock onto him. After all, the one who truly finished off the kill was that boss-level grasshopper archer. The city guard wouldn't come to arrest someone based on such vague information. Having learned invisibility, and with the thief's dropped fog veil, Bai Shengqi was confident that no one in this leveling area could see through his identity. Even if his monster-killing efficiency was absurd, it wouldn't expose him. He drew the bowstring to its full extent and released an arrow. With a clear cry, the hawk swooped down from the sky and landed on Zhang Cici's hand. His forehead pressed against the hawk, but his expression quickly darkened. As a falconer, he could clearly feel that Xiao Jin had not found the target. "What's wrong, Brother Zhang? Back to the city again?" Zhou Xingming's tone was calm and unsurprised. "Not sure. I passed on that kid's appearance, but Xiao Jin didn't find anyone resembling him." Zhang Qing was taken aback, unable to help but glance again at the hawk, whose tuft of golden feathers on its head was exactly where Xiao Jin got his name. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "I once dropped a mist veil, which can hide the face. If he's wearing it, could that be the reason? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Cici was furious, glaring coldly at him before stroking the falcon to calm her emotions. Soon, Xiao Jin flapped its wings again and flew deeper into the forest. Inside the leveling zone, Bai Shengqi suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. The falcon was circling in the air, narrowing its patrol range, hovering almost directly above him. He knew exactly what this meant. He himself was very likely being targeted. Is someone targeting me? He couldn't understand it. Clearly, he was concealed on his body and also covered by a misty veil. But he didn't hesitate and immediately sped up, running wildly. Being locked onto by the falcon was already a fact. The most important thing now was to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. He ran while thinking. The only ones who truly held a grudge against him were the previous squad and Zhou Xingming's side. And the only ones who could release the falcon were the third-tier falcon handlers. Only two possibilities could mobilize a third-tier profession. Either the squad successfully reported to the city guard, or Zhou Shengming used his second-generation professional connections. Bai Shengqi's judgment was originally correct, but he didn't expect that both sides got involved this time. After entering the forest leveling zone, he behaved abnormally, deliberately choosing to walk in crowded places. He was very clear that as long as they were in the crowd, the other party wouldn't dare to be too reckless. Letting a first-turn apprentice doctor go head-to-head against a third-turn hawk master? That was basically suicide. He wasn't willing to bet his life on whether the defensive enchantment could hold. As his pace quickened, the hawk above suddenly let out a cry and flew away. Bai Shengqi's heart sank, realizing the probe was over and the main target was approaching. Elsewhere, Hawk Master Zhang Cici caught the hawk and exchanged a forehead touch with it. 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, faces covered by mist. He smiled easily. There aren't many like this in the newbie zone. It won't be hard to investigate. Then he called his companion to get in the car, swallowed a top-grade mana potion, and the vehicle roared to life. Meanwhile, Bai Shengqi was already approaching the Red Mad Rabbit leveling area. In the distance, a private car rushed at high speed, with a falcon swooping low overhead. Who the target was obvious, and danger was pressing close. At that moment, he made an unusual decision. He wiped his face with his hand, directly took off the mist veil, and stuffed it along with his bow and arrows into his backpack. From this moment on, unless he was killed on the spot, no one could confirm his trump card. In the blink of an eye, he was once again an apprentice healer holding a sturdy healing staff. What really fell off was the level. At level 22, he stood out glaringly in the Red Mad Rabbit training area. Bai Shengqi quickly sensed something was wrong. When he put the mist veil back into his backpack, the hawk that had been circling overhead suddenly paused. Sure enough, it had locked onto him just now. The reason was simple. He was different from the people here. Now that the veil was removed and the mist was gone from his face, he looked no different from the others. With the hawk's mind, it couldn't react quickly. Why did it stop? The car roared into the leveling zone, and Zhang Cici got out and looked up at the sky. The falcon circled down and perched on his arm. "I see, today's kids really have a lot on their minds," he said to Zhou Xingming, who had just gotten out of the car. "Bai Shengqi is in that group of people ahead. Just like before, send his image to it again. The falcon's eyes are sharp, but it's not good at memory. Previously, it was told to find the person with a covered face. Now it needs to find by appearance, so the order must be reset." "No need." Zhou Xingming shook his head and walked straight toward the crowd. Having been classmates for many years, he could recognize him at a glance. Zhang Qing also searched through the crowd and quickly pinpointed that familiar face. It was the trainee doctor suspected of having top-notch equipment, which had stirred Zhang's greed. The few of them quickly blocked Bai Xingqi's path. "Are you Bai Xingqi?" Zhang Cixi stood in front of him, her tone playful. Bai Xingqi's expression darkened slightly. He glanced at Zhou Shengming and Zhang Qing, then finally locked eyes with the imposing Zhang Cixi. "Do you need something from me?" The moment the words came out, he felt his heart sink. A classmate showing up with a thief he had once killed could never be a good thing. Zhang Cixi didn't rush to answer, suddenly raising her voice. "The city guard is on duty. Irrelevant personnel, step back immediately." As soon as the words fell, the leveling zone instantly stirred. The three words "city guard" were weighty enough. Not to mention the hawks circling overhead, suffocating everyone below. The emblem of the third-stage Falcon Master was too conspicuous. Even a first-stage professional could recognize it at a glance. As soon as the Eagle trainer was about to make a move, who would dare to stay? Everyone in the wild area immediately ran away. Soon, a large number of red mad rabbits respawned, but no one dared to fight them. This place for stealing monsters to level up suddenly emptied, making it look exceedingly strange. Bai Xingqi had no time to pay attention to this, because Zhang Cixi coldly threw out a sentence. "Are you coming with me willingly, or do I have to make a move?" Fierce light flashed in Zhang Cici's eyes. Bai Xingqi felt a chill in his heart, but was unwilling to be at anyone's mercy, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Cici sneered. "Does pretending to be dumb work? In this situation, what else do you think it could mean?" Bai Xingqi's face darkened. "If you want me to go with you, you owe me an explanation. You say you're from the city guard. What's your proof?" "Kind of interesting." Zhang Cici's smile suddenly turned cold. "A first-level physician, relying on your family's background, and you want to lecture me on rules?" His eyes grew icy. "Even if I'm not from the city guard, what can you do about it?" Zhang Cici clearly lost patience, his voice deepening. "Bai Xingqi, you are suspected of killing a professional, violating the ban. I represent the city guard to arrest you. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution." The falcon screeched low overhead, an overwhelming sense of terror pressing down. Bai Xingqi's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth. "I haven't killed anyone. You have no evidence. I will never go with you." "Evidence?" Zhang Cici sneered, his tone pitying. "Young man, so naive." He said calmly, "When I arrest someone, I never need evidence. If you don't leave, what makes you think I can't deal with you?" The eagle's cry grew increasingly urgent. Bai Xingqi's mind was in utter chaos, but he finally realized one thing. The other party didn't care about the truth at all. They only wanted his life. Going with them was tantamount to handing over his life. Hoping for any fair trial afterward was pure fantasy. But if he didn't go, the outcome would be just as grim. The other side would definitely take action on the spot. The strength of the third-tier Eagle Master is there, and he has no confidence in surviving. If luck is slightly bad, he might even lose all his resurrection chances. Even if he resurrects and returns to town, the temple might still have their people there. If he gets blocked again, he can forget about turning things around in this lifetime. Of course, all this assumes that the defense enchantment cannot block the opponent's attacks. If it can block, the situation would be completely different. He definitely can't win in a fight. Although his current attributes overwhelmingly surpass ordinary professionals, it is still too naive to threaten a third-tier expert. In just a brief moment, Bai Xingqi's mind was already racing with countless thoughts. At that moment, Zhao Xingming's voice rang out. "Brother Zhang, wait, let me have one more round with him." Saying this, he stepped back, raised his staff, and began chanting a spell. But Zhang Cici interrupted him directly. "Xiaoming, forget it. This guy is not as simple as you think." "I know, but I'm already level 11 and have new gear. No matter how strong his defense enchantment is, it can't completely ignore my skills, right?" Zhao Xingming was full of confidence. Zhang Cici shrugged. "All right, it's not urgent anyway. If you want to try, go ahead." The apprentice thief Zhang Qing sensibly stepped aside. In front of the third-level Falcon Master, he was as docile as a rabbit. The spell was cast, and a dazzling light burst from the tip of the staff. A scorching aura surged as a massive fireball quickly formed. You can tell how strong Fireball is just by its size. Clearly, he wasn't bluffing. After leveling up and improving his equipment, his magic attacks surged dramatically, and his Fireball became noticeably larger. He intended to use this strike to make up for all the previous embarrassments. But Bai Xingqi barely paid him any mind. Most of his attention was focused on Zhang Sisi. It wasn't arrogance. It was that he had already seen through Zhou Shengming's level and attributes. The opponent simply couldn't hurt him. What truly made him wary was that third-tier eagle handler. Could the other party have seen through me as well? If he could see my attribute panel, how could he still confidently let Zhou Shengming go to his death? It seems my extremely high mental attributes and concealment skills really worked. That third-level eagle trainer didn't completely see through my panel. If that's true, there's a lot to play with. Bai Xingqi stared at Zhou Shengming, his gaze gradually growing colder. Chiefing Rabbit leveling area. Zhou Shengming held a fireball the size of a basin in his hand, not rushing to throw it, just steadily controlling it, and shouted to him. Bai Xingqi, I won't bully you. Wait until you're ready. The fireball rolled in his palm, yet it did not spiral out of control. In these past 2 days, he had gained more than just levels. His magical control had also noticeably improved. As an apprentice mage, he was starting to take shape. Bai Xingqi's eyes flickered as he quickly calculated in his mind. The level 3 Hawk Tamer was not very alert towards him. This was the opportunity. Should he charge in wielding his sturdy medical staff for a direct fight, or draw his bow and strike with a single lethal arrow? The atmosphere tensed to its breaking point. Suddenly, a bell rang. Wait, I have a communication. Zhang Sisi stopped Zhou Shengming and connected the communicator. What? The secret realm entrance has appeared again? Okay, Xiao Ming and I are in the north of the city. We'll head back immediately. He hung up and said to Zhou Shengming, Xiao Ming, stop fooling around. There's trouble in the north of the city. Let's go. Then he looked at Bai Xingqi, his expression turning cold. Kid, I don't have time to play with you. Get in the car now, or I'll make you revive on the spot. Heh. Bai Xingqi chuckled softly. The next second, he directly pulled out a bow and arrow from his backpack, drew the string, and released the arrow. The movements were crisp and decisive. How dare you? Zhang Sisi was furious, but was a step too late. He never expected that this newly turned player would actually dare to make a move in front of him. Whoosh. The arrow tore through the air. The next moment, a glaring damage number popped up. -3256. Sharp pain exploded in an instant. Zhou Shengming screamed in pain. He was only level 11, and even with decent equipment, he barely survived a one-shot arrow. With one arrow shot, his health bar was almost completely drained, leaving only a sliver of HP. Worse yet, the fireball in his hand lost control and could explode at any moment. At the life-or-death moment, he gritted his teeth to steady his mental power, forcibly suppressing the fireball, then sharply swung it aside. With a boom, the fireball exploded not far away, creating a large crater in the ground. If he got hit one more time, death was inevitable. If he really died, the Resurrection Temple's record would probably capture the scene of him blowing himself up. You're asking for death. Zhang Sisi trembled all over and raised his hand to shoot an arrow. The eagle cry echoed in midair, and the falcon dove down, heading straight for Bai Xingqi. At this moment, he no longer held back. The flicking arrow and falcon assault erupted simultaneously, murderous intent locking onto Bai Xingqi. With such intensity, he couldn't withstand the first transformation and would have to change expression by the second. He wasn't nervous, he was afraid. If Zhou Shengming lost a resurrection opportunity because of this, he couldn't even imagine how the guild leader would punish him. As the attack pressed down on Bai Xingqi, he was already prepared to rush to Zhou Shengming's side to protect him. Zhou Shengming, in his near-death state, was the most vulnerable and had to be guarded closely. But just as he lifted his foot, he froze. A voice came to my ear. Take one more step forward, and he will die. The speaker was Bai Xingqi. Logically, with 2 major skills unleashed, he should have fallen dead long ago. But he was still standing. -1, -1, -1. The damage numbers kept popping up, yet they were absurdly low. The 2 major skills of the third transfer Hawk Manipulation Master couldn't even break through the defense. Could it be that the defensive enchantment was really that strong? In fact, Bai Xingqi also felt uneasy inside. The moment the skill was unleashed, He was already prepared to cast Slow Recovery on himself. Unexpectedly, despite the impressive momentum, the damage felt like just a scratch. This defense layer completely held up. The situation instantly reversed. Bai Shengqi bent his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming directly at Zhou Xingming, while manipulating Zhang Sisi in return. Unfortunately, you can't hurt me, but I can kill him. Interesting. Zhang Sisi's face darkened as she stared at him intently. As expected of the strongest fourth-tier mage from Qingshui City back then, the defensive enchantment he left behind is indeed formidable. Your absurdly high attack power is probably his doing as well, right? Let me guess, it's an offensive enchantment. Bai Shengqi felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Sisi's words showed that she couldn't see through his attribute panel at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't mistake his high attack as some kind of offensive enchantment. The biggest card hadn't been revealed yet. Zhang Sisi froze where she stood, her eyes cold and fixed on Bai Shengqi. You have the attack enchantment. Maybe you really can break through my defense. Why don't you give it a try? If you can send me back to town, wouldn't your predicament be solved? He spoke one sentence after another, clearly trying to lure him into switching targets. Bai Shengqi stared at him, seeming somewhat tempted. But soon, he shook his head with a smile. I'm not well educated, don't try to trick me. High-level professionals have many tricks. What if I fall into your trap? Wouldn't I suffer a big loss? Besides, your health bar is so long. What's a bit of damage like mine to it? He's different. If I shoot an arrow at him, he's definitely dead. As he finished speaking, the bow once again aimed at Zhou Xingming, his expression cold as ice. Choose. Should I send him back to town, or will you retreat first so I can let him go? The northern outskirts of the city were deathly silent. Zhang Sisi remained motionless for a long time. Bai Shengqi frowned. Still haven't decided? Don't tell me you don't even have a town return scroll on a third-stage player. There is. Zhang Sisi's expression darkened. But how can I trust you? What if I return to town and you kill him behind my back? You have no choice but to trust me. Bai Shengqi sneered. How about I start right now? Anyway, he's dead for sure. As for whether you can break my defensive enchantment, we'll see. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Zhang Sisi gritted his teeth, trembling. The fact that my two skills just now didn't hurt you doesn't mean I have no trump cards. Our guild isn't without fourth-tier skills either. As he finished speaking, a flash appeared in his palm, revealing a scroll. The scroll's magical power surged, clearly not cheap. Intermediate magic scroll? The ceiling strip bore 2 hexagrams, the symbol of an intermediate scroll. Nowadays, the world's rules are well established, and many items have standards. What they used before were just low-level scrolls. The seals inside contained only level 1 to 3 skills. The intermediate magic scroll that Zhang Sisi revealed sealed skills from levels 4 to 6. Level 4 might still be manageable with defensive enchantments, but for level 6, Bai Shengqi didn't have any confidence at all. Can we talk properly now? With the scroll in hand, Zhang Sisi's tone hardened noticeably. Such an item is rare and valuable in Qingshui City. He himself had only this one. I still have a guild teleport scroll. I'll return to the city with Xiao Ming, and we'll consider this matter a misunderstanding. How about that? Zhang Sisi was full of confidence, certain that Bai Shengqi would compromise. However, Bai Shengqi hesitated. He didn't want to gamble his life on the scroll, nor was he willing to let the other party walk away unscathed. All right, but leave the scroll. Bai Shengqi added coldly. You caused such a fuss. You have to compensate for something. Zhang Sisi's expression darkened, and a murderous intent surfaced. Being driven to this point by a career changer was a humiliating disgrace for him. It's okay if you don't give it. Bai Shengqi sneered coldly. I'll revive Zhou Shengming first, and once we return to the city, I'll send him again, as long as he still has life. Zhang Sisi was stunned. He knew very well that the other party's arrow would definitely be faster than his tearing the scroll. If it really came to that, the guildmaster's son would be completely finished. Fine. Zhang Sisi finally nodded. Give us the scroll after we return to the city, otherwise no deal. Bai Shengqi agreed. He was equally caught in a dilemma. If they really killed Zhou Xingming, it would mean an endless feud with the #1 guild in Qingshui City. By then, the top guild in Qingshui City would surely consider him their primary target, and more than just one third-level Falcon Master would be sent after him. Bai Xingqi clearly understood that the other side dared to be so disrespectful only because he was not strong enough yet. As long as he became strong enough, the current predicament would naturally be resolved. The problem is, becoming stronger takes time. For ordinary professionals, that is a wait long enough to despair. But he has a training room, so that time is already within reach. Therefore, at this stage, he doesn't want to openly confront the top guild of Qingshui City. The falconer hurriedly left after receiving a message. Clearly something more important happened at the guild. As long as he doesn't cross their bottom line, the chance of a large-scale crackdown on himself isn't high. With that thought confirmed, Bai Xingqi looked at Zhang Sisi. All right, but I'll take some interest first. Leave the scroll, and I want that car too. His gaze fell on the car not far away. Zhang Sisi's face was cold, and he let out a low snort. He originally wanted to take the car away, but at this moment, he dared not provoke Bai Xingqi further. Bai Xingqi did not approach, but said Dao. You can leave now. Zhang Sisi snorted coldly and took out a special scroll. It was a guild return-to-town scroll. He suddenly looked at the apprentice thief Zhang Qing beside him. You haven't undergone the second transformation yet, right? This should be your last resurrection. Zhang Qing hurriedly nodded, begging to be carried. But in the next moment, the eagle's cry exploded and steel claws descended. He instinctively tried to vanish, but it was of no use. The falcon's eye locked on directly and tore down. Amid the screams, Zhang Qing turned into white light and disappeared. Third transformation against first transformation, no suspense at all. This time, not even a corpse was left behind. Bai Xingqi's heart trembled. He understood what this meant. From this moment on, Zhang Qing completely vanished from this world. And that falconer, right before his eyes, disregarded the association's ban and directly delivered the killing blow. As expected, the so-called ban was merely decoration in the eyes of the powerful. After casually killing the apprentice thief, Zhang Sisi's expression was cold. He glanced at Bai Xingqi before tearing open the guild's teleport scroll. This move was both to silence and to serve as a warning to others. A chill ran through Bai Xingqi's heart, clearly understanding that both sides had completely broken off relations. Offending such a being who disregarded the association's ban would never end well. Zhang Sisi and Zhou Xingming were simultaneously enveloped by the radiant circular array. As soon as Zhou Xingming turned around, he entered the #1 guild of Qingshui City thanks to his strong background, and his level quickly surged to 11. The rotation speed of the circular array increased, and the teleportation was about to complete. At the moment when the light soared towards the sky, Bai Xingqi drew his bowstring to the fullest, coldly locking onto the two. Zhang Sisi was completely unfazed and threw an intermediate scroll at him with the back of his hand. Return point of Qingshui City. The light faded, and Zhang Sisi and Zhou Xingming appeared. Brother Zhang, you were too reckless just now. If the association finds out, Zhou Xingming was still trembling with fear. He never would have imagined that this usually gentle person would kill so casually. Trouble? Not at all. Zhang Sisi smiled. That's the General Assembly, not the Qingshui City branch. The rules have long since changed. He said this while dialing the communicator, his steps never stopping. Don't overthink it. Go to the Resurrection Temple to block them. Since the conflict's already out in the open, it needs to be resolved at once to avoid a comeback. The two quickly arrived outside the Resurrection Temple. The temple guard was still standing at the door. Zhang Sisi asked, "Where are the people?" The guardian glanced at him and shook his head. No one has been resurrected. What happened? Did the dungeon fail? Zhang Sisi ignored the guardian and directly walked into the resurrection shrine. The hall was empty. Only the resurrection stone was glowing. He wasn't resurrected? Zhang Sisi frowned and muttered softly to himself. Zhou Xingming was stunned. Brother Zhang, who? Who else but Bai Xingqi? Zhang Sisi sneered. Do you really think I would give away the intermediate scroll for free? Could it be? I am in Falconer. The real secret move is on Xiao Jin. He said slowly. The scroll contains a 5th-level spell, Shadow Curse, which causes continuous blood loss. Defense is useless. A third job change simply can't withstand it. Zhou Xingming's face turned pale. How ruthless is it? The guild leader has used it once. Even a 4th job paladin was worn down until all his revives were gone. Zhang Sisi looked at him. Bai Xingqi, can he match up? Zhou Xingming was silent. When Xiao Jin returns, everything will be clear. Although uneasy, he remained full of confidence. Northern City Training Area. Bai Shengqi stared at the incoming intermediate scroll, not immediately catching it. At that moment, a sharp eagle cry exploded. The falcon dove down, aiming directly at the scroll. Trying to snatch it back? Bai Shengqi's anger surged, the bowstring vibrated, and he shot an arrow at the falcon. The arrow hit the falcon, displaying -454 damage. But this bit of damage didn't shake it at all. The falcon's defense was ridiculously high. The falcon swooped down in the air, its claws tightly gripping the intermediate scroll. Just as Bai Shengqi was growing angry, he realized something was wrong. The falcon didn't fly away with the scroll. Instead, it suddenly exerted force and tore open the seal directly. Spiritual energy erupted from within the falcon, pouring into the scroll. That was the backup plan the falcon handler had prepared in advance. In the next moment, a dim light burst out from the scroll, rushing straight toward Bai Shengqi. Bai Shengqi immediately understood that the opponent had never intended to leave the scroll to him from the start. This was calculated, using the skill from the scroll to counterkill himself. 4th tier, 5th tier, or 6th tier. He didn't have time to think further and raised his hand to cast slow recovery on himself. As long as the health bar wasn't empty, he still had a chance. A dark, dim light arrived in an instant, landing on him. After a chill swept through, nothing happened. Immunity. The words popped up, and the light faded away. Bai Shengqi froze on the spot, his tense nerves instantly relaxing. An intermediate magic scroll, that's it? After calming down, he checked the skill panel. Negative resistance LV5, passive, proficiency 2023 5,000ths. He remembered clearly, it was 2022 before. In other words, that dark light was a negative status skill. It was just unlucky for it, as his negative resistance and high luck completely blocked it. This skill was directly immune, not even a trace of negative status was applied. Bai Shengqi let out a sigh of relief. It seems that training the negative resistance was the right choice. If it hadn't been for that, this time the trouble would have been much worse. He hadn't even finished calming down when his anger surged again. He was still too naive, actually expecting the enemy to keep their word. It was luck that nothing happened this time. Next time, it might not be the same. With nowhere to vent his anger, he focused on the hawk in the sky. Before leaving, the master gave it only one command. Activate the scroll, confirm the target's death, then return on its own. The scroll was already used, but the target was not dead. With its brain, it simply couldn't figure it out and could only hover in the air. This pause turned it into a punching bag for Bai Shengqi. He activated Mad Blood, increasing his attack speed by 40%, pulling the bow and shooting immediately. The arrow sliced through the air. The falcon vigorously flapped its wings and dodged sideways. The battle pet attributes of a third-tier professional are not low, so missing this arrow was not surprising. In terms of raw stats, he was indeed a bit lacking. This arrow completely enraged the hawk. It did not retreat but plunged down with a shriek. Without its master controlling it, it fought back purely on instinct. Since it was attacked, it would tear its opponent apart. Caught in the gale, the hawk blinked and was suddenly right in front of him. At this speed, he couldn't evade it at all. He wasn't planning to dodge either. The moment the hawk dove down, he pulled the bowstring taut once again. The arrow shot again. Ka. The steel claws, like iron, fiercely grabbed onto him. An ordinary first-stage cultivator simply couldn't withstand it. Zhang Qing was torn apart on the spot before. But for Bai Shengqi, only a row of dazzling numbers popped up. -1, -1, -1. The defensive enchantment held firm, and the third-stage hawk's attacks were almost ineffective. At the same time, his arrow also hit the target, causing several hundred points of damage to explode instantly. The opponent's health bar was quite thick, and this amount of damage was far from enough. But he no longer bothered to calculate the damage. Driven by rage, he shot arrow after arrow, relentlessly pressuring the hawk without letting go. With defensive enchantments on, Bai Shengqi felt invincible. Each arrow dealt only a few hundred damage, but as long as he kept it up, sooner or later he could wear down the opponent. The premise was that the hawk did not flee. Originally, it was just that he couldn't swallow his anger, but as time passed, the hawk was gradually worn down bit by bit. yet it continued to fight fiercely without retreating. That stance clearly showed a fight to the death. The reason was simple. This was not a wild eagle, but a falcon trained by a falconer. A wild eagle would retreat if seriously injured, but a falcon trained by a falconer only obeyed commands. As long as the order was not revoked, even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of blood ahead, it would still charge forward without hesitation. For the falconer, this was an advantage. But in the present situation, it became a fatal weakness. Bai Xingqi clearly felt the falcon's claw strikes becoming lighter and its attack speed slowing down noticeably. Its condition was rapidly deteriorating. The health bar was forcibly revealed, leaving only a thread of health flickering wildly. A few more arrows like this, and death is inevitable. If the falconer were present, recalling or healing could still save it. But instead, the falcon was far from its master. The bowstring twanged again. A piercing eagle cry cut through the air as the falcon dissolved into white light. Though not truly dead, it would lose a large amount of experience and levels. For Bai Xingqi, his anger finally eased a bit. But for the falconer on the other side of Bai Guang, it was a heavy blow. Inside Qingshui Castle, Zhang Xixi's face changed abruptly. Just now, Xiao Jin was forcibly sent back to the beast pet space. A flash of white light, and the falcon appeared. The body size was significantly reduced. "Is this your falcon, Xiao Jin?" Zhou Shengming asked with a frown. "Yes." Zhang Xixi struggled to speak, her voice trembling. Xiao Jin was killed once, already dropped from 3rd tier to 2nd tier. To restore his original strength, he has to be retrained, which will take a long time. In the Resurrection Temple of Qingshui City, Zhang Xixi learned from the resurrected falcon about everything that had happened in the wild area after his return to the city. Rage surged instantly. He wished he could rush to the northern wild area of the city immediately and personally kill Bai Xingqi. But he knew very well that now was not the right time. The communicator rang again, and the president's urging forced him to suppress his anger and return to the Qinghe Guild headquarters with Zhou Xingming. The Qinghe Guild building was extremely prominent in Qingshui City. As the top guild, this was only natural. Zhang Xixi met President Zhou Qingtian here. Though usually arrogant and overbearing, in front of Zhou Qingtian, he remained obedient and didn't dare to say more than a word. That secret realm has appeared again and is approaching the northern rookie area, Zhou Qingtian said in a grave tone. The monsters affected are mutating and are no longer suitable for newcomers to level up. He paused, then ordered, "Early tomorrow morning, take Xiao Ming to the leveling area in the west of the city. Level up quickly and complete the 2nd job transition." Zhou Xingming was stunned. "Dad, didn't you always say that training by yourself builds a solid foundation?" "That's fine usually, but not now." Zhou Qingtian shook his head. "The changes in the secret realm are unpredictable. Get the 2nd job transition done first. Survival is the most important." He added, "Reach level 30 as soon as possible, then go to the job transition shrine to get the attribute crystal. These 10 points of free attributes, if obtained before the 2nd job transition, will be equivalent to 100 points later." "Understood, guild leader." Zhang Xixi immediately nodded and pulled Zhou Shengming away. After they left, someone whispered, "Since the attribute crystal is so important, why not just ask to have it handed over directly?" Zhou Qingtian sneered coldly. "The job transition shrine isn't under our control. There's no need to make enemies over something that's guaranteed." "True. The guild has more important matters to attend to." "That's right. If we handle this secret realm anomaly properly, Qingshui City will experience a major boom, and our Qinghe Guild can take the opportunity to rise to a higher level, no longer stuck spinning around in a small city." The association obviously has its own calculations. Otherwise, they would have reported for reinforcements long ago, not delayed until now. Who wouldn't be tempted by an opportunity like this? It's just that they've taken a hit before, and this time they might not have the courage or strength. The initiative is now in our hands. Outside the leveling zone north of the city, the sky gradually darkened. Bai Xingqi gazed at the distant city gate, feeling heavy-hearted. He had just killed Zhang Xixi's hawk and let out a deep breath. After collecting the loot and putting the vehicle in his backpack, he found himself at a loss. Staying out in the wild at night was too dangerous. But was going back into the city really safe now? Zhang Sisi was from the top guild of Qingshui City. Having suffered a loss, there was no way they would let it go easily. It would be strange if they didn't try to sabotage. He dared not take the bus. There were only a few trips a day, and with the means of the Qinghe Guild, it would be easy to monitor the routes closely. If he got trapped on the bus, it would be like a frog in a well. Forget about a return to city scroll. He didn't have one, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare to use it. The return point was fixed. Teleporting back would be like walking right into their trap. He wasn't overthinking. He just factored in all the worst possible outcomes. But not returning to the city wasn't an option either. Selling materials, supplies, and changing jobs all had to be done in the city. After much deliberation, he could only grit his teeth and head toward the city gate, taking it step by step, hoping the other side hadn't fully set the trap yet. His heart felt heavy and unsettled. Suddenly, the sound of an engine came from behind him, and he didn't react immediately. Bai Xingqi. A clear female voice came from inside the car. He was startled for a moment, then turned his head to look. A private car was parked nearby, and a young, beautiful face appeared as the window rolled down. Hu Lioli. He recognized the other person. Lioli, you know her? There were others in the car. A classmate. Hu Lioli replied casually, smiling at him. You're going back to the city too? Get in. I'll give you a ride since it's on the way. Bai Xingqi initially wanted to refuse, but then he reconsidered and nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you. Besides Hu Lioli, there were 3 other people in the car. A boy was in the front passenger seat, and 2 girls were in the back. Bai Xingqi didn't recognize any of them. As soon as he got in the car, the 2 girls in the back kept eyeing him. The boy in the front pretended not to notice, but secretly glanced sideways. Hold on tight. Hu Lioli pressed the accelerator, and the car suddenly surged forward. Bai Xingqi's heart tightened. Soon the car reached the city gate. The city guard was stationed at the gate. Hu Lioli rolled down the window and greeted with a smile. Uncle Sun, you're not off work yet. The guard saw it was her and let her through immediately. There's trouble north of the city. Everyone has to work overtime. You should head back quickly. Don't make old Hu worry. I heard your grandfather is back too. Say hello for us. Okay, thanks Uncle Sunday. After the car left, a guard whispered in doubt. Boss, there's a stranger in the car, aren't we checking? Can't you tell who's not to be messed with? That girl is old Hu's favorite. If you mess with her, not even the captain can cover for you. After entering the city smoothly, Bai Xingqi thanked them, declined the dinner invitation, and left alone. The atmosphere in the car instantly turned cold. Lu Li, he's really ungrateful. The girl in the back row was dissatisfied. The boy in the co-pilot seat sneered coldly. We're not from the same world as those kinds of people. Don't associate with them anymore. Zhang Fengyu, are you teaching me how to do things? Hu Lioli retorted directly. If you're unhappy, then quit the team. Zhang Fengyu's face turned ashen, and he slammed the door and got out. The 2 girls in the back row spoke cautiously. Is it worth driving him away over an ordinary classmate? It's not easy to find team members. But Hu Lioli laughed, her expression strange. Do you really think I'm acting on impulse? Zhang Fengyu, I've wanted to kick him out for a long time. I'm just using this opportunity. Why? Why? Hu Lioli sneered coldly. Stop pretending. You know exactly what he's up to, don't you? The 2 girls in the back row felt a bit awkward, exchanged glances, and whispered. He's a second-generation guild member. It's normal for him to make plans for his own guild. Normal. Hu Lioli's gaze darkened. I don't oppose his scheming, but don't let it be at my expense. You know what I mean. Under her stare, the 2 lowered their heads guiltily. Also, Bai Xingqi is no ordinary classmate. If you don't know, it means your level isn't high enough. Back then, Qingshui City had 2 4th-tier Grand Mages. You all know the one from Qinghe Guild, but what about the other one? His surname is Bai. Could he be the son of Grand Mage Baiya? The 2 immediately put it together, but they quickly became puzzled. But Baiya's secret realm was lost, right? And no company guild was left behind. Bai Xingqi will probably just be an ordinary person in the future. Is he really worth your concern? Whether he's worth it or not, we'll soon find out. Hu Lioli smiled. With Zhang Fengyu stirring things up like this, I'm no longer in the mood. Tonight's dinner is cancelled. Everyone go home. After speaking, she drove away alone. Neon lights reversed outside the car window. She squinted her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. There was something she hadn't mentioned earlier. Her profession allowed her to access others' information, and with the special tool given by her grandfather, her investigative abilities were incredibly strong. Second-tier professionals were almost exposed in front of her, and even some weaker third-tier ones couldn't hide. Just now, as she passed by, she saw Bai Shengqi's information, which made her stop the car. Otherwise, even if he was a classmate and a fourth-tier orphan, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to be friendly. In their class, Zhou Xingming transferred to become a mage and was originally a more suitable candidate, but he belonged to the Qinghe Guild, so his stance was not right. To level up so many times in such a short period, and yet the attributes remain unclear. Interesting. Baya must have left him something good. Conceal LV1, passive, proficiency 23 100ths, can be toggled on-off. Bai Shengqi stared at the panel. His proficiency had increased by 6 points again. He let out a light hum through his nose. Those 6 points naturally came from Hu Liuli and the others in the car. It was obvious that those people had tried more than once to peek at his information. But judging by the skill feedback, they hadn't fully seen through his attributes. Even the level panel had only been glimpsed once. And the source of that attempt was none other than Hu Liuli, who was driving. This woman was no simple player. If they met again, he would have to be more careful. Bai Shengqi did not return to his residence. He was well aware that if Zhang Sisi decided to make a move, the first target would be there. After grabbing a quick bite, he found a small inn that didn't require registration and settled in. The inn was shabby and old, but it perfectly matched his current situation. He told himself that this hiding was only temporary. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. At first light, he left the inn and took action immediately. At a time like this, being a moment slower only increased the risk. A new day dawned, and the practice room's available time was restored, so he started training early. On the surface, it seemed like he had only slept one night, but in reality, everything had changed drastically. He entered at level 22 and came out at level 30. With a rapid level surge and greatly increased attributes, he was now standing at the threshold of his second job advancement. Fighting monsters had brought not only experience, but also confidence. Shortly after, a magnificent building appeared before his eyes. The job change temple was exactly his destination. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. This place is not under the jurisdiction of the guild or the city guard. Not even the Qinghe Guild can interfere. Stepping into the hall, a beautiful woman enveloped in white light came forward to greet him. "Hello, sir. May I ask how many times you have changed jobs?" "Second job change." Bai Shengqi couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. The white light looked so real, it didn't seem like something earthly. The woman chuckled softly and explained that she was a job change guide, and the white light was the temple's blessing aura, allowing continuous experience gain inside the hall. Hearing this, Bai Shengqi was moved inside and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The woman smiled again and continued speaking. "Want to change jobs? Follow me. We'll go to the Divine Stone to get the task." Inside the job transfer temple, the guide led Bai Shengqi towards the Divine Stone. It was his first time here, and he couldn't help but look around. "Put your hand on it." The form of the Divine Stone changes depending on each person's profession. Bai Shengqi looked at the Divine Stone. The entire stone was dark red like blood, and inside it seemed like blood was swirling. Someone just transformed into a blood mage. That's why it changed like this. The guide explained casually. Bai Shengqi nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but a huge wave was stirring in his heart. Blood Mage is a third-tier branch of mages, with strange and powerful methods. Even his father, a fourth-tier Grand Mage, once regretted not becoming a Blood Mage at the third tier. This alone shows its significance. With an additional Blood Mage in Qingshui City, the situation is likely to change. The question is, which side is he on? Thinking this, Bai Shengqi became even more anxious. There isn't much time left for him to become stronger. He followed the guide's instructions and placed his hand on the Divine Stone. The blood-red color rapidly faded away. The Divine Stone became transparent, with a clear light flowing through it, making one feel at ease. Apprentice healer? Indeed, this profession just looks comforting. The guide smiled and pointed to the light screen floating above. That is your job transfer task. Bai Shengqi looked up to check. Second job transfer healer task, level 30. 1. Complete the job change at the job change temple to become a physician. Extra reward, none. Difficulty, 1 star. He was momentarily stunned and looked at the guide. The other party was well prepared. This is the default task from the Divine Stone. As long as you reach level 30, you can directly change jobs now. It's not difficult, nor is there a reward. He paused. I don't recommend choosing this one. Take a look at the others first, and if nothing else works out, come back and choose this. Bai Xingqi continued to look further. 2. Within 24 hours, collect any 10 types of materials dropped by wild monsters from levels 1 to 30, 100 pieces each. Upon completion, change jobs to a physician. Reward. All attributes increase by 10%. Difficulty, 2 stars. This task is actually not that difficult. Materials dropped by wild monsters from level 1 to 30 are mostly low-level items like bouncing petals and red mad rabbit fur. For ordinary professionals, if they can't gather enough, they just spend money to buy them, which is no big deal. After completing the job change, all attributes increase to 110%, and the rewards are already pretty good. But Bai Xingqi was obviously not satisfied with that. The difficulty of the 3-star mission increased again. It required killing 100 of each of any 10 types of monsters from level 1 to 30 within 24 hours, all single-handedly. For professions with output skills, although tiring, it was not impossible. But for an apprentice doctor, it was different. Even choosing the weakest monsters from level 1 to 10, just fighting over monsters in the wild is enough to make one question life. Without strong team support, completing tasks within 24 hours is almost a fantasy. Of course, the rewards are more tempting. When changing professions, all attributes increase by an additional 20%. The profession change guide reminds from the side. The 3-star task is chosen by most career-driven individuals. A 20% increase in all attributes is crucial for the future. Of course, if your strength is insufficient, choosing 2 stars is also understandable. She looked at Bai Xingqi. Sir, which difficulty are you planning to choose? I'll take another look. Bai Xingqi did not rush to make a decision. A 4-star mission, but the rules had completely changed. After accepting it, you would be teleported to a dedicated space. You need to withstand attacks from one elite monster at each level from 1 to 30 for 30 minutes without dying. At first glance, this actually seemed more like a task prepared for apprentice doctors. But the reality was cruel. With the health, defense, and recovery methods of a level 30 apprentice doctor, surviving for 30 minutes under the assault of 30 elite monsters was almost impossible. Of course, Bai Xingqi might be the exception. The defense enchantment on him seems tailor-made for this task. Did his father, who paid a great price back then, foresee this scene all along? Completing a 4-star task grants a 30% boost to all attributes. But Bai Xingqi still hadn't made a decision and looked instead at the final 5-star task. The 5-star task content is similar, but the difficulty soars once again. It requires surviving under the siege of a level 1 to 30 leader level monster for 30 minutes without dying. Then, within the following 10 minutes, all must be defeated. Even more deadly were the restriction rules. All equipment, items, and various enchantment states beyond the current level were completely prohibited from use. As for how extensive the ban was, it was decided by the job change Divine Stone. This completely blocked the path for some second-generation professions. Otherwise, with so many second-generation professions in this world, bringing in a high-level large-area magic scroll would easily clear all these boss monsters in one go. 30 boss monsters between levels 1 to 30 sound scary, but they're nothing against high-level scrolls. But now, with the added restrictions, this 5-star job change task became absurdly difficult. A normal apprentice doctor without defense enchantment couldn't even withstand the first wave of assault. Even if he could really tough it out, with the apprentice doctor's pathetic attack power, it's impossible to kill 30 boss monsters within 10 minutes. Besides people like him who rely on training rooms to stack attributes to ridiculous levels, Bai Xingqi couldn't think of anyone else who would dare take on this task. He couldn't help but ask the job transfer guide. For the 5-star difficulty, has anyone actually completed it? According to the records, no. No one has ever cleared 5 stars, but 4 stars have been completed. The guide shook his head as a reminder. You can only receive the job transfer task up to 3 times, and for 4-star and 5-star tasks, there's only one chance. If you fail, You can forget about the second transfer for life. She looked at Bai Xingqi. Which difficulty level are you choosing? 5 stars. Are you sure? She was clearly taken aback. Sure. But before that, I need to confirm one thing. What is it? As long as it's within my authority, I'll answer. Her gaze settled on him, her expression no longer calm. Did the school temporarily store an attribute crystal here? Bai Xingqi stared straight at her. He certainly hadn't forgotten. 10 points of free attributes don't mean much now, but he wouldn't let them be taken without a fight. Attribute crystal? The guide's eyes lit up as he sized him up. So you're the son of that 4th transfer archmage. Bai Xingqi nodded. This matter is handled by the sub-hall master. I'll take you to see him. Soon, the two entered the inner chamber of the shrine. As the door opened, a frighteningly thin middle-aged man sat inside, slumped in a chair, his complexion pale as if he might die at any moment. Sub-hall master, this is Bai Xingqi, here to collect the attribute crystal. The thin middle-aged man repeated the name quietly, then glanced up, his gaze seeming to see right through the person. Bai Xingqi felt a tightening in his chest, but the other party had already nodded and taken something out of the drawer. Rising to level 30 in such a short time, not bad, truly worthy of Bai's bloodline. The attribute crystal was placed on the table. Take it, consider it returned to its rightful owner. He waved his hand, clearly losing interest. The guide couldn't help but ask, Deputy Hall Master, no identity verification? No notice to the party of the bet either. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. What's the point of verifying? It's a hassle. The bet's none of my business. It's just that others are too afraid to offend people, so they shoved the mess onto me. The guide nodded, said no more, and left with Bai Xingqi. Before closing the door, the middle-aged man asked lightly, what star-level mission did he take? 5 stars. The door closed, and soon even breathing sounds came from inside. Back in the front hall, the guide's attitude clearly warmed up. Xiaobai, I'm older than you. Can I call you Xiaobai? Bai Xingqi nodded. Then I'll call myself Zhu Xiaoyu, and you call me Sister Zhu. Bai Xingqi hesitated for a moment, then responded. Good luck, sister. Keep it up, I'm rooting for you. Bai Xingqi rolled his eyes. Zhu Xiaoyu lowered her voice. The deputy hall master usually doesn't care about others, but he asked you an extra question. Do you understand what that means? What do you mean? It means he has his eyes on you. In the future, your prospects will be bright. If the deputy hall master didn't clearly value this guy, sitting comfortably in the prime position of career guide, why would he take special notice of someone preparing for a second career change, let alone deliberately try to get closer? Is that so? All right, I got it. Bai Xingqi nodded, outwardly indifferent, but his heart sank. Just now, when the deputy hall master casually glanced over, it felt like a splash of cold water had been thrown on him, making his whole body chill. In that instant, he clearly felt that his panel information had been seen through completely by the other party. Whether it was a high-level or top-tier viewing skill, it left him with no sense of security. But thinking too much was useless. He looked at Zhu Xiaoyu. Sister Zhu, wait for me to use the attribute crystal, then I'll take the job transfer quest. After speaking, he immediately activated the crystal with his mental power. Zhu Xiaoyu watched from the side, with eyes full of envy. This type of attribute crystal is only sparingly given to core members by major powers, and it is an even rarer item in Qing Shui City. Originally intended for Master Bai, after going around, it still ended up back in Bai Xingqi's hands. The crystal's light dispersed, and he immediately felt 10 extra points of free attributes added on his panel. He didn't hesitate and put them all into spirit. All right, you can start accepting tasks now. But when Zhu Xiaoyu confirmed that he was taking on a 5-star difficulty task, she showed an awkward smile. Is there a problem? Bai Xingqi felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Because no one has chosen the 5-star tasks for too long, there aren't enough boss-level monsters. They are urgently being added. Bai Xingqi was completely speechless. It was so hard to finally come for the job transfer, only for the transfer temple itself to fail first. Don't worry, there will be results soon, at the latest today. You can go out for a walk or rest inside the temple. I will notify you the moment it's finished. Bai Xingqi could only smile bitterly. Having offended the Qinghe Guild, he didn't dare wander outside and could only stay in the transfer temple. He waited a whole night. They said it would be quick, but it dragged until the next morning. The temple is indeed safe. The Qinghe Guild's influence doesn't reach here. Other than wasting time for nothing, everything is calm and peaceful. The monsters have been replenished. I'll take you to change your profession. Early in the morning, Zhu Xiaoyu appeared. After the branch temple master agreed to let him stay overnight, Bai Shengqi stood once again before the profession changed divine stone. He placed his hand on it as instructed. Are you sure? Once the 5-star mission starts, it cannot be aborted before failure. Zhu Xiaoyu confirmed once again. Bai Shengqi nodded, and his spiritual power instantly connected with the divine stone. A burst of light exploded, and he was directly teleported by a force. When his vision cleared, he was already standing in a sealed grand hall. No doors on all sides, no way to retreat. The footsteps of monsters were closing in from all around. Bai Shengqi didn't rush to fight, but immediately checked the panel. As expected, the defense enchantment had turned gray and was forcibly locked. This job change task had directly disabled his greatest asset. He calmly looked at the attribute panel. The base stats at level 30 had increased comprehensively, with health and attack far surpassing before. The monsters were already approaching, and the trial in the main hall officially began. The surge in attributes made by Shengqi most concerned about defense. Under the trainee physician's growth rate, physical defense and magical defense were directly equal to 3 times his constitution. Even though the defense enchantment was temporarily sealed, 1296 defense points had already become his confidence. In terms of defense alone, he had long since crushed knights of the same level. Bai Shengqi exhaled, then looked up ahead. The monster horde was closing in, their shapes clearly visible. Large in size, familiar species, yet all were leader level. He roughly counted exactly 30. Bouncing flower, red mad rabbit, poison mutant frog. 30 leader monsters, encircling from all directions around the main hall. Bai Shengqi fought the urge to draw his bow and shoot, meeting them empty-handed. He remembered the conditions for the 5-star job transfer quest very clearly. First, survive the onslaught of 30 leader monsters for a full 30 minutes without dying. Then, all were killed within 10 minutes. If they were all killed early, the mission would fail immediately. To avoid messing up, he decided not to use weapons for 30 minutes. Not fighting back was the safest. Bayubiubiu. A familiar voice sounded. The leader-level grasshopper archer, an old acquaintance. -1, -1, -1. 3 consecutive hits, a total of 3 points of damage. No defensive enchantment, yet the opponent still couldn't break through the defense. As 30 leaders closed in, attacks rained down like raindrops. Most of the damage still only showed -1. If not for the numbers floating, he would have seemed almost drowned by the attacks. Of course, there were also more dangerous attacks mixed in. Bai Shengqi held this slow regeneration, patiently waiting for the right moment to act. His preparation was not excessive. Out of the 30 boss-level monsters, half of them couldn't break through his defense at all, and the attacks on him only displayed -1. Thanks to his high agility, miss appeared frequently as well. Among the remaining attacks that could break his defense, most only dealt double-digit damage, and only a few high-level bosses could deal triple-digit damage. With such strength, his over 40,000 HP was as solid as a rock, with no risk of being instantly killed. -159, -541, -396, +1515, +1515. The attacks kept falling, the health bar slowly decreasing, but was forcibly pulled back by the level 3 slow recovery. 505 points in mental attributes allowed the recovery speed to far surpass health potions, keeping the health line stable at all times. Bai Shengqi even had the leisure to open the skill panel and check negative resistance. Since he couldn't counterattack for half an hour, casually grinding proficiency wasn't a loss. Unfortunately, among the 30 bosses, not many carried negative statuses, so the efficiency wasn't high, but it was better than nothing. At the same time, inside the job transfer shrine, the guide Zhu Xiaoyu frowned deeply. The second job change task for a 5-star difficulty healer has never been completed before. This is not only a problem in Qingshui City, but throughout the entire world. Even though Bai Shengqi is valued by the Deputy Hall Master, she still does not have high hopes for the outcome. Inside the shrine, The job change divine stone flickers like a heartbeat, indicating the task is still ongoing. In the task space, Bai Shengqi once again casts slow recovery on herself. 30 full minutes have passed since the ambush began. Suddenly, a semi-transparent information box popped up. First phase of the job change task completed. Please complete the second phase within 10 minutes. The information faded, and a countdown timer appeared in the corner of her vision. 00:10:00, 00:09:59. The countdown numbers rapidly flickered, and 10 minutes were passing bit by bit. Bai Shengqi was surrounded by wild monsters, but without any hesitation, he directly pulled out a weapon from his backpack. A heavy steel greatsword. Facing hordes of monsters, this weapon was the most suitable. With the greatsword in hand, he promptly activated Blood Frenzy. Level 3 Frenzy. Attack speed directly increased by 50%. The next second, the greatsword swept out like a whirlwind. Rather than slashing, it was more like a fierce smash. A terrifying burst of power erupted. Damage numbers kept popping up. -1225, -1198, -1111. With one strike, more than a dozen monsters were hit simultaneously. AoE triggered, damage reduced to a minimum of 30%, but against his exaggerated attack power, it was still overwhelming. Ordinary wild monsters would have long been wiped out, but what lay before him were all leader level. Health bars of over 100,000, 200,000, even 500,000, out in the open, enough to make a fully formed team break out in a cold sweat. But Bai Shengqi was no ordinary apprentice doctor. With 432 points of agility, he swung his greatsword at an absurdly fast speed. Add in the frenzy blood effect, and 3 strikes per second poured out like a breaking flood. In just over 10 seconds, several low-level leaders consecutively turned into white light and vanished. Charge points plus 1,000. Charge points plus 2,000. He was slightly stunned when the prompt popped up. In the training room, killing monsters could actually earn energy points. Killing a boss-level monster granted 10 times the energy points of a normal monster. Among the group of monsters earlier, he happened to take down a bouncing flower boss, directly earning 1,000 points. For Bai Shengqi, this was a complete bargain. Regardless of whether the job transfer mission succeeded, the gains alone made it worthwhile. Clearing all 30 bosses would be equivalent to farming 300 monsters in the leveling zone. In the current environment with intense competition for monsters, this would take at least an entire day. With a shift of thought, Bai Shengqi's hands did not stop, swinging the heavy sword repeatedly. 3 swords in 1 second, the sword shadows layered one over another. Clearly surrounded by 30 monsters, yet at this moment he was suppressing them all alone. Energy points plus 8,000. Energy points plus 9,000. Monsters successively turned into white light, their numbers rapidly decreasing. In less than 2 minutes, only 3 remained on the field. One of them was a level 30 leader, with health reaching as high as 500,000. The other 2 survived from a distance. One was the Shadow Warlock leader, and the other was the Grasshopper Archer leader. Bai Shengqi was too lazy to bother with these 2 sly ones and decided to deal with the toughest one first. The Gray-White Statue leader, a level 30 wild monster, was known for its defense. Now, only it remained alone, so damage was no longer shared, but the kill speed was still slow. Bang! -925. With over 4,000 attack power, it only dealt this little damage. The defense was ridiculously high. He quickly recalled the reason. The opponent had rock skin. Going all out meant a war of attrition. -942. Weak point attack. -1838. The statue leader moved slowly, and he seized the opportunity to thrust his sword into the heart. The weak point was hit, but the success rate was not high. -921. -935. The battle is far from over. Sure enough, in the next few attacks, Bai Shengqi specifically targeted weaknesses, but all missed, only dealing normal damage. After a round of attacks, the gray-white statue leader suddenly emitted a gray light, and its body stiffened violently. Not just stiffened, it seemed to have completely turned into stone, frozen in place without moving. What's worse, its health bar began to slowly recover. Bai Shengqi was stunned on the spot. Regarding the gray-white statue, He had only learned about it in class. Although he was already level 30 and preparing for the second transfer, this was his first real encounter with this kind of monster. Previously, he leveled up by practicing in the training room and barely fought monsters beyond level 20. Now facing the gray-white stone statue boss head-on, he finally understood that this thing was even nastier than the books described. The current status was the active effect of rock skin, petrification. Once activated, it would freeze in place, drastically increase physical defense, and continuously regenerate health. Attacking it with physical damage would be heavily reduced. Only magical attacks remained unaffected. Watching it stand there dazed while healing, Bai Shengqi sighed and put the fine iron greatsword back into his backpack. This guy was too tough to chew through. He'd set it aside for now and clear the other two annoying guys first. The next moment, he had already switched to his usual bow and arrows. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, and lock onto the grasshopper archer leader in the distance. 3964. Nearly 4,000 damage from one arrow. As expected, bullying this low-level leader is much easier than gnawing on stone statues. Its total health is only 100,000. There's no way it can withstand this kind of damage. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and the grasshopper archer leader fell to the ground. A pile of loot dropped on the ground. Unfortunately, the skill book he wanted most, Bouncing Shot, /M, still didn't drop. The drop rate is so low it's disheartening. He gathered the loot and then turned to aim at the shadow sorcerer leader. A rain of arrows pressed down, quickly sending it away as well. The white light faded, but this time there was an extra item. A staff as dark as a shadow, seemingly without a physical form. Bai Sheng's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately stepped forward to pick it up. Shadow Staff. Excellent quality, exclusive to mage class, no attribute reduction for other classes. Level 25, Spirit 75. Magic attack plus 100, Spirit plus 15, with skill, Shadow Missile LV1. It's equipment that comes with a skill. Even if it's only LV1, it allows non-mages to deal magic damage, but the 75 spirit requirement is enough to discourage most people. Bai Shengqi was not among them. He raised his hand and aimed at the gray-white stone statue leader. 5 shadow missiles instantly fired, flickering with ghostly light. 1314, 1314. The 5-hit combo directly dealt 6570. The stone-skinned leader leans towards physical defense, making magic effects limited. Bai Shengqi laughed heartily. This equipment came at just the right time. Only one monster left. He decided not to switch weapons and brought the Shadow Staff close for a hard strike. 904. The damage wasn't high, but it was steady enough. As soon as the cooldown ended, he released shadow missiles, using the staff to strike for damage the rest of the time. A flash of white light, and the leader collapsed with a loud crash. Charge points plus 30,000. The countdown had less than 2 minutes left. Bai Shengqi exhaled a breath. The 5-star job transfer task was indeed not meant for ordinary people. A semi-transparent prompt box popped up before his eyes. Task completed, exit now? Bai Shengqi did not leave immediately, but quickly stepped forward and grabbed the glowing orb on the ground. Seeing the dropped item, his heart suddenly raced. The gray-white stone statue leader only dropped this one item, but it was more valuable than all previous loot. It was a skill book, Rock Skin. He didn't have time to look closely and put it directly into his backpack, then chose to exit. The screen flashed, and he returned to the job transfer temple. Just as he appeared, he heard a low exclamation. Zhu Xiaoyu stared at him and couldn't help but ask, "Did you succeed?" Her tone was calm, but her eyes were full of doubt. Of course. Bai Shengqi responded lightly. Just 2 simple words, yet they stunned Zhu Xiaoyu. "Is there a problem?" he retorted. She came back to her senses, forcing herself to stay calm. "No, I'll help you complete the final process." The 5-star quest that no one had ever completed was actually accomplished by him, and she couldn't hide the shock in her heart. Under her guidance, Bai Shengqi placed his hand on the job-changed divine stone. The divine stone glowed brightly. A force exploded inside his body, surging wildly along his meridians. After the shock, he completed the second job change. Unprecedented power filled his entire body. He opened the properties panel. His class changed to second job change, level 30. Health and magic surged dramatically, with a significant boost in defense. Constitution, strength, agility, and spirit all increased to 1.5 times their original values. More importantly, the attribute growth rates double. The same amount of constitution now grants double the health points. This is the real reward of 5-star difficulty. Physical and magical defense increase from constitution times 3 to constitution times 6. Even if the 6 attributes remain unchanged, strength after the second job change undergoes a qualitative transformation. The gap between the first and second job change is an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, the second job awakens entirely new professional skills, reaching a level that the ordinary first job cannot even approach. Bai Shengqi hadn't yet had time to check his skills when Zhu Xiaoyu's voice sounded in his ear. "Xiao Bai, are you ready? The deputy hall master wants to see you." She stood in front of him, her tone gentle, no longer the formalized manner she had at first. She knew very well how formidable the future was for someone who completed the 5-star task at the second transformation. The deputy hall master's repeated invitations were precisely because of this. Since even the deputy hall master lowered himself, she naturally dared not be negligent. But Bai Shengqi vaguely felt that something was off. Yet he understood the weight of the deputy hall master's position and remembered the favor he still owed regarding the attribute crystals. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Entering the office again, the skinny middle-aged man was already looking over. 5-star difficulty, not bad, he said casually. "Are you interested in joining the job transfer temple?" Bai Shengqi was taken aback and instinctively looked toward Zhu Xiaoyu. Could it be that they wanted him to be a guide? But gaining experience in the temple is ultimately limited in speed, far inferior to his training room. Obviously, he was overthinking. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhu Xiaoyu and smiled. "We're not short of guides for now, but the temple still needs hunters. Are you interested?" Zhu Xiaoyu clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Shengqi was stunned. "Hunters? What do they do?" The thin middle-aged man chuckled lightly, his tone full of meaning. "Where do you think the monsters in the job transfer missions come from? They are all caught by the temple's hunters." He looked at Zhu Xiaoyu. "Xiao Zhu, explain it to him." Zhu Xiaoyu nodded and quickly explained the situation. The so-called temple hunters also belong to the job transfer temple, but they are not responsible for guidance. Instead, they go deep into the wild to catch monsters alive using hunting balls. Monsters must first be reduced to critical health. The lower their health, the higher the success rate. The monsters needed by the temple vary in level, and without sufficient strength, one simply cannot become a hunter. When Zhu Xiaoyu entered the temple, it was precisely because of her inadequate strength that this path was never mentioned to her. After hearing this, Bai Shengqi stared directly at the middle-aged man. "But I'm a doctor. I don't have any attack skills. Are you sure you've got the right person?" The middle-aged man stared at him, half smiling. "Are you really just an ordinary doctor?" Before waiting for an answer, he shook his head. The fact that the job transfer mission is rated 5 stars already says a lot. Seeing Bai Shengqi remain calm, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, his tone suddenly turning icy. "There's a disturbance in the northern part of the city, and the Qinghe Guild has already made a move. Qingshui City could turn upside down at any moment now. I'm only giving you a hand because of your father Bai Ye's reputation. Otherwise, do you really think succeeding in the second transfer means you can live safely in the city?" Bai Shengqi's heart shook. Zhang Sisi had indeed made a move. By now, Qingshui City must have already set up traps, just waiting for him to step out of the shrine. Zhu Xiaoyu quickly asked, "Deputy Hall Master, if Xiao Bai joins the shrine, does that mean there's no need to fear the Qinghe Guild?" The middle-aged man chuckled softly, his gaze deep. In a border town, a third-tier guild can rule and dominate. But in some places, they have no say. Bai Shengqi's heart suddenly stirred. The sub-hall master did not state it explicitly, but the attitude was clear. The temple was not intimidated by the Qinghe Guild. In this situation, if Bai Shengqi wanted to survive, joining the temple was almost the only way. He had no more way out. In the end, he chose to join the transfer temple. The moment he entered the temple, he sensed subtle changes in his body. This is the temple hunter's aura, similar to Xiao Zhu's guide aura. She increases experience, you strengthen combat attributes, and it can be toggled on or off at will. After the frail, middle-aged man briefly explained their duties and benefits, he let the two leave. Only Asai remained in the room. Baya, this is all I can do. The rest depends on him. Approaching the divine stone, Zhu Xiaoyu asked if he wanted to start immediately. Bai Shengqi nodded in agreement. He placed his hand on the divine stone, and a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. He quickly realized that there were vacancies in the monster reserves for multiple job transfer tasks. The 5-star mission he previously participated in was forced to be postponed due to a shortage of boss monsters. Now that the missing monsters have been replenished, he has depleted them all once again. Anyone who chooses this mission from now on can only continue to wait. The hunter's responsibility is to fill these gaps. But since each city has different monsters and there are few people, running back and forth is inefficient. The 5-star mission for apprentice doctors is too difficult, and almost no one dares to take it, so hunters naturally give up on it first. This is what led to the embarrassing situation where he accepted the mission but was unable to be assessed. Bai Shengqi did not complain. After experiencing it firsthand, he understood that this level of difficulty was not something ordinary people could achieve. Under limited resources, prioritizing the preparation of 3-star and 4-star tasks was the realistic and harsh choice. It was foreseeable that when this batch of first-turn professionals like Bai Shengqi gradually pushed for the second turn, Qingshui City would inevitably engulf, and the pressure on the transfer shrine would sharply increase. Therefore, stockpiling resources in advance was a necessary move. The subshrine master showing goodwill to him at this moment was no coincidence. After confirming the transfer task requirements, Bai Shengqi bid farewell to Zhu Xiaoyu and stepped out of the transfer shrine. This time, he took away not only the shrine hunter's aura, but also a large number of hunting balls, along with an unexpected hidden benefit. The importance of the hunting balls goes without saying. What truly surprised him was that after becoming a temple hunter, he could set the save point at the job change temple. This was a brand new option, independent from the City of Pure Water's return point. Normally, this might have been insignificant, but now it was a life-saving trump card. The Qinghe Guild was deeply rooted in the City of Pure Water. The Resurrection Temple and the Return Point were very likely under their control. Once he returned or resurrected, it was almost like throwing himself into the trap. The existence of the Job Change Temple brought a chance for a turnaround in the situation. Just as he left the temple, reality hit him hard. On the magical information screens lining both sides of the street, his wanted poster had already been displayed. City Guard wanted. Bai Shengqi, apprentice physician, illegally killed apprentice thief Zhang Qing, currently at large, reward of 50,000 star coins. The image was clear. Anyone who met his gaze could recognize him. Logically, he could have easily escaped using the mist veil along with stealth skills. But Bai Shengqi did not conceal himself. Instead, he walked openly along the street. He wanted to verify one thing: whether his new identity as a hunter at the conversion temple could truly save his life. If not, he would immediately flee Qingshui City. After successfully advancing to the second transfer, he was full of confidence. Even if a third transfer professional made a move, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Soon, dense and rapid magical bell chimes rang in his ears. The crisp bell sounds rang out, and a huge, semi-illusory halo quickly spread across the street. The faces of the professionals on the street changed, and they immediately moved away from the center of the halo. No one in Qingshui City was unaware that these bell sounds and halo were the signal for the city guard to mobilize. The streets outside the transfer temple quickly emptied. A beam of light descended from the sky, landing precisely on Bai Shengqi, serving only as a marker, yet it was exceptionally dazzling. Everyone understood that the person being marked was the target of the city guard. The onlookers stood at a distance, whispering among themselves. So young, just changed professions, and already got into trouble? Newcomers are more dangerous, ambitious, but fragile. Once the city guard is on your tail, there's no way to escape. Daring to kill a professional, they have to be caught. No exceptions, or what will happen next? If I had known earlier, I would have reported it first. 50,000 star yuan. When the city guard arrived, everyone felt relieved and became spectators. Bai Shengqi's expression was cold, but he did not leave immediately. This was outside the job transfer temple, with the deputy hall master inside. If even here was not safe, then Qingshui City would have no place of safety. Soon, a 5-member city guard squad came running, surrounding him. Warrior, tank, archer, all were present, a formidable lineup. Yet they treated him as a grave threat, closing in step by step. It was the first time Bai Shengqi had seen the city guard apprehend a criminal up close. Only this time, the one being captured was him. Bai Shengqi, you are suspected of killing a professional. Surrender immediately and come with us for investigation. Any resistance will be met with lethal force on the spot. Bai Shengqi glanced at the 5, already having a clear understanding in his heart. A team of second-tier professionals, all of the same specialization. That was all. In the city guard, there wasn't even a single third-tier member. Logically, since Zhang Cici, a third-tier Falcon Master, lost the fight, the city guard shouldn't have sent someone so weak. But the facts clearly show they underestimated Bai Shengqi. Perhaps Zhang Cici never reported his true strength. No matter the reason, this 5-person second-tier squad simply couldn't hold him. With Bai Shengqi's current strength, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But he deliberately stayed. Leaving would ensure safety, but it would confirm his status as a fugitive. Next time, the third-tier team would likely come. This was exactly what Zhang Cici wanted. Bai Shengqi looked up and shouted at the city guard. You can investigate, but you must have evidence. On what grounds do you claim that I killed the apprentice thief Zhang Qing? The area was already surrounded by professionals. The squad leader replied coldly. There are eyewitnesses. You killed Zhang Qing in the wild. You can't deny it. Eyewitnesses. Bai Shengqi laughed. Then have them come forward and confront me face to face. The squad leader's expression darkened, and he waved his hand. Several figures emerged from behind. They were Zhang Qing's teammates, immediately shouting, He killed Zhang Qing. The city guards snorted coldly. Here's the evidence. Still want to deny it? Bai Shengqi chuckled lightly, the longbow already in his hand, his gaze locking onto those men. Think carefully before you speak. Whoever lies, my arrow will find them. Don't count on the city guards to protect you. Their faces suddenly changed, hesitating and uncertain. The squad leader roared with anger. Threatening a witness in public, you're asking for death. Just as he was about to give the order, the bowstring twanged. Whoosh. The arrow pierced through the apprentice knight, slicing through the air. Minus 11,988. The horrifying damage number appeared, and the entire scene instantly fell silent. Bai Shengqi barely bothered to pay attention to the city guards, his gaze landing on the apprentice knight, hastily raising their shield, sneering coldly. I said, once I make a move, not even the city guards can stop me. How many hits do you think you can take? How many hits can your teammates behind you take? The apprentice knight fell silent. He was the toughest in the team and clearly knew he couldn't hold out for long. As for his teammates, if that arrow had struck the 2 most vulnerable, they would already be lying in the resurrection shrine. Now, can you tell the truth? Bai Shengqi's gaze was cold, his murderous intent undisguised. The apprentice knight and his teammates finally caved in. He glanced at the angry city guards and then at Bai Shengqi, who was ready to strike at any moment, and nodded reluctantly. Yes, we lied just now. We didn't see him kill Zhang Qing. The city guard squad leader glared furiously. The apprentice knight felt bitter inside. He couldn't afford to offend either side, but if he really had to choose, he feared the man in front of him more. We really didn't see it. Even if you're the city guards, you can't force us to give false testimony. The atmosphere briefly stiffened, yet Bai Shengqi remained the most composed. Fine, even if we don't mention Zhang Qing. You attacked a professional in public with solid evidence, and you still want to deny it. Attack? It was just a spar. Bai Shengqi smiled and looked at the trainee knights. The trainee knight forced a smile. Yes, just a spar. We hadn't eaten yet, so we left first. After speaking, he quickly led his teammates away. Bai Shengqi turned to the city guards. Now that there's no evidence, what else do you want to do? The city guard squad leader smiled coldly. This person acts arrogantly and poses a great threat to other professionals. City guard, take him down. The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. The archer struck first, and the others charged simultaneously. The arrows closed in instantly, coordinated tightly enough to trouble even third-tier professionals. But Bai Shengqi was never an ordinary second-tier. He was a second-tier professional with defense enchantment built in, his stats ridiculously high. He was confident that even if this arrow hit, it would only show -1 damage, absolutely unable to break his defense. This confidence came from his battles with the third-tier falconer Xiaojin. But this arrow didn't hit him at all. An endless white light suddenly spread out, like a gauze garment protecting him from the outside. The arrow struck the white light, unable to advance even an inch, and eventually fell to the ground powerless. The next moment, a distant bell rang. At the top of the job change temple, the vast white light spread outward in all directions. Inside Qingshui City, all the professionals stood dumbfounded, looking toward the temple in shock. The 5 city guards also changed their expressions drastically. That white light actually pointed directly at them, ultimately converging entirely on Bai Xingqi. Under the white light, all attacks were completely nullified, having no effect. This power from the job change sanctuary was so strong it sent chills down the spine. The squad leader shouted in a deep voice, "City guard handling a case. Borrowing this place. We asked the sanctuary to kindly cooperate." He did not want to cause any misunderstanding with the sanctuary because of their actions. However, inside the sanctuary, a figure enveloped in white light stepped forward. It was the job change guide, Zhu Xiaoyu. Her voice was calm. "The sanctuary does not interfere in investigations. But if the target is one of our sanctuary staff, please present evidence. Do not wrong an innocent." All 5 city guards recognized her, their hearts sinking simultaneously. The squad leader frowned and asked, "Guide Zhu, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "Bai Xingqi is a hunter of my temple. If you want to investigate, bring the evidence to the table. If you want to use other means, have your company commander come to the temple in person to discuss." As the words fell, the squad leader felt as if his head exploded. This is bad. What he feared most had happened. He knew very well what it meant to be transferred to temple staff. Even though they were city guards, without ironclad evidence, they couldn't touch Bai Xingqi. The other 4 squad members all looked sharply at their leader. Neither fighting nor not fighting felt right, and the scene froze instantly. The city guard squad leader gritted his teeth, his face darkening. After a few seconds of silence, he let out a low growl. "Withdraw." The 4 men felt a weight lifted, immediately stopping and retreating. The capture halos dissipated accordingly. The crowd gathered to watch erupted in noise. They had expected to see a fierce chase battle, but this was it. Bai Xingqi stood in place, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. He won the bet. Becoming a temple hunter, the temple was indeed willing to back him up. What was originally a dead end was forcibly turned around. He could still stay in Qingshui City. Watching the 5 people retreat, he raised his hand and grabbed an arrow. It was the very one shot at him just now. Running away so fast, don't want the arrow? Before he finished speaking, he casually tossed it away. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, instantly catching up with the end of the group. -11,860. The second-tier archer trembled all over, pain rushing through him, nearly causing him to fall. One arrow, directly taking away 1/3 of his health. He was completely stunned. That was just a casual throw? The tank immediately stood in front of him to block. The archer gulped down a health potion, glared fiercely at Bai Xingqi, but didn't dare to stay and could only speed up to escape. Is that the throwing arrow skill of the triple transformed Falcon Master? No, it's a normal attack. Besides, he is a medic class. It's impossible for him to have that skill. A normal attack this fierce? How ridiculous must his attack stats be? Hitting on the fly, his agility attribute is also frighteningly high. As expected, the intelligence was wrong. We underestimated him. This man's strength is unknown, and he has the support of the Transmigration Shrine. He's no longer someone we can handle. Report to the captain immediately. The city guard squad quickly withdrew and disappeared at the end of the street. Bai Xingqi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to enter the familiar Qingshui commercial building. In the newbie department store, the owner saw him and was completely stunned. "You?" He was about to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat. Bai Xingqi walked in while smiling. "What's this?" Saw the wanted poster. "Are you thinking of snitching, boss?" The owner gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "I'm just a businessman. I only earn what I should." He lowered his voice again. "But aren't you afraid of being surrounded by the city guards as soon as you step outside like this?" "I've been surrounded before." Bai Xingqi chuckled casually. It was a misunderstanding, and the person has already left. The boss obviously didn't believe him, just chuckled without asking further. What are you buying this time? You just changed jobs, so your expenses must be high. The boss paused, then added, by the way, things haven't been peaceful in the north of the city recently. New job changers aren't allowed to level up there for now. Bai Shengqi nodded, already connecting this with the anomaly in the north of the city in his mind. No worries, I'm just here to handle some matters. Leveling up isn't urgent. This statement is true. After the 5-star job change mission, he still had plenty of resources. Soon, the two began trading, and the boss's shock grew stronger each time. The quantity and quality of these materials were not something a newcomer could produce. This is your haul. The boss took a deep breath. Even if you say it's a small guild, I'd believe it. The shop owner clicked his tongue in amazement, stunned speechless by Bai Shengqi's haul this time. Bai Shengqi didn't explain much, packed up his things, and left. The boss was equally satisfied but also helplessly said that if this continued, Newbie Department Store might not be able to handle his materials anymore. However, he proactively offered to introduce his cousin, who was the owner of a large trading company specializing in second and third job transitions, occupying an entire floor in Qingshui Shopping Mall. Bai Shengqi smiled and agreed without refusal. He was well aware that having already reached the second job change, the materials he would produce in the future would be of higher level, and Newbie Department Store, indeed, couldn't keep up. Bai Shengqi returned home after a long while. More than 2 hours had passed since he left the job transition shrine. On the way, he noticed that the wanted notice on the magic information screen had been withdrawn. The city guards acted quickly, obviously influenced by the transfer to the temple platform. In a short period, the threat from the city guards was considered eliminated. But Bai Shengqi did not relax because of this. True reliance can only ever be strength. He opened his panel. This time he gained a lot, also conveniently filling in the items he would need next. On the skill panel, a second job skill for the physician appeared. Rapid Healing LV1 instantly restores the target's health, with double effect when the health is below half. Healing Affinity LV1, overall enhancement of healing effects. The ability improvement is average, he is not surprised. The second advancement is just basic strengthening. The real difference depends on the third advancement branch. The current healer skills only make his healing stronger. To stand firmer in battle, he still needs to rely on general skills. In terms of general skills, he already has Blood Frenzy LV3 and Stealth LV1. Besides that, he has newly learned a skill, True Eye. This is a skill he has been eyeing for a long time, but he was short on funds before. Now that acquisition is imminent, it perfectly complements Concealment with offense and defense, greatly enhancing his ability to perceive others' stats. With his current mental attributes, Bai Shengqi estimates that even against third-tier professionals, he can see through their stats. Of course, this is just a guess. He hasn't truly tested it yet. Another general skill he recently learned is called Rock Skin. This skill book dropped from the strongest boss monster during the 5-star difficulty class change quest. What he cares about most right now is this skill. Rock Skin LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Additionally increases physical defense by Constitution times 3 times skill level. Can activate the petrification state, lasting for 10 seconds. Cannot move during this time. Physical defense is doubled and restores 1% of maximum HP per second times skill level. Cooldown 60 seconds. Obviously, the core of this skill is the passive defense bonus. As for petrification, the cooldown is long, and it immobilizes the user, making it a death trap if used improperly. It can only be used to save oneself in critical moments. But even at level 1, it directly doubles his physical defense. This increase is ridiculously high. Bai Shengqi walked into the training room again. A large number of charge points had accumulated here, making it perfect for him to grind monsters and level up after his second job change. Moreover, he had a question in his mind that had to be verified here. He looked at the familiar black stone tablet. The stone tablet had changed. Black Iron Training Room, LV2. Current monster capacity, 10, plus 1 for every 1,000 kills. Experience bonus, 20%. Drop rate bonus, 20%. For every 100 monsters killed, all attributes plus 2. This is the upgrade brought by changing jobs. At level 1, you could only refresh up to 10 monsters at the same time. Now at level 2, it starts at 10 and can still be increased further. Experience and drop bonuses are both doubled. But what really made his heart race was the last one. For every 100 monsters killed, all attributes +2. Before, it was +1, which was enough for him to complete the 5-star job change. Now it's doubled. This means his growth rate exploded directly. Bai Xingqi did not hesitate and immediately chose the monster. He chose the bouncing flower. He is currently level 30, and according to the experience decay rule, killing monsters below level 15 no longer gives experience. But he didn't care at all. He was farming bouncing flowers, not for experience, but to test an idea. With a thought, 10 bouncing flowers appeared in the training room. A casual swing of the refined iron greatsword turned the 10 monsters into white light instantly. With his current attributes, this is very normal. Soon, 100 bouncing flowers fell under the sword, but there was no gain. He was not in a hurry, only staring at the empty practice room below. The next second, a larger elite bouncing flower spawned. He had seen this scene before, but this time was different. Bai Xingqi tightened his grip on the hunting ball, a special tool for temple hunters. Problems followed. Elite monsters can only be captured when they are low on health, but with his casual strike, it would probably be an instant kill. The attack power was too high, which instead became a problem. He put away the greatsword, took a deep breath, and slowly approached. He extended a finger and gently poked. 1212. A flash of white light, and the elite monster disappeared on the spot. Absurd. He had been careful enough, but it was still a one-hit kill. This power simply couldn't be suppressed. One more time. Killed another 100 monsters, and a new elite, bouncing flower appeared. He silently warned himself to be more careful. This time, his fingers poked very slowly and with very light force. -287. The damage dropped significantly. The elite monster's health bar flashed wildly, but didn't die, only left with low health. Bai Xingqi breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. Bai Xingqi's heart jolted, and he threw the hunting ball backhandedly. A dazzling light exploded from the sphere, instantly enveloping the elite-level bouncing flower below. The light spun wildly, quickly contracted, and finally condensed into a point before being drawn back into the sphere. The hunting sphere made a rotation and landed steadily back in his palm. He weighed it in his hand. The weight was noticeably heavier. Without using mental power to check, he knew it had succeeded. That elite monster had been completely captured inside the sphere. Bai Xingqi suppressed his excitement and felt even more certain. The monsters spawned in the training room could also be captured. This means he no longer has to compete with others for monsters in the wild. Even if it delays monster grinding efficiency, it's worth it. After offending the city guard and the Qinghe Guild, he must leave himself a way out. The identity of a temple hunter is the greatest guarantee. Moreover, this job is not done for free. A new aura appeared on his attribute panel. Junior Temple Hunter. All attributes +5%, movement speed +10%, includes temple teleportation, cooldown 72 hours. The more tasks he completes, the more the aura can be upgraded. The current bonus is not exaggerated, but it is practical enough. The real key is the teleportation that happens once every 3 days. He tried to communicate and found that it could reach the branch temples of the 2 nearby cities directly. The range is not large, but it is a way of retreat. If something really went wrong, he could escape at any time. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and continued farming monsters. The hunting balls kept spinning in the air, capturing one monster after another. After confirming the rules, he simply unleashed everything, farming all the targets he needed and catching them clean in one go. At this moment, his backpack was already filled with over 100 completed hunting balls, containing elite monsters and boss monsters ranging from level 1 to 15. For other hunters, achieving this result would take at least a month of grinding. But for Bai Xingqi, this was just the outcome of casually farming in the training room. Bai Xingqi was in a great mood. Originally, he just wanted to complete the task, but unexpectedly ended up with a great bargain. When hunting the leader-level grasshopper archers, he had to refresh 3 times before succeeding. The first 2 were directly slain by him. One of them, however, unexpectedly dropped a skill book. Bounce shot. This was the skill he had been eyeing for a long time, and it was finally in his hands. Bai Shengqi didn't hesitate and immediately learned it. Bounce shot LV1. Fires 3 consecutive arrows, each dealing 0.8 times physical attack damage, while bouncing backward, cooldown 10 seconds. The damage isn't impressive, but being able to output damage while keeping distance makes it a life-saving skill in critical moments. By calculation, the number of general skills he has mastered already exceeds his professional skills. For someone who has just reached the second-class transfer, this itself is quite outrageous. After all, these skill books often cost hundreds of thousands of star coins, which ordinary people simply can't afford. Put hunting on hold for now, and focus on leveling up. Monsters under level 15 no longer provide any benefit to his level 30 character. From now on, he plans to grind monsters level 16 and above. He looked towards the dark stone tablet. Charge points, 400500. 400,000 points, enough for him to grind all day. Level 30. Experience, 125/30,000. After the second job advancement, leveling up becomes much harder. Even when farming level 30 monsters, you need to kill 1,000 to level up once. For regular classes, just this stage could take over 10 days. No wonder so many get stuck between the second and third job advancements, unable to progress for years. But Bai Shengqi increasingly felt that his training room was pulling ahead. He gripped the heavy iron greatsword tightly, looked at the dozen or so wild monsters that had just spawned before him, and charged forward without hesitation, swinging the greatsword down fiercely. The light at the return point in Qingshui City flashed, and 2 figures stepped out of the teleportation array. They were the ones returning from outside the city using return scrolls. A hawk cried through the sky, and a hunting falcon perched on one person's shoulder. The returnees were the falconer Zhang Cici and the second-generation professional Zhou Xingming. Brother Zhang, thank you so much. Zhou Xingming stepped out of the teleportation array, his face full of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to beat the monsters west of the city, let alone level up to 30 so quickly. The west side of the city is full of monsters above level 30, which beginners simply can't handle. With Zhang Cici, this third-tier falcon master, around, he practically gains experience lying down, his level soaring non-stop. Because of this, he truly saw the gap between himself and the third-tier professionals, and his pride was significantly subdued. The guild leader instructed, and it's what I should be doing anyway. Zhang Cici waved his hand. Plus, let little Jean grind some monsters to get his level back up a bit. Though he said it casually, his expression was not good. Little Jean the falcon had died once, and had already dropped from third tier to second tier. Even if I train now, I'm still far from my peak. To fully recover, it will take at least a few months. During this period of weakened strength, at such a critical time with the Northern City anomaly, I'm very likely to miss the opportunity. Thinking about the root of all this, his hatred for Bai Shengqi deepened even more. Let's go. Since it's on the way, I'll take you to the job change shrine. Zhang Cici forced a smile. Level 30 so fast, you might be the first in your cohort to do the second job change. Zhou Xingming was so happy he couldn't stop grinning. Along the way, seeing Zhang Cici frequently looking around, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang, what are you looking at? Nothing. Zhang Cici frowned. I reported it to the city guards before I left the city. How come there's still no one to notice? Is their efficiency too low, or do they simply not take the Qinghe Guild seriously? Zhou Xingming knew he was talking about Bai Shengqi and smiled. Maybe they've already caught the person, so they're withdrawing the wanted notice. No matter how special, he's just a first tier. He can't escape the city guards. Although he was still a first tier now, with level 30 and about to advance to second tier, his perspective had completely changed from before. He had long felt that he and Bai Shengqi were no longer on the same level. That's right, I deliberately concealed key information. It's one thing for Bai Shengqi to get caught once, but if he had successfully resisted arrest, he would only have been targeted by the city guards and would have ended up badly sooner or later. Zhang Cici smiled. Let's go to change jobs first. Attribute crystals are treasures, and I also want to see them for myself. The two quickly arrived at the job change shrine, but things went completely against expectations. What? The attribute crystals are gone. Zhou Xingming was stunned on the spot, his head buzzing, staring fixedly at the guide. Zhang Cici's expression instantly darkened, her gaze sharp as a knife. We trusted the temple to store our things. Now they're gone. Do you really dare to steal the Qinghe Guild's belongings? His tone was icy, full of pressure. Since suffering a loss at the hands of Bai Xingqi, he had been holding back his anger these past few days. Now, not even a second-stage guide was paying him any respect, and he exploded on the spot. But Zhu Xiaoyu only glanced at him lightly, her expression calm. The temple operates according to the rules. No matter how precious the attribute crystals are, we would never entertain any malicious intentions. Also, this is the job transfer temple. Please keep your voice down. Zhang Cici almost made a move. The hawk, little gold, on his shoulder spread its wings, its sharp eyes locked onto Zhu Xiaoyu. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhu Xiaoyu's mouth. White light gathered around her body, and above her head, a blurred humanoid shadow gradually formed. Cleric. Zhang Cici's pupils contracted sharply, forcibly suppressing the impulse. This profession is niche but dangerous, later able to evolve into a god summoner, capable of communicating with the divine realm and summoning unknown beings for battle. The strength of summoned creatures is unpredictable. They could be weak enough to be easily defeated or strong enough to make even third-tier experts retreat. It is precisely because they are unknown that they are the most terrifying. The woman in front of him was definitely not a pushover. Zhang Cici finally came to her senses. This is the job change temple, and he is not at his peak condition. If he really fights, the outcome is uncertain, but the consequences will definitely be bad. Losing the fight is embarrassing, but winning is even more troublesome, as it directly offends the Transcendent Shrine, with even worse consequences. He knew very well that even as a third-tier player, he had no right to act arrogantly in front of the shrine. He came from the Qinghe Guild and had heard a lot of inside information from the guild leader, so he dared not act recklessly. Just when he was caught in a dilemma, Zhou Shengming suddenly spoke up. The attribute crystal was supposed to be handled as agreed? That's impossible. I'm the first level 30 in this generation of Qingshui City. Bai Xingqi can't possibly be ahead of me. Zhang Cici silently breathed a sigh of relief. Forcing it would be too risky. Appealing to reason was the only way out. With Zhou Xingming leading the way, even the temple couldn't act recklessly. Zhu Xiaoyu responded in non-ly. The attribute crystal was indeed given to Bai Xingqi, and he did reach level 30 before you. Moreover, before you, two people had already completed their second job change. Zhou Xingming's face changed abruptly. Impossible, I don't believe it. Zhu Xiaoyu shook his head. Believe it or not, it's up to you. All the records are there. The second person is currently changing jobs and will appear soon. As soon as the words fell, the job change divine stone burst with a strong light, and the teleportation portal opened. A deafening howl sounded, and a burly figure stepped out. Zhang Cici instinctively stood in front of Zhou Xingming to shield him. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled and asked, "Is the job change complete?" "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, sister." The figure transformed into a young girl, her smile bright. Huliuli. Zhou Xingming called out the name in a hoarse voice. Huliuli glanced at him. "So you came to change jobs too?" Zhou Xingming felt tense all over. "How could you possibly be faster than me? I specifically went to West City to level up." West City. Huliuli cast a glance at Zhang Cici, her smile full of meaning. "Having a third job to carry you and mix experience, of course it's faster." Her laughter stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere turned cold. "But there's no other way. My grandfather just happened to come back and took me along to run a dungeon. The speed was just a bit faster than yours." The moment the words "run a dungeon" were said, Zhang Cici's expression changed instantly. Everyone knew the benefits of dungeons: high experience, good loot, and no need to compete for monsters. But at the same time, dungeon monsters were dense and ferocious, with danger levels far exceeding those in the wild. Without a well-formed strong team, it was hard to clear the dungeon, let alone have a newly first-level character tagging along for experience. A first-level's body was incredibly fragile. One wrong step and they'd be dead inside, wasting their revival chances. And dungeons where one could jump directly to level 30 were definitely not low level. Zhang Cici knew very well he couldn't solo this kind of dungeon. Zhou Qingtian was even less likely to organize a dungeon team specifically for Zhou Xingming. It was too low cost-effective, and as guild leader, he wouldn't do something so foolish. But someone had done exactly that. Zhou Xingming stared at Hu Liuli, feeling utterly defeated. Hu Liuli, however, was too lazy to look at him again and had already followed the guide Zhu Xiaoyu to the job change Divine Stone. Just place your hand on it and communicate with your spiritual power. A 4-star job change quest? Congratulations. Behind them, Zhou Shengming finally couldn't help but shout, I want to change jobs too. You said Bai Xingqi completed his earlier than me. What star-level quest did he complete? Zhu Xiaoyu turned and smiled. What? Don't doubt the attribute crystal anymore. Or should I ask the sub-hall master to come out and explain it to you face to face? Zhang Cici's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He immediately lowered his head. No need. Just let me change jobs directly. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to question the sub-hall master of Qingshui City. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoyu didn't say anything more. All right, wait a moment. The white light faded, and Hu Liuli completed the job change. From this moment on, she was no longer a first-time newcomer, but officially stepped into the second-John profession. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from her, Zhou Shengming instinctively took a half-step back. Both being level 30, one just having completed the first John, the other already at the second John. The gap was clear, naturally making him feel intimidated. However, Hu Liuli didn't leave. She stood in the vocational transition shrine looking at him. Aren't you going to change your profession too? Hurry up and start. I'll watch while I'm at it. Zhou Xingming snorted coldly and mocked. Do you think I choose a path easier than yours? You're really petty-minded. Hu Liuli sneered. The young president of Qinghe Guild. If he can't even complete a 4-star mission, that would be truly shameful. 4 stars. Zhou Xingming gave her a disdainful sideways glance. If I'm going to do it, I only do 5 stars. By the way, what star level did Bai Xingqi choose? Never mind, it's not important. So what if I level up a bit faster? When it comes to changing classes, I won't lose. Even without attribute crystals, I can still crush it with 5-star bonuses. These words made Zhang Cici secretly nod. He was arrogant, but his ambition and confidence matched his status. Then I'll be waiting to see. Hu Liuli's eyes flickered slightly, giving him a meaningful glance. Come over and put your hand on it. Instructor Zhu Xiaoyu led him to the job transition Divine Stone and smiled as she said, You're lucky, just in time to receive a 5-star mission. What do you mean? Zhou Xingming was momentarily stunned. The monsters needed for the mage's 5-star mission have just been replenished. Zhu Xiaoyu explained. If you had come a little earlier, you would have had to wait. Monsters can still be supplemented? Zhou Xingming was somewhat surprised. Of course. Zhu Xiaoyu nodded. The shrine isn't just handing out freebies. As she spoke, Zhou Shengming placed his hand on the Divine Stone. With a flash of light, the 5-star difficulty job transfer task was officially accepted. But as soon as the task was received, Zhou Xingming frowned deeply. Hu Liuli came over and asked, What's the 5-star task for mages? You look like you have a stomachache just looking at it. She was really curious. When she switched careers to a shapeshifter, she originally wanted to go for 5 stars, but after seeing the content, she decisively settled for 4 stars. Now with Zhou Xingming like this, it's clear that the 5-star mage is even tougher. Requirement: kill 30 level 1 to 30 boss monsters within 4 minutes, without using any items above your level. After Zhou Shengming finished speaking, he let out a heavy breath. This is ridiculous. Can anyone really complete this? Hu Liuli couldn't help but complain. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled and replied, 5-star tasks are originally meant for a select few. It's normal to pick a lower star level if you're unsure. She looked at Zhou Xingming. Do you want to change the difficulty? Zhou Xingming was provoked by this and gritted his teeth. No, I'll choose 5 stars. He wasn't impulsive. He had long calculated his strength. Not using over-level items doesn't mean one can't get stronger. He turned to Zhang Cici and said, Brother Zhang, help me take out that set of equipment. That was the level 30 top-tier set his father had prepared long ago, always kept in the guild's shared warehouse. Zhang Cici nodded, reached out, and the equipment was instantly taken out. Zhou Xingming quickly put it all on, then paired it with compliant low-level scrolls, his entire aura surging dramatically. Holding a staff inlaid with 3 magic gems, there was a newfound confidence in his eyes. At this moment, he was bursting with confidence, even feeling that he could face off head-on against some second-tier classes. Facing the second-tier Hulioli, the fear in his heart had long disappeared. But the most important thing right now was still the job transfer. After equipping the top-tier gear, he was full of confidence. Once again, he placed his hand on the job transfer divine stone and directly activated the quest. The next second, the teleportation light appeared, and Zhou Shengming vanished on the spot. The three stood in place, looking at each other, silent for a moment. Soon, the teleportation light appeared again, sending Zhou Shengming back to the temple. It all took less than a minute. Did it succeed? Zhang Sisi had just started to speak when she realized she had asked a pointless question. Zhou Shengming stood there with barely any health left, only 1 HP remaining, his eyes hollow. Failure. Without a doubt, failure. Just a little bit more, those boss-level monsters hit too hard. He whispered, his body still trembling. The truth was simple. He was killed outright by the monsters during the quest. If it weren't for the special nature of the job transfer quest, he would have run out of revives long ago. How about trying the 4-star difficulty? Zhu Xiaoyu gave her usual piece of advice. Zhou Xingming, eyes red, shook his head vigorously. No need, I can still fight. I just got careless earlier. Are you really sure? Zhang Sisi frowned. Brother Zhang, give me some low-level speed scrolls again. This time I'll kite them to death. With the scrolls in hand, he started the task once more. As the teleportation light rose, Zhang Sisi didn't feel optimistic. He already felt that this 5-star mission was doomed. Time passed bit by bit. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Zhang Sisi's heart gradually relaxed instead. At least this time, Zhou Xingming was not defeated instantly. Zhu Xiaoyu stood aside and couldn't help but start to anticipate the result. As a job transfer guide, having another 5-star job transfer candidate in the temple was a good thing for her. The higher the transfer success rate, the faster her level and benefits would increase. Time passed by second, quickly approaching 4 minutes. Zhang Sisi and Zhu Xiaoyu both held their breath, and Hulioli's expression was equally serious. She hadn't expected that Zhou Xingming, who seemed ordinary, would dare to challenge a 5-star mission, and that the chances of success were not low. When the 4 minutes were up, the teleportation light lit up, and Zhou Shengming returned to the temple once again. Just a little bit more, but those boss health bars are too long. Before the words finished, the anticipation on Zhang Sisi's face instantly vanished. Failure, without any doubt. Zhu Xiaoyu shook her head with a bitter smile. The 5-star tasks really weren't something just anyone could complete. The previous success of Bai Xingqi only created an illusion. Being valued by the sub-hall leader certainly had its reason. Sir, you only have one last chance left. I suggest choosing 4-star or 3-star, Zhu Xiaoyu said seriously. No, I still want to try. Zhou Xingming's eyes were bloodshot, his tone nearly out of control. Enough. Zhang Sisi slapped the back of his neck. Choose 4-star, no item restrictions, you'll pass for sure. I'm still not willing to give up. Xiaoming, the president has instructed at least to ensure you complete the 4-star, Zhang Sisi sighed. Only one chance left, you can't gamble anymore. Zhou Xingming fell silent. Upon hearing his father's decision, he finally nodded. Then let's choose the 4-star. After calming down, he looked at Hu Lioli and Zhu Xiaoyu and couldn't help but ask, that's about it for us, right? Someone like Bai Xingqi, even 4 stars wouldn't work. Job transfer information is personal privacy. I can't disclose it, Zhu Xiaoyu responded calmly. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled faintly, her tone full of meaning. Since you care so much, there's something I can tell you. She whispered. Bai Xingqi is already working at the job transfer temple. The boss-level monsters you used for your job transfer were all caught by him. Zhou Shengming froze on the spot, his face stiffening. Those monsters that he had struggled with all his might and couldn't defeat, even with full armament, were actually caught by Bai Xingqi. But Bai Xingqi is clearly just a medical specialist. How could he have such strength? Unless he has already undergone the 2nd job transfer. This thought made him feel even more uneasy. Zhou Xingming couldn't help but ask, can I also help the temple hunt monsters? It wasn't that he wanted to work. He just instinctively wanted to compete with Bai Xingqi. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled faintly. It depends on the temple lord's decision. We'll talk after you successfully change your profession. Are you going to change now or not? Change. Zhou Shengming gritted his teeth and pressed his hand on the profession change divine stone again. Hu Liuli, standing nearby, lost interest as he gave up the 5-star mission and politely said goodbye before leaving. She was well aware of the temple's importance and didn't dare to be rude in the slightest. Zhu Xiaoyu looked at her retreating figure and secretly sighed. This girl is like a little fox. The teleportation light lit up and Zhou Shengming disappeared. Zhu Xiaoyu was not worried. He could at least complete the 4-star mission. For a second-generation professional from the Qinghe Guild, this was the bottom line. Soon after, the light appeared again. Did it succeed? Zhang Sisi couldn't help but ask. It succeeded. Zhou Shengming answered calmly, with no hint of joy on his face. Originally aiming for 5 stars, now he had to settle for 4 stars. In his heart, this was already a defeat. Success is good. The difference between 4 stars and 5 stars is just a little. Keep working hard, and it's not impossible to catch up. Zhang Sisi comforted with his words, but inside he had no confidence at all. After successfully changing professions, Zhou Shengming, who became a second-tier mage, was clearly much more confident. He looked at Zhu Xiaoyu, his tone carrying a hint of equality. The matter we discussed earlier about monster hunting, can you help me inquire about it now? Zhang Sisi stood to the side without interrupting. He was indeed a 3rd tier, but Zhou Shengming was the guild's vice president and now a 2nd-tier mage. The respect due must be given. If he could use this opportunity to make a connection with the temple, it would only benefit the Qinghe Guild. Zhu Xiaoyu stared at Zhou Shengming for a long while. The temple hunters were indeed short of people. A second transfer mage who had passed a 4-star task was considered acceptable. If the recommendation was successful, she might even gain the favor of the branch hall master. In the end, she took Zhou Shengming and knocked on the branch hall master's office door. Come in. A lazy voice came from inside. Zhu Xiaoyu respectfully reported. Branch hall master, this is Zhou Shengming from the Qinghe Guild, a mage who just completed the 4-star job transfer. The branch hall master raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at Zhou Shengming, and showed a cold expression. Whoever is sent here, are you collecting scrap at the temple? The tone was not heavy, but it made people's faces burn. Zhu Xiaoyu felt a chill in her heart, quickly lowered her head to apologize, and tried to pull Zhou Shengming away. But Zhou Shengming couldn't hold back anymore. After consecutive setbacks today, he had reached his limit. He gritted his teeth, intending to endure it, but the deputy hall master gave him no way out. What? You call yourself useless and you don't accept it? These words were like sparks, igniting instantly. You're just born a few years earlier. What's there to be proud of? Zhou Shengming roared in anger. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Don't bully the young. Just wait. One day I'll crush you under my feet. Are you crazy? Zhu Xiaoyu's face changed dramatically as she hurriedly pulled him away. The deputy hall master, however, just smiled lazily. Fine, I'll be waiting. Let's see how you'll crush me. In the end, the two were still driven out of the office. The corridor was silent, but the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Zhu Xiaoyu wore a cold expression as she expelled Zhou Shengming, telling him to leave as soon as he finished his transfer. Because of this fool, she lost face in front of the sub-hall master and had been unhappy for a long time. Zhang Sisi caught up and asked about the situation. Zhou Shengming sneered without explaining, only warning that the Qinghe Guild would sooner or later trample the transfer temple underfoot. Zhang Sisi was startled and quickly pulled him away. Zhou Shengming grew angrier as he walked, feeling like there was a fire weighing on his chest. He mentioned the monster mutation in the north of the city, saying that he had just completed his second transfer and was eager to test his skills. Zhang Sisi agreed, but requested to follow the guild's exploration team. Zhang Sisi reminded him that the guild leader should approve of his strength. Zhou Shengming also proposed holding a class reunion as an opportunity to inquire about early recruitment news. Zhang Sisi saw through it, but didn't expose it, just nodded in agreement. Outside Qingshui City, Bai Shengqi stared at the city gate in a daze. One day after the second transformation, he had already exhausted all the energy points in the training room. He also conveniently returned the hunting ball to the temple with an absurdly high efficiency. The branch temple master only nodded as he took it, but his performance raised the master's expectations. Later, even the four-star magicians looked down on him, directly calling him trash. By comparison, Zhou Xingming naturally appeared even more unworthy. Bai Xingqi was unaware and was only checking his own attributes. After the second transformation, constitution and strength increased by 3 points per level. Mental attributes increased even more, by 6 points per level, widening the gap. For Bai Xingqi, the majority of attribute points still came from farming monsters in the training room. With 400,000 energy points, he farmed over 20,000 monsters in one go. Now, the training room can refresh 20 monsters at a time, which is the maximum. With his attack power, he could finish farming them all in less than 4 hours a day. More than 20,000 normal monsters gave him a total of 420 points in all attributes. During this period, 210 elite monsters appeared, each plus 2, totaling another 420 points. The boss monsters were even tougher, each plus 20, adding another 420 to all attributes. Not counting the monsters and the hunting balls, this training session earned a total of 1,260 points in all attributes. Level 34. Constitution 1920. Strength 1920. Agility 1920. Spirit 2042. Attributes surged, and skill proficiency didn't fall behind either. The biggest improvement was in rock skin. 20 monsters attacking at the same time. Getting hit increased proficiency. The efficiency was absurdly high. Rock skin LV6. Proficiency 2546/10,000. Passively increases physical defense by constitution times 18. Can activate petrification, doubling defense for 10 seconds, and regenerates health every second. With this kind of defense, Bai Xingqi for the first time felt that physical defense was almost flawless. The only remaining problem was magic defense. Should we make another trip to Qingshui Mall? He sighed. Moving materials too frequently does make it easy to get noticed. But on second thought, since I've already reached second transfer and my attributes are this exaggerated, I should have some confidence. No matter, carrying a bunch of materials out of town is even less safe. Bai Xingqi made up his mind, turned back into town, and headed straight for Qingshui Shopping Mall. But this time, the moment he stepped inside, he immediately sensed something was off. It had clearly been less than a day. In front of every shop, the same sign was posted. High price purchase of raw materials from the Northern Wild District, the more the better. But just a few days ago, these signs read, no raw materials accepted from the Northern Wild District. The reason is simple. After newcomers change jobs, they all farm in the northern outskirts of the city. There are so many materials that they've become common and the prices drop every day. Except for Newbie Department Store, other shops stopped dealing with northern outskirts materials long ago. But now, everything has changed. Those materials that no one wanted before have suddenly become hot items. Bai Xingqi walked into Newbie Department Store with confusion and finally heard the truth from the owner. What merchants are buying at high prices are not the original northern outskirts materials, but new materials dropped by monsters after the northern outskirts underwent changes. The two are completely different. Bai Xingqi asked further, is anyone still buying the original materials? The boss smiled. I'll take it, I definitely will. They may look down on it now, but later when they want to buy, they won't be able to. Bai Xingqi was puzzled. The boss patiently explained. These materials have essential uses. It's not obvious now because there's still stock. When they truly run out, they'll only be able to collect from tertiary cities beneath other secondary cities, and the shipping cost will be killing. Bai Xingqi immediately understood. After the mutation in the northern city, old local materials could no longer be found locally. They had to be transported over long distances, causing costs to soar. The boss took the opportunity to focus on him. Do you still have original northern city materials? I'll take as much as you have, with a 20% price increase. Bai Xingqi smiled. 20%? I have quite a large quantity here. Can you handle it? He's not bragging. This time he fought over 20,000 monsters. If it weren't for the expanded capacity in the second transfer backpack, it would have been full long ago. The boss was both surprised and delighted, quickly patting his chest. Don't worry. If I can't handle it, there's my cousin. Whatever amount you have, he can take it all. Is that so? That's good. Led by the owner of Newbie Emporium, Bai Xingqi soon met his cousin. After hearing the explanation, the cousin stared at Bai Xingqi with full suspicion. You have so many materials from the north of the city. If you wait a little longer, prices will definitely surge. Are you really willing to sell now? He frowned and added, I'll offer a premium for buying, but it definitely won't be as much as what you'd earn if you kept it until the end. Boss Wang awkwardly smiled beside them. Cousin, don't say that. Bai Shengqi smiled inwardly. These two brothers were each more down-to-earth than the other, neither looking like savvy businessmen. However, he also understood that what they said about the future could indeed come true. But to him, the immediate profits were more important. Are you really sure? It won't be easy to gather all these materials later. His cousin gave one last reminder. But Bai Shengqi knew deep down this was no problem at all. During the 5-star job transfer quest, his training room had already recorded 30 types of leader monsters from the north of the city. As long as he had enough points, he could refresh and replay at any time, with materials coming in endlessly. These secrets, of course, cannot be spoken aloud. He merely responded lightly. I've already become a temple hunter, going to other cities to hunt monsters. These materials can be easily taken along the way. The words were half true and half false, but enough. My cousin pondered for a moment and then made a decisive decision. I'll pay market price plus 30%. If you're willing to sign an exclusive supply agreement, the price is negotiable. This offer stunned Boss Wang, but he soon understood that my cousin's business was larger and not without reason. Before long, the magic scale in my cousin's store began to struggle. In the small tray, the materials piled up more and more, the weight nearing the limit. At this moment, the scale of the magic balance was pushed to its limit, the tip of the scale raised high, almost about to fly off. This scene only indicated one thing. The materials on the tray had long since exceeded 2,000 magical gene in weight. Wang, the owner of Newbie Department Store, exhaled deeply and sighed. If all the material sellers were like this brother, cousin, you'd probably have to ask a magic craftsman to custom make a new scale. The cousin stared at the magic balance and nodded heavily. Who says otherwise? Just as the two of them hadn't recovered yet, Bai Shengqi casually added, this is only part of it. The merchant brothers were completely convinced. This amount, it must be the result of a guild farming for a whole month, right? Boss Wang couldn't help but ask. Who says it isn't? Cousin repeatedly agreed. Bai Shengqi just smiled, offering no explanation. Of course, he wouldn't say that these were actually earned in less than half a day. The special boost from the training room greatly increased his efficiency, coupled with a high drop rate, resulting in a yield far beyond that of ordinary people. Give me a price estimate. I have other things I want to. Bai Shengqi took everything out. Besides a large amount of materials, there were more than a dozen pieces of equipment, 6 crystal cores, and a skill book. The cousin instinctively asked, the equipment is so good, doesn't your guild keep it? Boss Wang almost covered his mouth on the spot. If you have money and don't make it, what's with the moral high ground? No need, we don't need it. Bai Shengqi spoke calmly. However, I am indeed still missing something. What he wanted was a high-level skill book, as well as the unrestricted equipment grasshopper wings. The skill book he had gotten before wasn't suitable for him, so he didn't learn it. There's a limit to the number of general skills. You can't just assign them randomly, or the rich would have crushed everyone long ago. Money must be spent wisely. But high-level skill books are ridiculously expensive. Without selling these, he simply couldn't afford them. I do have the second-level secret tome demon-repelling gauze robe. Cousin shook his head and said, but at your level, putting all your assets into it is too low in cost-effectiveness. He was taken aback as he spoke. Haven't you just recently switched? Cousin was stunned. He actually couldn't see through this guy. Bai Shengqi was standing right in front of him, looking completely unguarded, yet as if wrapped in a thick fog, with no visible aura. With his concealment, plus that exaggerated attribute panel, not to mention cousin, even someone of a higher rank might not be able to figure out his true strength. I've transitioned to the second profession. Bai Shengqi spoke in a calm tone. I know you've reached second transfer. Wait, what did you say? Only a few days. Cousin's pupils suddenly contracted, as if meeting him for the first time. All right, you really have the skill. He held back for a long time, barely squeezing out this sentence. Boss Wang also nodded along. Indeed impressive. Cousin toned down his expression, Since you reached second transfer so quickly, it means you're not an ordinary professional. No more nonsense. Let's make the deal. Think over the exclusive supply agreement again. The price is still negotiable. Bai Xingqi still refused. He has a practice room, and he can grind as much material as he wants. Signing exclusive supply is not difficult, but it will tie his hands and feet. He doesn't want to be led around by others. In the end, he got what he wanted. The second-level skill book, Demon Repelling Veil, cost 500,000 star yuan, almost emptying this batch of earnings. The grasshopper wings could have been made by someone else using materials, which would have been cheaper, but would require waiting. He was too lazy to wait and bought the finished product directly. He didn't care how much profit his cousin made in the process. He was very clear that he was not a businessman. Compared to calculating price differences, he cared more about becoming stronger. After leaving Qingshui Mall, he immediately opened the skill panel. The newly learned demon-repelling gauze robe effect was right there. His cousin didn't think highly of it, which wasn't entirely wrong. Bai Xingqi began taking stock of his general skills. Blood Frenzy, Concealment, True Sight, Rock Skin, Bounce Shot. Add Demon Bane Veil, and that makes 6 exactly. This is already the upper limit for a second job class. In this world, you start with the ability to learn 2 universal skills, gaining 2 more with each job change. For the second job, the theoretical maximum is 6. But he only learned a secret at the job change shrine. Those who complete a 5-star job change get hidden rewards. The cap on universal skills increases by 1. As for why this bonus wasn't mentioned when accepting the task, the Deputy Hall Master explained straightforwardly. Since it's a hidden bonus, it naturally wouldn't be explicitly stated. He had just remembered it and added a comment to prevent Bai Xingqi from overthinking. After speaking, he specifically reminded Bai Xingqi not to spread this news, and the reason was simple: to maintain a stable working environment. In the Deputy Hall Master's view, once the news got out, regardless of strength, all professionals would rush to the 5-star job advancement tasks. Even if they knew they couldn't pass, they would still try, hoping for a lucky break. After all, having 1 more universal skill slot is too tempting a boost in power. The result would only be a massive number of failures, wasting the monsters allocated for the 5-star tasks, wildly depleting the reserves of the job advancement shrine. By then, no matter how many hunters there were, it wouldn't hold up. Bai Xingqi was clear in his mind. He didn't want to hunt intensively every day either, as that would seriously disrupt his leveling and strengthening rhythm. But he still asked, hiding it like this isn't fair to other professionals, right? The sub-hall master sneered in response. Even if we told them everything, no one could pass. Most people can't even complete 4 stars. Someone like you who can pass 5 stars is 1 in 10,000. Having been complimented like that, Bai Xingqi no longer dwelled on it. Confident people will naturally try. Those who don't even dare to try simply don't qualify to pass the assessment. Before leaving, he confirmed again. So how much is the hunter's halo still lacking? Soon, I've noted your efficiency. The deputy sect master waved his hand. The Qingshui City Job Fair has been moved up the day after tomorrow. The temple will participate. Remember to come back and join Xiaozhu. After leaving the job transfer temple, Bai Xingqi suppressed his distractions and looked at the skill panel again. There were still 2 days before the job fair, so he had time to keep getting stronger. Anti-Demon Silken Robe LV1, Proficiency 0.001. Upon use, it grants the user a layer of Anti-Demon Silken Robe, greatly increasing magic defense and magic attack, but consumes a large amount of HP per second. It automatically shatters when HP falls below 30% and has a 60-second cooldown. After reading the skill description, Bai Xingqi finally understood why that cousin looked so disgusted. This skill is indeed powerful, but its cost is harsh, and its use is restricted everywhere. For ordinary newly second transferred professionals, consuming 2,000 HP per second is almost a fatal burden. Fragile classes can't hold out for more than a few seconds before having to turn it off. Originally intending to rely on it to withstand magic damage, the skill ended up draining HP instead, so the cost-effectiveness is naturally low. But the problem is, Bai Xingqi isn't an ordinary person. Now with hundreds of thousands of HP at hand, losing some HP per second is just a drop in the bucket, and with the physician class, he can fully recover while losing HP. as long as he is willing. He can even maintain the demon-repelling silk cloak continuously for a long time. This skill is simply tailor-made for him. It is precisely because of this that he took action early and secured the secret manual into his possession. Besides the demon-repelling gauze garment, he also acquired the grasshopper wings and some low-level consumables. Although the latter offer limited upgrades, they make leveling up much smoother. The next moment, an itch on his back made a pair of translucent wings unfold. With a flap of the twin wings, his body instantly soared, gliding over a height of more than 10 meters. When he landed, he was already 200 meters away, all in the blink of an eye. Bai Shengqi felt immensely pleased. This gliding ability doesn't enhance offense or defense, but whether chasing or fleeing, it can be considered a divine skill. Moreover, when equipped by him, its effect far surpasses that on others. Grasshopper wings. Quality, exquisite. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, 25. Attribute requirement, none. Glide, can glide at a low altitude for a distance. Altitude is agility/100. Distance is agility/10, limited by equipment cap, cooldown 10 seconds. With his absurd attributes, his glide altitude and distance far exceed those of ordinary people, and he has not yet reached the limit. This is Bai Shengqi's first piece of refined equipment, priced as high as 80,000 star yuan, more expensive than many first-tier skill books. Even if ordinary professionals covet it, they can only gather materials to slowly make it. When their level rises, such special effects are often abandoned outright. So those who truly possess the grasshopper wings are actually few. Bai Shengqi didn't think much and prepared to leave the city to grind monsters and accumulate charge points. After hearing the Deputy Hall Master's intelligence, he temporarily avoided the mutation zone north of the city and instead headed west. No matter how strong you are, there's no need to go and die without any intel. When he reached the West City Gate, he didn't cover his face and swaggered right through. After going through that incident with the city guard, he developed a bit of a twisted sense of humor. He stood in front of the gatekeeper and loudly reported, "Bai Shengqi, leaving the city for level training, not intending to attack professionals. I repeat, not." With that one sentence, the city gate erupted in commotion. Is this guy crazy? Would someone really announce it before doing something bad? Probably a newbie, coming to the west side of the city just to get themselves killed. The city guard glanced at him, but still waved him through. The wanted notice is a misunderstanding. Don't cause trouble now. The bigger picture matters. Bai Shengqi smiled, confirmed that the temple had already been informed, and happily left the city. As for the bigger picture, can that thing be eaten? The sound of an exhaust pipe came from behind, and a private car suddenly stopped right next to him. The car window rolled down, and Hu Liuli poked her head out, smiling warmly. "Bai Shengqi, what a coincidence to run into you. I heard you've also done the second transfer? Not many classmates have reached the second transfer. Why don't we team up to level?" Bai Shengqi squinted and smiled. "You've been following me all the way, and you call this a coincidence?" On the way to the west side of the city, he had already sensed someone watching him. Using his true insight, he looked and sure enough, it was Hu Liuli. She was the granddaughter of a powerful figure, a well-known second-generation professional in Qingshui City. And she had also completed the second transfer. Bai Shengqi knew clearly in his heart that apart from himself, no one else had easily soloed this far. If it were an ordinary doctor, being invited to form a team would be a good thing. But he has the secret training room and doesn't want to get involved with people whose motives are unclear. "No need. I'm used to leveling up alone." He refused outright. "Not forming a team is fine too. I'll give you a ride. It's still far from the leveling area here." Hu Liuli refused to yield. "I have a vehicle too." Bai Shengqi was ready to show the vehicle in his backpack, decisively ending her thought. That vehicle's origin was complicated. Even Boss Wang's cousin didn't dare to take it. "I know some things about the secret realms, like the last expedition team to Qingshui City." Hu Liuli suddenly threw out this sentence. "You know?" Bai Shengqi's expression tightened, and he stepped forward. "Get in the car first." She smiled confidently. The secret realm expedition team involved his father, which was what Bai Shengqi cared about most. He was silent for a moment, then opened the passenger door. "I hope you're not fooling me. What about those few people in the back?" He looked at the empty back seat and asked. "One was too troublesome, so I kicked him out. The other two are still begging at home, so they can't advance to the second stage for now. Hu Liuli replied casually, but she never mentioned anything about the Secret Realm expedition team. Bai Shengqi cared in his heart but forced himself not to ask, so as not to be led by her. Sit tight, I'm driving now. Hu Liuli smiled fully, pressed the gas pedal, and the car roared forward. The thrill lasted only for a moment. The next moment, a huge shadow loomed overhead. An unknown giant object fell from the sky, pressing down on the car roof, and at the car's speed, it was impossible to escape the area. At the life-and-death moment, Bai Shengqi no longer hesitated, kicked the car door open, and tore off the seatbelt. The grasshopper wings on his shoulder blades unfolded. He skimmed at low altitude and instantly flew nearly 200 meters away. This distance is enough to save his life. As for Hu Liuli, he did not look back to pull anyone along. First, he was afraid of being implicated. Second, he had already become suspicious. Just got in the car and was attacked. Was it specifically targeting this vehicle? Thinking of her previously insisting on inviting him into the car, Bai Shengqi's gaze turned completely cold. In the blink of an eye, he had landed and looked back. Boom! A tremendous sound shook the ground as a large, square block of rock and soil fell, crushing and collapsing an area dozens of meters wide. Dust rolled as the ground sank. The car was crushed into a heap of scrap iron. Not far from the west gate of Qingshui City, the city guards were alarmed and rushed out in force. The block of rock and soil falling from the sky soon crumbled and disappeared. Only the collapsed ground remained, proving that what happened just now was not an illusion. At the center of the collapsed ground, there was only a thin layer of debris left, from which the outline of a private car could barely be seen. If there had been anyone inside the car, their fate would have already been sealed. Under such an attack, not to mention ordinary people, even second-tier professionals would not survive. Being instantly killed was entirely reasonable. The city guards of Shimen rushed over, shouting as they ran. What happened? What just occurred? Someone noticed Bai Shengqi nearby and immediately demanded. You sure ask quickly. I was sitting quietly in the car when I was attacked at the city gate. Is the city guard taking money but not doing their job? Several city guardsmen's faces turned red. These words hit a sore spot for them. The attack happened right under their noses, making them both angry and frustrated. This is bad. This is old Master Hu's granddaughter's car. Someone said quietly after checking the wreckage. It looks like the person was killed and sent back to the city. If the old man gets angry, even the captain won't be able to handle it. I'm more concerned about something else. A city guard looked at the place where the huge rock disappeared, his voice tense. That was a 5th-level spell just now. Earthfall. Not many people can use it. Maybe it was a scroll. Those who can afford such scrolls are also rare. Qingshui City is probably going to fall into chaos. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. A city guard turned to Bai Shengqi. Sorry, please go back and cooperate with the investigation. What investigation? I'm a victim too. Bai Shengqi shook his head. I still need to leave the city to level up. No time to mess around with you guys. What's your attitude? Someone shouted angrily. You're the only one who survived on the scene. I have reason to suspect you. Please cooperate. Wasn't the previous lesson enough? Bai Shengqi's eyes turned cold. A bow appeared in his hand. He wasn't bluffing. If he really decided to act, he would definitely dare to go all out. Having undergone the second transformation and holding a position in the temple, that was the source of his confidence. His previous experiences had made him see clearly that the city guard of Qingshui City and the professional association were long since anything but neutral. The Qinghe Guild was deeply rooted in the city, with its influence penetrating everywhere. In such an environment, weakness only invites being trampled on. Only those with strong power and a ruthless attitude could be feared by others. Bai Shengqi's toughness made several city guards hesitate. They neither had the confidence to take him down nor the courage to actually make a move. Howl! At this stalemate, a roar that shook the soul suddenly rang out. Everyone looked on as the car, crushed into a thin sheet, slowly bulged and then exploded with a roar. A figure leapt out. It was a giant cat, half a person tall, with sleek lines and a powerful presence, except it dragged 2 tails behind it. Monsters! Bai Shengqi instinctively drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Wait, it's me. A familiar voice sounded, the giant cat vanished, and in its place stood a girl. It was none other than Hu Liuli, who should have been crushed to death. You're not dead? What was that just now? Hu Liuli glanced at the city guards and spoke up. Three-tailed demon cat, one of my shapeshifter forms. 3 tails. Bai Shengqi's expression changed slightly. Hu Liuli no longer concealed it. The 3-tailed demon cat has 3 chances to die in place of me. Using one costs 1 tail, and this number is for life. Once they're used up, they're gone. It's like having 3 extra lives, absurdly alarming. She added coldly. The premise is that you must switch forms in advance, and once the 3 uses are consumed, this form disappears permanently. This attack had already made her lose 1 chance for nothing. Anger surged in her eyes. That was an irreparable weakening. So are you still going out of town to level up? Bai Shengqi asked again, quite inappropriately. Of course I am. Hu Liuli trembled with anger and took out the communicator from her backpack. As soon as the communication connected, her voice immediately turned soft and pleading, her eyes red. Grandpa, someone is bullying me. As soon as the communication was cut off, she instantly fell silent, and the tears vanished too. All right, let's go. The matter's settled, back to leveling up. Bai Shengqi looked incredulous. Just a call solved it? Were you stunned by the hit just now? With a hit like that, your head could have been split open. Hu Liuli gritted her teeth. People like you definitely have no friends. At this moment, several city guards quickly interrupted. Miss Hu, leave this matter to the city guards. Don't disturb old Master Hu. Oh dear. Sorry, I got anxious and already told grandfather. She apologized with her mouth, but there wasn't a trace of remorse on her face. The city guard smiled and said, it's only natural. Miss Hu, please try to persuade old Master Hu. Don't worry, we'll handle it immediately. That's impossible to persuade. Hu Liuli shrugged. Why didn't you stop them right away just now? The expressions of the city guards instantly turned sour. They knew very well that no one could stop that old gentleman. Because he is called the Fiery Lion. Who dares to bully my little Liuli? A rumbling sound exploded from the direction of Qingshui City, and a blaze like a fiery cloud surged through the sky. A scorching wave of heat hit, and a giant lion engulfed in flames stepped down from the air. Bai Shengqi's heart tightened, and information instantly surfaced. Hu Tu, a 4th-level shapeshifter, strongest form, flaming frenzied lion. He earned his reputation single-handedly, and no matter how old he is, he commands fear from all the forces in the city. Bai Shengqi couldn't help but mutter. This professional awakening, does it really carry heredity? Just as Bai Shengqi was thinking that his granddaughter Hu Liuli was also a shapeshifter, his mind was cleared by the roaring flames rushing towards him. Xiao Liuli, are you all right? Are you hurt? Who dares to provoke me? Who too? The first sentence was full of concern, but the next directly targeted the city guard, instantly heightening the pressure. Even in shape-shifting form, the 4th stage Hu Tu remained clear-headed, but the recently 2nd stage Hu Liuli could not. In her 3-tailed demon cat form, she could only growl softly, unable to speak. The raging lion hovered in midair, with flames rolling around. Several city guards, stared at by the lion's eyes, felt their legs go weak. This was their first time facing the legendary combat form directly. Grandpa, this is the 5th-level magic rock and earth descend. The ground was smashed like this. Hu Liuli was unafraid, pointing at the collapsed ground as she explained. Rock and earth descend. The fierce lion lowered his head to examine it, his tone cold. This power doesn't seem like a scroll. Looks like I'll have to visit those few people one by one. He then looked at Hu Liuli. Want to come along? No, I'm heading out of the city to level up. I can't fall behind. I don't want to embarrass you at the alumni and job fairs. All right, you can't become strong without going through storms. With Grandpa here, go ahead and take on the challenge with confidence. After speaking, he ignored the city guards and turned to leave. Just as Tai Yan was about to leave, his gaze landed on Bai Shengqi and abruptly stopped. Clearly only level 30, yet the attributes were all blurry. The wild lion crouched slightly, the blaze hesitated. This was an instinctive reaction before an attack. This little guy had stirred a long-lost fighting spirit within him. Grandpa, he is my classmate. We're going out of the city to level up together. Hu Liuli quickly explained. Oh, Hu Tu came to his senses, gave a self-mocking smile. let out a lion's roar that shook the sky, and stepped on the flames, leaving far behind. Only then did the city guards dare to catch their breath, their heads drenched in cold sweat. Hurry and report to the captain. Qingshui City is really having a troublesome season. I really don't want to do this job anymore. At this time, Hu Liuli and Bai Xingqi had already left the city. The previous vehicle was crushed into a thin sheet, yet she took out another new vehicle from her backpack space with a flick of her wrist. Bai Xingqi stared at it for a long time, feeling the gap between a regular person and a second-generation heir cut deep. Any one of such vehicles would cost hundreds of thousands of Xingyin casually. He had been grinding in the training room for so long, and his entire fortune barely sufficed. And he would rather spend money on power than on buying a car. You still dare to drive? Aren't you afraid of being ambushed again? What's there to be afraid of? With my grandpa around, anyone who dares to make a move will definitely be caught and beaten into a pig's head. Bai Xingqi shook his head indifferently. If real danger came, he could still run using his grasshopper wings. He kept forming teams only to extract information about the secret realm strategies. Asking Leisure directly was too risky. The oppressive aura of such a fourth-tier powerhouse made him instinctively wary. Before his strength improved, he could only endure. We agreed. Only team up today. After that you have to tell me the news. All right. As if I'm begging you to help me level up. Hu Liuli agreed readily. It wasn't until the first monster fell in the western city leveling area that she realized something was wrong. Whoosh. -17560. The level 31 monster instantly turned to light. Hu Liuli was stunned on the spot. This kind of monster has just over 100,000 HP. Even ordinary second-tier professionals would take several minutes to wear it down. But Bai Xingqi cleared the field with just a few arrows. It was simply outrageous. Aren't you a doctor? Why are you like an archer? She frowned and stared at him. Even a newly second-transferred official archer shouldn't have this kind of damage, right? Hu Liuli was completely stunned. At first, when she sensed the opponent's hidden strength, she had the thought of trying to win him over. But now it seemed that his power far exceeded her expectations. Hu Liuli couldn't figure out Bai Xingqi's attributes, so she focused on the bow in his hand. Is this bow covered with jewels and enhanced to the limit as a top-quality weapon? The more she said it, the more reasonable it seemed. With your father's skills, it makes sense for him to leave you such a weapon. Bai Xingqi just smiled and said nothing. If the other party is willing to misunderstand, it conveniently saves him trouble. Moreover, he only used 50% of his strength just now. Hu Liuli suddenly wondered if the monster was just too fragile. She was directly recommended by her grandfather to the second transformation and hadn't personally fought a level 31 monster at all. Let me take the next one. Bai Xingqi put away his bow and stood to the side, waiting to watch the show. He also wanted to see the shapeshifter's skills. But Hu Liuli remained motionless for a long time. Bai Xingqi raised his eyebrows. Afraid I'll see your form. She was provoked and her expression darkened. A white light instantly enveloped her body. As the glow faded, she had changed her appearance. Bai Xingqi stood there stunned with his mouth open. He thought she would turn into a three-tailed demon cat. But she remained in human form, only with more toned muscles. The problem was on her head. Two pure white bull horns had grown on top of her head. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Minotaur. Bai Xingqi coughed dryly. Hu Liuli's face flushed red with embarrassment. This was exactly why she was reluctant to show her combat form. It's not like I chose it myself. She grit her teeth and explained. Shapeshifters' forms inherently have some randomness. In her three-tailed demon cat form, she couldn't speak, but the Minotaur is a humanoid half-shapeshift. Even though it's only second stage, communication is still possible. If it weren't for the fact that Tauren were better suited for group monster grinding, she wouldn't have been willing to look so embarrassing. The shame was quickly suppressed. Let's see how strong these monsters are. Hu Liuli in Tauren form bulged with muscles, striding forward wielding a wolf-tooth club. Boom! Earth split. Damage numbers popped up, and the monsters screamed in agony. This output had long surpassed an ordinary second-tier transfer. But to Bai Xingqi, it still wasn't enough. The Minotaur's strength was astonishing, but it was heavy and slow, needing a long pause after each strike. By the time she finally finished one, Bai Xingqi was nearly bored. If the second advancement was at this level, then he could indeed walk arrogantly. Hulioli was both angry and frustrated. Even with all the top-tier gear activated, she was still being crushed. Let me see that bow of yours. Just how top-tier is it? Bai Xingqi shook his head with a smile. Forget it. I'm afraid it might scare you. His tone shifted as he gave a direct order. Hurry up and grind. Give me the intel once the task is done. I don't have time to play with you. She couldn't argue back this time. Change back into the three-tailed demon cat and tank the mobs. I'll handle the damage. Whoosh. An arrow flew out, and terrifying numbers exploded above the monster's head in the distance. His decision was naturally confident. Teaming up with Hulioli means splitting the experience, and even with bonuses, it's still slower than him farming solo. But Bai Xingqi didn't mind. His experience mainly came from the training room. He only came to the wild to farm charging points. If that's the case, the monsters had to die by his hand. Hulioli's Minotaur form had decent damage output, but in his eyes, it was still not impressive. Better to switch to the three-tailed demon cat, fast and responsible for pulling monsters. Seeing Hulioli still standing still, he spoke impatiently. What are you still dawdling for? With your damage output, you want to slowly scrape the scales off. Hulioli wanted to retort, but found she had nothing to say. Compared to him, I really felt like I was just scraping therapy. A flash of light shimmered on her body as she directly transformed. Howl! The demon cat with only two tails flickered and swiftly darted in all directions. The training area in the west of the city instantly fell silent. Many trainers watched the demon cat rush past, their faces darkening. They quickly recognized that this was the form of a morphing master. The problem was, this demon cat was playing unfairly. Using its speed advantage, it lured monsters away everywhere. The monsters had just respawned, and before they could even make a move, they crazily started chasing the demon cat. One or two would be fine, but all the monsters within the range ran after it. Even though they were being heavily attacked from behind, the aggro couldn't be pulled back. I get it, it's the howl. Someone suddenly realized. That's the three-tailed demon cat's skill, Whip Howl, specifically made to draw aggro. Monsters that hear it get agitated and relentlessly chase the caster. But why are we unaffected? Maybe skills can select targets, or perhaps as intelligent humans, we are less affected. Everyone nodded, but felt even more depressed. Being constantly pulled by monsters like this, they simply couldn't level up. The three-tailed demon cat, pulling monsters everywhere, was none other than Hulioli. After Bai Xingqi activated Mad Blood, his attack speed skyrocketed, and his output was overwhelming. Even using only half his strength, ordinary monsters couldn't last more than a few seconds. Hulioli realized that no matter how many monsters she pulled, she couldn't keep up with his kill speed. This hurt her pride. She gave up all reservations and directly unleashed Whip Howl. With the large area skill unleashed, the efficiency in attracting monsters skyrocketed, completely igniting the anger of the crowd. Brother, it's fine to attract monsters, but save some for us. Someone tried to negotiate. But Hulioli, in her demon cat form, couldn't speak at all and was too lazy to bother. Meow. With a swipe of the cat's paw, the warrior blocking the way was directly hit. 2456. Triggered bleeding at the same time. 400. 400. Health continues to drop. There's no saving the health potion now. Hulioli still feels it's not enough, but the warrior has already been frightened. This kind of damage, he can only deal it with his ultimate skill. But for her, it was just a normal attack. The warrior hesitated and stopped, not daring to block anymore. Hulioli swept straight past, not someone he could stop in the first place. She was just making an example out of a warning. The effect was immediate. More than half of the pursuing professionals stopped. These second-tier professionals around level 30 were stunned by her claw. With the guild ban in place, no one dared to kill professionals casually. Not killing, just fighting would only waste potions and items with no gain. Many considered themselves unlucky, shaking their heads and leaving to try other spawn points. But some were not convinced. Several leveling teams were repeatedly provoked by the three-tailed demon cat. Unable to let it go, they fiercely pursued it. The demon cat's single claw could deal 2,000 to 3,000 damage. That's true, but it wasn't completely untouchable. They wanted to surround it and trap the cat to give it a good thrashing. But reality was cruel. The three-tailed demon cat was outrageously agile. The group could barely keep up, let alone surround it. If it hadn't been luring monsters along the way, it would have disappeared long ago if it tried to escape at full speed. In the end, the group was led to the end point of the monster lure. Ahead, an archer stood steady, outputting arrows continuously, harvesting the monsters piece by piece for experience. It was Bai Xingqi, so there was someone farming monsters from behind. This is too much. A single archer dares to hog the whole area? Attack him, teach him a lesson. In the team, two second-tier thieves immediately turned invisible and approached Bai Xingqi. They didn't intend to kill him, just wanted to teach this archer a lesson to not be so greedy. But Bai Xingqi had already noticed. The moment the others turned invisible, he had already activated the true inside eye. The LV5 true perception eye, combined with his exaggerated mental attributes, rendered invisibility ineffective. In his field of vision, two translucent figures were swaggering toward him. The two thieves were completely unrestrained, fully confident in their invisibility. They were convinced that a newly second-transformed archer couldn't see through their invisibility. Even if the opponent could pierce through invisibility, without sufficiently strong mental attributes, they simply couldn't be seen through. And an archer, even more so, could never have such mental strength. The two thieves, full of confidence, quietly closed in, ready to strike him up close. But they began to hesitate, wondering if a heavy blow would immediately kill him, violating the forbidden rules. Thought it through thoroughly, but saw too shallowly. Just as they approached Bai Xingqi, two arrows came flying straight at them. The speed of the arrows was astonishing, one for each, aimed precisely at the chest. How could he lock onto us? Could he see through invisibility? The thought just arose, but their bodies had no time to react. No matter how high their agility, it was meaningless against Bai Xingqi's terrifying accuracy. The arrows pierced through, damage numbers exploded, and their health instantly dropped by 1/3. With their current health, getting hit by two more arrows would force them to recall on the spot. Mistake. It's a misunderstanding. The two immediately appeared, raising their hands to beg for mercy. Bai Xingqi drew his bowstring to the fullest and said coldly, "Since it's a misunderstanding, why don't you leave?" The thieves' hearts raced wildly, and they turned to flee, while the others scattered in fear. Meow. The three-tailed cat demon let out a low, hoarse cry, full of shock. The monster turned into white light, and the experience points surged wildly. Hu Lioli no longer complained and obediently followed Bai Xingqi, sweeping through the wild zone, clearing monsters from level 31 to 45 completely. Happiness is always short-lived. When Hu Lioli reached level 33, the ringtone sounded, and Bai Xingqi immediately stopped. Let's call it a day. The sky was turning dark. He deliberately restrained half of his attack power, but found that the charging efficiency was not slow at all, even comparable to solo grinding. There was only one reason. Hu Lioli's three-tailed demon cat was too good at drawing aggro. A wide-range taunt, combined with agile moves and 3 death replacements, almost minimized the risk. Bai Xingqi stood still, outputting like an arrow tower, and the monsters fell in waves. Having farmed thousands of monsters in one day, Hu Lioli advanced from level 30 to 33, and he also leveled up to 36. The pure efficiency in the wild even surprised him. Is it over already? It's not even dark yet. Let's head back to the city and wrap this up. Hu Lioli was clearly reluctant. Bai Xingqi remained unmoved. I'm out of arrows. He looked at her. Besides, you should share the news now. I can send arrows. Before she finished speaking, his gaze silenced her. All right. Hu Lioli suppressed her smile. I also heard it from Grandpa. The one who truly knows the inside story is Zhou Qingtian, the president of the Qinghe Guild. Get to the point. With Bai Xingqi's imposing aura pressing down, Hu Lioli had reverted to human form, cold sweat breaking out, and could only speak directly. Back then, when the Secret Realm incident happened, with the association's tacit approval, Zhou Qingtian led the outer squad to retreat and didn't support the frontline assault team. The assault team ultimately fell entirely. She paused for a moment. But many suspect they might not all have died, because over all these years, no one has ever resurrected and returned to the city, which is abnormal. To find out the truth, you either have to find Zhou Qingtian or enter the Secret Realm again. Hu Lioli whispered. And this time with the mutation in the north of the city, various forces have already started to move. Hu Liuli glanced at Bai Xingqi and tentatively spoke. Do you want to join my grandfather's Beasts Guild? When that secret realm opens, the guild will definitely participate. The words were sincere, but Bai Xingqi showed no reaction, only replying Dendon Ly. It's getting dark. Aren't you going back to the city yet? Hu Liuli was stunned for a moment, but still unwilling to give up. Aren't you coming with me? No, I'm too poor. I still need to pick up the drops. You're not going to compete with me for them, are you? Hu Liuli rolled her eyes directly. She had been helping collect all the drops on the way leveling up, and now he's suddenly being possessive? She was too lazy to argue further, took out a town return scroll, and used it on the spot. With a flash of white light, she vanished. After she left, Bai Xingqi turned around and looked toward the depths of the western wild area of the city. He distracted Hu Liuli, never for the sake of those few drops. This trip out of the city was meant to farm samples from all the wild monsters. It was just that with someone around, he didn't want to reveal his strength. Now no one was here. Without hesitation, he stepped into the level 46 wild monster zone. The healing staff came down. -33758. The monster's health bar instantly dropped by a significant portion. Bai Xingqi unleashed full firepower without reservation. Immediately after, the skill was activated. Demonic Veil. A dark blue veil draped over him, a chill sweeping by. The next second, his health started to plummet wildly. -2000. -2000. Encountering a normal second transformation was enough to send chills down one's spine. But Bai Xingqi was not flustered at all. He raised his hand and cast Slow Recovery on himself again. This skill has already reached LV4, and with his absurd mental attribute bonus, he regenerates nearly 10,000 health per second. At this moment, he is practically a walking healing station. The little damage taken from the demon-repelling gauze was instantly covered, posing no threat at all. With no worries in the back, Bai Xingqi raised his sturdy medical staff and struck down. -33,758. -4,108. In addition to physical damage, there was also a ghostly blue number. That was the magical attack added by the demon-repelling gauze. This damage wasn't high, but it made him notice something unusual. It seemed to ignore magic defense. The monster clearly had magic resistance, but it had no effect at all. This damage was equivalent to true damage. Maybe it has a special effect against high-defense monsters. Bai Xingqi felt a flicker of interest in his heart, maintained his status, and quickly finished the battle. Even just a little more output was enough to overwhelm those of the same level. He didn't pause and directly stepped into higher-level wild zones. Level 47, 48. Smashing through all the way. He finally solo killed a level 60 monster just as dusk was falling. Not far away, a second-tier class player watched in amazement. Level 60 monsters are this easy? Could it be third tier? The man didn't recognize the tenacity staff and only felt that his opponent was unfathomable. When Bai Xingqi's gaze swept over him, his heart tightened, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Bai Xingqi was too lazy to bother and directly took out a town scroll. With a flash of white light, he disappeared from the spot. This was an auxiliary item he had bought at a high price, used for leveling up and fighting monsters, convenient and efficient. As the light faded, he appeared in the town square of Qingshui City. This is the point for actively returning to the city, while the Resurrection Shrine is the passive return point after being killed. Surrounding the square, 4 city guards stand apart. 2 hold swords, 2 pull bows, their gazes cold and sharp, staring fixedly at the crowd. This was exactly the concern Bai Xingqi had before. The city guards maintain order and can arrest people at any time. But now he no longer fears. Bai Xingqi glanced at them and calmly walked out of the square, heading home. It was the peak time for returning to the city. The crowd surged, yet it remained relatively calm. Until, boom, a loud explosion erupted, shaking the entire square violently, the buildings trembling. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in the city? Where are the city guards? Why aren't they arresting anyone? The crowd roared in anger, but the 4 city guards looked pale and didn't dare to move a step. They exchanged glances, their eyes full of fear. It's that old gentleman. He's about to overturn the city. Bai Xingqi looked in the direction of the vibration, his gaze sharpening. Above the distant sky, flames roared, and a huge chunk of rock and soil was blasted to pieces. Amid the flames, a mighty flaming lion roared fiercely to the heavens. "Scoundrel, you still dare say you have no earthfall power? Dare to harm my granddaughter. Today you will pay with your life." The furious flame lion Hu Lioli's grandfather, finally went completely berserk. The next moment, boom, a figure fell from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. The silhouette plummeted from the high air at an angle, slamming hard on the edge of the square, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. As the dust settled, the person in the pit revealed their true appearance, their entire body like stone, resembling a statue. Many professionals actually breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. This was a third-level earth magic spell, Stone Armor, which only defends without attacking, but was ridiculously tough. Falling from such a height, the person only let out a few grunts before standing up from the shattered stone armor. "Old Master Hu, I told you it wasn't me. You can't just assume I attacked your granddaughter based solely on rock and earth falling from the sky." He looked up at the sky, his face filled with humiliation and fear. "You say it's not, so it's not." In the air, the flame-wreathed lion roared angrily in response. "Then go to hell." The blazing fury lion opened its mouth and spewed a massive fireball, the scorching heat wave forcing everyone to stagger backward. Bai Xingqi also instinctively dodged, frowning deeply. The power of this fireball was far beyond what those previous ones could compare to. The targeted figure's face turned pale as he frantically tore open a scroll. Layers of water curtains unfolded one after another, but he still felt uneasy, rapidly chanting incantations as earth elements gathered, forming a thick earthen wall in front of him. "He is a third-tier geotechnical mage," someone whispered in surprise. At that moment, the roar of rushing water came from beyond the sky. The deep blue water flowed like a great river across the sky, instantly blocking the fireball. "Brother Hu, wait a moment." A clear voice came with the water. The fireball collided head-on with the water flow, white mist soaring into the sky, and scalding raindrops pouring down. "Zhou Qingtian, are you going to get involved too?" The lion in the flames roared angrily. "The #1 fighter of Qingshui City, do you want to settle this today?" "Zhou Qingtian," Bai Shengqi muttered to himself in a low voice, his face darkening, then quickly left the square, burying his head as he walked away. The training room was piled with a massive amount of energy points, waiting for him to grind monsters and grow stronger. Hu Tu and Zhou Qingtian were both fourth-level professionals. Without strength, even watching was a luxury. He no longer cared about the subsequent discussions and developments. Upon returning home, he immediately entered the training room. Energy points, 13.35 million. Looking at this number, Bai Shengqi felt a chill run down his spine. The monsters in the wild area west of the city gave too many points. He had to kill thousands with Hu Lioli to accumulate this amount. But this was just a fortunate problem. To level up now, he had to kill 2,000 to 3,000 level 31 monsters, and the higher the level, the more exaggerated the demands. With enough points, the only thing he had to do was grind. He didn't choose level 31 monsters, but instead spawned level 21 monsters. Fighting 15 levels lower at level 36 still gave experience, but was much more efficient, making it better for grinding attributes. Grasping the heavy steel greatsword firmly, 20 monsters instantly appeared in the training room. The level 21 monster has nearly 30,000 health, and the AoE damage is reduced to 30%, making it impossible to one-shot. -10565, -4108. Damage numbers are flashing densely. The base damage is just over 10,000, but each hit is followed by pale blue magic damage. The effect of the demon-repelling veil actually worked the same under group attacks. At this moment, Bai Shengqi once again felt the surprise brought by the skill. When the base damage was reduced to only 30%, this bit of extra magic damage was no longer useless, but truly life-saving. With it, Bai Shengqi could just clear a wave of monsters with 2 hits, no need for a third strike, maximizing efficiency. 2 attacks, 20 monsters turned into white light. Bai Shengqi stood in place, quietly waiting for the next wave to respawn. In the training room, he exhaled deeply. Even he felt noticeably exhausted under such high-intensity monster farming. For a full 4 hours, he hardly stopped for a moment, completely immersed in grinding monsters. After the second job advancement, the training room leveled up to LV2, and the monster spawn interval was shortened, no longer fixed at 2 seconds. With his current attack power and attack speed, a wave of monsters could be cleared in less than a second. Including the spawn time, it took just over 2 seconds. He could grind more than 20 waves per minute. Later, as the monsters' levels increased, efficiency dropped slightly, but not by much. In 4 hours, he cleared a total of 6,000 waves. Each wave had 20 monsters. For hours, a total of 120,000 monsters. Bai Xingqi roughly calculated that this amount was roughly equivalent to what others would gain by grinding non-stop for an entire year. But his level only increased by 10, reaching level 46. The difficulty of leveling up after the second job change was evident. It was no exaggeration that ordinary professions could get stuck at this stage for years. However, more exciting than the level increase was the surge in attribute points. During this training session, his attributes increased by a full 7,200 points. The past improvements now seemed insignificant in comparison. This was a leap he had never seen before. Level 46. Constitution 9156. Strength 9156. Agility 9156. Spirit 9314. All 6 attributes surpassed 9,000. Bai Xingqi clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power surging within his body, as if a single punch could collapse a mountain. He knew it was an illusion, but there was no doubt that, even without a change in rank, his strength had been pushed to a whole new level by his attributes. Thinking of the Flame Fury Lion standing in the sky, Bai Xingqi's eyes darkened slightly. Did he now have the qualification to arm wrestle face-to-face with the opponent? Only in the second transition and already wanting to arm wrestle a fourth transition, saying that would only make people laugh at his arrogance. But Bai Xingqi had a strong conviction in his heart that at this moment, even if he faced a fourth transition, he would not be without a chance of winning. The higher the transition, the more terrifying the attribute growth. A single attribute point at a high transition often surpasses several times that of a lower transition. But Bai Xingqi had done the math. His current attribute panel was so outrageous that even with growth differences, he might not be completely overwhelmed. At least, among those weaker ones in the fourth transition, he felt he wouldn't lose too badly. His father once lamented that Qingshui City was remote, and fourth transition practitioners who were strong were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But Bai Xingqi was very clear-headed, almost was not good enough to be confident. This was just his calculation. If he misjudged, the cost could be his life. Keep farming monsters, aiming to reach the third transition quickly. As long as he completed the third transition, there would be no one in Qingshui City worthy of his fear. But today was obviously the end of that. He farmed 120,000 monsters in one go, yet the energy points consumed were only a few million. There are nearly 10 million points left in the training room, enough to last another 2 days. The problem is, time waits for no one. The day after tomorrow is the school's job fair, and that guy Zhou Xingming is still organizing a class reunion, clearly with bad intentions. It's best to complete the third transformation before then. No matter what they try to do, it won't cause any trouble. By my calculations, I can still use the training room twice more before returning to school. Once at midnight tonight, and once at midnight tomorrow night. At today's efficiency, reaching level 60 is not impossible. But Bai Xingqi is still not satisfied. Maybe I should try running a dungeon? Can dungeon monsters be replicated in the training room? Once this idea popped up, it couldn't be suppressed anymore. If it weren't already dark, he almost would have left directly. As for why it's squeezing out, after the second transformation, the backpack did expand, but it couldn't handle him farming 120,000 monsters at once. The drop rate was ridiculously high, and the backpack was already full. In the end, he had no choice but to pile all the excess materials at home, leaving only the most valuable portion in his backpack. The house bought by his father was now stuffed full with fallen objects, making it difficult even to find a place to step. It's not good to leave the city after dark, but moving around inside the city is no problem. Bai Xingqi closed the door tightly and headed straight for Qingshui Shopping Mall. The night was when Qingshui shopping mall was at its busiest. The magic lamps on both sides of the street lit up, and Qingshui City was filled with noise and commotion. The disturbance at the return city square had already settled down, the crowds thinning. He only glanced at it from afar and paid it no further mind. Bai Xingqi knew clearly that some matters couldn't be interfered with right now, and worrying wouldn't help. He entered the mall and went straight up to the floor where Boss Wang, his cousin, was. Nowadays, he has gained so much that the newbie general store can no longer contain it. He has already gotten used to coming to this boss, the Big King. However, at this moment, the Big King boss is extremely busy. This is the busiest time of the day, and his trading business is booming. All the scrolls are officially produced, and the effects are absolutely reliable. Beginners should prioritize defense. Saving on potions means saving money. A skill book worth 100,000 star yuan may seem expensive, but leveling up beyond your rank, fighting monsters, and getting top-notch drops will quickly pay off. After this round of explanation, the customers were left completely bewildered. Bai Xingqi kept blinking as he watched from the side, suddenly realizing that he was probably looking just like this when he was making deals before. So the so-called honest person was actually a shrewd calculator. I'll think it over again. We'll also think about it. I also need to think. Boss De Wong smiled without fading. All right, take your time, no rush. After saying that, he turned and walked toward Bai Xingqi. While talking to others, he had already noticed Bai Xingqi entering the door. Brother to Bai, is this time for buying goods or processing materials? Seeing Bai Xingqi, Boss De Wong's face immediately brightened. What merchant wouldn't love a customer who buys in bulk, is straightforward, and doesn't bargain? It's like a god of wealth has descended. Processing materials. Bai Xingqi smiled and added, also buying some things along the way. More materials? Boss De Wong's eyes lit up, and he immediately invited him to sit aside. This treatment made the other customers in the store involuntarily look over. He was too lazy to pay attention and directly moved over a magic scale. Bai Xingqi glanced at it, somewhat surprised. New scale. The old one didn't suit you. Boss De Wong smiled meaningfully, his eyes full of anticipation. Logic told him not to have too high hopes, but his heart was faintly warming. The next second, he was slapped in the face. Bai Xingqi opened his backpack, and the materials spilled out all over the ground. Boss De Wong froze on the spot, unable to say a word. Sure enough, this person did not disappoint him. Soon, all the materials were weighed and processed, and Boss De Wong smiled from ear to ear. Then, Bai Xingqi threw out a pile of equipment. Can't use these. More than a dozen skill books were also pushed over. Boss De Wong was completely stunned. Skill books, can they really be packed and sold? Is there a guild standing behind this person? He suppressed his shock and quickly quoted, 80,000, 90,000, 120,000. As soon as the price was announced, the entire trading company fell silent. The middle-aged man who originally wanted to buy the skill book couldn't hold back and walked over, standing in front of Bai Xingqi. Little brother, I happen to need this skill book. No need to go through the trading company. I'll give you 85,000 star dollars, saving us both some money. The middle-aged man pointed with his hand, exactly at the skill book that Boss De Wong had quoted at 80,000. He had calculated in his mind that as long as he offered above the buyback price, he could still save 5,000. The atmosphere inside the trading company instantly froze. Boss De Wong was still smiling on his face, but his eyes turned cold as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. Cutting in front of him directly in his shop was already crossing the line. But he still held back his displeasure and looked at Bai Xingqi. This guest makes a valid point too. Brother Xiaobai, you decide for yourself. The middle-aged man felt pleased inside. Any normal person wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. Bai Xingqi glanced at the two of them, shook his head, and smiled. Thanks for the kindness, but in business, it's all about first come, first served. I've already promised Boss Wang. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then his expression turned grim. I understand young people can be thin-skinned, but you haven't closed a deal with them either. As he spoke, he raised his offer again. I'll offer 90,000. Bai Xingqi still shook his head. The middle-aged man's smile completely disappeared. At this moment, Boss De Wong directly took the skill book, smiling even more warmly. I'll take this one for 100,000, and the others will be uniformly increased by 10%. Thank you, Brother Wang. Bai Xingqi straightforwardly agreed. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but in the end could only stand there with a dark face. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't let go of that skill book and bit the bullet to speak to Boss De Wang. Boss, I'll take the book. 10,000 star yuan it is, then. The recruitment fair was coming up soon, and after hearing some inside information, naturally, he wanted to pave the way for his child as early as possible. If saving a little money caused the child to underperform, that would truly be a loss. He just didn't expect the disappointment to come so quickly. 10,000 star yuan. Boss De Wang glanced at him and smiled as he said, "It's 12,000 now." The middle-aged man was stunned. "Didn't you just say 100,000? The wholesale price has gone up. If I don't raise the price, I'll lose money." Boss De Wang smiled at him, but his eyes showed no warmth at all. Fine, I won't buy it." The middle-aged man trembled with anger, turned around, and walked away, not forgetting to leave a message. "Malicious price gouging. I'll report you to the Chamber of Commerce. Take care." The Boss De Wang waved his hand casually, his face still expressionless. Bai Xingqi was bewildered. "Aren't you really afraid of getting into trouble like this?" Reporting, Boss De Wang shook his head and smiled. "At most, you get a few warnings. It's harmless, just venting frustration." Bai Xingqi chuckled. "You don't really seem like a businessman." Boss De Wang didn't respond. On the surface, he seemed impulsive and willful, but deep down he knew this move wasn't a loss. After this incident, he clearly felt that his relationship with Bai Xingqi had grown significantly closer. Soon, only the two of them were left in the shop. The customers who had been watching from the sidelines were scared off by the scene just now and had all left. Boss De Wang busied himself for a while, then handed over a delicate card. "This is for you." "What's this?" Bai Xingqi didn't hurry to take it. "Platinum customer card. All transactions at our affiliated stores are at a 12% discount. Material recycling prices get an additional 10% increase. And we also offer customization and monthly inventory services." Boss De Wang looked at him and added another sentence. "The Qinghe Guild in Qingshui City is powerful, but outside the city, they are nothing. By the way, the job fair is the day after tomorrow. Our company will also be there. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. The benefits are good." Only then did Bai Xingqi take the platinum customer card from the other party. The boss reminded, "The star essence for this transaction has already been deposited. Use your mental power to make a mark and bind it to your identity." Bai Xingqi followed the instruction, sending a wisp of mental power into the card's surface, which instantly spread out, as if ignited. The next second, he clearly felt that he had established a connection with this card. The amount of star energy inside the card appeared clearly, 3.25 million. This trip to the training room not only greatly increased his strength, but also doubled his wealth. He was very clear in his mind that such a high income was mainly from selling skill books and equipment. Although there are still a bunch of materials at home, their value is far from comparable. Selling them all would only fetch 1 to 2 million. After fully integrating his mental energy, a semi-transparent information interface unfolded before his eyes. Various items were lined up in a row, including goods from other cities, which is exactly the so-called product list. Moreover, this list is updated every month. Bai Xingqi nodded. This platinum customer card really had some perks. If I'm interested in goods from another city, how can I buy them? Just place an order and fill in the address. We'll take care of sourcing and transportation. Boss De Wang smiled and added, "But I don't recommend it. Intercity shipping costs are too high. Sometimes the shipping fee is even more expensive than the goods." Bai Xingqi secretly chuckled to himself. Isn't this just online shopping? It's just that the roads in this world are perilous, especially in a third-tier city like Qingshui City, which doesn't even have a teleportation array. Even the most expensive teleportation stones are useless. He asked again, "The item customization you mentioned, does it mean making equipment according to my requirements?" "Yes, we can help you connect with top magic tool masters and magic craftsmen. Not in a hurry for now." While flipping through the list, Bai Xingqi temporarily set this idea aside. "First, get me some instance tokens and backpack expansion stones." In the trading post, Bai Xingqi directly stated his needs. The dungeon token is the ticket to enter the dungeon, which goes without saying. Compared to the fixed monster spawn times in the daily training room, he still had plenty of free time. Relying solely on hunting wild monsters was too inefficient. He was not satisfied with the current leveling speed and wanted to get stronger faster. Running dungeons was the best method he could think of. Dungeon monsters are stronger, give more experience, drop better loot, and no one competes for monsters. The only problem is the difficulty. It's hard to solo clear. But for Bai Baichi, this was not a problem. He was absolutely confident that his strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary fully equipped team. If he couldn't solo clear dungeons, then who else could? As for backpack expansion stones, they were even more of a necessity. At his efficiency, not having enough backpack space would only slow down his pace. I only have 30 expansion stones here. You take them all for now. If it's not enough, I'll arrange more. Boss Wong paused for a moment, then asked, "What level of dungeon tokens do you need?" There were a total of 8 dungeons around Qingshui City, corresponding to 1st to 4th transfer levels. Higher levels could only be accessed in secondary cities. The highest Gongura, clear, record in the city so far was only level 7. Bai Xingqi had already planned. Expand the full set of capacity stones and help me transfer the stock. Dungeon tokens, 2 each from levels 1 to 4, and for levels 5 to 8, as many as possible. Levels 1 to 4 didn't mean much to him, but they were convenient for replicating monsters on the way. As for the higher level dungeons, he cared more about their difficulty. You want levels 5 to 8, and the more the better? Boss De Wong's expression changed. Even the top guild in Qingshui City only dares to regularly run level 5. Level 6 takes a long time to prepare. Do you really need that many? I know. Bai Xingqi nodded, speaking bluntly. Whether I really need them or not isn't important. If you have them, bring them out to sell. Do business people not make money? Boss De Wong smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it. You're different from ordinary people. I'm worrying for nothing. He thought for a moment and said, "It's no problem to give you 2 tokens each from levels 1 to 4. For levels 5 to 7, the stock is limited, so I can only give you 5 each. As for level 8, there really aren't any." Bai Xingqi was stunned. Then why did you just ask me how many I wanted? I thought your warehouse was full of tokens. Boss De Wong sighed. I thought you only wanted the lower level ones. Level 8 tokens aren't sold at Qingshui City at all. You have to go to a secondary city. Can we transfer the goods? It is possible, but the fastest is half a month. Also, high-level tokens are in short supply. Even if you apply, you won't get many. Then forget it. Bai Xingqi was not disappointed. With his current strength, level 8 dungeons were already a stretch, and improving strength still depended on the training room. Missing 1 dungeon wasn't a big deal. The transaction was completed quickly, and he casually bought 1 million ordinary arrows. The quivers were magical items, each holding 10,000 arrows, so 100 quivers were just right. His attack speed was so fast, arrows flew like a stream. This amount of supply was not much. The idea of custom equipment was suppressed as soon as it arose. The upgrade is too fast, the equipment updates can't keep up, so it's not very meaningful. Before leaving, Boss De Wong reminded. Except for level 1 tokens that drop in the wild, the rest drop from dungeon bosses. Level 7 dungeons have a chance to drop level 8 tokens. Got it. Thanks, Brother Wong. Watching his departing figure, Boss De Wong gave a self-mocking smile. The chance of a level 7 boss dropping a level 8 token is too low. Even if you farm the maximum number of times, it might not drop. A level 7 dungeon that requires an association branch to join forces with multiple guilds to clear. Can the other side really defeat it? After leaving Boss De Wong's trading house, Bai Xingqi ran through all the merchants in Qingshui commercial building who were willing to trade. He cleaned out the dungeon tokens and backpack expansion stones completely. After this trip, he earned more than 3 million star credits from selling materials. But as soon as he bought things, he spent most of it. If it weren't for the fact that other merchants' instance tokens were too scattered, he would even suspect that this amount of money is not enough. With his strength improving, he earned money faster, but spent it even faster. The prices of advanced items were suffocating. Back at home, Bai Xingqi recalled the words of Boss De Wong before leaving. He already had a plan in mind, but whether it would work, he still had to try it himself. All the instance entrances were outside the city, and it was late, not suitable for action. The only thing he could use immediately was the backpack expansion stone. 30 were bought from Basta Wong, combined with those gathered from other merchants, making a total of 220. Light continuously flashed by. All the expansion stones were used. Backpack space surged dramatically, and he conveniently put all the materials from home inside. The room suddenly fell silent. Let's make one more trip. It was still early, and Bai Shengqi went out again. Shagbai going out so late? Grandpa Qin at the guard post asked with a smile. Some things to take care of. He replied without stopping his pace. Inside Qingshui shopping mall, Basta Wong, who was about to close up, welcomed him once more. And this time, the impact he brought was equally beyond imagination. In the west of Qingshui City, as the city gate just opened, Bai Shengqi had already passed through the crowd and headed straight into the wild zone. With concealment activated and shrouded in a foggy veil, given his current mental attributes, no one in the west of the city could see through his true identity. Last night, he sold another large batch of materials, and besides being shocked, Basta Wong gave him a special recommendation. Material Decomposer, a creation by Master Mahjong, not yet officially released, only circulated internally. It is precisely because of the trust in Bai Shengqi that this machine was temporarily rented to him. Buying it? Definitely not an option. With Bai Shengqi's current net worth, he doesn't even have enough for pocket change. Basta Wong straightforwardly said that the conservative estimate for this machine is over 10 million star coins. Such an expensive item, rented to him without collateral. Bai Shengqi laughed on the spot and immediately took it. This material decomposer can break down all materials dropped from monsters into monster essences. Different material grades yield different qualities of purified essence. According to Basta Wong, monster materials from levels 1 to 30 can only be decomposed into primary essence. It takes about 100 pieces of material to exchange for one essence. But in doing so, storage space is directly reduced by more than half. As for what the monster essence is actually used for, Basta Wong didn't clarify, only emphasizing that the company collects them uniformly. Bai Shengqi was clear in his mind that there must be some secret to it, but he didn't care. To him, as long as it could be sold for money, that was enough. He only cared about grinding monsters and attributes. Equipment and items had always been left to fate. All right, then I'll take the machine with me, so I don't have to come here every day. Bai Shengqi left feeling quite satisfied. Watching his back, Basta Wong couldn't smile. This time, he had almost bet all his chips. The company had been crazily exchanging materials for essence lately, and the focus of the assessment was also on this. As long as he performed well, he would have the chance to be promoted and transferred to a second-tier city. But in the past 2 days, Bai Shengqi's frequency of handling materials was really abnormal. Now that even the decomposing machine had been rented out, if anything went wrong, he was finished. Could it be just a flash in the pan? Could it be that we won't be able to produce any materials at all in the future? What if the person runs off with the machine? Thinking of this, a chill ran through his heart. He bit his lip one last time. What's there to be afraid of? I'll take the gamble. At this moment, Bai Shengqi, on whom he pinned great hopes, had already left the West City Gate and was heading toward the next dungeon. Walking on the way to the dungeon, Bai Shengqi kept thinking about that material decomposer. This machine is truly extraordinary. His backpack was filled entirely with monster essence obtained from disassembling, instantly freeing up a large amount of space. These materials were the result of the latest round of monster farming in the training room. As soon as it passed midnight, the 4-hour refresh for the training room was activated, and he immediately went in to clear monsters. Once again, hundreds of thousands of monsters were slaughtered. With attributes skyrocketing, his output was even stronger, but the refresh interval remained the same, so the number of kills was similar to the previous day. The difference was, the monsters were higher level, and experience in drops had multiplied several times. He was now level 53. Level 53. Health points 315, 400. Mana points 351, 200. Physical attack 331, 540. Constitution 16, 577. Strength 16, 577. Agility 16, 577. Spirit 16, 756. The higher the level, the more outrageous the experience requirements. Even with such intense monster farming, the leveling speed has clearly slowed down. He knew in his heart that even if he trained once more in the practice room before the recruitment fair, he might not be able to reach the third transfer. So, he must enter the dungeon. Stronger than yesterday, he is more confident. He directly abandoned the two dungeons in the north of the city and turned to the west side of the city. The abnormality in the northern part of the city would be investigated sooner or later. By then, it would be easy to clear it out. Following the map, he soon arrived at the destination. Deep in the wild area of the western part of the city, there was a level 3 dungeon, the Lament of the Carrion Eaters. Inside were carrion demon wolves, with the boss being the carrion demon wolf king. This information was bought with his money. High-level monster and dungeon data had long ceased to be free. What the school taught was only superficial. The big guilds kept their strategies tightly under wraps. But a mere level 3 dungeon was nothing to him. Just charge straight ahead. But he didn't expect that early in the morning there were already people at the dungeon entrance. Brother, so early to grind? We happen to be short of people. What's your class? Bai Xingqi replied in non-ly. Medic. Bai Xingqi glanced at the other party, without hiding anything. This wasn't a secret anyway. Medic? What's your mental power? What level are your skills? Is your healing strong? That person asked everything in one breath, then said to his teammates, anyway, we're short on people. Bringing a medic is good too. Saves medicine. A few people hesitated but nodded. Bai Xingqi, however, walked straight ahead. Brother, wait. We need to form a team first before entering the dungeon. Who said I'm going in with you? He turned back and said coolly, don't be moody. We understand it's hard to level a medic, but we don't discriminate against medics. Don't act like you're too high and mighty. You're overthinking it. Bai Xingqi was too lazy to explain. At the first job change to a healer, it was indeed awkward. With low healing output, he was disliked for dragging the pace. By the second job change, healing improved, and the status slowly began to get better. Higher up, relying on just health potions was simply not enough to endure high-difficulty dungeons, making healers highly sought after. But that usually only happened after the third job change, which ordinary people might not survive to see. Therefore, large guilds would cultivate their own healers, and small teams found it hard to find one temporarily. All of this was irrelevant to Bai Xingqi. Holding the dungeon token, he walked straight toward the blue vortex. A flash of light. The token transformed into a stream of light, and his figure disappeared with it. He went in. The man widened his eyes. He's visible, still alone. A doctor, soloing the dungeon. Bai Xingqi's vision changed. He had already entered the level 3 dungeon. The cry of the scavenger. Just as he stepped into the dungeon entrance, ears were filled with piercing, sorrowful wails. Deep within the dungeon, the carrion demon wolves were lurking in the shadows, waiting to tear apart any intruders. The glowing vortex behind him still existed. As long as he retreated, he could immediately leave the dungeon. Aside from wasting one dungeon token, there would be no other cost. This is also why dungeons are safer than secret realms. If you can't win, you can always withdraw. But Bai Xingqi did not look back. Just in time. Let me see how much the dungeon monsters differ from the outside ones. He held his refined iron greatsword and walked straight inside. At the end of the dim passage, for pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto him fiercely. Under the true sight, the information of the 4 level 40 carrion demon wolves was fully revealed, but their attributes far exceeded those of similarly leveled monsters in the wild, even comparable to level 60 wild monsters. The peripheral monsters are this fierce. The dungeon is indeed dangerous. Wolf howls exploded, and 4 wolves pounced simultaneously. In the next moment, the greatsword swept horizontally, forming a whirlwind. Damage numbers surged over 300,000, and the 4 demon wolves turned into white light on the spot. Experience points jumped continuously, each one triple that of the outside world, and charging points also soared. A trace of excitement flashed in Bai Xingqi's eyes as he continued deeper. Too weak, not worth fighting at all. In the dungeon, Bai Xingqi easily killed the carrion demon wolf king and instantly lost interest in this level 3 dungeon. A glowing vortex appeared at the spot where the boss fell, and the exit portal appeared along with it. He stepped in decisively and left the dungeon without hesitation. Already out so quickly? Brother, you're running away, aren't you? I told you, One person can't handle it, and he's a healer with no output. Do you want to team up with us? If we get healer gear, we won't fight over it. As Bai Xingqi just appeared, he was surrounded by these voices. The speakers were the same people who had tried to team up with him at the dungeon entrance earlier. No need. He waved his hand, too lazy to say more, and turned to leave. Forget it, doesn't appreciate kindness. A healer who doesn't know how to make friends will definitely have a hard time later. Bai Xingqi was already rushing to the next dungeon. A dungeon that would take others a whole day, for him only took a dozen minutes. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the level 4 dungeon in the west of the city. Gathered here were fully formed guild teams. No one was temporarily recruiting him. The level 4 dungeon was extremely difficult. Random teams were almost certain death. Bai Xingqi glanced around and found that these teams each had at least one third-tier professional player. But this level of difficulty was not enough to stop him. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he walked straight into the swirling light of the dungeon. WTF? Who was that just now? Entering a level 4 dungeon alone? I can't see through his info. At least top-tier 3rd class, maybe even 4th class. Where does Qing Shui City have such a young monster? Forget it, stop watching. Lately this city is getting more and more unpredictable. Hurry up and level up and farm items. Next time if old Mad who goes crazy and comes knocking, no one will be here to take the hit for us. Pa, crow's mouth, don't scare people. Don't flatter yourself. They're also focusing on the top 3 transfers. What does that have to do with us? Outside the dungeon, there was a commotion. Bai Xingqi, however, had already delved deep into the 4th level dungeon. He still wielded that refined iron greatsword, sweeping through with brute force and simplicity. The level 4 monsters were stronger, but still no match for him. With triple experience and triple recharge, he was killing effortlessly. In the end, the boss fell, and the level 4 dungeon was cleared. With a flash of light, he returned to the outside world. The battle was resolved in just over 10 minutes, with all attributes surpassing 10,000, truly monstrous. Just as everyone was about to speak, he had already disappeared using a town portal scroll. 80% chance he failed, and ran off to save face. To be willing to waste a level 4 token and a town portal scroll, he's pretty ruthless. The discussion continued while Bai Xingqi had already returned to Qingshui City. With time pressing, he headed straight to the east side of the city. This was his first time stepping into the eastern wilderness of the city. This area was the territory of monsters above level 61, fierce and bloodthirsty. Before the 3rd transformation, almost no one dared to come. There was once a caravan entering the city from the east, surrounded and killed by monsters. By the time rescue arrived, only a pile of corpses remained. In earlier years, caravan members who hadn't entered Qingshui City still had the chance to revive at save points. A few who had no revival chances truly disappeared. But that was all in the past. Now, classes repeatedly emphasized the dangers of the Eastern Wild Zone, and newcomers without enough strength won't recklessly run there. Caravans from various places have figured out the distribution and strengths of the monsters, so such tragic incidents have basically become history. Bai Xingqi stood in the wilderness east of the city, looking back at Qingshui City, feeling emotional. Outside the city gate was the monster nest. They went wild at the sight of people, but never charged the city walls right in front of them. He couldn't understand it, and could only attribute it to the rules of the world. Calculating the time, the critical point mentioned in the history books was approaching. When that day truly came, each city would probably face a new test. But that was something from 50 years ago, and whether it would happen again now, no one could say for sure. Not even the old scholars dared to draw conclusions. Shaking off distractions, he looked at the flying monsters rushing toward him. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to deal with you today. A heavy steel sword slammed out horizontally. Bang! The monster was hit dizzy and staggered to the ground like a dead dog. Still a leader rank, quite tough. He was a bit surprised. The first monster in the wild zone was a boss. Bosses of this level were usually reserved by major guilds. That's the prey of our Tianlang guild. Don't interfere. A cold voice came from overhead. Bai Xingqi looked up. In the air, a feathered archer with wings on his back was drawing his bow aimed at him, ready to shoot at any moment. The Heavenly Wolf Guild? Ha, just a birdman. He sneered. The other party was a 3rd-tier feathered archer, so of course he recognized him. But being targeted with an arrow made him even more annoyed. And once he was annoyed, things would be hard to settle. How can you prove this is your boss? Call out to him. Will he answer? He looked up and met his gaze, his tone icy, clearly unreasonable. Encountering this impolite member of the Tianlang Guild, Bai Shengqi didn't bother arguing. He had long heard from Hu Liuli that the Tianlang Guild, like the Qinghe Guild, was just a peripheral team in the secret realm raid battles. He never had a good impression of these people to begin with. After repeatedly running level 3 and 4 dungeons, he had already understood his own strength, and looking at these third transfer professionals, he felt no fear at all. The boss monster's health barely moved, indicating that the Tianlang Guild hadn't even output damage yet. The bowman in front of him was probably just relying on his ability to fly to come early. Do you have a grudge against our Tianlang Guild? The feathered archer sensed hostility, his brows tightly furrowed. He really wanted to shoot the other party dead with an arrow, but he couldn't see through Bai Shengqi's information and was a bit hesitant. The feathered archer, who fought in the air, had extremely strong survivability. As long as the opponent had no long-range means, he would remain undefeated. Bai Shengqi held a great sword with both hands, looking like a swordsman type, while the third-tier swordsman almost had no anti-air ability. Of course, exceptions were not ruled out. You got it right. I just don't like you guys. Bai Shengqi sneered, raised his heavy sword, and stomped the ground. A hole exploded in the ground, and he leapt up more than 10 meters high. Naive. The feathered archer was completely relieved, convinced that the opponent was just reckless. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, continuing to put distance between them, preparing to slowly deal damage. Patience was his strongest weapon. When he flew even higher and saw Bai Shengqi exhaustedly falling, he was about to laugh. Good, you are Fini, huh? Under his gaze, Bai Shengqi, who had been falling, suddenly reversed direction and shot up into the sky. A pair of translucent wings appeared behind the other person. Grasshopper wings. The archer breathed a sigh of relief, the tension instantly dissipating. This equipment only provides a crawling effect, with height being no more than 1% of agility. And at this moment, he was 100 meters in the air. There was no way the other person could catch up, unless that person's agility exceeded 10,000. Obviously impossible. One could only say that he had been kicked in the head by the scarlet mad rabbit. But the next second, he realized that the one truly lacking brains was himself. With the support of the grasshopper's wings, the man shot upward like a meteor, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant and stopping right in front of him. A whisper came to his ear. It's you, Wu Liao. The archer's face changed drastically. A terrifying force struck him at the same time, and his consciousness went dark instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he was already lying in the resurrection temple of Qingshui City. He was dead. After a brief daze, his rage erupted completely. Who killed me? He immediately asked the shrine keeper to communicate with the resurrection divine stone to find out the murderer. With his guild's third transfer status, this demand is reasonable. Soon, the guardian gave the result. The person who killed you is called Bai Shengqi. Level? Profession. There is no record in the divine stone. Cannot find it. Enough. The feathered archer dashed out of the temple with a cold face. The temple guardian shook his head and sighed. He clearly understood that the other party was going to gather people for revenge. Members of the Grand Guild rarely choose to report to the city guard, because that kind of punishment isn't satisfying. Unless one commits an outrageous crime, no one is usually forcibly stripped of their resurrection rights. For the Grand Guild, they prefer to act themselves, settle grudges on the spot, and beat their enemies so thoroughly that they cannot be resurrected, which is more gratifying. These guilds happen to be powerful and interconnected, so the city guard and the association branch can't do anything about it, and can only turn a blind eye. At this moment, the guardian of the resurrection temple made such a choice. According to the rules, he should have reported the death of the professional to the city guard, but he pretended not to see it and continued to squint and nap. Although the Tianlang Guild is strong, this round is not necessarily a sure win. The guardian murmured softly. What he saw from the resurrection divine stone was far more than what he told the others. Out of some hidden intention, he deliberately concealed the key information, really looking forward to it. The sigh echoed throughout the temple. The feather archer who had already rushed out of the temple was completely unaware of all this. He contacted guild members while hurrying along the way. Block him at that spot. Be careful, his output is strange. Also, he has grasshopper wings, and his skimming can reach over 100 meters high. Don't let your guard down. After informing the teammates in the eastern wilderness of the city, he headed straight to the Tianlang Guild base. He vaguely felt that Bai Shengqi wasn't so easy to deal with, and the manpower in the wild was insufficient. More people must be deployed. Today, the other side must understand how foolish it is to offend the Tianlang Guild, and also let Qingshui City know that the only guild worthy of respect is not just Qinghe Guild. Outside the eastern wilds of the city, after killing 3 third-tier feather archers with one sword strike, Bai Shengqi remained unusually calm. No nervousness, no excitement, as if casually wiping out a wild monster. Speaking of wild monsters, there was indeed one still lying on the ground. The leader monster he had knocked out with one sword strike was probably already awake. But Bai Shengqi was no longer at the original spot. Under the effect of glide, he couldn't stop after the skyward kill and was passively carried forward for more than 1,000 meters. This is the drawback of glide, simple and brute, but almost impossible to control precisely. TSK, that leader monster wouldn't run away in the chaos, would it? It's such a rare encounter. It'd be a pity not to fight. Bai Shengqi didn't care at all about the consequences of killing the Heavenly Wolf Guild archer. What he truly worried about was the prey slipping away. It could even be said that his decisive strike was a deliberate move to wait for the opponent to come to him. He suddenly accelerated, retracing his steps. The skulking skill had a 10-second cooldown. Waiting a bit longer before using it again would bring him back to the original spot, but he didn't do that. At this moment, he preferred to keep this skill as a last resort life-saving card. He simply slung the heavy-tempered iron greatsword over his shoulder and ran wildly without hiding, afraid that others might not recognize him. Sure enough, it quickly drew attention. On the way back, a group of third-tier professionals set their sights on him. That person looks a bit like Bai Shengqi whom Lu Ming mentioned. Better ask clearly first. Anyone daring to act alone in the wilderness east of the city is no good. The few cautiously approached. Friend, sorry to bother you. We want to ask. No need to ask. I am Bai Shengqi. That archer from your guild, I was the one who killed him. Under the eye of truth, the information of these people was clear at a glance. All were members of the Tianlang Guild, and none of them were fighters. You know we're from the Tianlang Guild? Everyone's expressions instantly turned cold. Knowing his identity, yet still daring to make a move, it was clear the other party was hostile. Bai Shengqi grinned. That's right, we're targeting your Wolfpack Guild. After finishing his words, he put away his greatsword and switched to a bow and arrow. It's more convenient to harvest with a bow. In the eastern wilderness of the city, the members of the Wolfpack Guild looked on in confusion. According to the intel, this person was clearly a swordsman. But the next second, someone spoke coldly. Cut the nonsense. Kill the guild's enemies on sight. With the reminder given, everyone struck at the same time. All present were third-tier professionals, no longer beginners. Everyone knew exactly what to do now. The thieves collectively turned invisible. The knights raised their shields and took the front line, while the archers and mages kept their distance, both defending themselves and preparing to strike. The first to rush up to Bai Shengqi was a third-tier fighter. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of white light, with the glow on his fists the brightest. That was Do Qi, Battle Qi, the signature skill of a great fighter, boosting both offense and defense dramatically. After the third transformation, the fighter finally turned the tables, and the fighting Qi gave them great confidence. But Bai Shengqi just glanced at him indifferently, not taking it seriously at all, while the arrow quietly aimed at the enemy's backline. No matter how strong the fighting Qi is, it's only a third transformation. It might not be able to break through his defense enchantment. The real danger lies with the mages in the back. These people are usually slow and don't attack for a long time, but once they do, it could very well be a fatal blow. Third transformation mages can already cast 5th-rank magic with astonishing power. He was confident, but not foolish. Why wait for a threat to erupt when it can be eliminated in advance? In the next second, the arrow cut through the air, heading straight for the backline mage. This serious guild had long been prepared. Knights and high tank classes tightly protected the fragile ones in front, surrounding them layer by layer. Unless the arrow curves, it simply can't reach the mage. The third-tier knight on the opposite side plunged a giant steel shield into the ground, as if merging with the earth itself, steady as a mountain. The arrow struck hard. A muffled bang. Immune. The arrow shattered on the spot, causing no damage. Since his attribute surge, it was the first time Bai Shengqi encountered such a situation. Over 10,000 strength, more than 300,000 physical attack, yet not causing any damage at all. But he was not panicked. The true eye had already seen clearly that the opponent was using a third-tier knight's skill. The shield connected to the earth, borrowing strength for defense, specifically countering ranged attacks. However, this move also had a fatal flaw. Once the shield lands, it cannot be moved. Moreover, it can only block attacks from the front. If the enemy attacks from other directions, the owner of this skill can only watch helplessly. Of course, the skill can be forcibly interrupted to change direction and activate again. But the cost is heavy. The skill's cooldown time doubles, making it impossible to use a second time in a short period. Additionally, this skill has a fatal limitation. The shield, in this state, can only withstand a limited amount of damage. Once the damage exceeds the limit, the shield will shatter on the spot, and the skill will be rendered useless. Even with a spare shield, as long as the previous one is forcibly shattered, the cooldown time doubles as well. An outrageously powerful mechanism often hides a deadly flaw behind it. Thought it was over just like that. Bai Shengqi's strike was fruitless, but he remained completely unflustered. He sneered coldly as blood mist, and eerie blue light exploded simultaneously. Mad blood and demon-weary silk, both skills activated together. He clearly intended to use the most brutal method to smash the shield directly. Everything happened extremely fast, while the great warrior was still charging forward, glowing all over. Under the frenzy blood boost, Bai Shengqi's attack speed went completely out of control. The arrows formed a straight line, pouring furiously onto the front of the shield. Immune. Immune. In just a second, the shield was struck countless times. With a crisp sound, the massive steel shield shattered on the spot, fragments scattering everywhere. The third-rank knight's face went pale, completely stunned. At this moment, the counterattack from the Tianlang Guild also arrived. The first to rush forward was surprisingly the third-rank great warrior. Under the burst of fighting spirit, he crashed into Bai Shengqi like a cannonball. A glowing fist headed straight for his face. He loved hitting faces. It was the most passionate romance in his heart. The fist approached, just 1 centimeter away. But it was precisely that 1 centimeter off. Miss? The fist grazed past the face. The nightmare most intolerable to a fighter played out once again. Impossible. Doqi clearly increases accuracy. He roared silently in his heart. The next second, the arrow whistled through the air. The third-tier archer in the guild has made a move. Miss? The familiar prompt flashed before his eyes. He thought he had mistakenly triggered an attack again. But he quickly realized it wasn't his fault. What? The great fighter looked confused, then somewhat reassured. Even the archer with the highest accuracy missed, which means it's not that I'm bad. The enemy is just ridiculous. The battle in the wilds east of the city continued. The third-tier archer of the Sirius Guild looked grim. His arrow was actually dodged. Physical attacks rely on agility, and archers have the highest agility among all classes. Even thieves can't claim to dodge every attack. But that last arrow definitely missed. Suppressing his shock, he knocked another arrow. In the next moment, a blur so fast it was hard to see rushed straight at him. Only then did he realize he had been targeted, with no defenses at all. A thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Without turning around, he knew the mage was in trouble. The teammate preparing the ultimate spell hadn't even cast it before exploding nearby. He no longer had time to think. The enemy's arrow had arrived. Even though he had been mentally prepared, at this moment, he still couldn't do anything. His vision went black, and he instantly understood. He had been killed instantly. When he opened his eyes again, only one conclusion remained in his mind. This kind of damage is definitely not just from a third tier, at least fourth tier or above. This time, the Tianlang Guild chose the wrong opponent. He instinctively wanted to notify his teammates. But when he reached out to touch, his movement froze. The communicator was gone. Clearly, it had dropped upon death and was taken by the other party in their frenzy. There was also hardly any supply medicine or miscellaneous items left. He glanced around the Resurrection Temple and gave a bitter smile. Even if the communication device was still working, it was already too late now. He suddenly realized that the usually quiet Resurrection Temple was now packed with people. The closest to him was a third-level mage from the same Skywolf Guild who had just fought side by side with him in the east of the city. Sure enough, that loud noise was the sound of him being instantly killed. There were more than just the two of them in the temple. There were two other teammates, a thief and a healer. The most fragile members of the team were all sent back to the city after just one encounter. The four exchanged glances, their hearts turning cold. In such a short time, killing four third-tier players in a row, even if they were glass cannons, that damage output was just insane. The remaining ones are all tanks. We can't beat them, but at least they should be able to run, right? Not so sure. The healer frowned deeply. He kept his eyes on his teammates' health bars and witnessed the knight's earth shield shattered instantly. The fact that their shield was broken in a second showed just how fierce that group's damage was. He didn't think the others could hold out any longer. A few seconds later, the Resurrection Temple lit up once again. A figure appeared. You died too? So fast. The archer's eyes widened. The person who arrived was the knight who had raised the shield earlier. A third-tier knight, with thick health and high defense. He was the team's stabilizing anchor. But he only lasted a few seconds longer than the fragile ones. The knight's face turned ashen. He glanced at everyone, his voice deep. That person is definitely not a third level. His casual arrow shot caused terrifyingly high damage. As soon as he finished speaking, two more flashes of light appeared. The knight sighed. My health and defense growth are high, plus damage reduction skills. Normal attacks against me only deal at most 30% damage. Everyone nodded. Even the archers felt he was being somewhat conservative in his estimate. Back when he was still at second level, this knight class was already at third level. At that time, he fought until the bowstring was about to break, yet couldn't break the defense, only seeing a -1 pop up, making him experience despair for the first time. This person's output is average, but in terms of tankiness, almost no one can match him. But such an existence bitterly smiled and said, but in front of that person, I only held on for 5 hits. Yes, just 5 hits. Over 400,000 HP was instantly wiped out, and both my healing skills and top-tier health potions were useless. When the words fell, the Resurrection Shrine was engulfed in dead silence. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Where is Old Mo? Why isn't he here?" Yeah, could it be that he held on, or even got a counterkill? Fighters are useless early on, but can they really turn things around once they master Do Chi? In silence, the third-level knight shook his head. The outcome is probably even worse. Old Mo? He might be completely gone. What? Someone exclaimed. But he's third level. He should have 3 extra revivals. He wouldn't have used them all, right? Everyone was stunned. Although they had been killed back to the city this time, they still had some revival chances left, so they weren't too worried. But hearing that Old Mo didn't have a single one left made their hearts sink. The knight quietly said, "He's too reckless, always the first to charge." Even when he had no revivals left, he still rushed in. After he finished speaking, he looked around. So what do we do now? Everyone exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Someone tentatively said, "Contact the guild leader." This is already an open declaration of war, and the other side is ridiculously strong. All right. The knight type nodded. Don't use communication. Just use the guild return scroll and go back to speak face to face. As he spoke, he took out the guild return scroll and used it immediately. A light shone, and all the guild members were simultaneously enveloped. In the next moment, they collectively disappeared from the temple. The temple's onlooker, who had been just passing time, squinted his eyes and revealed a meaningful smile. Interesting, the Fenrir Guild has been wiped out and sent back to the city all at once. Before the smile faded, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why, Xingqi? This batch just changed their class, right? To have this kind of strength after only a few days, even with the bloodline of the Bycliffe Archmage, it's too exaggerated. Muttering to himself, he pulled out a communicator. With this kind of excitement, I have to call Old Who to watch together. Elsewhere, the wild area east of the city. Bai Xingqi had already put away his bow and arrow and began collecting the spoils of battle. The recent fight, easily wiping out the Wolfpack Guild squad, gave him a more intuitive understanding of his own combat power. With ultra-high attributes, far surpassing the level of the third transfer. After clearing the drops, he casually dealt with the previous boss monster. The drop rate was average, with no surprises, which left him slightly disappointed. Calculating it all, the most valuable item was actually a communication device. But upon obtaining it, he found it useless. He tried to dial his father's number, but as expected, it could not be connected. He had long been mentally prepared for this outcome. Bai Xingqi didn't think much more about it and continued forward. He came to the eastern wilderness of the city specifically to grind dungeons. Along the way, sending the Serious Guild back to the city was just a small side event. As for revenge or sanctions, in the face of absolute strength, those are minor issues. Soon, he stood in front of the level 5 dungeon entrance in the eastern wilderness of the city. It was said that even the top guild like Qinghe Guild only dared to steadily clear up to this point. Once the level 6 dungeon begins, there can be no more carelessness. Bai Xingqi planned to try the level 5 dungeon first to confirm the real gap between himself and the Qinghe Guild. The vortex of light swirled, and he stepped into the dungeon without hesitation. The peripheral mobs were level 80, creating a direct full-level suppression. Each level higher corresponded to a 1% attack and defense suppression. The opponent suppressed him by more than 20 points. His attacks were weakened, and taking hits was even more painful. No wonder the Qinghe Guild was struggling. This dungeon really carried some weight. Bai Xingqi brandished his fine iron greatsword and charged head-on. 20 minutes later, he forcibly broke through the dungeon. Walking out of the vortex, he glanced back at the entrance. Not bad, but that's about it. Losing interest, he directly headed towards the wilderness area east of the city. Target, level 6 dungeon. A place even the Qinghe Guild cannot frequently conquer. This time, he fought for a full 40 minutes. The monsters are higher level, more numerous, and their skills are more brutal. There's no way to just bulldoze through anymore. Standing outside the dungeon, Bai Xingqi pondered in his heart. If Zhou Qingtian has also been through this dungeon, that means I can already confront the Qinghe Guild head-on. But he didn't rush to a conclusion. With the third advancement imminent, his strength would soar again. Seeing that night was falling, the level 7 dungeon in the south of the city was no longer an option. Returning to the city risked being targeted by the Tianlang Guild. Bai Xingqi decisively changed his plan. 6th level dungeons give high experience. With the token in hand, no need to run aimlessly or waste time. He stepped into the vortex of light once again. Each run took over 40 minutes, and he ran it about 10 times a day. By the time the tokens were used up, it was already dark. The day ended with a considerable harvest. The training room was still cooling down, but Bai Xingqi advanced 2 levels in a row, reaching level 55. As long as he pushed 5 more levels after the reset at midnight tonight, he would be able to complete the 3rd transfer tomorrow morning. Thinking this, his heart burned with excitement as he turned and headed into the city. This time, he directly crushed the town teleport scroll. A flash of white light, and he disappeared. Today, he faced off head-on against the 3rd-tier team of the Skywolf Guild, and had even soloed a level 6 dungeon more than once. The confidence brought by his strength made him completely unconcerned. Even if the Skywolf Guild set up an ambush in the city, he didn't take it seriously. Even if the city guards got involved, he could still leave unhindered. Unless they brought in several 4th-tier experts, they couldn't stop him. As the light faded, he appeared in the town square of Qingshui City. It was the peak time for leveling up teams returning to the city, and the square was crowded. Bai Xingqi stood for a moment, but no one was watching him. The anticipated ambush did not occur. It seems he overestimated the opponent. Either the Tianlang Guild was not ready yet, or they simply did not have the courage to block the square. He stopped overthinking and turned to go home. There is a non-aggression pact in the city at night. This is an iron rule established by all forces together. Whoever dares to make a move in the city at night is an enemy of all professionals. No one can bear the consequences. No matter how wild this Serious Guild is, they wouldn't dare to provoke such public outrage. But Bai Xingqi still activated the true perception eye. His mental attribute has now surpassed 10,000, greatly enhancing both his detection range and accuracy. He scanned around and found no ambush. Only then did he completely relax. At midnight, as soon as the clock struck 12, he rushed into the training room. The instant's monsters indeed respawned, just as he had predicted. These monsters originally gave 3 times the normal experience, and now 20 of them spawn at once. The experience bar surged rapidly, making him so happy that he almost couldn't stop. The night passed smoothly. At dawn, he was already out the door. His target was the job change shrine. Today the school was holding a job fair, and Zhou Xingming was also going to use the opportunity to organize a class reunion. He would definitely be there. Bai Xingqi planned to complete the 3rd job change before then. There was plenty of time. With this thought, he quickly walked into the job change shrine. The job transfer guy Zhu Xiaoyu was already yawning inside, which caught him a bit off guard. So early? I thought you didn't come to work. Early? What early? Zhu Xiaoyu yawned while covering her mouth. If it weren't for the branch hall master not allowing it, I'd want to stay here 24 hours a day. There's no experience aura outside. Bai Xingqi smiled, understanding in his heart. Although they were both from the shrine, the aura effects were worlds apart. His hunter's aura worked outside as well. Zhu Xiaoyu brightened up and asked, "You came so early. It can't be for the recruitment fair, right?" "No." Bai Xingqi shook his head. "I'm here for the 3rd transfer." "What did you say?" Zhu Xiaoyu was stunned on the spot, staring hard at him. She clearly remembered that this person had only just reached the 2nd level 2 days ago. "Are you sure? You yourself reached the 3rd level." "Confirmed." Bai Xingqi nodded. "Don't ask me how I trained. Just help me do it first. I'm in a hurry." Zhu Xiaoyu suppressed her shock and took him to the job transfer divine stone. After the inspection was over, she withdrew her hand, her expression troubled. "Is there a problem?" Bai Xingqi felt a sinking feeling in his heart. "I'm very sorry," Zhu Xiaoyu said softly. "You cannot undergo the 3rd transformation right now." "What went wrong?" Bai Xingqi was clearly a bit impatient. He had thought he could reach the 3rd transformation today, but he got stuck. "It's the same old problem." Zhu Xiaoyu looked at him with a touch of pity. "The transfer mission is missing monsters, not only the 5-star missions, but the 4-star ones as well. Only those below 3 stars are complete. But you definitely wouldn't choose the 3-star missions, right? So it's missing monsters. Just fill that in, and it should be fine." Bai Xingqi sighed in relief and looked at Zhu Xiaoyu. "In theory, yes." Zhu Xiaoyu sighed. "But the level 2 hunters are all too busy. They definitely can't make up the numbers today. Why must it be level 2? Isn't level 1 enough?" Bai Xingqi frowned. Zhu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. "Not only are level 1 hunters short on people, do you really think a level 1 hunter like you can catch assessment monsters for yourself? Stop beating around the bush. Just say what monster you want." Bai Xingqi grew a little impatient. Zhu Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then spoke up. "The 5-star quest requires 30 carrion wolf demons and 30 shadow poison scorpions each, as well as 1 wolf king and 1 poison scorpion king, located in the level 3 and 4 dungeons respectively. Level 4 dungeons, many 3rd-tier players can't solo them, which is why they're stuck. I thought it would be much harder." Bai Xingqi grinned. "I'll take care of these." Zhu Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Even 3rd-tier players find this troublesome. Why do you think you can handle it?" Bai Xingqi smiled mysteriously. "I asked around before coming, so I was well prepared." "You really know how to scheme." Zhu Xiaoyu reached out her hand. "Where's the hunting ball?" "Hand it over." She did not doubt it. Bai Xingqi's identity was well known. He had connections, so it was normal. But Bai Xingqi did not immediately hand over the hunting ball. He suddenly frowned and clutched his stomach, his expression painful. "No, I must have upset my stomach from breakfast. I need to take care of it first." Before finishing his sentence, he had already rushed out of the temple. Zhu Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, looking speechless. "There's a restroom inside the temple. Haven't you figured that out after 2 days at work?" But then she thought about it. Bai Xingqi is often out in the field, so it makes sense that he wouldn't be familiar with it. In fact, he wasn't going to the bathroom at all. He was taking the opportunity to enter the training room. Such places are too sensitive, and he didn't dare to use it openly in the temple. At this moment, he was actually glad he had been cautious last night. With triple experience for monster hunting, he quickly reached level 60, still leaving plenty of time in the training room. At that time, I didn't continue farming, but now it just happens to come in handy. He even suspected that his luck attribute had begun to take effect. He found a secluded corner, and after confirming safety with the true vision eye, he directly entered the training room. The carrion devourer wolves and shadow poison scorpions kept respawning, and the hunting balls in his hand were constantly being filled. Not long after, Bai Xingqi returned to the temple as if nothing had happened and placed a pile of hunting balls in front of Zhu Xiaoyu. "Everything is ready. Hurry up and let me change my profession." Zhu Xiaoyu carefully checked and was shocked. "All our mission requirements? And so many of them. When the Deputy Hall Master returns, I will definitely report it. With your performance, you might be able to directly advance to level 2 Hunter. These hunting spheres are enough to complete 3 5-star missions." Bai Xingqi just smiled. Just in case, prepare a few more. But he knew very well in his heart that with his current strength, 3rd transfer professionals were no match for him, and even 4th transfer ones might not be able to overpower him. With his strength, if he still couldn't pass the 3rd transfer 5-star mission, it wouldn't be that he was incapable, but that the mission had a problem. When Zhu Xiaoyu finished preparing the materials, he skillfully placed his hand on the career change sacred stone and directly selected the 5-star difficulty. This mission was not complicated. For the current Bai Xingqi, it was even easier. The process was similar to the 2nd job change, only the monsters were stronger. But the strongest batch of monsters had originally been caught by him personally. Using these to test him was simply a joke. As expected, he smoothly completed the 5-star job change. Another 5-star. After confirming the information, Zhu Xiaoyu's gaze changed. She leaned closer to him, smiling suggestively. "Xiaobai, what do you think of sister?" "Not much." Bai Xingqi expressionless. "Stop flirting. I'm still young and busy with my career." "Cut the act." Zhu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "Who would really like you? You're clueless." Bai Xingqi smiled. "My grades, are they exaggerated?" "More than that." Zhu Xiaoyu lowered her voice. "In the temple records, you're the only one who got 5 stars in both 2nd and 3rd transfers." "I'm that amazing." He blinked. "Don't get cocky." Zhu Xiaoyu immediately poured cold water on him. "Records are not necessarily entirely true. Some geniuses may have been erased. You are not necessarily the only one." "Understood." Bai Xingqi did not let it go to his head. The world is so vast, it has never lacked the strong. He touched the divine stone once again. A light screen appeared. Current class, 2nd tier physician. Available 3rd tier classes, compassionate healer, ruthless poison doctor, barefoot medic. Please choose a direction. He had long studied this. A benevolent doctor purely focused on healing, who excels at restoring health to the maximum. A ruthless poison doctor who combines medical skills with toxins, capable of saving lives or taking them. Half healer, half damage dealer, like an unconventional mage. In some situations, even harsher than a traditional mage. After all, poison cannot be blocked by ordinary defense. If it weren't for the training room allowing infinite attribute farming, Bai Xingqi might have chosen the high-damage, ruthless poison doctor path. But he had a plan and decisively chose barefoot medic at the job transfer shrine. Lightfalls and power surges. Zhu Xiaoyu was deeply moved. She knew that this youth was no longer a newcomer, but had truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. One day, he might even surpass Master Baya and rise above everyone in Qingshui City. Bai Xingqi, however, had no time to pay attention to anything else and focused solely on the attribute panel. 5 stars and 3 transformations completed, all 6 attributes surpassed 30,000. Growth rate doubled, with both health and magic breaking 10 million. Once a 3rd-tier knight, with only 400,000 health. But now, in Qingshui City, no one can stand against him. Even a 4th-level expert could not be his opponent. More importantly, it is the new skill brought by barefoot healing. Bai Xingqi opened the skill panel, and the new power officially made its debut. Barefoot healer body, LV1, passive. Traveling as a healer is full of dangers. When health is damaged, the maximum health is permanently increased. Healing does not depend on action status, and the healing speed surges dramatically when injured. Medical needle acupoint LV1 active. Using medical needles on acupoints to stimulate potential, all attributes surge, causing a short-term burst. Yin Yang medical needle LV1 active. Burning one's own life. condensing into a medical needle. Yang needles heal, Yin needles kill enemies. Both damage and healing ignore defense. Bai Shengqi chose this profession without hesitation precisely because of these three skills. In others' eyes, the yin-yang medical needle is exchanging life for output, and if not used well, it's self-harm. But for Bai Shengqi, his health bar has more than 10 million points, so this kind of consumption is nothing. Plus the aesthetic healer feature, as long as he gets injured, his health regeneration rate skyrockets, allowing him to recover while fighting. Others need to sit for over 10 minutes when low on health, but he can fully recover in just a few minutes, making his efficiency unbeatable. It is precisely because of this that intern doctors are disliked. They treat slowly, split their experience, and are not as good as soloing. But Bai Shengqi is different. He alone is a perpetual motion machine. The third transformation was complete, and he was in a great mood. I'm ready. Shall we go to the job fair now? Zhu Xiaoyu shook her head. Go to the class reunion first. I represent the job change temple and can't show up too early. Bai Shengqi didn't mind and nodded, then left the job change temple. After the third job change was completed, the invisible pressure on his shoulders instantly dissipated, and he felt as if the world had suddenly become wider. Unfortunately, he didn't run into anyone from the Serious Guild or Qinghe Guild, so his desire to practice fell through. But he would encounter them sooner or later. He smiled and headed toward the school. Today, Qingshui City School was unusually lively. Even compared to the awakening job changes from a few days ago, this is far better. Because the recruitment fair scheduled for 6 months later was actually held ahead of time. The major guilds hadn't all arrived yet, but the students were already crowding the venue. It wasn't just this year's batch. Many senior students who hadn't found jobs also came. Bai Shengqi immediately spotted his class's booth, which was decorated especially prominently. Zhou Xingming, the deputy leader of the Qinghe Guild, truly had abundant resources. I've already undergone the second job change. This is pretty normal, right? Didn't Hu Liuli also do her second job change? Zhou Xingming was surrounded by classmates, his tone full of superiority. There's an unusual situation in the northern part of the city. No one has the chance to level up on their own. I suggested to my father that we form a rookie support team for Qinghe Guild, and I'll be the captain. The guild is also on site today, so you still have a chance to become reserve members. Clearly, he was trying to recruit people for Qinghe Guild. Normally, such a large guild wouldn't bother with newcomers. The recruitment event was suddenly moved up, and Bai Shengqi couldn't understand the reason behind it. Bai Shengqi, you're here? Someone noticed him first. Once a fourth-tier archmage's bloodline made him quite famous at school. But after awakening as a trainee physician, his popularity quickly faded. Haha, you can solo the Red Madness Rabbit now, right? Don't lose heart. With the north of the city in such chaos, where would he find monsters to farm? No worries, with Captain Zhou around, just stick with him. Bai Shengqi was too lazy to respond and looked at Zhou Xingming. You never told them I reached second tier before you did? As soon as the words came out, the room went silent. Zhou Xingming's face instantly darkened. He also reached the second transformation? Even earlier, how could a trainee doctor advance so quickly? The exclamations gradually died down. From Zhou Xingming's gloomy expression, everyone quickly confirmed it was true. Even Hu Liuli, who had monopolized a table and was sitting with her legs crossed, stood up and nodded. That's right. He reached the second transformation earlier than both me and Zhou Xingming. She didn't bother looking at anyone else and directly beckoned Bai Shengqi. Bai Shengqi, come sit here. Bai Shengqi glanced over. A crowd had gathered around Zhou Xingming, while Hu Liuli's side was surprisingly quiet, so he walked over. He knew very well that Qinghe Guild was the top guild, so it was normal for them to support Zhou Xingming. As for Hu Liuli, her background was not bad, but no one dared to get close, probably because she kept people at a distance herself. Where are your two friends? Bai Shengqi sat down and asked casually. They're not in our class, don't you know? Oh, I forgot. Bai Shengqi shrugged dismissively. He didn't take those two people seriously at all. The atmosphere grew a bit cold for a moment, but fortunately, he did have something to ask. By the way, your grandfather got into a fight that day. What happened afterwards? What else could happen? Hu Liuli shot Zhou Xingming a glance. We were about to force them to tell the truth, but then Zhou Xingming's dad came to interfere, and it was abruptly ended. None of his business. Her voice was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. Zhou Xingming's face darkened as he said coldly, "Gossiping behind someone's back? Is that interesting?" "I said it, so what's wrong?" Hu Liuli glared at him with a cold laugh. "I'm saying it to your face, not behind your back." "You? Not convinced? Come fight me. Let me see how strong your second-tier mage really is." Bai Xingqi was taken aback, not expecting her temper to be so fierce. Hu Liuli noticed his gaze and cleared her throat lightly. "I got scolded by my dad this morning and was holding back my anger. He bumped into me. Who else is to blame?" Bai Xingqi nodded slightly, then suddenly said seriously, "Is it possible that the attack on you that day was originally related to Zhou Qingtian?" These words were no quieter either. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and everyone's faces turned pale. A student actually dared to publicly speculate about a fourth-level Grand Mage, the president of the top guild, even calling him by name. The students trembled in fear, but Zhou Shengming completely exploded, suddenly standing up and shouting angrily, "Bai Xingqi, have you also learned to gossip behind people's backs?" His veins bulged, clearly furious to the extreme. Behind Hu Liuli is his grandfather, who is a fourth-tier professional. He rarely loses his temper, but Bai Xingqi does not have that confidence. Moreover, the two have a long-standing grudge. He almost wanted to take action on the spot to test his strength as a second-tier mage. But the last bit of reason forced him to hold back. He suddenly thought of the scene at the job change shrine. The test monster was exactly the one Bai Xingqi had hunted back. This means the other side must be hiding methods he was unaware of. It's definitely not as simple as attribute crystals. "Who said I was bad-mouthing behind your back?" Bai Xingqi smiled casually. "I'm saying this to your face. You? If you don't dare to make a move, then sit down." Bai Xingqi was too lazy to look at him anymore and instead said to Hu Liuli, "That day's descending from the sky was a 5th-level Earth-type magic, rock and soil descent. Zhou Qingtian is a 4th-tier Grand Mage who can definitely do it. Why do you have to rule him out?" Hu Liuli looked helpless. "I already mentioned it. My dad scolded me badly, telling me not to get involved and to honestly come to the job fair to find a job." "You're looking for a job too?" Bai Xingqi was stunned. "Is the Beast Guild no longer being inherited? What are you thinking about?" Hu Liuli rolled her eyes. "My dad doesn't want me fighting monsters every day. He wants me to join a big company and have a stable job that doesn't require leaving the city." Bai Xingqi fell silent. He knew clearly that no matter how strong hunting monsters made him, one day it would all come crashing down. A stable life in the city was indeed more like a fallback plan, on the condition that such a disaster would never happen again. Otherwise, in this world, there might not be any truly safe place. Bai Xingqi frowned, somewhat puzzled. "You don't seem like someone who does clerical work. With such great potential as a shapeshifter, don't you think it's a waste?" He laughed self-deprecatingly. "A doctor like me, with no combat ability, is probably better off staying in the city." "You have no combat ability?" Hu Liuli glanced at him, too lazy to respond further. Just then, the surroundings suddenly became restless. "They're here. The guild people are here." The atmosphere at the recruitment fair instantly became tense. The students sat up straight, trying their best to showcase themselves. But in the eyes of the recruiters, they looked more like a batch of goods waiting to be selected. Bai Xingqi watched coldly, noticing that these guilds were recruiting with unusual casualness, almost accepting anyone who came. "Is it related to the anomaly in the northern part of the city?" he thought with a sinking heart. The counselor, accompanied by several recruiters, walked into the classroom. "Bloodwolf, Whirlwind, and Black Cloud guilds are all here. No restrictions on level or profession. Those interested can register." The few held thick forms in their hands, clearly prepared to recruit massively. Before it even started, Zhao Xingming stood up first. "Sorry, everyone in this class has already agreed to join the Qinghe Guild." The words were polite, but the tone was firm. The others' expressions darkened, but they had no choice but to back down. "Since it's Qinghe Guild, then forget it." The students' gazes toward Zhou Shengming instantly filled with awe. Zhou Shengming felt proud in his heart. The Qinghe Guild simply was not short of people. All of this was just for his own selfish reasons. Zhou Qingtian understood this well, but since the Qinghe Guild was well established and could afford the trouble, he decided to just let him cause a commotion. A few recruiters glanced at each other for a moment before turning their gaze to another table. The people Zhou Xingming had pointed out earlier were all around him, except for these two lonely students, who clearly seemed to be the type ostracized by their class. With a mindset of picking up leftovers, they still spoke up. Two students, are you interested in joining our guild? Hu Liuli directly shook her head. I don't even join my grandfather's 100 Beast Guild. Why would I join yours? The few of them immediately felt a headache. The granddaughter of the fierce lion and the son of Zhou Qingtian, two second-generation professionals in the same class, was truly ridiculous. They had no choice but to look at Bai Xingqi. What about you? You haven't made any arrangements, have you? No guild. Bai Xingqi smiled. But I already have a job, working at the Transfer Job Temple. Job Transfer Temple? The few people's expressions changed, immediately recalling the recent mobilization of the city guards. They subconsciously checked his status panel, but saw only a veil of mist. Sorry to disturb you. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they hurriedly left. Bai Xingqi shook his head quietly, his concealment skill gaining a bit more proficiency. The students were in an uproar, continuously discussing. Only Zhou Shengming's face was ashen. The counselor glanced at Bai Xingqi, sighed, and led everyone away. Afterward, quite a few guilds and companies entered, but Bai Xingqi was already too lazy to pay attention. For him, this recruitment fair was truly boring. With this time, he would rather leave the city to grind dungeons. But he still came because he had a goal that must be achieved. Before completing the goal, he could only wait patiently. Soon, the magic loudspeaker sounded. The chairman's platform was lifted into the sky above the campus by magic. The students looked up and saw all the important figures of Qingshui City present. After a series of speeches, the loudspeaker fell into the hands of the person Bai Xingqi cared about most. President of the Qinghe Guild, Zhou Qingtian. I'm sure many of you have already found jobs. Then you must be very curious why the job fair is held earlier than usual. After teasing them, his tone grew serious. The reason is only one, the anomaly in the northern part of the city. Zhou Qingtian continued. Although we failed in the secret realm battle back then, we discovered a secret. And this anomaly in the northern city is related to that secret realm. We discovered that the mysterious realm monsters drop a kind of gray crystal, which I call the gray crystal. Now, mutated monsters can also drop gray crystals. And gray crystals are important materials for making attribute crystals. As the words fell, the entire venue erupted. Who doesn't know the value of attribute crystals? They couldn't afford them before, but now they have a chance to farm them by hand. Countless new professionals had fiery eyes. But under the podium, some people had pale faces. Those were the recruiters from major companies. Once this news spreads, the outer city will inevitably intervene. Zhou Qingtian cannot possibly be unaware of what he really wants to do. Grabbing chestnuts from the fire, one misstep, and even the Qinghe Guild might not be able to contain it. The fact that he dares to throw this out in public indicates the news has already leaked. Instead of debating its truth, we should think about how to protect our interests as chaos approaches. On the podium, Zhou Qingtian continued. Why recruit in advance, and almost without any threshold? It's simple. After the anomaly in the northern city, many newcomers who just change professions can't level up, and those who awaken later will face the same problem. So the major guilds have decided to take responsibility, organize these newcomers, and have us lead teams to help them endure this unprecedented crisis. Thunderous cheers instantly erupted from the audience. The loudest shouters were precisely the newbie players switching roles. With the northern part of the city sealed off, they were trapped inside, their future bleak. Now hearing that the guild had already paved the way for them, they were so excited they nearly lost control. Getting employed early means each guild essentially nurtures their talent firsthand, so naturally, they will do their utmost. Zhou Qingtian concluded with a smile, his tone high-spirited. When the time is right, we will use the north of the city as a springboard to reorganize a strong team, launch a counterattack on the secret realm, and reclaim everything we've lost. Applause erupted once again. At that moment, a harsh voice sounded. Chairman Zhou, I want to ask you something. When the day comes, will you still run away and betray your teammates like before? The entire venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone followed the sound and saw a youthful student below, holding a magical loudspeaker pointed towards the sky. His companion beside him looked deathly pale. Such boldness. This thought simultaneously arose in the minds of many. That person was none other than Bai Xingqi. The classmates were all shocked, with only one thought remaining. He was crazy. Publicly challenging the president of the #1 guild in Qingshui City. This wasn't recklessness, it was courting death. But the people from the guild and the company showed meaningful smiles. Is it him? That's right, it's the Archmage of Baya. Interesting, this kid's really bold, daring to confront them in such a setting. TSK, I wouldn't dare. This is no longer courage, it's madness. The surrounding chatter exploded, but the scene strangely fell silent. It's Xiaoqi, right? I'm also sorry about your father's accident, but you misunderstood. It wasn't just your father who was captured back then, the entire assault team was. On the podium, Zhou Qingtian wore a face full of sorrow. You are too young and overly optimistic about the world. Exploration is never safe. Sacrifice is the norm. Your father and the team members are all worthy of respect. In that battle, I would have even preferred to die alongside them. Bai Xingqi sneered coldly, holding up the magic amplifier. Those are some pretty words, President Zhou. Why didn't you die with them back then? And now you come out preaching sentimentality. Bai Xingqi, you're going too far. Zhou Xingming was furious. With the staff in hand and a spell about to be cast, his arm was suddenly grabbed tightly, causing him to gasp in pain. He turned his head and saw it was Hu Yuli. The power of the shapeshifter made it impossible for him, a mage, to break free. Why does it concern you when someone else is speaking? Must you resort to violence? At a time like this, she was the only one daring enough to stand up for Bai Xingqi. Someone else spoke from the podium. Sometimes, retreat requires courage just as much. The judgment back then was that even with all reinforcements deployed, defeat was inevitable. That voice sighed. If that's the case, then it's better to conserve strength. Besides, the association has new theories about the anomaly in the north of the city. These forces may be even more important later on. It's the branch president of the Professional Association of Qingshui City. The crowd murmured softly, and the entire venue fell silent once again. At this moment, his presence overshadowed all other sounds. Zhou Qingtan was a 4th-tier Grand Mage and also the president of the top guild in Qingshui City. His strength and influence made his status unquestionable. But the branch vice president of the association was different. The professional association behind him represented authority itself. Other cities might have stronger guilds, but there was only one professional association. Once the branch vice president spoke, this matter was almost settled. The student, no matter how unwilling, had no choice but to swallow his resentment. At least, that was how most people saw it. But Bai Xingqi just doesn't think that way. He is destined to take a path opposite to everyone else. Evaluation. Bai Xingqi squinted his eyes, his tone icy cold. Then I want to ask if Chairman Zhou, or even the Qinghe Guild, encounters a crisis. Even gathering all the forces of Qingshui City can't save them. Shouldn't the branch president also assess the situation and directly give up on them? The recruitment fair instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on Bai Xingqi. No one understood what he was really trying to do by saying this. But one thing was very clear. There was no longer any room for negotiation between him and Zhou Qingtian. On the podium, the branch president was momentarily at a loss for words. No matter how he answered this question, it would be wrong. At this moment, Zhou Qingtian picked up the magic amplifier, looking down from above, his voice steady and commanding. In Qingshui City, who can put the Qinghe Guild in crisis? I would like to see for myself. His gaze swept across the entire scene. Many powerful professionals instinctively lowered their heads. Zhou Qingtian has the right to be arrogant. Nowadays, in Qingshui City, there is hardly any force that can counterbalance the Qinghe Guild. Even the association, after that secret realm assault failure, had to consider his attitude. Bai Xingqi looked up and uttered just one word. Clear, cold, with no hesitation. There was a sigh among the crowd. This kid is really crazy. Those who originally anticipated a good show shook their heads one after another. If it was only about reasoning and upholding righteousness, at least they could have walked away unscathed. But now, tearing off the facade like this, it's nothing less than handing their lives over to Zhou Qingtian with their own hands. Zhou Qingtian, the president of Tiantang Hall's top guild. Could it be that he took this position by merely coaxing children? Now that the reason is right in front of him, can he still not give that kid a good beating? Everyone was waiting to see how he would make a move, but another person stood up first on the podium. Good kid, you still dare to show your face. He nodded to everyone on the stage, his voice cold. This person ambushed my Tianlang Guild's leveling team in the wild. 7 were knocked down and revived, but 1 was completely eliminated. The methods were ruthless. He turned to the branch president and the captain of the city guard. Immediately arrest this person. Such a dangerous element who disrupts order must not be let go. The branch president's expression shifted as he looked at the city guard captain. The captain frowned. I haven't received any reports. President Lon, the city guard can't just arrest someone based on your one-sided account. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced to the side and suddenly remembered that the guardian of the Resurrection Temple hadn't shown up today. There wasn't even anyone present to verify the situation. At that moment, someone on the podium spoke up again. President Lon, Bai Xingqi, is an employee of my vocational temple and wouldn't do such a thing without reason. I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding. The speaker was the job change guide, Zhu Xiaoyu. She was young and not very powerful, but as a representative of the job change shrine, no one dared to underestimate her. Chairman Lon was well prepared and gave a faint smile. Who here doesn't have status? Does having status mean you can do whatever you want? What kind of logic is that? No matter how strong the job change shrine was, it couldn't openly shield anyone. The branch president squinted his eyes. If the investigation proves true, no matter who it is or what status they have, they must be punished. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhu Xiaoyu had nothing more to say. She could only clench her fists and look down at the stage. Xiaobai, this is as far as I can help you. Don't really send yourself into a dead end. President Lon smiled. It's simple to find out the truth. He looked down and asked loudly, Bai Xingqi, did you attack the entire leveling team of my Wolfhound Guild? Do you dare to admit it? He could tell the young man was off, and he hadn't even tried to hide it from the start, as if deliberately provoking. In moments of passion like this, once provoked, he would definitely admit it himself. As expected, Bai Xingqi looked up and smiled. It was me. What's there to be afraid to admit? As soon as he said this, the scene instantly exploded. Everyone sharply turned to Bai Xingqi, their faces full of disbelief. Everyone knew about the association's ban. Privately disobeying was one thing, but publicly crossing the line was almost unheard of. The classmates in his class turned pale and kept retreating, fearing being implicated. Even Hu Lioli, who was usually bold, stuck out her tongue and quietly put some distance between them. If you're still standing next to him now and get accidentally hit by group magic, there won't even be a place to cry. He really admitted it. On the chairman's platform, President Lon was momentarily stunned, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart. But he quickly regained his composure and said coldly, the person has admitted it. The evidence is conclusive. This individual is extremely unstable. I recommend immediate capture. No need for your instructions. The captain of the city guard sneered coldly and directly activated his communicator. The next moment, multiple city guard squads charged into the venue from all directions. The sight of their formation sent a chill through the entire crowd. 8 squads in total, each with 1 third-level and 4 second-level members. With this setup, it's more than enough to take on a medium-sized guild head-on. President Lon smiled as he sat down, feeling completely at ease. Bai Xingqi is too dangerous. He doesn't want to deal with him personally. Now that it's handed over to the city guard, no matter the outcome, this person is finished. Behind the city guard is the association, and above the association is the headquarters. No matter how strong someone is, it's impossible to go against the entire professional system. They originally thought the city guard would be severely weakened after the secret realm assault failed, but unexpectedly, so many third-tier professionals have appeared again in no time. Everyone exchanged glances silently, each with different thoughts. 8 elite squads approached, but Bai Xingqi remained indifferent, only raising his head to look at the podium. I'm only here to get justice from Zhou Qingtian. The city guard had better not interfere. The city guard captain's face darkened. He knew very well that Bai Xingqi was no ordinary person. After the last operation failed, He specifically looked up information and became increasingly alarmed. That kind of combat power had long exceeded reason. So this time, he directly summoned the strongest lineup. But he didn't know that Bai Xingqi's strength was increasing exponentially by the day. Even if the information is delayed by 1 day, the judgment will be fatally wrong. -1, -1, -1. The capture team acted without hesitation simultaneously. Bai Xingqi, however, stood still, not even counterattacking. The true sight scanned quickly, taking in everyone's stat panels. Neither second nor third transformation posed a threat to him. All attacks landed with damage still only -1. Even third transformation professionals couldn't break his defense, causing an uproar on the spot. He has a fourth transformation mage's defensive enchantment, using a negative scroll. The captain gave a cold order. 8 scrolls were torn open simultaneously, dark light rushing straight towards Bai Xingqi. Everyone held their breath. These effects ignored defense and should have hit without fail. But as the light touched him, it only flickered briefly before completely dissipating. Bai Xingqi still stood in place, not a hair out of place. At the job fair scene, the falconer shook his head and smiled bitterly. Only now did he understand that the previous failures were never due to bad luck. Bai Xingqi could actually ignore negative statuses. This secret far exceeded his imagination, and it was precisely because of this that the hawk, Xiao Jin, dropped in rank. Not only the squad members who took action, but even the city guard captain on the podium was stunned. The once foolproof capture methods had actually failed just like that. Immunity to negative status? Many big shots were shocked at once. This was no ordinary defensive enchantment. Little did they know, this was just the negative resistance of a trainee doctor, amplified to an exaggerated level by Bai Xingqi's extraordinary luck. Are you done? Bai Xingqi tilted his head and smiled, looking at the flustered team members. He stood in place from beginning to end, not fighting back at all. If he had intended to fight, these people would have returned to the Hall of the Living Gods long ago. Then, he looked up at the podium. If the city guard takes action, I will only acknowledge it this one time. If you dare make a move again, I won't mind having the city guard vanish starting today. As the voice fell, the entire place fell into silence. The professionals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. If it were before, these words would only be taken as a joke. But now, no one dares to laugh. On the podium, the captain of the city guard was burning with rage. Just relying on external objects, do you really think defensive enchantments can make you invincible? Before the words had fallen, light and shadow flickered, and a long bow appeared in his hand. The golden light was dazzling, exuding an imposing aura. Golden weapon. The arena instantly erupted in uproar. Countless people turned envious. In Qingshui City, golden equipment often costs tens of millions of star yuan and is simply unattainable. Yet he already had it in his hands. Whenever golden equipment appears, it almost always falls into the hands of top-tier elites first, and the city guard captain was equally confident. He held the golden longbow, his gaze icy, directly aiming at Bai Xingqi below. Use this, his defensive enchantment is very strong. Zhou Qingtian's voice sounded, and a pitch-black arrow was handed over. 6th rank anti-magic arrow. The captain's heart shook. This item was incredibly valuable, comparable to the golden longbow. He did not hesitate, drawing the bowstring fully, but delayed shooting. This was the 3rd stage skill delayed shot, meant to guarantee the arrow would break through. Hold him back. With a command, the squad immediately surrounded him. Bai Xingqi smiled faintly. As expected, you can't understand human language. Blood mist surged. A ghostly blue gauze draped his body. He added a regeneration state to himself, his health wildly fluctuating between depletion and recovery. Countless hair-thin white needles condensed, then instantly turned black. The healing needles transformed into killing weapons. In just 3 seconds, hundreds of thousands of life points were infused into the medical needles, with hundreds of them suspended in the air. The feast begins. The next moment, the medical needles carrying magical damage scattered and shot out. Like a swarm of fish, 40 people surged forward simultaneously toward Bai Xingqi. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Such an assault was only worthy of a 4th realm expert. The 8 squads didn't aim to kill him, only to hold him off until the demon-breaking arrows from the sky fell. But once Bai Shinki made a move, he never hesitated. Hundreds of pure black medical needles shot out explosively, nearly 10 per person on average. The damage alone wasn't high, but the magic attached to the healing needle was the real killer move. With over 30,000 spirit power bolstering it, the low-level skill also erupted into 60,000 magical attack. 40 people simply couldn't hold back. Their health bars instantly drained, and they all fell simultaneously. One encounter, and the elite city guards were wiped out. Is this a healer? Can a healer kill instantly? The spectators were all stunned. On the podium, the captain of the city guard looked pale, but had already drawn his bowstring to the limit. The delayed arrow charge for 6 seconds caused a massive increase in damage, breaking defense and critical hits all activated. Paired with the 6th-level magic-breaking arrow, he was confident that this shot would surely kill Bai Xingqi. After the arrow was shot, except for the city guard captain, the eyes of all the strong figures on the podium were fixed on it. Bai Xingqi frowned tightly, watching the magic-breaking arrow coming straight at him. The arrow, after 6 seconds of charging, flew at an extreme speed, making it impossible to dodge face-on. He knew clearly that if he used the grasshopper wings maneuver, he could escape, but that was his last resort for survival and could not be exposed lightly. At the moment the magic-breaking arrow was about to hit, Bai Xingqi made a move. Ordinary people locked by the delayed shot would basically be doomed, but his spirit and agility were outrageously high. He saw the arrow's path clearly, and his body kept up with the reaction. Shoo. The 3 arrows almost formed a straight line, aimed directly at the captain of the city guard in the air. This was his rarely used bounce shot. The damage was no longer top tier, but the accompanying bounce effect was the key. As the arrow flew out, his entire body suddenly sprang backward like a grasshopper. Moving so fast that it left a trail of afterimages, everyone was stunned. With a boom, the cursed arrows lost their target, shooting fast along the ground, the vortex plowing a deep trench. Eventually, they only brushed past Bai Xingqi's body and flew away, stopping after crashing through the wall behind him. Bai Xingqi looked up and saw that the city guard captain's face was pale, cold sweat pouring down. That counterattack just now nearly sent him straight to the Resurrection Temple. The 3 arrows dealt a total of 3 million damage. Even a level 93rd tier archer couldn't withstand that. His survival was entirely thanks to the top-tier defensive accessory called the Lock of Life. Such equipment ranges from rare to legendary, with a very simple function: it only stores health. The higher the quality, the more health it can store. Normally, blood is stored in the life lock, and once severely injured, it automatically withdraws to replenish. If the instant damage exceeds the limit, it will shatter on the spot. But when it shatters, a special effect is triggered: blood lock. Within 3 seconds, no matter how heavy the attack, at least 1 drop of blood is preserved. Only 3 seconds, but it's equivalent to an extra life. The price is outrageously expensive. Even rare grade 1 start at several million star credits. But any professional with some strength will grit their teeth and buy one. The city guard captain's life lock is rare grade, with a maximum of 2 million health points. Countless times in the past, it had saved him from the brink of death. But now, an ordinary bouncing shot from the opponent shattered it instantly. A 3-second countdown began. The captain frantically injected a top-grade potion and desperately retreated. He knew very well that even with 2 million health, he couldn't withstand the attack, let alone himself blocking it. Boom! Their clash lasted only an instant, yet the ground suddenly surged and swelled. Bai Xingqi's feet sank, the soil transforming into 2 giant hands tightly gripping his legs. The ground around him rolled up into walls, quickly closing into a cage, trapping him in the center. At the job fair site, he had just dodged the demon-breaking arrow, only to be locked down by an even stronger magic. High-level magic requires a long preparation time. Theoretically, a surprise attack is impossible, unless, before the demon-breaking arrow was shot, these spells had already begun chanting. The timing was perfect down to the smallest detail. The one attacking was definitely an experienced and powerful mage. His legs locked, surrounded on all sides by heavy earth walls. For Bai Xingqi, this was an unprecedented peril, but he did not panic. The Yinyang medical needle remained activated. blood volume continued to drain, yet the medical needles around him only grew in number. The clustered medical needles, wrapped with the additional damage of the demon-repelling gauze, swarmed the surrounding earthen walls like locusts. No matter how strong the magical defense was, it couldn't withstand this kind of assault. The medical needles merely wore it down, and the earthen walls began to collapse. In less than 2 seconds, the heavy earthen wall was breached, and he finally broke free. But what greeted his eyes was not the sky. Above his head, a gigantic block of rock and earth dragged its shadow as it plummeted rapidly. Rock fell from the heavens, and it was even more ferocious than any he had seen before. Just as Bai Xingqi was about to use the grasshopper wings to dodge, he realized the outside world had already changed. The dark blue water swirled wildly all around him. He felt as if he were standing at the center of a whirlpool. Zhou Qingtian. He immediately realized that this water barrier was even more lethal than the rock and soil overhead. Forcing his way through would only get him torn apart by water blades. There was no longer any doubt about his choice. The rock and soil falling from above descended too quickly. No amount of medical needles could wear it down in time. Bai Xingqi directly grabbed his bow, drawing it towards the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With terrifying agility and his mad blood, 6 or 7 arrows were fired in an instant. The bow and arrows are ordinary, but each arrow has an attack power in the millions. So what if it's 5th-level magic? Under an assault of 7 to 8 million damage, the earth and skyfall shattered in midair before it even landed, dissipating into earth elements. The scene was dead silent. Is someone using attack magic skills? And they actually destroyed it? What kind of tactic is this? Bai Xingqi's moves completely stunned all the professionals. In the blink of an eye, all 40 members of the city guard's 8 squads were taken down. The imposing captain, clad in full golden armor, fired an arrow that didn't even scratch the opponent's skin, yet was countered with a blow that left him barely alive, forcing him to hide in the back in fright. That mysterious mage kept casting Earth Prison and Earth and Skyfall, but they were all casually broken apart. Is this really something a newly awakened novice could achieve? Calling him a 4th-tier expert wouldn't be an exaggeration. On the podium, suspended in midair, the group of experts were already restless. They all stood up together, each with a different expression as they fixed their gaze on Bai Xingqi. Regardless of their stance, all that remained in their hearts was shock. Young man, exactly which tier are you? The branch president frowned, staring at him for a long time before slowly speaking. I can't make sense of your information at all. To reach this level in just a few days is highly unusual. How many times I turn, whether it's reasonable, does it really matter? Bai Xingqi spoke in a calm tone. From beginning to end, I only searched for Zhou Qingtian. If you insist on interfering, what exactly do you want to do? Rules must not be broken. The branch president said in a deep voice. You are very powerful, but that does not mean you can trample on the rules. The order that humanity has barely maintained cannot be disrupted. He looked down below. The 40 city guard members had already chosen to return to the city to resurrect. At least for now, no one had truly died. It's still not too late to stop now. As long as you stop, today's events can be treated as if they never happened. He said this very decisively, without even consulting anyone. But given his status, he can achieve it just by speaking. In Qingshui Castle, his words are the rules. Bai Xingqi sneered. Do you mean to save Zhou Qingtian? His gaze turned completely cold. That's perfect. Let's have the Qinghe Guild, the association branch, and the city guard all go together. By the way, how many resurrection chances does the city guard still have? This statement was arrogant to the extreme. If it were someone else, they would have been suppressed on the spot. But he still stood there, and no one dared to move. Bai Xingqi was not intentionally making enemies with everyone. It was just the branch president's attitude that made him realize one thing. He had already shown enough strength. Logically, the smartest move for the association was to stand by and watch. Sit back and watch the tigers fight. No matter who won, the association would not lose out. But the branch president of the association was firm in his stance, determined to side with the Qinghe Guild and fiercely protect Zhou Qingtian. This is already very clear. Behind the father's accident, these two were originally on the same side. Since that's the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Bai Xingqi did not rush to act. He delayed while simultaneously enveloping himself in slow recovery. At this moment, the amount of blood he had consumed was astronomical, and the yin-yang medical needles floating beside him were densely packed, already exceeding 10,000. The time had come. He ignored Zhou Qingtian holding the flowing spear on the podium and shouted coldly, "Unauthorized personnel evacuate immediately. Anyone still standing in place after 3 counts will be directly sent to the Resurrection Temple." 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, the recruitment fair site instantly erupted into chaos. All the professionals on the podium panicked, their faces looking extremely grim. They had witnessed Bai Shengqi's methods and had already wanted to escape, but the so-called dignity of important figures made them hesitate. Only one person was an exception. Ah! With a scream, she suddenly stood up and ran away. Zhu Xiaoyu from the transfer temple was also the only second transfer professional on the podium. She clearly knew that if she didn't leave immediately, it would be a death sentence. After running to the edge, she jumped down without hesitation, the wind roaring past her ears, and cries of alarm rising from below. At this height, a normal professional would surely die. But Zhu Xiaoyu was not panicked. During the fall, a wholly humanoid light shadow embraced her from behind, forcibly slowing her descent. Cleric skill, summon Holy Spirit. She landed steadily. At the same time, the countdown ended. On the podium, many people still hadn't managed to escape. Very good. Bai Shengqi sneered coldly and waved his hand. Tens of thousands of yin-yang medical needles poured out like a torrential rain, aiming straight at the podium. At this moment, he no longer held back, his murderous intent fully revealed. However, those seated on the podium were the strongest professionals in Qingshui City and naturally would not wait to die. The moment the yin-yang medical needles approached, everyone struck simultaneously, light exploding brightly as various defensive methods were deployed at once. But the number of needles was simply too great, and each needle carried the magical damage of demon-repellent silk garment, dealing more than 60,000 damage each. Even third-tier professionals, the toughest, only had a few 100,000 health, while the fragile ones barely exceeded 200,000, unable to withstand the assault at all. This time, there were tens of thousands of needles, on average more than 200 needles targeted at each person. Faced with such firepower, even third-tier professionals had no way out. Amid the roar, defense and attack collided head-on, but the outcome was despairing. All defenses held for just a moment before shattering one after another, as a large number of healing needles continued to advance. A flash of light swept across, and more than half of the people on the podium fell on the spot, directly losing their chance for resurrection. Those still standing wore equally pale expressions. Their health bars had long been depleted, leaving only a sliver of health, barely holding on thanks to the life lock. Everyone watched the fallen in shock. If it weren't for the life lock, they would have been down already. But even so, under the locked HP status, their life lock had already completely shattered. These equipments were only of rare quality, storing at most 2 million HP. Once the 3-second locked HP period passed, they would have no means of survival left. This was obvious to everyone, because the captain of the city guard was already lying on the ground. Even though his strength ranked among the top in Qingshui City, without the life lock, he was no different in front of Bai Shengqi. Bai Shengqi was ridiculously strong to the point of despair. "Don't. I quit. I'm not getting involved anymore. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to find someone, go find Zhou Qingtian. Don't take it out on us." On the podium, those professionals clinging on with blood locking were completely panicked. They knew very well that once the blood lock ended, the next to fall would be themselves. Too late. In just a few seconds, dense medical needles reappeared around Bai Shengqi. Hundreds of medical needles shot out with a whistle. Those who had just lost their blood lock couldn't react in time and were cut down like wild grass. In the blink of an eye, the podium was cleared. Only 2 people remained standing. Vice President of the Association Branch and Zhou Qingtian, President of the Qinghe Guild. They were the strongest in the entire venue, but at this moment their expressions were grim. Just now, the 2 of them exerted all their strength to defend, yet they were still pierced by a torrent of medical needles. Many medical needles struck their bodies, forcing them into a desperate situation. Fortunately, They were using the golden level item, Life Lock, which can store 8 million health points, barely preventing them from being shattered outright. But now, the blood stored in the lock had already been depleted. If it happened once more, they would undoubtedly die. Zhou Qingtian's face was ashen. He recognized that it was the skill of the third-tier profession, barefoot healer. But he couldn't understand why the power was absurd to such an extent. Logically, the higher the damage, the more the caster loses HP, and he should have exhausted himself to death by now. But the opponent only fought harder and harder. Unable to figure it out, he stopped dwelling on it. He exchanged a glance with the branch president and nodded simultaneously. In the next second, a fierce wind swept up, and the two abandoned the stage directly, soaring into the sky. The sound of the wind howled as they flew hundreds of meters above. This is a flying technique that only advanced mages can master. The branch president is obviously also a mage. High in the sky, Zhou Qingtian no longer hesitated. The flowing water spear in his hand had already surged to over 10 meters, and he suddenly threw it downward. After leaving his hand, the spear frantically absorbed water elements, swelling up with the wind like a roaring giant dragon. In the blink of an eye, it reached dozens of meters. It kept expanding. When it fell to midair, it had already exceeded 100 meters. Fifth-tier water magic, flowing water chanting dragon spear. Bai Shengqi recognized it at a glance, drawing his bow to shoot an arrow. The arrow had just left the bowstring when a sinking feeling filled his heart. That's not right. Zhou Qingtian was a fourth-tier grand mage. A mere fifth-level spell shouldn't require so much preparation. The answer would soon be revealed. The moment the arrow struck the chanting dragon spear, the giant dragon let out a deafening roar. The next second, it exploded with a thunderous blast. Water splashed everywhere as dragon roars echoed. At Bai Shengqi's feet, countless flowing water spears instantly took shape, voraciously devouring water elements, each one razor-sharp. This is 7th-level magic, the flowing water chant dragon spear formation. Bai Shengqi's heart sank. He recognized it but couldn't stop it, ultimately suffering from his lack of experience. The long spears sealed off all sides with no place to dodge, so he could only rely on defensive enchantments and his demon-repelling silk garment to tough it out. But in the next moment, thunder roared as several bucket-thick bolts of lightning struck consecutively. This was the 6th-level violent thunder technique. 7th-level formation pressure, 6th-level furious bombardment. Zhou Qingtian seemed reckless, casting it 5 or 6 times in a row. At the same time, the association branch vice president raised his wand high, and a beam of light shot down directly onto Bai Shengqi's head. It caused no injury, yet sent a chill through his heart. The yin-yang medical needles rapidly disintegrated. His output was forcibly suppressed. This is advanced dispel. Defensive enchantments can't block it, and negative resistance is ineffective. His rhythm was completely disrupted. With lightning and flowing water striking together, Bai Shengqi could only take the hits for a time. At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. A hexagram pattern exploded from within him, wildly expanding and sweeping away the lightning and spear. High above, Zhou Qingtian exhaled and smiled. Broke through. The branch president of the association nodded. The 7th level plus multiple 6th level bombardment finally shattered Bai Shengqi's defensive enchantment. That 6-pointed star was its last flicker of life. From this moment on, the defensive enchantment on Bai Shengqi was completely broken. Zhou Qingtian's assault was extremely fierce, and precisely because of this, it highlighted just how terrifying the defense Bai Ya had originally placed on his son was. If Bai Shengqi hadn't gone overboard today, Zhou Qingtian wouldn't have fought to this extent. Normally, with this layer of enchantment, he could practically walk through Qingshui City unhindered. No one could do anything to him. Bai Ya was truly protective of this son to the extreme. The branch president of the association shook his head and sighed. If this layer of defense had been placed on Bai Ya himself, the outcome of his entry into the secret realm might have been rewritten. This person is just too biased and doesn't consider the bigger picture. Zhou Qingtian's face was grim. Saying this is meaningless. It's precisely what he left behind that has forced us into this situation. On the surface, it looks like they won. But almost all the professionals on the podium were dead, leaving only the two of them, and it took great effort to break the enchantment. Such a victory was hardly glorious. Zhou Qingtian raised the magical amplifier and shouted down below. Bai Xingqi, do you have anything else to say? Your defense is broken. You are no longer invincible. No matter how strong you are, one spell from me will force you to return to the city and revive. Bai Xingqi also took out an amplifier and responded coldly from the high altitude. Then why don't you make a move? What are you waiting for? Zhou Qingtian stared at him, his eyes flickering. I sympathize with how hard you've worked leveling up. If you just sign a magical contract to serve me for 3 years, I can overlook today's incident. Bai Xingqi had only awakened for a few days, yet his strength had skyrocketed to this extent, which Zhou Qingtian simply couldn't understand. He didn't intend to ask, nor did he expect the other party to say anything. But as long as he is forced to sign the magic agreement, everything will be easy to handle. In this world, once an agreement is made, it must be fulfilled, no matter how unwilling one may feel inside. The deputy chairman's face changed. You still want to keep someone like this? It's too dangerous. We must completely cut off his chance of revival. Bai Xingqi's madness and strength had already sent a chill down his spine. Zhou Qingtian waved his hand. I have my own plans. He looked at Bai Xingqi again, his tone growing cold. It is that layer of protection that spoiled you, making you forget what fear means. Being too well protected as a young person is not necessarily a good thing. Then I'll help you find that feeling again. Wait until you resurrect once, then we'll talk slowly. By then, you should be a bit more honest. After shattering Bai Xingqi's defensive enchantment, Zhou Qingtian didn't even bother to look at him. In that battle on the podium, he knew the enemy's output wasn't weak. But so what? When has a mage ever lost a burst fight? He could have cleared the field during that wave of attack as well. With willingness, when the flowing dragon spear formation fell, at most only that old guild leader would survive. Water elements surged, and a long spear took shape in his hand. Desperate, he didn't strike immediately, but looked down at Bai Xingqi, his tone cold. Don't think having yin-yang medical needles means you can go head-to-head with a mage. That skill is only medium to long range. You're not an archer and have no range bonus, so you can't hit me at all. I've already seen through you. What else can you do? You're talking too much. Bai Xingqi didn't wait any longer. He stomped the ground fiercely, shattering it, and shot up like a cannonball. The terrifying strength attribute allowed him to leap dozens of meters. But he was still far from Zhou Qingtian, who was hundreds of meters up in the air. At the highest point, he turned his hand back and unleashed a bouncing shot at the ground. The force recoil pushed his figure even higher, directly soaring up 100 meters. In the next moment, twin wings unfolded behind him, and the grasshopper wing gliding activated. This fine piece of equipment has a limit and can fly up to a maximum of 150 meters. But adding the previous height, he had already reached an altitude of 250 meters. Less than 200 meters remained between him and Zhou Qingtian. Within the range of the bow and arrow, the bow was fully drawn. The arrow shot out like a meteor, breaking through the air. Countless medical needles followed closely behind, weaving through like a school of fish. At an altitude of 400 meters, Zhou Qingtian's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't dodge this arrow. -1248568. -54756. The arrow pierced through his body. With over 1,000,000 physical attack burst, even a 4th-tier mage's health bar instantly dropped to 0. The life lock triggered before collapsing, forcibly locking him at 1 HP. Zhou Qingtian's face turned pale as he watched Bai Xingqi disappear into the distance, his mind blank. He trembled as he took out a top-grade healing potion. With only 1 HP left, no one would feel safe. What's going on? The vice president of the association was also frightened and looked up at the sky. Being hit from a height of several hundred meters, while their maximum flight height for the 4th turn was only 400 meters, was simply not normal. Even more absurd was the damage number, over 1,000,000. Could that be done at the 3rd turn? I'm not sure. It looked like a grasshopper's wing, but the height is off. The Tianling Guild must know Bai Xingqi's trump card, but are deliberately not saying. His damage is just outrageous. Zhou Qingtian's hands and feet went cold, and he gritted his teeth. You're right. We can't keep this person around, or sooner or later something serious will happen. After truly witnessing that kind of output, he completely abandoned any idea of bringing him over. No matter where the other party's methods came from, They had already reached an extreme level of danger. What do we do now? The association branch vice president said in a deep voice. The lock of your life has already been broken. If he comes again, you will surely die. There's no other way. We can only ask that person to take action, no matter how high the cost. Zhou Qingtian said with lingering fear. The branch vice president of the association looked sullen. But we're still negotiating the share with that person. Inviting him now means bowing first, and the profits will be heavily taken away. Zhou Qingtian took his medicine while tearing open the healing scroll, shaking his head as he said, "It's still better than letting Bai Shengqi stir up trouble. At least that person follows the rules." The association branch president was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "The anomaly in the north of the city is a great opportunity, but also a great risk. We can't delay any longer. All unstable factors must be eliminated." "Then let's begin." Zhou Qingtian's words fell. The branch president of the association immediately took out a special tool and activated it in midair. A dazzling light exploded outward, and a swirling vortex of light appeared. The portal opened. The vortex began to fluctuate violently, obviously transmitting something on the other side. The two exchanged a glance, both showing anticipation and relief in their eyes. They knew very clearly that if they held on for just a few more seconds, when the person on the other side of the portal arrived, no matter how strong Bai Shengqi was, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. After all, that was an existence far beyond the level of Qingshui City. Just as he was savoring the joy of certain victory, Zhou Qingtian suddenly saw a black dot flying in from a distance. The black dot rapidly approached and soon revealed a human figure. He instinctively looked toward the portal, only to find that the teleportation hadn't been completed yet. In the next moment, he clearly saw who the newcomer was. It was Bai Shengqi. The translucent grasshopper wings vibrated as he charged straight forward. Zhou Qingtian's heart suddenly sank, his teeth nearly grinding to pieces. He wished so much that he still had the life lock on him, but that piece of equipment had long been shattered by Bai Shengqi's arrow. Without any protection, facing the approaching figure, his body was trembling with cold. But he forced himself to stay calm. Zhou Qingtian no longer waited for death, directly pulling out a stack of magic scrolls, tearing them open one after another, and frantically throwing them out. There was no time to chant spells. Scrolls were the fastest method. Without defensive enchantments, a third stage, can't hold up. He hardened his heart and threw out the scrolls like they cost nothing. Fourth and fifth level magic erupted simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying magical storm. Even a fourth-tier professional would lose skin if struck by such an attack. The branch president wanted to help, but was restrained by the portal, forced to focus entirely on maintaining the passage. In his view, Zhou Qingtian's move was enough to stop Bai Shengqi. However, in the next moment, both of their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. All the magic solidly struck Bai Shengqi. But on the screen, only a single number appeared. -1, -1, -1. At that moment, Zhou Qingtian would rather have all these attacks miss. At least, he wouldn't have his confidence completely shattered like it is now. Didn't the defensive enchantment break? How could a single demon-repelling silk garment possibly stop magic of this level? Zhou Qingtian roared in his heart, but the next second, the opponent had already drawn the bow and shot an arrow. His vision went black, and he was instantly killed. Until his death, he never understood why the opponent could ignore his magic. In the air, Bai Shengqi continued to fly far with the momentum of gliding. This was the limit of the skill, at an altitude of 150 meters and a distance of 1,500 meters. Just now, it was the second time he approached by gliding, ending Zhou Qingtian with a single arrow. In his eyes, those magic scrolls were nothing but a joke. The double defense granted by over 30,000 points of constitution had long surpassed the defense enchantments themselves, so it didn't matter if it was broken. At the moment the arrow hit, he saw a deathly light shine on Zhou Qingtian's body. A fourth-tier mage, there was no difference when he was killed. Go to the Resurrection Temple and block him. Bai Shengqi had already made up his mind. This time he would not let it go. After landing, he immediately tore open the speed scroll and sprinted. With high agility, an aura, and speed boost combined, his speed was astonishing. But when he arrived at the Resurrection Temple, it was still a moment too late. The temple was completely empty. He casually asked the temple guard a question, then gave a self-mocking smile. In Qingshui City, who would dare to offend the Qinghe Guild for the sake of an outsider? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold laugh sounded in his ear. You are the son of Archmage Baya, aren't you? The temple guardian squinted at him, his tone teasing. That Zhou Qingtian just now was as miserable as a dog. I've never seen anything like it. The prestigious president of the #1 guild, a 4th-rank archmage, actually slinking back into the Resurrection Temple. Being a temple guardian for so long, I've seen all kinds of strange things. He spoke excitedly, wanting to gossip more. But Bai Xingqi had no time to chat with him. Which way did he go? Hard to say, but it seemed like he went to the right. If you hurry, you might still catch up. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept by. Bai Xingqi had already rushed out. Zhou Qingtian was a 4th-level Grand Mage, and might still have 3 extra resurrection chances. He had to hurry. If he missed this time, it would be hard to find him again. The world was too big. If the other party abandoned the foundation of Qingshui City and hid somewhere else, he might not be able to find him. Bai Xingqi kept running wildly while watching the sky. Zhou Qingtian could fly and might have directly ascended to escape. But the sky was empty. It seemed the other party was still clear-headed and didn't use such an obvious method. Bai Xingqi's heart sank, and he could only continue the chase. This area's alleys crisscross, and you can disappear with just a turn. Very unfriendly to pursuers. As long as you slip into any of them, the person vanishes. After chasing for a while, he stopped. You can run from people, but you can't run from the guild. He decisively turned around and headed straight to the Qinghe Guild headquarters. It was an imposing building, no less impressive than the Qingshui commercial building. On ordinary days, common professionals would be warned even if they got close. Bai Xingqi used to only dare to glance from afar. Today, he walked straight over. Stop. Qinghe Guild restricted area. No trespassing. 2 guards at the gate shouted sternly. Is your president here? Bai Xingqi kept walking without stopping. Ignoring the warning? You're asking for death. One pulled a bowstring. The other raised a sword, attacking simultaneously. The arrow struck him. -1. They couldn't even break through the defense. Bai Xingqi was too lazy to say more. Raising his hand, 2 medical needles shot out through the air. Under the eye of true perception, the details of the guards were crystal clear. They were just ordinary 2nd tier, with only tens of thousands of health. 2 needles were enough. With a flash of cold light, both were pierced simultaneously and collapsed on the spot. The medical needles themselves didn't deal much damage, but combined with the magical attack of the demon-repelling gauze, it totaled over 60,000 points, which their health simply couldn't withstand. Bai Xingqi stepped over the corpses and moved inward. If he couldn't find Zhou Qingtian, then he would dismantle his old lair. If the guild gets breached and he still doesn't show up, then he can only be considered truly ruthless. Just as he entered the building, a group of professionals rushed out and surrounded him tightly. They hadn't been to the recruitment fair and didn't know what was happening outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to block him. Bai Xingqi's expression remained calm as the medical needles flew again. Since the pursuit of Zhou Qingtian, he had been using the yin-yang medical needles. With continuous regeneration, his health bar had always been full, but in reality, he had switched countless times. At this moment, 6 or 7 10,000 medical needles hovered around him, densely packed like a black cloud pressing down, making the scalp tingle. This wave of people only consumed a dozen or so needles. Bai Xingqi became more and more certain that he had chosen the right 3rd-tier branch. He stepped over piles of corpses and continued upwards. In the Resurrection Temple, the temple guardian watched as one person after another surfaced, almost laughing out loud. What's wrong? Want me to help you find out who killed you? How do you know they were killed by someone? Just a guess, don't get upset. He didn't dare to delay and immediately contacted the city guard captain. All by the same person? Bai Xingqi? Okay, I understand. Somewhere in Shimizu Castle, the captain put down the communicator, his face darkening. He dialed another number, then stared blankly into the distance. The sky over Shimizu Castle seemed to be changing. No, the sky really was changing. The association vice president walked slowly, accompanied by a man. Wherever that man passed, the sky grew overcast, lingering for a long time. This is a 5th-level professional from Quanshan City, a dark assassin. Tell him by Shengqi's whereabouts. 5th level. The captain of the city guard felt a shock in his heart. He was only at the 3rd level of breakthrough, yet just standing in front of the other party made it hard for him to breathe, cold sweat pouring down. The foundation of the association was indeed formidable. Just the Qing Shui city branch could invite such a high-level expert. Wu Xiao, let me make it clear first. Once I take action, the conditions cannot be reneged on. Even if this goes up to the headquarters, I have the justification. The captain of the city guard immediately lowered his head. The other party is a 5th-level professional, so addressing the branch president by name is only natural. Rest assured, branch president Wu Xiao nodded with a smile. We understand the rules. We won't let you come for nothing. The 5th-level professional snorted coldly. Don't think I'm taking advantage. Resources in a 3rd-tier city like yours don't even catch my eye usually. If I hadn't heard news of the anomaly, I wouldn't have come at all. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Xiao kept nodding repeatedly, signaling the captain of the city guard to immediately show the way. In the night, the group quickly headed toward the Qinghe Guild headquarters. Branch president, can he really handle it? That by Shengqi always gives me a weird vibe. Don't worry about whether it can be solved. First think about what reward to give afterward to make him satisfied. Wu Xiao sighed, his gaze growing distant. He abandoned all defense, opting solely for ultimate attack, once killing a level 155th tier knight captain with a single strike. Wu Xiao looked towards the city guard captain. You know what level 150 means, right? The captain of the city guard's pupils contracted sharply. Level 150 is the limit for 5th-tier professionals, the pinnacle among 5th-tier ranks. He himself was only level 90, still stuck at the 3rd transfer, yet he was already the top combat power in Qingshui City, able to firmly hold this position. But the appearance of Bai Shengqi was inherently illogical. Even knowing the strength of that dark assassin, he couldn't help but worry. Bai Shengqi is really too strange. Isn't there going to be a problem? Wu Xiao laughed out loud. You've always stayed in the small city, so you don't know how terrifying true power is. No matter how odd Bai Shengqi is, he can't compare to the survival ability of a max-level 5th transfer knight captain. Before him, no waves can be stirred. The captain of the city guard nodded, but his heart still couldn't calm down. Should we first send someone to guard the resurrection shrine? Once he revives, hold him off until that one comes to reap. Vice President Wu Xiao waved his hand to interrupt. You don't understand his ways. He always works alone and doesn't need others to interfere. He thought for a moment, then smiled. However, it's not bad to go watch the show early. You'll gain some experience too. Saying that, he dialed the communicator. The person has arrived. On the top floor of the Qinghe Guild building, Zhou Qingtian put down the communicator and let out a long breath. As a 4th-rank archmage, after being killed once by Bai Shengqi, he fled desperately and in the end had no choice but to hide back in the guild. Here, the more people there are, the more lives there are. Even if they can't be stopped, they can drag out time using revival counts. And that is exactly the case. Bai Shengqi broke into the building, moving up floor by floor. Within half an hour, over 23rd-level professionals had died at his hands. The foundation of the Qinghe Guild far surpasses that of the city guard. No wonder they can walk arrogantly in Qingshui City. At this moment, he was already approaching the top floor. After finishing this floor, he kicked off the ground and punched through the ceiling, directly leaping to the floor above. No matter how sturdy the building was, it was like paper in front of his strength of over 30,000 points. However, this floor caused him to stop in his tracks. Zhou Qingtian was already standing in front of him. You're not dodging anymore? Bai Shengqi raised his eyebrows. Around Zhou Qingtian stood a circle of 3rd-tier professionals, clearly the entire strength of the Qinghe Guild. I stand here because I have confidence. Zhou Qingtian smiled. Didn't you notice that I'm different now? Bai Shengqi's gaze darkened. Everyone was connected by chains of light, their breaths unified. A doctor who changed careers 3 times sneered and said, You can't tell from this skill? Bai Shengqi saw at a glance that the other person was a 3rd-tier medical profession, a benevolent healer. Compared to the ruthless, cruel, and poisonous doctor and his unorthodox, barefoot medical practice, the benevolent-hearted physician is the truly legitimate doctor. The physicians who are sought after by major professions after the third transformation actually refer to this very group. In terms of treatment volume and auxiliary capabilities, the benevolent healers completely overpower the other two branches. At this moment, what connects Zhou Qingtian and the others is precisely their signature skill, Life Link. Under the effect of the skill, all people's health points are shared, merging into one huge health pool. Bai Shengqi's attacks will be evenly distributed. Unless the health pool is completely depleted, no one will die. This skill is extremely disgusting for the attacker. Bai Shengqi frowned. The benevolent healer even added with a smile. We have 3 benevolent healers here, so you don't need to worry about endurance. Seeing this, Zhou Chengtian laughed loudly and looked Bai Shengqi straight in the eye. Now, what do you plan to do? Inside the Qinghe Guild headquarters, both sides were at a standstill. Bai Shengqi hadn't expected the opponent to use Life Link to drag it out against him. Charging straight through, he didn't even bother to think about tactics. Crushing with superior attributes. From the first floor to now, no one could withstand 2 hits from him. But more than 20 third-tier professionals in front of him, because of this one skill, thought they could arm wrestle him. Bai Shengqi did not answer, only raised his refined iron greatsword. This two-handed greatsword had accompanied him through monster grinding and battles until now, its durability long nearing the limit. But it should hold up for this fight. He patted the blade, chuckling softly. Don't fail me now. The next second, blood mist surged as Blood Frenzy activated. Level 5 Blood Frenzy brought a 70% attack speed increase. At the same time, demon-repelling gauze robe took effect. The densely packed yin-yang medical needles around him spun wildly. But as the opponent's skill landed, part of the medical needles was forcibly dispersed. Obviously, someone here also possessed means similar to those of an association branch chief. Only the gap was too great. No matter how desperately the needles were dispersed, they only wiped away a tiny effect. The outermost layer of yin-yang medical needles couldn't be completely cleared, let alone the internal states of demon-repelling gauze and mad blood. As the opponent made a move, Bai Shengqi also didn't stop. He swung his refined iron greatsword, charging like a fierce tiger into a flock of sheep, directly breaking into the midst of those professionals, sweeping with the greatsword, stirring up a fierce wind. This kind of heavy weapon was simply a killing tool in such dense combat. Due to the limitation of the life connection, more than 20 professionals could only crowd together, unable to create any distance. With a swing of the sword, it was impossible to hit everyone, but each strike steadily swept through 6 or 7 people. Millions of attack power exploded instantly, dealing tons of damage. Not to mention the magical damage from the demon-repelling silk robe layered on the sword and the yin-yang medical needles around the body, like birds returning to their nest, frantically attacking the surrounding enemies. These more than 20 third-tier professionals had numerous skills, and their combined power multiplied. But the premise was that they had to break the defense. No matter who attacked, when the attacks hit Bai Shengqi, only a glaring -1 popped up. Zhou Qingtian had long anticipated this. No matter how strong these third-tier players are, they cannot surpass him. If even he can't break through the defense, others don't stand a chance. He gathered all the core members of the guild, not for damage output, but to act as a blood pool. With more than 20 third-tier players, plus himself, their total health has already exceeded 10 million. And this is just their base health bars. As the core of the Qinghe Guild, each of them has a life lock. Although only of rare quality, each can store 2 million health. Altogether, the stored health amounts to a full 50 million. Adding the base health, under the life link effect, their total health exceeds 60 million. No matter how fiercely Bai Shengqi attacked, he didn't believe the opponent could kill him in this state. Moreover, there were 3 benevolent healers in the team desperately healing, so the health bar barely went down. If it weren't for being unable to break through the opponent's defense, he even thought he could counterkill. Although he felt some regret, thinking that he had already informed the branch president of the association made him feel assured. As long as he delayed a bit longer, the real person coming to take lives would appear. Thinking of that imminent presence, even Zhou Qingtian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The proud president of Qingshui City's top guild still feared that person to the core. He was originally very calm, But at this moment his complexion changed drastically. Under the life link, the damage should have been evenly distributed, with the health bar slowly decreasing. But now the health was dropping like a dam breaking, absurdly fast. The three top benevolent healers gave their all, yet couldn't hold back even a fraction of the health line. In the blink of an eye, the health bar completely collapsed. The scene was just like when he was grinding monsters in the training room. Bai Shinqi swept his sword horizontally, maximizing his output, with damage ridiculously high. The opponent had a total of 60 million health points, but he cut through it in just a few swings, as easily as mowing grass. The sound of crack kept ringing out as the life locks on many people were shattered, their damage exceeding the limit, breaking on the spot. They were forcibly put into a blood lock state. This was actually considered fortunate. At least they wouldn't die within 3 seconds. Although it was only 3 seconds. Zhou Qingtian's face turned pale. He never expected things to spiral out of control to this extent. Who would have thought that even the top guild of Qingshui City, tied together, wouldn't be enough to withstand the other's strike? Bai Shengqi's gaze swept past the crowd and landed on him. The others didn't matter. He only focused on Zhou Qingtian. And Zhou Qingtian had also activated Blood Lock. Apparently, after returning to the guild, he had acquired another piece of Life Lock. Unfortunately, this rare equipment couldn't save him either. The 3 seconds of invincibility gave no sense of security in front of Bai Shengqi. Shaoqi, don't be impulsive. I'll tell you everything about your father's matter. Bai Shengqi stopped his greatsword and stared at him coldly. Why didn't you say no earlier? Or do you want me to take you to the Resurrection Sanctuary one more time? As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a cold glint in Zhou Qingtian's eyes. The corners of the opponent's mouth lifted slightly, with obvious sarcasm. To be able to mock in such a desperate situation only indicates one thing. There's a twist. Bai Shengqi's mind spun rapidly, activating the true inside eye to scan Zhou Qingtian and the surrounding area. He reacted extremely quickly. But suddenly, the sky outside the building darkened. A pitch-black blade exploded open right in front of him. He instinctively raised the refined iron-heavy sword to block. Ding! A crisp sound. The heavy, refined, iron-heavy sword broke on the spot. The sudden change at the Qinghe Guild's base completely exceeded his expectations. The refined, iron-heavy sword in his hand had been used for several days, countless monsters slain, and its durability had long since run out. Logically, it shouldn't have been a problem to hold on for another day or two. But just as he instinctively raised his sword to block, the attack from an unknown source directly broke the heavy sword. At this moment, it was pointless to dwell on the reasons. The instant the heavy sword broke, a faint dark light almost simultaneously shot toward his body. Without a second thought, the yin-yang medical needles suspended around him suddenly surged forward like a startled school of fish, lunging at that faint light. They were so close, just a moment away from completely strangling the opponent. But at that very moment, the dim light was forcibly halted and then retreated. The darkness receded slightly. Bai Shengqi looked up and saw a figure standing vertically on the exterior wall of the building, toes pressed against the glass. It was a man with a cold expression, his entire body shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to discern his age. His gaze was firmly fixed on the black short blade in the other's hand. The one who just snapped the heavy sword was obviously that blade. Despite the size difference, it could break a sword in one strike. This short blade was definitely no ordinary weapon. You're here. Inside the building, Zhou Qingtian's face was full of joy, clearly relieved. In his view, as long as this person showed up, his mission was already accomplished. His health was poor, and he had no intention of staying. The dark assassin he had hired at great cost was precisely to deal with Bai Shengqi. With the guild members escorting him, Zhou Qingtian slowly approached the exterior wall. He could fly. As long as he left the building, he would be safe immediately. Go guard the Resurrection Temple. Wait for me. The gloomy man stared at Bai Shengqi and casually waved his hand. Zhou Qingtian nodded. The threat Bai Shengqi posed was too great. He absolutely could not allow him to live. Personnel were already being mobilized. As long as they held the resurrection point, they could stall until the assassin made a move. Grinding mobs was useless. To hunt down a professional, no one was more suited than this man. You want to leave? Bai Shengqi said coldly. Did you ask me first? Seeing Zhou Changtian about to leave under the guard's protection, Bai Xingqi sneered coldly. The cold man standing against the outer wall of the building waved casually. Go ahead, don't bother with him. Zhou Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. He stepped out of the building through the broken outer wall. His flying technique had solidified. With just a thought, he could escape far away. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at Bai Xingqi. Such a brief encounter had already instilled fear in his heart. The next moment, Bai Xingqi flicked his wrist with one hand, and a half-length heavy sword spun through the air toward him. Throwing swords barehanded, the speed was shocking, not something a mage could do. Zhou Qingtian felt a chill in his heart, with nowhere left to hide. Humph! The cold man snorted coldly, clearly slapped in the face. A dim light flashed, and the heavy sword shattered in midair. His figure flickered and returned to his original position, so fast that almost no one noticed. But the white light still lit up. Zhou Qingtian dodged the heavy sword, but could not evade the real killing move. The densely packed yin-yang medical needles had already sealed off the surroundings. Not only him, but all the professional companions were hit. Without the bloodlock protection, no one could survive. Qinghe Guild, wiped out. The cold man's face turned ashen. A proud fifth turn, yet unable to protect his own people. Assassins are skilled at killing but poor at defense. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to accept it. Through the glass, he stared at Bai Xingqi. You surprised me. A third turn shouldn't be this strong. Wu Xiao and the others don't understand, but I get it somewhat. It's the attribute crystals. Someone has been funneling resources into you since you were first turn, step by step, which shaped who you are now. After he finished speaking, his tone was filled with jealousy and coldness. Someone has already been training the next generation in this way. Once they grow up, they can indeed change the world. Unfortunately for you, you've encountered me. He raised his dark short blade, his cold eyes locking onto Bai Xingqi in the building. No matter what background you have, it's all over. Once I make a move, there will be no you left in this world. Bai Xingqi realized the other party was about to strike. He could have attacked first, but the yin-yang medical needle required time to concentrate, so he chose to listen to the other's words instead. Moreover, there was quite a bit of useful information hidden in these words, worth the risk. A fifth-tier professional was right in front of him. Bai Xingqi couldn't ignore that. The true seeing eye couldn't discern the opponent's level, but it could clearly see their attributes. The opponent's highest attribute is over 3,000, which translates to about 10 to 20,000 points for himself. But Bai Xingqi has fully maxed out all 6 attributes, still overwhelmingly crushing overall. Even when facing a fifth-turn expert, he remains unflustered. If skills aren't enough, attributes make up for it. He discarded the broken refined iron greatsword, switched to a bow, and shot as soon as he drew the string. Facing an enemy 2 ranks higher, he chose to take the initiative. This arrogance completely infuriated the cold and dark man. A flash of figure, turning into a shadowy glow, and the sky around suddenly darkened. The power of the dark assassin unfolded, forcibly compressing the field of vision. Bai Xingqi was left with only 3 meters of visible range. The true sight eye was also suppressed. Darkness completely enveloped the battlefield. Bai Xingqi sighed and could only accept reality. Others used 5th-level skills, but he was still at the beginner universal skill level. Being suppressed was normal. The skill ceiling was set, and it couldn't be made up just by piling up attributes. It is said that once the true sight eye is fully trained, it can advance into true vision. He would have to find a way to improve it in the future. The thought flashed through his mind, but the arrow had already flown beyond the 3 meters of darkness, and he couldn't even tell if it hit. The bow and arrow were clearly useless. He prepared to switch to the tenacious healing staff. But the opponent was too fast. He hadn't had time to switch weapons when a flash of eerie light appeared before his eyes, and the cold attack had already struck his body. This feeling reminded him of when he first changed classes and was ambushed on his side by an apprentice thief. Although he wasn't injured that time, it made him realize the ruthlessness of thieves. This time, the aura was equally cold, but immensely stronger. Even with the defense enchantment still active, it would likely be pierced through instantly. -1. Defense reduction. -1. Defense reduction. The faint light flashed wildly around him, striking more than a dozen times in just a brief moment. Clearly a burst-type skill. The Dark Assassin's instant kill ability was truly terrifying. Each hit was chipping away at his physical defense. If it were a night tank, it would probably create a breach. But on Bai Xingqi, it felt like mere itching. The darkness dissipated, and the cold, ominous man appeared, still holding the pitch-black short blade. How is this possible? My attack power is over 600,000, and it still can't break the defense. He looked down at the dark gold-quality short blade, his face full of shock. This weapon was quite valuable, and he had specially commissioned a demon craftsman to enhance it. To push it to the limit, he had broken 5 identical blades. They had promised a 50% success rate, but it took 5 consecutive failures before it finally succeeded. He was so angry he almost overturned the demon craftsman's shop. The blade's hilt was inlaid with 4 high-level crystal cores, boosting its destructive power to another tier. He had poured almost his entire fortune into it, and even took on a heavy equipment loan. Combined with the Dark Assassin's skills, one burst combo basically sent opponents straight back to town. Because of this, his assassination business had always been smooth sailing. Just a few more jobs, and he could break even and pay off his debts. But at this moment, he began to question his life choices. The top-tier weapon he had spent everything to create dealt only -1 damage to a third-tier professional? Even if the opponent had boosted their stats with attribute crystals, it shouldn't have been high enough to break through the defense. Is it reasonable for a third tier to withstand a fifth tier's ultimate attack? Bai Xingqi had actually been nervous before, but upon seeing that the opponent's defense was never penetrated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I learned Rock Skin. This skill passively increases defense, and having been constantly surrounded and attacked by monsters in the training room, it had long since reached LV8. Even without petrification, defense can still be doubled and stacked according to Constitution. With over 30,000 points in Constitution, his physical defense was stacked up to 1.2 million. 600,000 attack versus 1.2 million defense. The gap was so large it was disheartening. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Bai Xingqi instantly closed in, raising his sturdy medical staff to strike down on his head. The cold, sinister man was about to dodge, but suddenly realized the real, deadly move was not in the medical staff. At some unknown time, the surroundings had become covered with countless black needles. They were yin-yang medical needles from the third-tier profession, Barefoot Medic. But he had never seen so many needles in such quantity before. Each medical needle consumes 1,000 life points. With so many needles combined, how could a mere third-tier professional withstand it? But there was no time for him to dwell on this problem anymore. A fatal crisis surged in his heart, and the dignity of a fifth-stage professional was directly cast aside by him. His first thought was to escape. But the Dark Assassin's near-instant teleport strike required a target. And within range, there was only Bai Xingqi. He could only grit his teeth and turn invisible to flee for his life. But just as he became invisible, he was locked onto Bai Xingqi's true inside eye. Yin-yang medical needles rained down in pursuit, and in the next moment, with a crack, the lock of life was shattered on the spot. The locked blood state triggered, granting 3 seconds of invincibility. The cold and sinister man erupted with potential, smashing through the outer wall and wildly rushing down along the building's exterior, moving as fast as a gecko. With all his speed skills activated, he actually managed to temporarily shake off the medical needle. Bai Xingqi was somewhat surprised. Is climbing walls even considered part of an assassin's job? And the speed of the yin-yang medical needle was indeed frustratingly slow. He didn't hesitate and leapt down. The bloodlock had already been triggered, and he would never miss this killing opportunity. Haha, you're going to fall to your death. The cold man laughed mockingly as he ran wildly. He has an outer wall running ability. Why would the opponent jump? 3 seconds pass in the blink of an eye. Bai Xingqi is still falling, but the distance is widening, and the medical needle can't catch up. While descending, the backpack can't be accessed, so the bow and arrow plan is scrapped. The cold man finished locking the blood, laughed loudly, and sped away. If this drags on, he will escape, and Bai Xingqi will only be smashed into minced meat. You're overthinking. During the fall, equipment and skills are never restricted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows tore through the air, aimed straight at the cold man below. Activating the general skill bounce shot, Bai Shengqi used the momentum to leap up. The cold man had just opened his mouth in shock and anger when a flash of white light appeared, and he was killed instantly. Inside the resurrection temple of Qingshui City, the light shone again. A large group of figures appeared, led by none other than Zhou Qingtian, president of the Qinghe Guild. In such a short time, this was the second time he had been sent back here. Vice President Wu Xiu stood in front of the temple, his expression complicated. Within one day, 2 resurrection opportunities were used up. How many lives does a 4th-tier professional still have left? What's going on? Didn't the person already pass away? Wu Xiu asked quietly. There was an accident. Zhou Qingtian's face darkened, his gaze sweeping around. Is the magic array ready? All in place. Wu Xiu nodded. A 7th-level magic array, the city's elite gathered together. Even if we exhaust all the magic stones, we must hold White Xingqi back. Zhou Qingtian looked at the forming array, gritting his teeth, and said, This time, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Regret and anger surged within him. The cost of dying twice had nearly driven him mad. Wu Xiu did not oppose. From the moment of the White Cliff Archmage, they and White Xingqi could no longer reconcile. Activate the array immediately. He will be here soon. Zhou Qingtian silently stood at the core of the formation. His former arrogance was completely crushed through one death after another. At this moment, he no longer naively believed that he could fight Bai Shengqi head-on by himself. If he could, he truly did not want to stand against Bai Shengqi. But he also clearly knew in his heart that danger could never be avoided by simply hiding. Outside the Resurrection Temple, except for Old Madman Hu, nearly all the strong warriors of Qingshui City had gathered. If they couldn't hold Bai Shengqi here, then there would be no safe place left in the city. The magic array lit up with a blinding pillar of light, quickly enveloping the Resurrection Temple. This magic array is not strong in attack, but it excels at sealing. Back then, they relied on it to trap the strongest monster in the level 7 dungeon. It is called the Demon Confinement Curse, but its targets have never been limited to monsters. As the formation operated, the light within the Resurrection Temple rose again. Just as Wu Xiu began to speak, Hold on, trap him, wait for that person to come. His voice was abruptly cut off, as if someone had strangled him. Zhou Qingtian also fixed his gaze on the Resurrection Stone, his pupils suddenly contracting. Within the light, a figure stood up. That person, they knew him all too well. But precisely because of that, when the two met each other's gaze, there was only shock in their eyes. The one who was resurrected was not Bai Shengqi. It was the 5th-stage professional they had hired at great expense, the Dark Assassin. They had imagined countless scenarios, but this one was not among them. A dignified 5th stage, actually dying at the hands of a 3rd stage, and then walking out of the temple. Has Bai Shengqi become this powerful already? Even the Dark Assassin couldn't make sense of it. How could a 3rd rebirth possibly kill him? His save file was not originally in Qingshui City. It was temporarily changed only because of the transaction. Unexpectedly, this decision saved his life so quickly. Hurry, stop the formation, let him come out. Wu Xiu urgently ordered. But before he finished speaking, a dim light suddenly flashed. The binding demon curse was forcibly torn open, and the Dark Assassin broke free from the formation. He was furious as soon as he revived, unable to wait for the formation to stop. Wu Xiu and Zhou Qingtian forced themselves to step forward. The Dark Assassin gave a cold sweep with his gaze, and the two swallowed back the words they were about to say. Your intelligence is way off. With that one sentence, the atmosphere instantly turned icy. The two were unconvinced inside. Clearly, he said no need for details, but no one dared to talk back. Right now, provoking him was just courting death. That 3rd-tier professional is very strong, definitely not the ordinary type you described. Killing him won't be that easy. Wu Xiu and Zhou Qingtian exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening. Are you going to break the contract? The Dark Assassin spoke faintly. If you want to continue, pay more. He stared at Wu Xiu with a cold smile. Every branch has a secret weapon. It's time to bring it out, right? Outside the Resurrection Temple, the air pressure was alarmingly low. Wu Xiu sighed. The other party was from a secondary city and had a complex relationship with the association, so it was not surprising they knew this secret. The one truly shocked was Zhou Qingtian. He had no idea what that thing was, but he immediately understood that the Qingshui City branch still had a trump card. It could be a top-tier scroll or god-level equipment. Whatever it was enough to suppress Bai Xingqi. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. After so many years of cooperation, he had long considered himself the true power holder of Qingshui City. Wu Xiu had always been low-key. He even thought the other party had lost all ambition. Only now did he realize that Wu Xiu held a game-changing ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, he was pursued so desperately that he had used up his resurrection chances twice. His fingers trembled as he looked at Wu Xiu, unable to speak. Wu Xiu didn't look at him, only gave a bitter smile. The items are indeed there, but from the establishment of the branch until now, they have never been moved. He paused, his tone heavy. The headquarters has stipulated that only city-level crises can trigger activation. That was prepared for the disaster 50 years ago. The kind of thing that happened 50 years ago has been brought up again, spreading like wildfire throughout the city. But will it happen again? Who can say for sure? The dark assassin sneered coldly. When the day of the city's destruction really comes, you won't even be alive. Why cling to that thing then? If you were really that stubborn, you wouldn't have come to me for help. He always had a good eye for people. Wu Xiu glanced around and said quietly, "Let's step aside for a moment." "No need." As the dark assassin finished speaking, darkness suddenly spread, leaving only a 3-meter radius of light in front of him, enveloping both Wu Xiu and Zhou Qingtian. Although the outsiders were surprised, none of the professionals stirred. Everyone stayed in their place. The darkness quickly dissipated, and a shadow flickered away like lightning, leaving only Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu. Zhou Qingtian's face was grim. "After all these years, I never knew you still had this card up your sleeve." Wu Xiu smiled gently. "The control is strict. Unless it's a life-or-death moment in Qingshui City, I wouldn't use it." Zhou Qingtian sneered coldly in his heart, but did not lose his temper. In that brief moment just now, he already understood that once that thing was activated, no one in Qingshui City could stop it. Even the 5th-level Dark Assassins were stunned. It was not a one-time use. It required the branch president's permission to unlock. At this moment, the thought of replacing him was completely suppressed. Before finding a way to counter it, this person could only cooperate, not be an enemy. The foundation of the Professionals Association was far beyond what his first guild could compare to. Bai Xingqi always surprised people. This time, it was probably others' turn to be shocked. The Dark Assassin came knocking again, holding the trump card obtained from Branch President Wu Xiu. Bai Xingqi was completely unaware of this. After killing the opponent on the outer wall of the building, he was flung into the air by the recoil of the bouncing shot. But that little bounce couldn't save him at all. He immediately activated the grasshopper wings he had been wearing. With the support of swift movement, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing 1,500 meters away. After landing safely, he didn't pause for a moment and headed straight for the Resurrection Shrine. Whether it was to wipe out the roots or to beat a falling dog, now was the best time. But he didn't expect the other party to dare come back, and even actively block him. "We have no grudge or hatred. Isn't once enough? Are you determined to fight to the death?" The Dark Assassin did not answer, only letting out a cold laugh. Die. He had already reflected on his past failure. It wasn't just misjudging the strength, but also talking too much. This time, he would no longer waste words. As his voice fell, a bizarrely shaped golden saint statue was thrown into the air. The golden light exploded, glaring so fiercely that Bai Xingqi could barely keep his eyes open. In the next moment, the light faded and the statue vanished. And the person before him had completely changed. The figure once hidden in the dark was now wrapped in golden light, as if clad in a suit of golden armor. Bai Xingqi swept with his eye of true perception, but found that he couldn't see through anything. That layer of golden armor directly sealed off his investigation. A flash of golden light, the opponent transformed into a starburst, stabbing straight at him with a blade. He no longer looked like an assassin, but like a berserker charging head-on. His whole body surged with golden light, and his momentum soared. If Bai Xingqi knew, that holy statue called the Golden Sacred Cloth was the trump card of the Qingshui City branch, capable of turning the tide during a city-wide crisis, he would probably smile bitterly. Once this thing activates, Combat power soars terrifyingly. He had no idea how strong the opponent really was. He only knew that he couldn't retreat. Having come this far, there was only one outcome today. Either he dies, or the other dies. Golden light suddenly surged forward, and the black short blade was dyed gold as it stabbed straight into his heart. The other abandoned all tricks, leaving only the most primitive killing move. Under the blessing of the golden cloth, the cold man's strength surged, but he lost delicate control, like a child wielding a big hammer. But the hammer was heavy enough to kill. Bai Shengqi felt pressure for the first time, raising the sturdy medical staff to face it head-on. The refined iron greatsword had already broken, so in close combat, he could only rely on this medical staff. Although there were higher-grade equipment in his backpack, none were as handy as this, and the attribute bonuses were almost useless to him. However, he secretly decided that afterward he must custom-make exclusive equipment, at least to ensure durability and reliability. Weapon breakage like this must never happen again. Neither of them blocked. Their attacks landed on each other simultaneously. The cold, dark man groaned, as his golden sacred cloth was severely deformed by the blow but still hadn't been broken. Dash 1. Bai Sheng's heart sank. His millions in physical attack couldn't even break through the defense. What exactly is this layer of golden defense? The next second, the short blade pierced him. Dash 376666. The dazzling damage numbers made him frown. From initially being unable to break through the defense, to now dealing over 300,000 in one strike, the bonus from this golden saint statue was terrifying. The cold man laughed wildly. Fortunes turn like a wheel. He looked smug and spoke coldly. Don't care who's behind you, nor how many attribute crystals you used. In front of the golden saint cloth, none of it matters. Wearing it, your attack, defense, and critical hit all soar by 1,000,000, and your health doubles as well. In other words, his current physical attack has already surged to over 1.6 million. Bai Shengqi's physical defense while standing is only 1.2 million. So losing over 300,000 HP from a single slash is quite normal. By the same logic, if the opponent's defense increases by 1,000,000, it's not surprising that he can't break through. You couldn't break your defense before. Now I deal 300,000 damage per strike. No matter how long your health bar is, how many hits can you really take? The cold man vented all his frustration, grabbed his short blade, and charged forward. Bai Shengqi was indeed a bit surprised. The damage of over 300,000 sounded intimidating, but it was still far from enough to clear his health bar in 2 or 3 hits. At the third transformation, his health was already 13 million. Afterwards, he kept the yin-yang medical needle activated, with his health steadily decreasing. Meanwhile, the passive ascetic medical body would permanently increase the maximum health proportionally each time health was lost. The more blood he lost, the faster his maximum limit increased. In a short period of time, this skill had already reached level 4. His health limit had increased by more than 1 million again. Now the health bar had exceeded 14 million. Even if the opponent dealt 300,000 damage per strike, it would take dozens of strikes to bring him down. That is, assuming he didn't heal. But as a doctor, his self-healing ability could never be poor. Seeing that the yin-yang medical needle was blocked outside by the golden cloth, Bai Shengqi simply stopped attacking aggressively. He has also come to experience the feeling of being unable to break through the defense. He didn't hesitate and directly gave himself an acupuncture injection. Potential was activated, all attributes increased by 20%. Dash 146584. The short blade fell once again. This time, the damage was directly reduced to over 100,000. The sullen man's face darkened, but he still sneered coldly. Even if it's just over 100,000, I can still wear you down to death. He gritted his teeth, forcibly adapting to the restraint of the golden cloth, regained control of his body, and closed in again. The core skill of the Dark Assassin was finally forced out by him. Supersonic stab. With a flash of golden light, his entire body became an afterimage, delivering 8 consecutive strikes in an instant. Bai Shengqi only felt the world blur before him as all the attacks landed on his body. The speed of the 5th-level Dark Assassin was ridiculously fast, and in the blink of an eye, his body was stabbed multiple times. Dash 143565. 143565. A full 8 hits of damage appeared all at once. With the boost from the golden armor, this burst of damage was terrifyingly high, instantly cutting Bai Shengqi's health by over 1,000,000. The pressure immediately maxed out. He couldn't afford to tank any longer. He raised his hand and cast Slow Recovery on himself. With the level 5 skill combined with level 3 healing affinity, the amount healed skyrocketed. Plus 334,164. Plus 334,164. Recovering over 300,000 HP per second is outrageous across the entire server. But the Dark Assassin's assault remained fierce, and relying on a single continuous heal was simply not enough. Bai Shengqi immediately followed up with another move. A white light descended, activating Rapid Healing. A life-saving skill that instantly restores health. He used it as a routine ability. Plus 1,336,655. The health bar instantly filled to the max, as if never injured. The cold man was stunned on the spot. Logically, after this combo, the opponent should have already collapsed. The health bar is still full. His mood began to irritate, and after gradually adapting to the pressure, he unleashed skills one after another, attacking relentlessly. In a short time, Bai Shengqi had almost seen all of his offensive techniques. There was no denying that this dark assassin was born for slaughter. His attacks were perfect, and combined with the golden cloth, they were even more formidable. The only imperfection was the opponent's health bar that, no matter what, couldn't be drained. The cold man had already noticed that the power of the golden cloth was slowly fading. Although the speed was not fast, there would eventually come a moment when it was exhausted. Wuxiu unlocked it once. Obviously, it couldn't be maintained indefinitely. However, there should still be enough time. The opponent kept healing continuously, showing incredible recovery, but under his relentless onslaught, the health bar was still slowly declining. If he could hold on a little longer, he could bring the health down to below half. Fortunately, the golden cloth defense was reliable. He only needed to focus on attacking without worrying about counterattacks. Such a great item. Should he just not return it to Wuxiu? Although activating it required branch president permissions, there would always be a way. But if that happened, the association probably wouldn't let it go so easily. While attacking, he pondered this. The Dark Assassin is powerful in bursts, but becomes weak in prolonged battles, with sustained output far inferior to archers of the same level. If it weren't for the golden cloth, he wouldn't even qualify to stand before the opponent. Looking at Bai Shengqi, who just reached the 3rd tier, his eyes were full of envy. The opponent's strength is absurd, definitely all thanks to the attribute crystal. As long as he can also obtain a large number of crystals, even if starting late, the future is still limitless. The secret realm of Qingshui City appeared in his mind, and his heart grew even more fervent. Perhaps the chance to defy fate lies right here. Just as he continued his assault, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Clearly, he had already reduced the opponent's health to less than half, but the health bar began to rapidly regenerate. Bai Shengqi stood still, his health rapidly soaring, fully restoring in just a few seconds. It was as if all his frantic attacks earlier had become a joke. The cold-eyed man widened his eyes, tightened his short blade, and struck again. The sonic stab exploded instantly, landing all 8 consecutive hits. Bai Shengqi remained motionless. -1, -1, -1. Under the blessing of the Golden Saint Cloth, the powerful skill Sonic Stab was executed 8 times in a row, dealing a total of only 8 points of damage. The cold man fell silent. This world has numerous professions and complex branches, with countless general skills. At this moment, his mind went blank, and he couldn't figure out what method the opponent used. What Bai Shengqi activated was the active effect of Rock Skin, Petrification. This low-grade general skill was used perfectly at this moment. Petrification lasts 10 seconds, during which the user cannot act. Physical defense is doubled, and 1% of maximum HP multiplied by skill level is restored each second. It has a cooldown of 60 seconds. LV8, Rock Skin, restores 8% health per second, enough to fully recover lost health in 10 seconds. With doubled defense, even if the opponent's attack exceeds 1 million, it still won't cause any damage. 10 seconds may be short, but it was enough. Facing the 5th-level dark assassin clad in the golden saint cloth, Bai Shengqi pulled out all the tricks he had kept in reserve. The effect was immediate. The other party was completely helpless against him. After 10 seconds passed, the cold man had already thought of escaping. The power of the golden cloth is rapidly fading. He knows clearly that the best opportunity has already passed. If you keep fighting, you'll only end up going to the Resurrection Temple once more. Trying to run now? Too late. Bai Shengqi sneered coldly, switched to his bow and arrow, and shot an arrow at the opponent's back. The two had been tangled for more than 10 minutes, and he could clearly feel the aura of the golden cloth weakening. 525456. The arrow dealt more than 500,000 damage. Obviously, the opponent's defense bonus was collapsing. On top of that, with the medical needle acupuncture leveled up to LV2, all attributes were temporarily increased by 30%, and his attack power had soared to 1.7 million. How thick is the health bar of the 5th stage Dark Assassin anyway? Ahead, the cold man wrapped in gradually dimming golden light was desperately rushing forward. That glow was fading, and his confidence was draining away. It won't be long before the power of the golden cloth completely dissipates. Run! The instinct for survival cried out wildly within him. Unfortunately, instinct does not equal fate. Another arrow struck his back, causing more severe injuries than before. Before the golden cloth could fully disappear, his vision went black and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Without the peak blessing, he didn't even have the qualification to escape with his life. The corpse on the ground soon vanished, and the cold, dark man returned to the city to resurrect. Clusters of light flickered on the ground, attracting Bai Shengqi's attention. These were items dropped after the opponent's death. Such a massive drop was rare, even after killing so many boss monsters. He quickly figured out the reason. Higher levels suppress lower levels, but if killed by a lower-level opponent, the death penalty increases and drops multiply significantly. The greater the gap, the more intense the drop, but it also depends on luck. Clearly, this dark assassin's luck was incredibly bad. Among the light clusters stood a golden statue and a pitch-black short blade. Bai Shengqi's heart raced. The short blade is restricted by profession. He might not be able to use it, but its value is undeniable. Selling it would definitely bring in a huge sum of money. As for that golden saint statue, he had just seen its power with his own eyes and understood its weight even more clearly. He quickly gathered all the loot. Killing just one professional yielded far more than all his hard-earned leveling up. No wonder some risk everything to hunt their peers. The money comes too fast, but the risk is equally deadly. One wrong step, and you'll end up completely wiped out, just like that cold man. He tried it and found he couldn't use the golden statue for the time being. Without much thought, he headed straight to the Resurrection Shrine. Since he had already killed twice, he would completely eliminate the opponent's chance of resurrection. Between him, Zhou Qingtian, and that cold man, it was a fight to the death. If he didn't root out the problem now, would he just wait for the other side to be ready and come back for revenge? Who would want to keep being on the defensive all the time? Soon, he arrived at the Resurrection Shrine, but it was still one step too late. Only the Guardian remained in the hall. No other figures were seen. Where did that recently revived 5th-level practitioner go? The Guardian gave him a strange look and shook his head. The person you mentioned, along with others, have already left, and they left in a hurry. The Guardian glanced outside the hall and said, I am neutral and cannot tell you where they went. Is that so? What a pity. Bai Shengqi nodded slightly, but followed the direction of his gaze without asking further questions. This person hadn't offended him, and he wasn't an unreasonable man. Besides, the other party was hiding inside the Resurrection Shrine. As long as he didn't come out, there was nothing he could do. Shrine guards and job transfer guides, people like that, are almost untouchable within the shrine, unless someone tore the entire shrine down. But that would mean making enemies with all the professionals, and no sane person would do that. Even if his strength improved rapidly, he had no intention of making enemies like that. Moreover, this shrine guard had been quite friendly to him, clearly helping him secretly. Bai Shengqi pursued along the direction, activating grasshopper wings, once midway, instantly covering 1,500 meters. During the second sprint, he finally saw a figure ahead. A group of third-tier professionals were rushing forward in a chaotic mess. Although he couldn't recognize their faces, gathering so many people together could only mean they were from the Qinghe Guild. He fell diagonally from the air, blocking their path. Glancing at them, his heart sank. Zhou Qingtian was not there, the branch guild leader was not there, and that dark assassin was also not there. The three people he most wanted to kill were all absent. Bai Xingqi didn't attack immediately, but stared at them coldly. Are you people from the Qinghe Guild? Where did Zhou Qingtian and that dark assassin go? As soon as the words fell, the crowd suddenly became restless. They might not have known Bai Xingqi before, but after today, no one doesn't know him. He went on a killing spree at the guild headquarters, publicly killing Zhou Qingtian and the dark assassin twice. One is a fourth-tier Grand Mage, the first guild leader. The other is a fifth-tier powerhouse, who was so scared that he fled in panic. Now that the main culprit is standing right in front of them, who wouldn't be afraid? We don't know. Someone stammered. Don't play dumb. Bai Xingqi sneered. You were all together just now. How could you not know anything? I'll give you two choices. Either go back to the Living Temple and make another trip, or reveal their whereabouts and quit the Qinghe Guild on the spot. Your choice. I really don't know. They left so suddenly. I don't even know when they left. The man hurriedly explained. Humph. Bai Xingqi snorted coldly, and several black medical needles hanging by his side instantly flew out, piercing directly into the man's body. With a flash of white light, the man collapsed on the spot. With the eye of true perception, Bai Xingqi saw everything clearly. He didn't waste effort and used just a few needles to disable the opponent's one chance of resurrection. After the corpse dissipated, he scanned the remaining people with an icy tone. Have you made up your mind? I don't have much patience. On the streets of Qingshui City, a group of third-tier professionals looked at each other, and the atmosphere exploded instantly. No one expected that he would really dare to use deadly force. If a single word displeased him, he would send the person back to the Hall of Resurrection. Several people in the crowd began to tremble. The 3 revives do indeed provide 3 extra lives, but not everyone has all 3 remaining. Someone was already used up on the path to promotion. That person just now was killed for the last time. If they die again, they won't return to the temple, but will disappear completely. They exchanged glances for a moment, gritting their teeth and making a decision. We are withdrawing from the Qinghe Guild. Being the top guild in Qingshui City is both an honor and a benefit. Resources, connections, and status. None of these can be compared to small guilds. If they could stay, no one would want to leave. But if they don't leave now, they might not even live. Offending President Zhou Qingtian is asking for trouble. He is a 4th-tier Grand Magus. But compared to Zhou Qingtian, the one in front is even more terrifying. Even Zhou Qingtian was chased to a humiliating retreat by him. If you hesitate for another second, you won't even have your life. Very good. Watching them finish the withdrawal process, Bai Xingqi continued to ask, where did they go? I heard from the branch president that he advised our association, Zhou Qingtian, to go next door to the city and seek refuge with the branch president over there. It seems he left through the south gate and has already been gone for more than 20 minutes. That person was afraid of saying something wrong, so he spoke with extra detail. What about that dark assassin? Bai Xingqi stared at him. That person's face was very pale after resurrection. He immediately took out a scroll and left. I guess it was a single-person teleportation scroll that sealed the teleportation magic. After speaking, he didn't even dare to breathe. Have they been teleported away? Bai Xingqi wore a solemn expression, feeling suffocated inside. If the other party used a teleportation magic scroll, it would be almost impossible to find them again. As expected, 5th-tier professionals are not simple. They even have such rare items. That scroll is ridiculously expensive. Even Zhou Qingtian in Qingshui City couldn't afford it. After questioning the others, he waved his hand. All right, you may leave now. The few people, as if pardoned, immediately squeezed out of the crowd. Other professionals also wanted to leave along with them, but a cold sneer sent chills down their spines. Did I say you could leave too? Someone hurriedly tried to argue, saying they were also willing to withdraw from the Qinghe Guild. Withdraw? Do you think this is charity? Bai Xingqi said coldly. The information came from them. What does that have to do with you? The earlier silence had already made him thoroughly dissatisfied. In his eyes, these 3rd-tier professionals were nothing more than things that could be crushed at will. Even a fifth-tier dark assassin couldn't do anything to him, let alone them. So many people, let's take him on. Someone shouted, but retreated first themselves. The arena was terrifyingly silent, with only his voice remaining. He awkwardly stopped, forcing a smile to try and ease the situation. Bai Xingqi shook his head, and several pure black medical needles flew out. That person turned and ran wildly, but instantly fell to the ground. In the face of such a gap in strength, all schemes were nothing but jokes. Quit the Qinghe Guild, I'll only kill once this time. Black medical needles covered the surroundings, bristling with killing intent. With just a thought, all these people would fall. In despair, many third-tier professionals finally gave up resisting. They were many, but it felt as if they were surrounded by Bai Xingqi alone. White light covered the sky and earth. Pure black medical needles fell. All beings were equal, and no third-tier professional could still stand. Bai Xingqi looked at the few who were still standing in the distance and said coldly, "Still not leaving? Do you want me to see you off?" Those few trembled all over and immediately fled. Among the crowd was relief at having escaped death. They knew very well that if they were a step slower, they would be the ones to fall, and might not even have a chance to be resurrected. From this moment on, they made up their minds to completely sever ties with the Qinghe Guild and leave Qingshui City to start anew. Bai Xingqi paid no further attention and turned to head south out of the city. Zhou Qingtian and the association vice president teamed up to scheme against him. This score cannot just be settled like this. Moreover, all of this must be related to the secret realm assault battle. He has to find out the truth. As for that dark assassin, he can only set it aside for now. The fifth transformation is powerful, but his growth is even faster. Before long, the other party won't even have the qualification to stand before him. The training room is his confidence. Before leaving, he glanced toward the school direction and clicked his tongue. What was supposed to be a good job fair ended up like this. I'm afraid it won't be able to continue. He quickly withdrew his gaze and threw Zhou Qingming out of his mind. Find his old man first. This kind of jumping clown isn't worth wasting time on. Cooling down ended. He used skimming and flew out from the south gate of Qingshui City. Outside the south gate was the monster area for levels 91 to 120, the territory of fourth-tier professionals. In the whole Qingshui City, very few dared to come here. Even for fourth-tier professionals, going deep inside was a life-or-death challenge. Zhou Qingtian and the others escaping from here were clearly gambling with their lives. If anything went wrong, they might die to the wild monsters before even catching up to Bai Xingqi. Qingshui City had no teleportation array leading to other cities, so leaving meant breaking through the wild zone by force. Bai Xingqi ventured deep into the wilds of the southern part of the city, but paid no attention to the monsters. High-level wild monsters were no match for him. The yin-yang medical needles hanging by his side flew out on their own, instantly killing any approaching monster. The deeper he went, the more monsters he killed, yet he still hadn't seen any sign of Zhou Qingtian and the others. After killing another powerful monster, he stopped and grew suspicious. This was already a very deep area. Ordinary professionals would struggle to move forward here. If Zhou Qingtian and the others had truly escaped this far, there was no way they could still be moving at that speed. Chasing until now without success only means the direction was wrong. The southern city area is too vast and the routes are complicated. Even a slight deviation can lead to going in completely opposite directions. Moreover, those two may not actually be heading south of the city. They could be deliberately misleading. Thinking of this, Bai Xingqi made a decision. Further ahead was the direction leading to another secondary city. The professionals there far surpassed those in Qingshui City. Even if he went there, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. If he wanted to completely escape the pursuit, going to the secondary city was indeed the safest option. But between the two cities lay a vast, advanced wilderness area, making it difficult to get through alive. Otherwise, someone would have left Qingshui City already. Bai Xingqi took out a town return scroll, vaguely feeling that he had walked into a trap. With a flash of light, he disappeared from where he stood. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back at the return city square in Qingshui City. The sky was still early, but the square was deserted and empty. Not a single guard was in sight, clearly related to the commotion he caused today. Bai Xingqi didn't think much and directly activated the grasshopper wings, gliding, heading towards the Qinghe Guild. The glide had a 10-second cooldown and could fly 1,500 meters at a time, faster than driving. But no matter how fast he was still a step too late. The Qinghe Guild had already been deserted. The entire building was eerily empty, not a single figure in sight. The valuable items had long been packed into the professionals' backpack space, leaving only the immovable tables, chairs, and miscellaneous goods. Only then did he realize he had been played. Those people dared to deceive him at a matter of life and death. In the end, it was because he was too inexperienced and not ruthless enough. Since things had come to this, he didn't bother to argue. He leapt from the top floor of the building, flapped his wings, and headed straight for the association branch. If he guessed correctly, the branch chiefs Wu Xiao and Zhou Qingtian had already slipped away together. As expected, that was indeed the case. The situation of the professional association branch was not much better than that of the Qinghe Guild. Wu Xiao was gone. Not a single high-level professional remained. All had disappeared. Only a few clerical staff were left. They had second-tier strength, but were clearly not the core. Otherwise, Wu Xiao wouldn't have abandoned them. Bai Xingqi stood on the rooftop of the branch building overlooking Qingshui City. The whole city was calm and quiet, but there was no trace of those people, as if they had vanished into thin air. 4 low-level professionals. Today was just an ordinary day, at most a little commotion. But he knew in his heart that Qingshui City had already changed. The top guild disappeared, and the branch leader left with the city guard elite. Without him, the combat power of the entire city plunged to rock bottom. At that moment, the communicator in his backpack suddenly rang. This thing could receive signals even when stored in the space. He didn't understand the principle. Who? He took out the communicator and answered. Hello. Is this Bai Xingqi? I'm Hu Lioli. Are you done with your business? My grandfather wants to see you and has something to discuss. Are you available now? It was Hu Lioli. At the job fair, she had to pester him for a long time before he finally gave her his contact information. She didn't expect that at a time like this, she would take the initiative to reach out. Moreover, it was her grandfather who wanted to see him. After today's commotion, powerful professionals still remaining in Qingshui City, as long as they had some connections, had all heard of Bai Xingqi's name. At a time like this, any normal person would keep their distance from him, who would actively seek him out. But the fiery lion insisted on meeting him, which was exactly what Bai Xingqi wanted. He had long had questions to ask, but his previous strength and status were insufficient, and the other party didn't take him seriously at all. But fortunes change. In just a few days, his strength had surged enough to command their attention. The fierce lion obviously noticed it too, which is why it let Hu Lioli take the initiative to make contact. All right, I'll wait at the association branch and have your grandfather come over. Bai Xingqi spoke calmly, but deliberately put on an attitude. This is a game of strategy. Whoever stands higher holds the initiative. There was a brief silence over there. All right, Grandpa is coming right away. Not long after, flames roared in the sky, and a fiery lion broke through the air. Bai Xingqi watched and couldn't help but feel envious. The ability to fly is crucial for professionals. But his profession couldn't do it, so he had to find another way. The fiery lion landed in front of the branch, and Hu Lioli stood on its back, appearing together. 4th-tier professionals willingly allow others to ride them, a clear sign of affection. This was obviously also a show of force. However, the moment it landed, the fierce lion was stunned. He couldn't see through Bai Xingqi's stats at all. A faint yet palpable oppressive aura washed over him. The words he had prepared got stuck in his throat. Grandpa, this is the classmate I told you about, Bai Xingqi. Hu Lioli quickly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. As the flames vanished and the lion disappeared, an old man with white hair stood there, exuding a commanding presence and scrutinizing gaze. Bai Xingqi met his gaze, his expression calm, without an ounce of retreat. He was also one of the rare 4th-level strongmen in Qingshui City, but the other 2 4th-level experts had been beaten by him and fled in panic, their whereabouts unknown. No matter how powerful Hu Tu was, he was only about on par with those 2. By classmate. Hu Tu opened his mouth, intending to shout, "By kid," but the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back, switching to address him like a granddaughter would. He felt awkward inside, but he was clear that the young man before him was no longer a novice to be controlled at will. "Old Master Hu, I heard you were looking for me." Just say what you need to say. Bai Shengqi harbored no ill will toward this fierce lion. Back during the secret realm battle, Hu Tu indeed did not get involved. All right, then I'll be straightforward. Hu Tu asked in a deep voice. You've turned Qingshui City upside down like this. What do you plan to do next? Hu Liuli, standing beside him, widened her eyes, unable to close her mouth. She knew her grandfather's temper best. The nickname Fierce Lion wasn't given lightly. But now, he was carefully choosing his words, speaking cautiously to someone. She looked at Bai Shengqi again, feeling as if she were gazing up at a towering mountain. Who would have thought that the fierce lion, who had dominated for so many years, would be completely subdued by a young man? Bai Shengqi smiled. What now? Hu Tu almost choked, barely holding back the anger inside. If it were someone else, even if it were Zhou Chengtian daring to talk back like that, he would have long taught them a lesson about rules. But Bai Shengqi was different. He clearly saw the battle just now. In a short time, Zhou Chengtian was forced to lose 2 chances of revival. This tactic was something he hadn't been able to achieve even after fighting for most of his life. He was unwilling to admit it, but he also understood. Since Bai Shengqi could sway Zhou Chengtian, he could just as easily sway him. Even shapeshifters, no matter how tough, are useless against absolute strength. Hu Tu let out a breath. Now that the Qinghe Guild, the City Guard, and the Wuxiu have all fled, Qingshui City is basically reshuffling. Don't you have any ideas? Bai Shengqi shook his head, a smile on his lips. I'm not interested in these things. They can mess around all they want. If the old man wants to intervene, fine, go ahead, I don't care. In short, Qingshui City was about to be reshuffled, with interests being redistributed. Once Zhou Qingtian left, everyone in the city started making plans. Bai Shengqi knew clearly that he was simply not good at these kinds of scheming and intrigues. As long as there was a training room, he could just level up by grinding monsters and get stronger. Running a guild was exhausting and mentally taxing, and it would also delay his cultivation, so it was completely not worth it. Hu Tu obviously breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Bai Shengqi didn't intervene, the burden on his mind was finally lifted. With the Qinghe Guild collapsed, the strongest in the city was now his 100 Beasts Guild. Without the association branch and the city guard restraining them, it was the perfect time to expand. Hu Tu pressed his advantage. Classmate Bai, why not come be a consultant in our guild? This was clearly an attempt to use him to bolster their standing. Bai Shengqi did not agree, but countered. Let's not talk about consultant roles for now. How much do you know about the secret realm assault? Tell me clearly. Hu Tu glanced at his granddaughter Hu Liuli. Before I came, I told her everything. If you want to know, let her tell you. He paused, and his tone grew serious. But right now, there's a more urgent matter. What? Guild of Professionals. Hu Tu stared at him, his voice low. It doesn't matter if the Qinghe Guild collapsed, but you got the branch president Wu Xiu taken away. The headquarters will sooner or later send someone to deal with it. Deal with me? Bai Shengqi sneered. To put it bluntly, yes. Hu Tu nodded. You better prepare in advance. Go talk to the sub-branch leader of the Job Change Shrine. Maybe he can help you negotiate. He spoke even more plainly. Qingshui City has to unite first and speak with one voice. When the headquarters sends people, they will consider the bigger picture and won't move against you lightly. When the new branch president arrives, we still need to rely on ourselves to establish a foothold. This whole scheme was airtight. After Hu Tu went to contact the other professionals, Bai Shengqi looked at Hu Liuli, who hadn't left yet, and shook his head with a smile. Is your grandfather really the legendary Fierce Lion? Hu Liuli heard the teasing in his words and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The title Fierce Lion only means he has a bad temper, not that he's brainless. Bai Shengqi shook his head, his tone deepening. Enough small talk. The real situation of the secret realm assault back then can finally be clarified now, right? Inside the Qingshui City Professionals Association branch, Bai Shengqi and Hu Liuli stood face to face. Just now, he had listened to everything Hu Liuli knew. So, what you're saying is that there was still a chance of victory at that time, but Wu Xiu and Zhou Qingtian fled at the last moment, abandoning everyone on the front line? Bai Shengqi's face darkened, his gaze penetrating. I'm not surprised about Zhou Qingtian, but as the branch president, why would Wu Xiu do this? Hu Liuli shook her head. I don't know either. I only heard from my grandfather that your father, Master Baiya, has strength and reputation surpassing Zhou Qingtian and commands great influence in Qingshui City. It actually makes Wu Xiao, as the branch president, feel unstable. Bai Xingqi was silent for a moment, then said on Ly. I understand. Go back and tell your grandfather that I will personally visit him tomorrow. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Hu Liuli looked at his back, wanted to say something, but ultimately gave up. Shortly after, Bai Xingqi appeared at Qingshui Commercial Building. Bosta Wang was taken aback. Isn't there a job fair today? How do you have time to come here? Just buying some gear to use first. Bai Xingqi said bluntly. Help me contact another demon craftsman. I want to custom make some equipment. Today's battle made him realize one thing. No matter how high the stats are, without the right equipment, true power cannot be unleashed. After picking out his items and leaving, he noticed that many shops in the mall had been hurriedly emptied, leaving a mess everywhere. Those were the traces left by the Qinghe Guild. The First World War forced Zhou Qingtian and others to abandon their property and flee the city, but Bai Shengqi was not satisfied in his heart. However, for now, he had more important matters to attend to. He did not know that as soon as he stepped out of the commercial building, Big Boss De Wang's communicator rang. How did you find out I was cooperating with Xiao Bai? Wait, that's not important. What? He actually did something like that? Big Boss De Wang's expression changed, and he rushed out of Qingshui commercial building, but Bai Shengqi's figure was nowhere to be seen. He really caused such a big stir, I underestimated him. I should have kept his contact information. After a moment, his eyes brightened. Using all my connections, I must help him contact a master demon craftsman. This might also be my chance to turn things around. Bai Xingqi knew nothing about this and didn't care at all. After successfully reaching the third stage, he was eager to attack Zhou Qingtian and the others, but hadn't had time to continue getting stronger. Now is the time to truly enhance strength. No matter how much Qingshui City is shaken or how the association reacts, strength is fundamental. He walked into the training room again. Black Iron Training Room, LV3. Can hold 20 monsters. Kills cumulatively increase the upper limit. Experience and drop rate increased by 30%. All attributes plus 3 per 100 kills. Usage time extended to 5 hours. This is the change after the third advancement, much stronger than the second. Today, he can still grind for 2 more hours. Bai Xingqi picked up the newly purchased two-handed greatsword and started grinding immediately. The cross-class bonus is not high, and the attribute boost is limited, but the area attack effect suits him perfectly. It also strengthened his resolve to customize an exclusive weapon. The greatsword swept across, monsters falling in waves. Experience sword, attributes continuously stacking. 2 hours later, the number of monsters killed by his sword had reached 70 to 80,000, all from triple experience dungeons. Leveled up to 62. But Bai Xingqi frowned. Only promoted 2 levels. Still too slow. For ordinary professionals, such a rate of advancement is something they wouldn't dare even dream of. After the third job advancement, the experience required for leveling up skyrockets. Honestly, grinding monsters in the wild, you might not even level up once in a whole year. Bai Xingqi's strength did not rely entirely on his level. He killed more than 70,000 monsters, forcibly stacking nearly 7,000 points in various attributes. Now his stats are approaching the limit, with single attributes nearing 40,000. What's even more exaggerated is his health. The yin-yang medical needle continuously drains health, and combined with ascetic medical body, his maximum health keeps rising. Currently, his maximum health has surpassed 20 million. A person just at the third rebirth stage with a health bar of 20 million. No one would believe it if told. But Bai Xingqi knew clearly that this was far from the end. His practice room time was up, but he could still get stronger. As night fell, he didn't leave the city. He maintained the yin-yang medical needle, while continuously using healing skills to restore health. He casually threw out other skills repeatedly to increase proficiency. Attributes are important, but skills can't be neglected either. His mana was ridiculously abundant. Relying solely on automatic recovery allowed him to keep casting spells non-stop. His health was increasing, skills leveling up, everything steadily progressing. The only thing on his mind was the potential arrival of members from the association headquarters at any time. Other than that, there were no other worries. After dawn, He finished his 5 hours of practice room time for the day, his strength further improved, and then turned to head to the job change shrine. He didn't intend to ignore the reminder from Fierce Lion, who too. Qingshui City Job Change Shrine. Just as Bai Shengqi stepped into the hall, a scream suddenly rang out. Two practitioners undergoing job change turned pale, even forgetting the job change process. Clearly, they recognized him. Bai Shengqi didn't bother to respond and directly looked at the guide, Zhu Xiaoyu. Is the deputy shrine leader back yet? Zhu Xiaoyu stood in the center of the hall, momentarily stunned. As a second transfer professional, seeing the third transfer fall en masse, and even the fourth transfer fleeing in fear, it was impossible for Zhu Xiaoyu not to be afraid of Bai Shengqi. But since this was the transfer shrine, at least it was safe, so she forced herself to maintain composure. Otherwise, she definitely would have screamed at that sharp cry just now. Bai, the sub-hall master is inside. Zhu Xiaoyu's throat tightened, and she even stammered her words. All right, you go ahead. Bai Shengqi smiled at her and walked straight into the inner hall. Only after he disappeared did Zhu Xiaoyu suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. The two professionals beside her exchanged a glance, their faces full of hesitation. Still going to turn around? Should we leave first? They were clearly terrified to the core by the sudden appearance of Bai Shengqi. But Zhu Xiaoyu felt a sense of superiority growing inside her, speaking calmly. No need. He's a temple official. You can hide once, but can you keep hiding forever? He comes to work here every day. Though she spoke steadily, she was actually quite uneasy inside. Bai Shengqi didn't need to clock in every day at all. With his current strength, whether he was willing to remain a hunter was still unknown. He was here today mostly to confront the deputy hall master. At this moment, Bai Shengqi was already standing inside the inner hall. The deputy hall master was so thin he looked like he could break at any moment, squinting as he sized him up. I just went out to attend a meeting, and you ended up overturning Qingshui City? Now you come to me to clean up the mess. That's not what I meant. Bai Shengqi replied calmly, while recklessly scanning the other with his true inside eye. With over 40,000 points of mental power fully activated, the deputy hall master's secrets were instantly exposed. Bai Shengqi raised his eyebrows. This attribute is completely off. The deputy hall master sensed the spying, slowly exhaled, and revealed a meaningful smile. What's wrong? Is my attribute panel ridiculously low? Bai Shengqi nodded. Under true insight, this deputy hall master of the career transfer shrine in Qingshui City barely met the third transfer standard. But how could a person like this cause Zhou Qingtian and other big shots to be wary? With your stats, you're hardly qualified to be a deputy hall master, right? Far from it. The branch hall master smiled bitterly. So I never leave the temple, not because I don't want to, but because I dare not. If they really see through me, I wouldn't even be able to keep my life. Bai Shengqi frowned. Then why are you this weak? The branch hall master motioned for him to sit down and sighed. You only know about job changes, but you don't know that the job change shrine has another ability. What? Reincarnation. His gaze was dazed. Not advancing, but restarting. Going back to before the job change, awakening again, and going through it once more. Bai Shengqi's heart trembled. This branch hall master has obviously been reincarnated. No wonder his attributes are abnormally low. I've never heard of such an important matter. Of course you haven't. The branch hall master smiled. This is a top secret of the temple. Zhou Qingtian and the others don't know either. Moreover, the threshold for reincarnation is terrifyingly high. Bai Shengqi stared at him. Then why are you telling me? A strange light flashed in the deputy sect leader's eyes. He suddenly stood up and stared at Bai Shengqi. It's very simple. I want you to join us. Join? Am I not already a hunter of the temple? Bai Shengqi spoke in a low tone. The branch hall master gave a faint smile. The hunters are only in a cooperative relationship. To put it plainly, they are hired. Your current situation is very dangerous. I ask you, are you willing to truly stand on the side of the temple? Bai Shengqi frowned. What does it mean to truly join? The branch hall master no longer beat around the bush. Just nod. As long as you agree, I'll tell you all the secrets about reincarnation. Is it really that simple? Bai Shengqi smiled. What will you do if I agree, but later change my mind? The deputy temple master also smiled. Whatever you want. But you've already offended the association, and now you want to offend the temple as well. His tone gradually grew cold. Offending the association means at most being hunted down. Offending the temple, you won't even have a chance to change your class in the future. These words were very straightforward and realistic. No wonder in Qingshui City, the temple's status is supreme. Even the association can't do anything about it. Bai Xingqi was silent for a moment. If I fully join, what do I need to pay? The deputy hall master waved his hand. No cost. Remember one thing. Stand with the temple, advance and retreat together. Since we have agreed, I'll speak frankly. He stared at Bai Xingqi. How much do you know about this world? Bai Xingqi did not answer, just looked at him. The deputy hall master continued. Let's not talk about the past, but recent changes indicate the times are about to change. You've heard of gray crystals, right? They can be made into attribute crystals that directly enhance attributes, just like the one you used. Bai Xingqi nodded. That attribute crystal was saved thanks to the intervention of the sub-hall master. Otherwise, it would have long been taken by Zhou Shengming and his son. He made a mental note of this. Besides gray crystals, another core material for attribute crystals is monster essence. Many big companies have already started preparing, just waiting for the gray crystal production to increase. Then, the era of attribute crystals will arrive. Monster essence? Bai Xingqi's heart skipped a beat, immediately thinking of Boss De Wang. The company behind him was massively acquiring monster essence, and even the material decomposition machine was still in his backpack. So this was the real purpose. He secretly calculated that he must negotiate with Boss De Wang once more. As soon as attribute crystals become widespread, you should understand what that implies. The sub-hall master stared at him. Bai Xingqi nodded. That would mean a complete reshuffling of the entire world. Originally, the strength of a professional was determined only by profession, level, equipment, and skills. But after the appearance of attribute crystals, those with resources could wildly stack attributes, and the attribute panel would become the key to deciding victory or defeat. He understood this better than anyone. It was precisely because of his terrifying attributes that he could, as a third-tier player, slay a fifth-tier assassin, forcing giants like Zhou Qingtian to flee. What if others could reach this level too? Pressure hit him instantly, but he quickly calmed down. His attribute surge relied on the training room, while others depending solely on attribute crystals would consume astronomical amounts, something not everyone could afford. But the wealthy are never short of resources. Bai Xingqi still felt a bit more cautious deep down. The deputy hall master thought he was just shocked and nodded with satisfaction. Monster essence is not the problem. The real bottleneck is the output of gray crystals. The world has changed now, and places that can produce gray crystals are still pitifully few. No one really expected a secret realm to suddenly appear in Qingshui City. The deputy hall master glanced at Bai Xingqi, paused, and then continued speaking. The secret realm assault battle back then actually involved many forces. Qingshui City alone wasn't qualified to touch that secret realm. Bai Xingqi raised an eyebrow. You mean there was more behind that assault battle? There is. The deputy hall master didn't beat around the bush. Who too should have told you some things, but that lion knows very little. The assault team being abandoned wasn't just a decision made by Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu. Be clear. Bai Xingqi suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura instantly pressed down. The sub-hall master in the inner room changed his expression drastically. He had long heard about how Bai Xingqi had forced Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu to flee the city overnight, and had already highly overestimated his strength. But when the young man actually stood before him, the oppressive feeling hit him head-on, and he realized he had still underestimated him. It was not just simple power, but a suffocating pressure. His vision darkened, as if he had returned to that afternoon many years ago. That day, he encountered the most terrifying monster of his life, and even with a whole team lost, he couldn't defeat it. That crushing defeat became a major reason why he later chose to reincarnate. But now, he actually felt the same pressure coming from Bai Xingqi. Why would a young man have such an aura? He couldn't figure it out. He instinctively activated his exploration skill, wanting to check Bai Xingqi's status panel. But all he saw was a foggy haze, unable to detect anything. Only then did he remember that after reincarnating, his level and rank hadn't fully recovered. His attributes were too far behind, so it was normal that he couldn't see through. You still haven't answered me. What was the hidden truth behind the assault back then? Seeing him dazed, Bai Xingqi asked coldly. The deputy hall master smiled wryly. Hold back a bit. My attributes are low right now, but I can't withstand your pressure. Only then did Bai Xingqi realize. He retracted his momentum and sat back down. Pressure is an innate ability of professionals. As long as one's level and attributes are far superior to the opponent's, suppression can be formed. At the least, it can weaken the opponent and strengthen oneself. At worst, it can directly cause damage. Of course, maintaining the pressure also consumes mana. The two sat down again, and the deputy hall master took a deep breath before speaking slowly. The secret realm of Qingshui City just appeared, and it immediately caught the attention of all sides. However, the rule of governance by branch cities suppresses any overt interference by outer city forces. But they won't just sit idly by. They covertly support the locals, having others do their bidding. Such things are never uncommon. Bai Xingqi naturally knew what governance by branch cities meant. It was an iron rule upheld for many years among professionals, even more effective than the association's prohibitions. Simply put, each city only manages its own territory. You cannot kill monsters or compete for dungeons across cities. Once your level is high enough, you can indeed move to develop in a more advanced city. But you must register your residency. After registering, you still cannot interfere in the affairs of other cities at will. That 5th-rank dark assassin coming to Qingshui City to kill him was already breaking the rules. Bai Xingqi suppressed his distractions and directly asked, were those people of Zhou Qingtian supported by an outside city back then? Not just him alone. The sub-temple master shook his head. Your father, Bai Ye, had actually agreed to join the job transfer shrine and take over as the sub-temple master of Qingshui City before the Secret Realm War. Sub-temple master? Bai Xingqi frowned. I've never heard of that. It's normal that he didn't tell you. The sub-temple master sighed. He originally planned to secure the Secret Realm first, then officially take office. He feared that once he took office, all the credit would be given to the temple. So he wanted to secure a route for Qingshui City as a free man. Bai Xingqi remained silent. This really was like his father's style. If he hadn't gotten into trouble, with his strength as Qingshui City's top mage and the president of the First Guild, how could it have been Zhou Qingtian's turn? His father had helped countless people throughout his life. But after he got trapped in the secret realm, as his only son, there was no one to speak up for him. Even the attribute crystal was almost taken away by someone else. Bai Xingqi squinted. So, you mean that during the Secret Realm War back then, all parties were unwilling to let the benefits fall solely on Qingshui City, so they tampered with it? He stared at the sub-hall master. The transfer profession shrine was involved as well. Impossible. The sub-hall master smiled bitterly. Since Bai Ye is about to join the shrine, how could we possibly destroy our own foundation? Are you sure? Bai Xingqi's gaze was as cold as a blade. The sub-hall master felt a chill under that stare and could only say helplessly, since you have doubts, you might as well enter the temple yourself to find out the truth. Seeing it with your own eyes is more real than hearing it from me. Only then did Bai Xingqi withdraw his gaze, sit up straight, and smile faintly. If I join the temple, what position do you plan to give me? Surely you won't still make me a hunter? Bai Xingqi stared at him, his eyes turning cold. But the branch temple leader smiled meaningfully. Not a hunter. We intend to make you the branch temple leader of the transfer temple in Qingshui City. Branch temple leader? Bai Xingqi's mouth opened wide, and he didn't close it for a long time. He was truly stunned. He had considered many possibilities, but never imagined the other party would hand over such a position to him. The deputy hall master saw his shock and looked even more triumphant. Yes, you are the deputy hall master of Qingshui City. As for the hunters, you can choose to do it or not, or replace someone else. As long as you take this position, all job transfer resources in Qingshui City will be managed by you. Bai Xingqi remained silent. To put it nicely, it was management. To put it harshly, it was all on his shoulders. He quickly calmed down and asked straight to the point. Why me? What about you? Where I go is none of your concern. Since my reincarnation, I have been trapped in this temple. It's time to get out and improve myself. He paused, his tone turning serious. As for why I chose you, it was that lion who sent you to find me. Do you really think I can go head-to-head with the professional association's headquarters on your behalf? The temple is strong, but the association's foundation is deeper. The trouble you've caused is too great. I can't protect you. Only when you claim the position of Deputy Temple Master yourself will you have the right to negotiate with them. He looked straight at Bai Xingqi. So, are you willing to be the sub-hall master? The main hall quieted down. The Deputy Hall Master appeared calm on the surface, but was tense inside. He had argued with the higher-ups about this matter for a long time and even gave his word. If Bai Xingqi refuses, he will lose everything. Fortunately, Bai Xingqi did not disappoint him. He stared at the other person for a few seconds and nodded. All right. Then he asked again. So, am I officially in position now? What do I need to do? Not officially yet. You are currently just a provisional Deputy Hall Master. The Deputy Hall Master suppressed his excitement. There will be an assessment arranged for you. Only by passing it can you remove the provisional status and officially secure this position. Assessment. Bai Xingqi frowned. You didn't mention this before. Don't get hung up on these small matters. The Deputy Hall Master chuckled dryly. I know you are outstanding, but the higher-ups haven't met you, so they have concerns, which is normal. Don't worry, it's just a formality. Bai Xingqi was not fooled and asked coldly, what kind of assessment? The Deputy Hall Master was silent for a moment and said, it's very simple. You don't have to do anything. As long as you can survive under the accountability of the association's general headquarters, you can take the position of Deputy Hall Master. Bai Xingqi almost laughed in anger. Did I hear wrong, or are you joking? His gaze was cold. Didn't you say I could only negotiate with the association after becoming a sub-hall master? Now it's become about taking responsibility to get promoted. Isn't this just going in circles? The sub-hall master hurriedly explained. After you agree, the temple will announce to the outside world that you are the next sub-hall master of Qingshui City, but the association needs face and will definitely test the waters. At that time, the temple won't interfere. You have to handle that yourself. He added, since you joined the temple, you're one of us. The association won't go too far. At least they won't cut off your chance at revival. Bai Xingqi smiled faintly, but knew clearly in his heart that they were sizing up whether he was worth betting on. Even if the sub-hall master wanted to help, it wouldn't change the higher-up's attitude. However, he didn't take it out on him. The other had been helping him since the ownership crystal incident, and he remembered this favor. Seeing his low spirits, the sub-hall master said, according to rules, the secret of reincarnation will only be told to you after your official appointment. But the assessment won't trouble you, so I'll tell you now. As soon as the words fell, a wave of spiritual energy reached out. Bai Xingqi instinctively released his spiritual power to confront him. The two forces clashed midair, and a huge amount of information instantly flooded his mind. He looked up in surprise. The Deputy Hall Master smiled and said, this is a technique for using spiritual power. Because of my special profession, I can perform it. If your spiritual power is strong enough, with enough practice, you can master it too. Bai Xingqi nodded without asking about the other's identity. Spiritual power transmits information directly, far more efficiently than words. In an instant, he grasped the entire content of reincarnation. At this moment, he completely had no regrets about joining the transfer hall. Just this piece of information alone was worth everything. But now was not the time to study reincarnation. He stood up to say goodbye to the sub-hall master and left the temple directly. The association headquarters could intervene at any time. The leveling progress must never stop. The training room time is up, so it's time to farm dungeons. The sub-hall master did not try to keep him. He could tell that Bai Xingqi was hiding a big secret, but chose to ignore it. After leaving the city, Bai Xingqi headed straight to the south of the city. This area is only dared to be entered by fourth transfer professionals. Almost no one in Qingshui City ventures here. Monsters are everywhere, so there's no trouble competing for monsters. As for Lai Shihu too, he is now too lazy to even acknowledge him. If the association headquarters doesn't resolve it, there is no point in contacting anyone. He arrived outside the level 7 dungeon and conveniently made up the progress he missed earlier. A flash of teleportation light, and he was inside the dungeon. The difficulty of the level 7 dungeon had obviously skyrocketed, with monster strength completely overwhelming the level 6 dungeon. No wonder the branch had to unite several guilds to clear it back then. It was still not enough for Bai Xingqi. He rampaged through all the way. Although his efficiency couldn't match the training room, it was far better than the wilderness. A day quickly passed, and all the dungeon tokens were used up. He leveled up by 1 rank and gained a considerable amount of loot, but he was not satisfied. Let's return to the city. Tomorrow will be here soon. He directly used a town portal scroll. Now in Qingshui City, no one could intimidate him anymore. Time passed quietly. And on this day, the long-silent Shimizu city finally came alive again. The people from the association headquarters have finally arrived in Shimizu City. In the job change temple, the gaunt middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. What was meant to come has come. Inside the Beast Guild, Fierce Lion, Hutu's face was gloomy as he murmured to himself. The person has arrived. What will the outcome be? Can that kid survive? The girl beside him whispered, Grandpa, will you help him? Hutu sneered, help him? The guild will definitely send someone personally. I'd have to be crazy to get involved. Didn't you say you wanted to cooperate? Cooperate. He took a deep breath. He has to survive first. If he doesn't, everything else is meaningless. Will the guild really kill him? Hu Liuli sat up straight and lowered her voice. Yu Xiao and Zhou Qingtian colluding. Wasn't that a problem from the start? Hu Tu snorted coldly. When Wu Xiao makes a mistake, the headquarters will handle it. Outsiders intervene. Of course, they wouldn't be happy. But if they see potential in that kid, there's also the possibility they'll take him away. They're capable of doing that. Hu Liuli curled her lips. Grandpa, you call by classmate to his face but call him kid behind his back. Hu Tu choked, his face slightly reddening. All the major guilds in the city were also stirring beneath the surface. They didn't dare be as blatant as the Qinghe Guild, and had kept a low profile these past few days. Now that the headquarters had come personally, like a giant stone tossed into water, the entire city was stirred up. Meanwhile, Bai Xingqi, the person involved, was calmly discussing business inside Qingshui department store. His communicator had already beeped, Hu Liuli sending a message. He hung up casually, not paying it any mind. Sitting opposite him was Boss De Wong. This shop owner, who occupied an entire floor in the commercial building, had seen many grand scenes and was considered a notable figure in Qingshui City. But now, the look in his eyes when he looked at Bai Xingqi was only one of awe. A few days, from scattered trades, to large batch shipments, to now piles of dropped items. The scale grows more exaggerated each time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. This batch of goods not only has high quality, but also large quantity. These days, I've been sending out shipments every day, scaring my competitors. Boss Wang laughed heartily and said, with Brother Bai's help, no peer merchant can compete with me for business. If I can get promoted in this assessment, it's all thanks to you. Bai Xingqi waved his hand. Brother Wang, you're too polite. It's just mutual benefit. If you hadn't helped me out, I'd be stuck with the materials issue too. Not long after they started cooperating, his gear from Boss De Wong kept rising steadily. The preferential treatment from the other side made leveling up much easier, and his efficiency significantly improved. Among all the customers now, his priority ranking had already moved to first place. Whenever there was something good, Boss De Wong would notify him first to pick it out before taking it to the trading company to sell. Bai Xingqi was very satisfied with this, but he was more concerned about another matter. Brother Wang, is there any news about the magic craftsman I asked you to contact before? The custom equipment matter, right? Boss De Wong's spirit lifted. Da Wang Laoban, Jingsen Yizhen. There really has been progress. I got in touch with a master demon craftsman, which was impossible at my level. He continued. You provided so many monster essences these days. The master is very satisfied and made an exception to give me a chance. Bai Xingqi's eyes lit up. When can he start the customization? Anytime, but there's a problem. Boss De Wong paused. The master is in a second-tier city and won't come to a third-tier city for safety reasons. He himself also can't leave. If you really want to customize, you can only go to a second-tier city, but the inner-city fleet this month will still take more than half a month to wait. I understand, it's okay. Bai Xingqi nodded in agreement. The two then finalized the details, and the matter was temporarily concluded. When Bai Xingqi actually went to that second-tier city, according to the details given by Boss De Wong, he would naturally be able to follow the clues to find that master craftsman. The two were chatting happily when the entire Qingshui commercial building suddenly shook violently. Boss De Wong's face instantly turned pale. He was just a businessman with limited combat power. Faced with such a disturbance, He couldn't be as calm as Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi, come out. The amplified device's sound exploded loudly, echoing throughout the entire building. The people from the association headquarters have arrived. The boss muttered softly, looked up and directly met Bai Xingqi's meaningful gaze, and instantly gave a bitter smile. Brother Bai, don't overthink it. It's definitely not me who informed on you. I really don't know how they found this place. Bai Xingqi sneered with a smile. I didn't say it was you. Brother Wang, your mental toughness isn't good. Be careful not to expose yourself. Outside the commercial building were people from the association headquarters, yet he wasn't the least bit nervous. If it had been a few days earlier, he might have been anxious. But after making rapid progress these days in the training room, he was no longer the person he used to be. Under the complex gaze of Boss De Wang, Bai Xingqi laughed loudly and walked straight out of the commercial building. Outside, a crowd had already gathered. Moreover, none of them were low-level professionals. The lowest were at second tier, and quite a few were at third tier. Obviously, during the time he had been secluded for cultivation, the situation in Qingshui City had already changed. The association headquarters would enter the city, and the major guilds received the news immediately. In fact, it was very likely that the local guilds led the way, guiding people straight to the Qingshui commercial building. Otherwise, how could they have accurately blocked the door as soon as they entered the city? To Bai Xingqi, being blocked at the door was not scary. He scanned around and saw quite a few familiar faces. Fiery Lion, who too stood on a distant rooftop with his granddaughter Hu Liuli, their eyes burning as they stared this way. There were quite a few people like them watching from afar. In less than half a month, Bai Xingqi had completely shaken off his rookie status. He looked up into the air. 3 figures hovered in front of the commercial building, high above. He couldn't help feeling a little bitter. Others' professions came with flying abilities, full of imposing presence. His own barefoot doctor could only stand on the ground relying on his legs, his aura naturally falling short. Before he could speak, the person in the air already demanded coldly, "You are Bai Xingqi? Reckless and wanton, violating the association's prohibition. Do you know what crime this is?" "Mistake." The onlookers whispered among themselves, all their gazes fixed on Bai Xingqi, and the atmosphere instantly tightened. They didn't expect that the enforcer would be so imposing, yet unusually restrained in speech. This, in turn, gave Bai Xingqi room to maneuver. Many professionals clearly understood that the enforcer did not intend to drive him to his death. Some who knew the inside story instinctively looked toward the transfer temple in the city. In their view, it must be the temple stepping in that caused the guild to hold back. In midair, 3 guild elites were scrutinizing Bai Xingqi. They had already received news that this person before them was very likely the next branch hall master of Qingshui City. Otherwise, the guild would not have been so polite. What shocked the 3 was that they could not read Bai Xingqi at all. Their scouting skills failed. The attribute panel was completely blank. Either his mind was extraordinarily strong, or he possessed top-tier stealth equipment. They preferred to believe the latter, as this was the pride of the guild elites. All 3 were above the 5th transformation level, and should not have appeared in Qingshui City. But Bai Xingqi caused such a huge disturbance, driving away the branch president Wu Xiu and even taking the town's treasure. This was equivalent to slapping the headquarters in the face. The headquarters immediately sent people over, crossing the wild zone, arriving after several days. They only worried about one thing, whether Bai Xingqi would escape like Wu Xiu. They intended to subdue Bai Xingqi and to definitely capture Wu Xiu. In front of Qingshui commercial building, the atmosphere suddenly stiffened. One of them finally spoke. "Bai Xingqi, hand over the golden Saint cloth of the Qingshui City branch, and we can discuss everything else later." Making the professionals in Qingshui City aware of the existence of the golden Saint cloth was also a way to send a warning. It was to prevent today from dealing with one Bai Xingqi, only for a black Xingqi or a yellow Xingqi to show up tomorrow. But the 3 clearly held back, yet Bai Xingqi was not buying it. He sneered, looking at the 3 suspended in midair. "Golden Saint cloth? Didn't you lend it to that dark assassin? Instead of going to him, you come to me? You think I'm easy to bully?" Of course, he wouldn't hand it over obediently. This was his spoils of war. Even if he couldn't use it himself, it was better to keep it in his hands than let others take it back. Who knows if it will be used against him again in the future? Cut the nonsense. The face of the person in midair darkened. Do you think we'd come for you without evidence? The five-turn dark assassin you mentioned is currently locked up in the headquarters prison. Bai Xingqi raised an eyebrow. That guy actually got caught? A few days ago in a battle, the opponent nearly matched him evenly thanks to the golden cloth. Such a figure was quietly taken down by the association without a sound. The foundation of the association runs far deeper than he had imagined. At this point, he was too lazy to deny it. That's right, the sacred cloth is in my hands. He looked up at the three of them. But it's my spoils of war. What will you offer in exchange? Don't take me for a fool. The value of this thing is not something you can talk about without dozens of dark gold equipments. The person in midair was choked and speechless. The golden sacred cloth was indeed valuable, but they would never pay such a price. Moreover, Bai Xingqi's attitude had already completely angered them. As expected, people from small places have such a narrow vision. Amid cold laughter, a person's body was engulfed in swirling blood mist. Having stayed long among dwarfs, winning a few fights, and thinking you're a giant, and now you want to touch the sky? The blood mist rolled and condensed into a scarlet chain. That person stared fixedly at Bai Xingqi. Let me teach you why you can only stay in a Tier 3 city. Once you leave this place, you won't survive a single day. The bloody chain sliced through the air, aiming straight at Bai Xingqi. He did not dodge. Also unavoidable. As the chain appeared, he immediately felt himself being tightly locked. This is a locking type skill, completely impossible to dodge. A deep blue light exploded on his body. The demon-repelling silk robe instantly activated. This skill can greatly enhance his magic defense, making it perfect for withstanding spells head-on. Moreover, the current level of demon-repelling silk robe has already reached a considerable rank, and combined with his inherently extraordinary physique, the accumulated magic defense is astonishingly high. The blood-colored chain instantly fell onto Bai Xingqi. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. He already had high magic defense, which was further stacked layer upon layer after activating Demon-Repelling Veil. Even against high-level spells beyond the limit of a 4th-tier archmage, he was confident he could withstand them. But when this blood-red chain fell, his magic defense was completely ineffective. -100000. -100000. The damage numbers jumped wildly, and his health points dropped at a rate of 100,000 per second. Neither negative resistance nor magic defense had any effect. All were nullified. Blood Mage. Bai Xingqi looked toward the other end of the chain and asked. There had been someone in the Job Change Temple who had advanced to Blood Mage at the 3rd tier. He knew a bit about it. One end of the chain was connected to him, and the other end to the frequent visitor. In his view, the other person was also losing HP, but only 50,000 points per second. Blood Mage. The man smiled. It was indeed during the 3 transfers, but for a 3rd-tier city there are no higher-level data, so it's normal that you don't know. He looked at Bai Xingqi with a relaxed expression. That dark assassin has already been caught by us, and we've long since figured out your background. Your defense is ridiculously high, but unfortunately useless. My skill ignores defense and damage reduction, directly deducting health. This move was just right to kill Bai Xingqi. His proud dual physical and magical defense instantly became mere decoration. The other two hadn't made a move yet, just standing in midair watching coldly. In their eyes, one person was enough. I see. Bai Xingqi frowned, then laughed. I'm losing health, and so are you. Are you really that confident you can outlast me? The other party's expression remained calm. I'm only losing half as much as you. How could I lose? Besides, you might be mistaken. Although Blood Mage is a magic class, its health pool ranks among the top across all professions. Not to mention, my rank is far higher than yours. Is that so? Seeing the other's confidence, Bai Xingqi smiled. Then let's wait and see. The next moment, the scene turned strange. The two were bound together by blood-red chains, standing face to face in place, neither moving. The surrounding professionals all widened their eyes, afraid of missing any detail. They had never seen this kind of fighting style before. Soon, damage numbers kept popping up. Seconds ticked by, and the other person grew increasingly uneasy, unable to help but ask, "How long is your health bar anyway?" With 100,000 health loss per second, over 20 seconds equals more than 2 million. Even the tankiest class at the 4th tier transformation might not withstand that. But Bai Shengqi stood upright, expression relaxed, clearly far from reaching his limit. The length of the health bar isn't important, Bai Shengqi shrugged. But you, losing that much health, can't hold on any longer? He didn't even heal himself. Over 2 million health points were nothing to him now. In just a few days, he had already reached level 78, and even more astonishingly, his attributes skyrocketed, with all 6 stats surpassing 100,000. The health limit brought by his constitution shot past 40 million, and with the continuously triggered ascetic healing body, his HP had long exceeded 100 million, even approaching 500 million. Now that ascetic healing body had reached LV10, every time he got injured, his health limit would permanently increase. The damage just taken had once again extended his health bar. The blood red chain was still there, but his health remained full at all times. Taking hits while standing still only made him tougher and tougher. Ascetic healing body completely ignored limitations, allowing Bai Shengqi's recovery speed to surge by an additional 300% even while losing health. On top of that, the 2nd tier physician passive healing affinity, combined with over 100,000 constitution points, meant that Bai Shengqi could regenerate 300,000 HP per second even without moving. The small amount of health the blood red chain drained was not even enough to offset his own regeneration. But none of this was known to the person opposite him. He snorted coldly through his nose, his face full of disdain. What do you understand? The blood I lost isn't gone. It's just found another way to stay by my side. The power of the Scarlet Mage, you can't even begin to imagine. Blood waves surged. Countless crimson streams gathered around him, condensing into a blood-red spear, emitting a dark, eerie glow. He gripped the spear and laughed loudly. All the blood I've lost has transformed into the blood-drinking demon spear. Using it to attack lets me absorb all the life force back. The small amount lost just now is nothing. He obviously didn't take Bai Shengqi seriously. Either he was showing off or he wanted to shatter his opponent's mindset directly, forcing him to admit defeat. Bai Shengqi was too lazy to think much, only glanced at the blood spear, shook his head, and sneered. Still need to rely on sucking? Doesn't the blood refill itself? After speaking, he straightforwardly removed the concealment and actively revealed his health bar. The number was too exaggerated. The opponent couldn't see the exact health value. Only a whole blood bar glowing bright red. Damage numbers of minus 100,000 kept popping up, but that blood bar didn't move an inch. It was as if all that damage was fake. There is only one possibility. The opponent's health was ridiculously high. This damage is not even 1,000th. The Scarlet Magician's face instantly stiffened. He finally realized what kind of monster he had actually chained with the blood-red chains. Outside the Qingshui department store, the Scarlet Magician from the association headquarters had his mindset collapse on the spot. All because Bai Shengqi had just revealed his health bar once. In this world, a professional's lifeline is their health bar, and it is extremely difficult to see through. Unless there is an overwhelming strength advantage, you simply cannot see how much health the opponent has left. Many battles end abruptly halfway because they can't figure out the opponent's true strength. Someone once said harshly, "Dare to show your health bar, and even gods will be killed in front of you." It shows that actively revealing your health bar means playing for keeps. This is equivalent to declaring open war. No death, no truce, and no one can tolerate such provocation. But at this moment, the Crimson Mage felt a chill in his heart. He was dealing 100,000 damage per second, yet the opponent remained unmoved. That wasn't just thick health, it was absurd. Rather than calling it a health tank, it was more like a sea of health. Could it be that he carries the Fountain of Life? But that is a strategic resource only found in cities above level 2. A young boy could never possess it. What's wrong? Still not fighting? Bai Shengqi looked up and asked. The Crimson Mage suddenly snapped back to reality, his face flushed red. Of course he wanted to fight, but with that kind of health, it was impossible to find an opening. In midair, 2 regular attendees sensed something was wrong. Need some help? The Scarlet Magus shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. You all are about the same as me. Even the 3 of us together might not be useful. Bai Xingqi's health bar lit up only briefly for him. As an expert in controlling health bars, he understands better than anyone. He always thought it was a crushing victory, but now he realizes it was like throwing eggs against a stone. However, the other two were not convinced. They come from the convention and are full of confidence. I'll give him a try. One of them was riding a Pegasus with double wings, raising a gun ready to charge. The heavenly steed lifts its hooves, light converges. The crimson magus tries to block it, but ultimately remains silent. The meteor shot of the Pegasus Knight indeed had a terrifying explosive power, with damage numbers that were ridiculously high, but he didn't think this shot would make any difference. Before everyone, Bai Xingqi's health bar was even more ridiculous, so thick it was despairing. He had tried to persuade them, but no one listened, and he was too lazy to say more. If he didn't take some losses, who would believe he wasn't talking nonsense? Of course, he still held on to a slight, unrealistic hope. Maybe this shot could really change the situation? But thoughts aside, he still obediently withdrew the blood-colored chain. In just a short moment, the HP kept plummeting crazily. The opponent could hold on, but he was really struggling to keep going. The skill blood-stained retribution looked like it was punishing himself no matter how you looked at it. It's fine to take it back. I won't take advantage of you. The Pegasus Knight, who was charging up, still had the mood to speak. The Crimson Magus kept a cold face and didn't respond. A few seconds later, the light condensed to its peak on the Pegasus Knight, and the whole person seemed to turn into light. The spear dazzled like a divine weapon. With a flash like a meteor, the person disappeared. In the next moment, the Pegasus neighed, appearing before Bai Xingqi, thrusting a spear straight at his chest. Bai Xingqi did not dodge. He had already clearly seen the attribute panel. The opponent was not even worthy of threatening him. The long spear stabbed in, but there was no reaction. Bai Xingqi smiled. Is that all your strength? Haven't you eaten? The Pegasus Knight's eyes suddenly turned cold. As you wish, meteor spear blitz. Starlight exploded all around, and he transformed into an afterimage, frantically weaving through. The shadows of gunfire rained down, stabbing countless times in an instant. But Bai Xingqi remained completely unscathed. Nice skill, I'll give it back to you. After saying that, he stretched lazily and shook his body lightly. A strange force was shaken out. The Pegasus Knight, hanging in midair, hadn't even reacted yet when the force landed on him. -100000000. The health bar instantly drained. Crack. A faint cracking sound was heard as the life lock shattered on the spot. The Pegasus Knight passively entered a locked health state, his whole body instantly frozen. Kind of interesting. Bai Xingqi stood for a long time, then just stretched and laughed. Your Meteor Spear Blitz combo hits hard, but you conveniently wiped out your own health bar. The Pegasus Knight looked pale, staring at Bai Xingqi, his voice tense. You used life retribution? In front of Qingshui Shopping Mall, Bai Xingqi nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, that's the one. How is it possible for a third-tier city like Qingshui to have such a skill? The Pegasus Knight was stalling for time while quietly tearing open a continuous healing scroll. Usually reluctant to use it, now he regretted that he could only use one. He was truly panicking. The health lock lasted only 3 seconds, and once it passed, he would be helplessly slaughtered. Yet Bai Xingqi did not pursue, which eased his mind. Bai Xingqi saw this and smiled even more faintly. Just because Qingshui City doesn't have it doesn't mean I can't get it. He was well aware of what the other was thinking. Life revenge can only come from an 8th-level dungeon. As for Qingshui City, they can barely handle even 7th-level dungeons. But Bai Xingqi is different. He had already cleared the level 8 dungeon a long time ago. Not enough tokens? Then just go to the training room replica and grind until it drops. There was already a reason why he chose this skill. Among the extensive materials left by the Uxiu branch, it happens to be recorded. Life retaliation. Counterattacks after taking damage, returns all damage received, ignoring reduction or mitigation. Bai Xingqi set his sights on it at first glance. No need to aim or lock on. As long as the target stays within the skill's range, it will hit directly. What's even more ridiculous is that this skill's damage ignores defense and only considers the opponent's attack power. If the opponent's 10,000 attack hits him, Even if the actual damage shows as -1 in life retaliation, it counts as storing 10,000 damage. At LV1, it can only return 60%. But Bai Xingqi had been practicing with wild monsters in the training room these days, already leveling the skill up to LV5. Now, it can return 100% of the damage exactly as is. At max level LV10, it can even reflect 150%. The mere thought of it sends chills down one's spine. For a profession like a pure physician who originally had no offensive capabilities, learning this skill instantly turns them into a hedgehog with spikes, making their words carry a bit more force. Of course, its fatal flaw is also very obvious. To reflect damage, you first have to take the opponent's attack. Standing still and letting someone unleash a full burst of attacks. There really aren't many people who dare to play like that. But Bai Xingqi dared. He watched the Pegasus Knight's health bar slowly refill and had already lost interest. Directly turned his head to look at the last person in the trio from the headquarters, grinning. Want to give it a try? I'm still standing still. No, no. The person repeatedly waved their hand. Scarlet Sorcerer and Pegasus Knight both lost so badly. His skill is about the same. He wouldn't dare to go up. Losing once could be blamed on luck, but standing still repeatedly and getting beaten like that is pure, overwhelming strength. The three exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. Bai Xingqi was simply not someone they could handle. If they couldn't win by force, then they would have to bow their heads and yield. They also realized that the other party did not want to completely sever ties with the association headquarters. There was still room for negotiation. The three descended from midair, putting away their postures, and stood in front of Bai Xingqi. In the face of absolute strength, maintaining an arrogant attitude would be truly foolish. Bai, brother Bai. Once the words were spoken, what followed became much smoother. We admit it, the conflict between Wu and Xiao was their own doing. There are too many people with mixed motives here. Why not return to the subcommittee to discuss this? Skipping the subcommittee, I don't have time. Bai Xingqi shook his head and directly interrupted. If you want to take the golden cloth back, fine, but provide something of equivalent value. The three at the headquarters exchanged glances, nodded silently, as if having made up their minds. One of them suddenly laughed and said, Brother Bai, you jest. Since the gold cloth is your trophy, how could we possibly take it back? Bai Xingqi was stunned. The face change was way too fast. I haven't read much, so don't try to fool me. Just now you said it must be recovered and can't fall into outsiders' hands, and now you don't want it anymore. The three of them laughed a bit stiffly. The situation has changed, and they can only bow their heads. Strictly speaking, Brother Bai is not exactly an outsider either. The person continued, the association has decided to invite you to serve as the chief of the enforcement team in Qingshui City. What just happened was merely a small test. Only a fool would believe that. Bai Xingqi frowned. What does the head of the law enforcement team do? The Pegasus Knight replied. The position is above the captain of the city guard and is on the same level as the branch leader, with the authority to supervise the branch leader. The gold cloth is the town's treasure and should rightfully be managed by the captain of the law enforcement squad. Bai Xingqi was truly stunned. This pie was thrown too suddenly. Could it be that he couldn't beat himself and made it up on the spot? The three of them noticed his suspicion. The last person smiled bitterly and took out a communication device. Exclusive for the association, prepared for you. If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. Actually, they were also frustrated. Before setting out, they always prepared two plans. One was to overpower, the other was to win over. If they can't take down Bai Xingqi, then give him a high position and bring him into the camp. They think very highly of themselves and didn't take the second set seriously at all. Who would have thought it would actually be used? Bai Xingqi shrugged. But I have already promised to go to the Job Change Temple to become a branch sect leader. The three of them laughed. This doesn't conflict. There are already people who hold positions on both sides between the association and the temple. Is that so? Bai Xingqi nodded. This news, the Vice Hall Master had never mentioned it. Bai Xingqi thought for a moment and asked directly, Is there a salary? Is it high? Of course. The three members of the association clearly breathed a sigh of relief. One of them said, Whatever you get at the transfer temple, we'll match it here. Besides, within your authority, you can also mobilize the professionals in Qingshui City. That includes you all. Bai Xingqi smiled and looked over. The three people's expressions stiffened, but they still nodded. As long as the reason is legitimate, we'll follow your dispatch. All right then. Bai Xingqi glanced around, his smile full of meaning. I'll serve as the head of this enforcement squad for now. The news spread like thunder, instantly shaking Qing Shui City. A newcomer who had just changed professions less than half a month ago, Bai Xingqi, was officially appointed by the association as the head of the enforcement squad. Even more astonishingly, the former sub-leader of the original temple stepped down that very day, and Bai Xingqi took over. Once his identity was revealed, professional practitioners across the city were shocked, doubtful, and wary. The fourth-tier Archmage bloodline is powerful, but it shouldn't be this overwhelmingly strong. In a very short time, the sky over Qing Shui City had changed. On this day, the residential area where Bai Xingqi lived was crowded with professional practitioners. Old Man Qin in the guard booth stared blankly at the scene. These people who used to be so high and mighty were now all forcing smiles. There was only one reason: Bai Xingqi. Thinking that his own attitude had been relatively polite before, Old Man Qin secretly felt relieved. He was polite but firm. The higher-ups have instructed, no one is allowed to go in and disturb. Wait outside, he'll be out soon. The higher-ups here referred to the Professionals Association. Many of the buildings in Qingshui City are actually managed by the Professional Association branch. After the former branch leader Wu Xiu ran away, the three newcomers immediately took over. The first thing they did was to curry favor with Bai Xingqi. The apartment he now lives in was purchased years ago by Bai Ya on a tight budget, with a mortgage that lasted for many years. Now, the branch has directly waived the entire loan. They say it's a basic benefit for the new enforcement team leader. Bai Xingqi was clear in his mind and too lazy to pretend to be aloof, so he went along and accepted it. With his current strength, a house was nothing at all. He was willing to be this squad leader because he had other plans. The abnormalities in the northern part of the city are becoming more frequent and intense, approaching a critical point. When the Secret Realm's entrance reopens, he plans to use the branch's power to reorganize an assault team. Ever since his father was trapped in the Secret Realm years ago, he has had this idea. It was just that his strength was insufficient, so he kept it to himself. Now, the time has come. After finishing his practice session, he stepped out of his home. It was time to meet the professionals guarding outside the neighborhood. Captain Bai. Captain Bai. Before he even left the neighborhood, a group of people surrounded him. Bai Xingqi looked at them calmly. What do you need from me? The tone was casual, yet it weighed heavily, making people afraid to speak out. Everyone looked at each other for a long time before someone mustered the courage to speak up. You just took office, and our company wants to hold a banquet to celebrate. So do we. So does our guild. Voices overlapping, the conversation grew lively. It seemed as if they had been waiting since dawn, just for this bit of face-saving. Bai Xingqi waved his hand. If there's nothing else, disperse. I don't have time to mess around with you. As soon as the words came out, their faces all changed. Captain Bai, wait. Our company, actually. Bai Xingqi's expression darkened. I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the little territory you have. People from various companies and guilds exchanged complicated glances, their eyes meeting each other's, and the scene suddenly quieted down. I'll give you a straightforward answer. As long as the guilds and companies behind you don't block my path, I won't bother you. Everything stays the same. Everyone goes their own way. Those present looked at each other, their expressions clearly relaxing. These words hit home. Bai Xingqi had just become the head of the enforcement squad, and every guild felt uneasy. Previously, Qingshui City was quietly controlled by a secret alliance between the Qinghe Guild and the Association branch, while other forces banded together for mutual protection, barely maintaining balance. Then he suddenly appeared and shattered the entire situation. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu were forced to abandon the city and flee, and the three strong men from the General Guild were also subdued. Who would dare confront him head-on? If force doesn't work, they can only try gentler means. It seems now that he has no interest in profit-sharing, nor the intention to meddle in territorial disputes. Frankly speaking, it's a matter of different levels. The monsters he's farming now make even third-tier professionals steer clear. After one run, the loot piles up like a mountain, incredibly valuable. Even all the guilds in Qingshui City combined may not match his efficiency. Under these circumstances, would he care about that little share? Just behave and don't cause trouble. That's better than anything. You don't want me busy sorting people out as soon as I take office, right? Everyone hurriedly nodded. When the law enforcement captain gets busy, it means someone is about to be in trouble, and they certainly don't want that person to be themselves. Also, keep a closer watch on the north side of the city. After the anomaly stabilizes, everyone will come to the association branch. Qingshui City is about to see big moves. After speaking, he turned and walked south out of the city, without further explanation. Inside the association branch, 3 professionals sent from the headquarters sat together, the atmosphere heavy. Bai Shinki went out of the city 2 days ago and hasn't come back. Yes, he left through the south gate early the day before yesterday and hasn't been seen since. Do you think, could it be? What are you thinking? The Pegasus Knight interrupted coldly. Still not awake? He survived your blood punishment without a scratch, took a full round of my meteor spear blitz unscathed, and you think he'd die at the hands of those monsters outside the city? There are only 3 of us, but the monsters come in groups. If we're surrounded by hundreds, no matter how strong we are, we'll die. And he can't fly, so he can't even run away. The Scarlet Mage was still not convinced. The third person shook his head and laughed. Are you still upset? Bai Shengqi's strength is far above ours. Those monsters in the south of the city can't stop him. If he were really dead, he would have already resurrected back in Qingshui City. He paused for a moment. I think he went to another city. Otherwise, who would survive 2 consecutive nights outdoors? The Pegasus Knight felt a stir in his heart. Black Mountain City? Heishan City is a second-level main city in the south, much stronger than Qingshui City. The Crimson Mage snorted coldly. That place is filled with experts, and with his temper, he'll only cause trouble once he enters the city. The 2 exchanged looks and sighed helplessly. He had been unable to let go ever since losing to Bai Shengqi. Second-level cities have many strong fighters, but they don't kill just anyone. What I'm more concerned about is whether he intends to stay in Heishan City to develop. If that's really the case, it would actually work to our advantage. Exactly. As long as he registers over there, he'll be restricted by the divided city governance policies, making it difficult for him to return to Qingshui City. Both showed signs of delight in their eyes. The Crimson Mage poured cold water. Didn't we also break the rules? The third person gave an awkward laugh. We're members of the association. That's different. Don't forget, Bai Shengqi is now also part of the association. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Forget it. At least bringing him into the association isn't a bad thing. The Pegasus Knight squinted. The anomalies in the northern city are getting more obvious and should stabilize in the next couple of days. By then, the wild zone will become a treasure land. If the secret realm entrance reappears, we'll make a big profit. The third person nodded. Even if other forces get involved, we've already taken the lead. Huh, you guys sure have high hopes. The Scarlet Mage sneered, not believing that no one remembered the disaster 50 years ago. The anomaly in Qingshui City was very likely just a precursor. He snorted again and said that if that disaster really were to happen again, they wouldn't be here to get a head start. They would be here to die. After a brief silence, the Pegasus Knight finally exploded, glaring at him and telling him to shut up. The Scarlet Mage retorted, saying that it wasn't only his grandfather who died under the monster tide back then. At these words, the Pegasus Knight, veins bulging, jumped back immediately, spear in hand. The Scarlet Mage also rose, blood mist swirling, sneering and daring him to come on. The third person was headache-stricken by the noise, slammed the table to stop them, saying the association put him in charge and no one was allowed to act recklessly. He warned the Scarlet Mage not to use the events from 50 years ago to create panic, and then comforted the Pegasus Knight, saying although the words were harsh, vigilance was not a bad thing, and that there had always been disagreements within the association. In the end, the Pegasus Knight withdrew his weapon with a cold snort, and the blood mist of the Crimson Magus dissipated. Black Mountain City, Miracle Company Branch. Bai Shengqi stood in front of Master Craftsman Song Jinghai, the very person he had specially rushed from Qingshui City to visit. After the third transformation, he had accumulated enough monster kills, making it the perfect time to customize equipment. Master Song looked displeased and asked why he had come back instead of preparing the materials as instructed. Bai Shengqi smiled and explained that he had already gathered the materials the master needed. As soon as he finished speaking, the materials poured out of his backpack, piling up like a small mountain in the workshop. Master Song was shocked and exclaimed that these materials had long been cleared out in Black Mountain City, and even the company's hunting team had little success. Bai Shengqi just smiled, saying not to worry about the source, only asking if it was enough. If not, he could think of other ways. Of course, Bai Shengqi wouldn't tell the truth. His so-called thinking of ways meant hiding in the training room, crazily farming those monsters that drop materials. These monsters only spawn in the western wilderness area of Heishan City, and their numbers are pitifully low. Recently, because of a commission from Miracle Company, several hunting teams have scoured that area multiple times, all competing for the drops. But he didn't have to compete at all. He would casually kill one outside, then enter the training room to batch copy them, easily farming to the max. These monsters are at a very high level outside of a second-tier city. But in front of his perverted attribute panel, it was nothing. Leveling up was effortless. Enough, enough. Master Song was grinning from ear to ear. I originally just wanted to try it, but now that I have so much material, I can push it to the extreme. Inside the Miracle Branch office. In Master Song's workshop, Bai Shengqi had already drunk countless cups of tea. After dumping a pile of materials from his backpack, Master Song plunged into the workshop and had been busy ever since. Bai Shengqi originally wanted to go back and wait, but Master Song said the equipment was already completed, just missing the final step. The final step was coating. This was the most crucial upgrade for the entire equipment, but it had been stuck on the materials. In fact, even without the coating, it could still be used. Bai Shengqi was already very satisfied when he saw the finished product before, but Master Song did not allow it. In his eyes, anything less than perfect was failure. This flaw is only his own standard. From a professional's perspective, that is already top-tier equipment. Being able to make something like this relies on Master Song's craftsmanship. But more importantly, the material itself is hard enough. And the core material of this equipment is exactly the golden cloth in Bai Shengqi's hands. It is the treasure that guards the city of the Qingshui City Association branch. After he agreed to become the captain of the law enforcement team, the 3 members of the council promised to let him use it. But when to use it is not up to him. Each time, the sub-association president must personally grant the permissions. He cannot be subjected to such constraints. He didn't want his life to be controlled by others. So when he met Master Song, he laid out all the prepared materials and placed an order for a custom-made item. Master Song was originally not very enthusiastic. But as soon as those materials covered the entire table, his attitude changed instantly. Each of these materials is rare, and the quantity is astonishingly large, especially that golden sacred statue. Master Song stared at it, his eyes shining bright. As a master craftsman, he recognized at a glance that it was the association's customary golden cloth. Bai Shengqi remained silent, and he pretended not to mention it either. In fact, he had long coveted this piece. The association imposed strict control. Only one piece was allowed per city, so he never had a chance to get involved. Now that the opportunity was handed to him, how could he possibly let it slip away? As for that dark gold dagger, the quality was not low. He casually picked it up and said lightly, "Add this in too, as a bonus." In the end, the golden cloth, the dark golden short blade, and a large amount of materials were all melted down into a new piece of equipment. At the moment the finished product came out, Bai Shengqi was already quite satisfied. But Master Song shook his head and said there was still one last step, the soul. Bai Shengqi could only continue to wait. No one would refuse to take their equipment to the next level. Moreover, the requirements had long been made clear, and judging by the results, they were basically all met. This trip to Black Mountain City was worth it. More than half a day passed again. The noise in the inner room stopped, and the assistant came out to announce, "Mr. Bai, it's done. The master invites you to come in." Bai Shengqi stepped inside and saw Master Song, his face exhausted but glowing with excitement. It worked. He pointed to the equipment on the workbench, speaking rapidly. "There were too many materials. I repeatedly purified them, 9 times in total. The final coating liquid was unbelievably good, supporting 4 layers of coating directly. Bai Shengqi didn't understand the details and only asked one question. And the effect? Master Song laughed heartily. Masterpiece. 4 layers of coating, for additional attributes, can go toe-to-toe with epic equipment without losing. Give it a try. Bai Shengqi no longer hesitated and directly picked up the equipment. A scan with the Eye of Truth. Information appeared. Flight cloak. Quality, dark gold. Class requirement, universal for all classes. Level requirement, 100. Not a weapon, just what he wanted. Weapons limit fighting styles, and the golden cloth should never have been made into a weapon. His gaze landed on the basic attributes. This equipment couldn't even be considered to have decent basic attributes. Pitiful numbers appeared. Physical/magical defense, 666. Agility plus 23. Spirit plus 23. Constitution plus 23. As a level 100 dark gold equipment, it should have 6 basic attributes, but all it has are these meager stats. If placed on the market, no one would believe it's a level 100 dark gold item. Yet, Bai Shengqi remained calm. As per your request, I extracted all the basic values and added them to the special affixes. Master Song, on the other hand, seemed a bit uneasy. This kind of playstyle is too rare. Special affixes are very random. Most people want to boost their basic attributes to at least be more stable. Bai Shengqi smiled. I don't care about others. For me, this is the optimal solution. I'm very satisfied with these affixes. He really didn't lie. He isn't lacking in basic attributes. As long as he trains in the practice room and kills monsters, his stats will increase rapidly, without needing to rely on those small equipment bonuses. What's truly scarce are the abilities that stats can't provide. Those can only come from special attributes. Master Song nodded, then couldn't help but sigh again. The base stats are indeed ridiculously low, but after 4 coatings, the quantity and quality of special attributes on this equipment are the most exaggerated I've ever seen. This might be the new direction for equipment crafting. It's a pity that the coating liquid's production is too low, otherwise I'd really want to keep experimenting. Bai Shengqi took the opportunity to continue the conversation. Master Song is interested in the coating solution? We can collaborate in the future. I'll think of a way to get some more. Master Song's eyes lit up, and he grabbed his hand. I've been waiting to hear you say that. I'll help you handle the remaining coating solution. This time the cost is covered. If you need more in the future, just come to me directly. Bai Shengqi didn't know how much coating solution was left, but he didn't ask further. Being able to connect with the master magician is worth more than the materials themselves. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Song said, I have to get busy now. Familiarize yourself more with the special attributes of this equipment. If you have any questions, feel free to find me at any time. In the workshop, Bai Shengqi quietly examined the flying cloak alone. This time, he was focusing on special entries. Unique effect, flight. The material of this cloak is unknown, yet it allows the wearer to fly directly. The only drawback is that it consumes mana extremely fast, making it unsuitable for long-term use. This was truly what Bai Shengqi wanted. After several fierce battles in Qingshui City, he finally realized his weakness. He couldn't fly. When facing high-level professionals who can walk on air, even if his attributes are higher, as long as the other party is determined to run, he simply can't catch up. Last time, using grasshopper wings to kill Zhou Qingtian was purely unexpected. Once others figure out the stalking height and distance, this trick will no longer be fatal. But now it's different. The flying cloak will replace the grasshopper wings and become his new trump card. As for the huge mana consumption, he doesn't care at all. His blue bar indeed doesn't fill up as quickly as the health bar, but his spirit attribute is ridiculously high, and his total mana still overwhelms other professionals of the same level. Even the magic system known for its abundant mana doesn't hold up in front of him. What others see as massive mana consumption is, for him, not even as much as his natural mana regeneration. As long as he is willing, flying for a whole day is not a problem. Next are other entries. Equipment Synergy, 1 level requirement, -20. A very practical effect. Being able to equip gear 20 levels early is like getting a head start for most people. After all, leveling up 20 levels at this stage takes an extremely long time. For Bai Shengqi, It doesn't mean that much since he levels up too fast, but at least it saves a few days, and he can wear it now. Golden Holy Light 2 activates Holy Golden Light, can imitate any weapon form, no additional attributes. This is the original special effect of the Golden Holy Armor. It was supposed to increase attack and defense by millions, but he changed it into a pure imitation effect. It sounds like a waste of a treasure, but this is exactly his calculation. He kept switching equipment frequently, breaking the combat rhythm, and was long exhausted by it. If he could turn into any weapon at any time, it would be like carrying all weapons on him. Others would care about that million attack and defense, but he valued flexibility and control more. For him, this was actually the most suitable choice. Blood Pool 3 can store own blood volume and extract it when necessary. This entry was inspired by Bai Xingqi from others, Life Lock, and Master Song also adopted it. Unfortunately, it's hard to have the best of both worlds. It cannot achieve true blood lock. Once the health is depleted, the 3-second survival trigger cannot activate. For professionals, these 3 seconds are almost like a second chance at life. But the cost brings stability. This equipment will not shatter immediately like the Life Lock once exhausted. The blood pool limit is as high as 500%. In other words, wearing the Flying Cloak by Xingqi is effectively equipped with 6 health bars. He was very satisfied. Having 6 health bars is an advantage for others, but for him, it's a qualitative change. Maximum health surges from several hundred million directly to tens of billions. After testing, he found a surprise. When activating the Yin-Yang medical needle, the cloak blood pool also participates in the blood loss. This means he can accumulate acupuncture needles faster. For battle, this is a qualitative leap. LV6 Yin-Yang medical needles lose 6% of max HP per second. Based on his current HP, he can accumulate over 200,000 needles in 1 second. Each needle deals 1,000 damage, so hitting simultaneously would cause over 200 million damage. Absurd. Even to Bai Xingqi himself, these numbers felt explosive. Relying only on the blood pool, driving straight through with medical needles, who can stop him? But the Flying Cloak still has one last attribute. Soul Absorption, for killing monsters at or above your own level grants soul spirits, increasing durability, with a chance to upgrade the tier. This attribute is not rare. It can be placed on low-level equipment, yet people both love and hate it. Because to rely on it for upgrading, the number of soul spirits needed is ridiculously high. Often, before gathering enough souls, professionals already have to replace their equipment. What's even harsher is that even if the souls are fully accumulated, upgrading is still probabilistic. And the data proves that this probability does not exceed 5%. The Flying Cape is of dark gold quality. If it levels up one more tier, it will definitely be a huge profit. Those who can truly handle this kind of equipment have long stopped having such dreams. Instead of betting on a progression chance that is far from guaranteed, it's better to replace it with an attribute that directly increases combat power. So this advanced entry is considered a gimmick by many. But Bai Xingqi doesn't mind. The previous entries were sufficient. Having one more or one less didn't make much difference. He had a training room, and his soul absorption speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. If someday he truly upgraded his equipment, it would be a pleasant surprise. After confirming the entries, he didn't disturb Master Song anymore. Leaving behind a large amount of coding materials, he turned and left. In midair, a figure sped past rapidly. That was Bai Xingqi returning from Heishan City. The Return to City scroll only took effect once entering the Qing Shui City area. He had to fly by himself. This trip, having a custom flight cloak, was already worth it. A mere 3rd level and already capable of long-distance flight, enough to shock all around. However, waves arose when leaving the city. The Heishan City guard stopped him and asked if he was willing to stay in Heishan City to save his progress, never to return to Qingshui City. He was somewhat surprised that they had his information. But since the city associations were united, communication of information was normal. There were still a bunch of matters waiting in Qingshui City. How could he possibly cut off his own retreat? Ignoring everyone, he flew straight out of the city. A professional from a 3rd-tier city dared to be so dominant in a 2nd-tier city, making the city guard look grim. But the association's assessment had long concluded that this person could not be regarded as an ordinary third-level transcendent. Before the city guard could make a move, the guilds within the city were already restless. Several powerful figures struck simultaneously, wanting to test his strength. The outcome, however, was utterly disheartening. Bai Shengqi didn't even look back and continued flying forward. The pure black medical needles hovering beside him suddenly erupted violently, scattering like a black tide. In just an instant, the health bars of those few powerful figures were completely depleted. The life chain shattered, forcibly entering a locked blood state. The people of Black Mountain City stood stunned. As for Bai Xingqi, he had long since gone. A few top-level professionals teamed up to intercept him, but they couldn't even get him to glance their way. Bai Xingqi headed straight for Qingshui City. Below was the high-level wild zone, where 4th turn and 5th turn players had to be cautious. One misstep could cost their lives. Flying in the air could avoid ground monsters, but not another kind of threat. Flying monsters. These monsters are naturally tough. Even if a professional can fly, being entangled in midair is still very troublesome. Once surrounded by a horde, there is truly no way out, no escape to heaven or earth. Unfortunately, Bai Xingqi's luck was average. He wore a dazzling golden flying cloak, showing off all the way, like a live target. The light was so bright that it quickly attracted a swarm of flying monsters, descending like a storm. But as soon as they got close, they fell like dumplings dropping. Before landing, they turned into white light and dissipated. He kept activating the yin-yang medical needle, with pure black needles gathering around him, growing into a rolling black sea. Wherever the black tide reaches, it becomes a restricted area. Whether monster or professional, as long as they get close, the black needles instantly pounce and tear them apart cleanly. Now, just standing still, he is a killing machine. Just like that, he returned to Qingshui City. The city was unnervingly quiet. The 3 visitors from the headquarters to the association branch had disappeared, and many guild members were nowhere to be seen. Returning to the job transfer shrine, he learned from Zhu Xiaoyu that the 3 from the headquarters led a large number of professionals to the northern wilderness of the city. It is said that the anomaly in the northern part of the city has stabilized. Bai Xingqi was speechless for a moment. Just on the 2 days he was away, the anomaly stabilized. Fortunately, he returned quickly. If he had been any later, the entrance to the secret realm might have reappeared. He was angry inside. Before leaving, he made everything clear, yet those guilds turned around and followed the general association. When it comes to interests, promises really have no value. What was even more ridiculous was that they actually thought following the general association would bring them benefits. Bai Xingqi was too lazy to think much and asked Zhu Xiaoyu, "Do you want to go to the north side of the city with me?" Zhu Xiaoyu shook his head. "Forget it, I'm not going. I took this job so I could level up without leaving the city. If you want to go, go by yourself." She suddenly remembered something and added another sentence. More and more people are changing jobs. As for the assessment monsters, the deputy hall master Baifan really needs to pay more attention. Bai Xingqi suddenly became the deputy hall master, which surprised Zhu Xiaoyu, but since they had a good relationship, she soon accepted it. "Don't worry, it's a small matter." Bai Xingqi waved his hand and, with the flying cloak, took off directly into the air. Zhu Xiaoyu stood dumbfounded, eyes wide open. When did he learn to fly? Bai Xingqi flew toward the north of the city while contacting Hu Liuli, quickly learning that Fiery Lion, who too had already led the 100 Beasts Guild out of the city. When it comes to strategic materials like gray crystals, no one can sit still. Heading north, he clearly saw the ground covered with battle marks, with wild monsters constantly respawning. The once novice monster, the Red Mad Rabbit, had grown several times in size, its attributes multiplying many times over. The northern wilderness of the city had completely changed. Arrows tore through the air, and several mutated grasshopper archers even flew into the sky to attack. Bai Xingqi paid no attention. With a sweep of his black medical needle, the monsters instantly vanished. Only a glowing orb remained in the air. He casually scooped it up. It was a dull gray crystal. It seemed that the mutated monsters had started dropping gray crystals. I just fought my way through, but the drop rate was pitifully low. Apart from this piece of gray crystal, there was nothing else. Of course, there is another possibility. After the mutation, The northern wilderness of the city no longer drops the original materials. This possibility is actually quite high. Bai Shengqi casually glanced at the gray crystal, but found nothing special. He pocketed it and continued forward. He judged that even if the three people from the association led the team, the main force of Qingshui City wouldn't be able to get very far. The reasoning is simple. The mutated grasshopper archer looks unimpressive, but that's only from his perspective. For an ordinary professional, just a few of these monsters would be enough to block a third tier. And in the past, they were nothing more than level 10 small monsters in the northern wilderness of the city. Moreover, there are many stronger monsters in the northern part of the city. If all wild monsters were strengthened to this extent, even if Qingshui City gave its all, it might not be able to clear the wilderness. Bai Shengqi flew along the way and soon saw the crowd. A large number of professionals were advancing in small teams, surrounding the core combat forces of their respective guilds, with the weakest at least at the second tier. The further they went, the stronger the guilds became, and the monsters they faced grew fiercer. The three members of the association walked at the front, followed by several of the strongest guilds in Qingshui City. Among them, the most conspicuous was naturally the 100 Beasts Guild led by Hu Tu. After the collapse of the Qinghe Guild, the 100 Beasts had become the de facto number one. But under the pincer attack by Bai Shengqi and the three from the association, holding that number one spot was not easy. We shouldn't go any further. Hu Tu said in a deep voice. The monsters are getting stronger. Casualties will get out of control. The other guild leaders all nodded in agreement. The three members of the association remained unmoved. The Scarlet Magician sneered coldly. Just stop here. The areas ahead haven't been explored yet. The entrance to the secret realm is likely there. And you want to retreat? His tone suddenly turned cold. When dividing the gray crystals, you all smiled happily. And now, when it's time to pay the price, you're chicken? If that's the case, spit out all the gray crystals and get lost. Without you burdens, I feel even more at ease. The other two members of the association remained silent, but stood aside, coldly observing the guild leaders with clear intentions. The guild leaders exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's hesitation. It was simply impossible to make them hand over the gray crystal. During the Northern City anomaly, they had already caught wind that the attribute crystals would dominate the future, and the gray crystal was the key material, invaluable in worth. In the silence, Blazing Lion, Hu Tu stepped forward, lowering his voice. Three of you, should we wait for Captain Bai? We agreed to explore together before. Acting prematurely feels somewhat inappropriate. Before he finished, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst from the Crimson Mage. Hu Tu's health sharply plummeted, staggering back and nearly transforming on the spot into the flaming Mad Lion. The other guild leaders were also feeling unwell, their faces pale as they hurriedly gulped down blood vials. What? You want to use Bai Shengqi to pressure me? A blood-colored mist swirled around the Crimson Magus, his murderous intent fully exposed. That battle was the one that touched his deepest nerve. Enough, we're all teammates, don't cause a rift. The two from the association quickly mediated. They still needed these people to explore the wild zone. The Crimson Magus snorted coldly, and the blood mist dissipated. Don't ever mention that person in front of me again. You can't even mention my name? What if I show up in person? Would you wet yourself in fear? A streak of golden light tore through the air and landed in front of everyone. Bai Shengqi, he can fly now? The three members of the association's faces changed abruptly. In the wild zone, many professionals instinctively backed away. No one dared to get close. Bai Shengqi alone had already made a daunting reputation in Qingshui City. The Crimson Magician, who always confronted anyone, was silent at this moment. He had a bad temper, but he wasn't stupid. Being arrogant in front of someone much stronger was basically courting death. Didn't we agree to explore together? Bai Shengqi landed, his gaze sweeping over everyone, instantly filling the room with pressure. Many professionals tensed up. Among the three from the association, someone chuckled. Captain Bai, you arrived just in time. Just in time, Bai Shengqi sneered. I heard this place drops gray crystals. While I was away, you spent quite a while farming them. How did it go? The scene was silent. That person gritted his teeth and said, Gray crystals do exist. The guild takes 50%, and you get 30% of the remaining half. Scarlet Sorcerer looked sullen, but was forcibly restrained by a companion. Other professionals felt a chill in their hearts. By this calculation, they would barely get anything. 30%. Bai Xingqi smiled. You're overthinking it. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The next second, he suddenly shifted his tone. I don't care how you guys farm in the gray crystal area, but when it comes to the secret realm, don't try to be clever. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The meaning was clear. Let them farm freely in the wilds north of the city. Bai Xingqi wouldn't compete for the gains there, focusing only on the secret realm. In fact, most people present didn't dare to think too much about the secret realm. Just the mutated monsters in the wilds north of the city were already putting immense pressure on the major guilds of Qingshui City. Bai Xingqi looked at the three members of the association. The only ones truly eyeing the secret realm could be them. You three understand? The three of them exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. We know why you entered the secret realm, and that doesn't conflict with our goals. Instead of waiting for a better day, why not join forces and explore all the way to the edge of the wild zone, to find the entrance directly? They clearly understood that trying to use the association's name to pressure Bai Xingqi was impossible. Cooperation was the only option. Seeing Bai Xingqi still pondering, the man added another sentence. There are others targeting this place, not just us. Hidden forces are also watching. If we're slow, the situation will spiral out of control. Bai Xingqi glanced at them. All right, you three come with me. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't do anything to Bai Xingqi, but they were by no means useless. In Qingshui City, these three were almost overwhelmingly powerful. But Bai Xingqi would never let them control the situation in the city. People like this must be kept under one's watchful eye. The three had no objections. Bai Xingqi's strength was obvious. With him around, finding the secret realm entrance would be quicker. Besides, they couldn't refuse. At this moment, Fierce Lion, who too came over. Captain Bai, our 100 Beasts Guild has limited strength. Going further would only be a burden. Why don't you go ahead first, and we'll follow after? He bypassed the three from the association and directly addressed Bai Xingqi. The three's expressions immediately darkened, but they dared not interrupt. Bai Xingqi smiled. Of course, Bai Xingqi understood Hu Tu's intentions. This Fierce Lion had a fierce title, but a very steady personality. That works. As for the professionals behind, I'll trouble Chairman Hu to coordinate. By the way, it's fine to leave your granddaughter behind. Why not take her with us? Hu Tu's face stiffened, instinctively wanting to refuse. But when he met Bai Xingqi's indifferent gaze, a chill ran through his heart, and the words caught in his throat. He couldn't say a single word. However, Hu Liuli took the initiative to step forward. Grandpa, don't worry. Captain Bai is willing to take care of me. It's my good fortune. After speaking, she directly stood beside Bai Xingqi. Only then did the people from the surrounding guilds react. This wasn't care, it was a hostage situation. Fiery Lion. Hu Tu's move was equivalent to sending someone to Bai Xingqi as a hostage, clearly signaling a gesture of goodwill. With this connection, the Beast Guild naturally gave him the green light. Seeing this, people from other guilds also gathered around. Team White, my nephew is here too. Please help keep an eye on him. Brat, hurry up and go say hello. This is my eldest grandson who transferred last year. Team White, please take good care of him. A group of people surrounded him, chatting incessantly, making everyone's head ache. Bai Xingqi's expression darkened. What? Do you take me for a daycare? In a word, the scene fell silent instantly. No one dared to speak anymore. Let's go. He ignored it and directly led the team forward. Hu Liuli whispered, Shall I go draw the monsters? Like last time. The five of them had already left the main group and walked quite far away. This is exactly the boundary between two-level wild zones, and no mutant monsters have appeared yet. But Hu Liuli was still extremely nervous. She is a dignified second-level player, but now walking cautiously in the beginner's area, not even daring to take big steps. Like last time? Are you sure? Bai Xingqi glanced at her, meaning deeply. Hu Liuli's expression stiffened. She was just being polite. Along the way, she was protected by her grandfather, but she also saw clearly the strength of those monsters. Even in the outer wild areas, The monsters summoned required at least a third-level transformation to be reliably defeated. The main force had to advance cautiously, now going one layer deeper. Asking her to lure the monsters alone? That would be a death sentence. She forced a laugh. I was joking. Bai Shengqi said calmly. If you don't have the ability, don't recklessly show off. It can get people killed. At this moment, a voice came from the air. Monsters ahead, 3 of them, be careful. The speaker was the association's Pegasus Knight. He had to fight while riding, so he simply flew at low altitude the entire time, acting as a scout as well. As soon as the words fell, a blood-red chain tore through the air, instantly binding the 3 mutated monsters. The monsters' health bars plummeted wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into white light. A glowing orb fell to the ground. Inside was a gray crystal. 3 monsters exploded one. The drop rate was not low. HMPF, even mutated ones are just like this. The Crimson Sorcerer frowned and stepped forward to pick up the gray crystal. Hu Liuli recognized that thing. She looked at the Scarlet Mage who picked up the gray crystal with envy, instinctively glancing at Bai Shengqi. But Bai Shengqi's expression was indifferent, as if this little gray crystal was worthless. She sighed quietly and quickly adjusted her mindset. She knew clearly that in this temporary team, she held no weight. Not to mention that she was only in the second transformation. Even if her grandfather came, he wouldn't have much say in front of these 4. She saw this and dared not say more. If her strength was insufficient, she had to know her limits and not humiliate herself. Fortunately, that bit of student camaraderie still seemed to help. Bai Shengqi glanced at her. Let's team up. Since we're here, the monsters here give good experience. I'll take you along to level up. He then turned to the 3 from the association. I'm taking my classmate to level up. Your levels are too high. You won't get any experience anyway. I'll handle all these monsters. The 3 from the association darkened their expressions. This area had already started dropping gray crystals, which was originally their route for farming resources. It now seemed that Bai Shengqi intended to hog all of it. The Crimson Mage opened his mouth but didn't dare to speak. Another tried to mediate. Let's team up. For people helping her will farm experience faster, right? No, thanks. Bai Shengqi shook his head. If you share experience, it will slow her leveling up. At this point, all 3 of them understood. They had come from afar, all for the secret realm and the gray crystal, but now they were being kept out. No matter how upset they were, they dared not lose face and could only hold it in. Forget it. Let's just rely on our own skills. Bai Shengqi took a step back and said to Hu Liuli, Aren't you supposed to pull the monsters? Go ahead. Hu Liuli looked troubled. Are you serious? Bai Shengqi stared at her. Do I look like I'm joking? She forced a smile. But these monsters are too fierce. I'm afraid I can't hold them off. Hu Liuli blinked pitifully, her face full of grievance. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I'll heal you. Bai Shengqi didn't even look at her expression, his tone casual. If you really can't hold on, just go back to the city to die and rest after work. Isn't that nice? You just reached second transfer. You still have enough revives, right? Hu Liuli bit her lip but still charged out. She had no confidence in herself, but she knew even more clearly that she had no right to refuse. She could brush off Bai Shengqi from a few days ago, but now he was someone who could influence the fate of Qing Shui City. The lives of Grandpa and the 100 Beasts Guild were all in his hands. At this moment, she gave up thinking and could only obey. With a flash of light, she transformed into a 3-tailed demon cat and sprinted forward. She chose the safest approach but underestimated the danger in the wild area. Monsters were dense ahead, and after only a few steps, 3 mutated creatures leapt out. A terrifying pressure struck her, causing her to hesitate, almost wanting to turn and flee. But she was responsible for drawing the monsters, so she couldn't retreat. The 3 members of the association looked at Bai Shengqi. He still stood in place, looking relaxed, with no intention of making a move. Are you really planning to let Catwoman die on her way back to the city? The 3-tailed demon cat dodged left and right, but soon found itself completely surrounded. The levels of these mutated monsters were far above hers. Meow. She looked at Bai Shengqi in despair, a chill running through her heart. At that moment, all 3 were startled at the same time. When did it get on? The cat fur on the 3-tailed demon cat fluttered up, transforming into fine needles. Those were not hairs, but by Shang-Chi's trademark, the yin-yang medical needles. Countless pure black medical needles surged like a black tide, swirling around the three-tailed demon cat before shooting toward the three nearby, mutated monsters like swallows returning home. Deep in the northern wilderness of the city, the three members of the association watched in stunned silence. The three-tailed demon cat, originally cornered with no way out, was now surrounded by healing needles as a black tide surged forth. The three mutated monsters didn't even have time to let out a scream before dissolving into white light. In their place, only a gray crystal remained. The three-tailed demon cat hadn't yet recovered, standing there with its fur puffed up in shock. "Pick up the thing," Bai Shenqi reminded from behind. Only then did she reach out her front paw, sweeping the light orb into her backpack. Even in her monster form, she was still a professional after all. The three people from the association looked at Bai Shenqi again. Their expressions all changed. "So this is what you had in mind." Bai Shenqi just smiled. After mastering the yin-yang medical needle, he discovered that the medical needles could not only protect oneself, but also attach to others. Too lazy to charge, he simply hung all the medical needles on the three-tailed demon cat. The effect was even better than expected. Then let's not waste time and continue deeper. The Pegasus Knight glanced at the three-tailed demon cats with a cold tone. He didn't have much faith in her. A second-level shapeshifter was too fragile against these mutated monsters. Just a few hits, and their health bar would be depleted. Hu Yuli herself was well aware of this. After collecting the gray crystals, she stood still on the spot for a long time. "What? Don't have enough experience?" Bai Xingqi stared at her. "What are you still dawdling for?" "Meow." The three-tailed demon cat let out a low cry, having no choice but to keep moving forward. But inside, she felt a warmth growing. The experience from those three monsters just now was frighteningly high. Even the share she got made her heart race. If she kept grinding like this, she could level up 10 times in a single day. This speed was something she had never even dared to imagine before. "Forget it, it's just a life, I'll give it to him." The three-tailed demon cat clenched her teeth and made up her mind. Taking a risk to level up was worth it. Besides, she couldn't resist at all. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, a burning heat suddenly pierced her body, and she shuddered all over. Meow. A medical needle had already been injected into her body. "Hurry up." As Bai Shengqi's voice fell, a burst of power erupted within her body, her limbs light and her speed soaring. It was not just agility, but an increase in all attributes. This was his auxiliary skill, Medical Needle Acupoint. At level 5, Medical Needle Acupoint could boost the target's all attributes by 60%, a staggering effect. Seeing the three-tailed demon cat's speed spike, the three from the association exchanged glances and immediately followed. Now that things were clear, they certainly didn't want Bai Xingqi to swallow all the gray crystals alone along the way. The further they went, the stronger the mutated monsters spawned, and their numbers increased as well. Soon, the expressions of the three changed. "These monsters are ridiculously strong. They definitely can't be killed instantly. Without using their ultimate techniques, it takes at least 2 to 3 minutes to kill one. Monsters of this strength are already close to those above level 100. But even such monsters couldn't hold out for a few seconds under the sky full of black medical needles. As soon as the monsters respawned, they were instantly engulfed by the medical needles circling around, turning into white light and dissipating in the next moment. Barefoot healers are only third-tier professionals. Their skill mechanisms are not mysterious. They understand where those yin-yang medical needles come from and what their effects are. But what they can't comprehend is the quantity. Are those medical needles that almost cover the entire space really condensed by continuously drawing blood? From the moment they met until now, Bai Shengqi's medical needles haven't stopped. At this rate of blood loss, who can hold out? Even the Scarlet Mage, who prided himself on the best blood control, felt a chill down his spine. If it were him, could he endure it? He stared at Bai Shengqi. The other party only occasionally applied the most basic slow recovery to himself. That was merely an entry-level skill for medical practitioners. Relying on this alone to tough it out through a blood loss like an avalanche? It's simply outrageous. The three members of the association were shocked. At this moment, Hu Liuli, who was responsible for drawing the monsters, also felt like crying but had no tears. As they ventured deeper, the monsters spawning around became stronger and stronger, to the point where even the three from the association took 2 to 3 minutes to take down one. Julioli was only a second-tier professional. Her heart was pounding as she doubted whether she could withstand these monsters even for a moment. Just as she was lost in these anxious thoughts, several more monsters appeared nearby. 4 of them rushed forward but were instantly taken down by the pure black medical needles hovering in the air. Only one remained, a bit farther away, as the medical needle flew towards it. It was a ranged monster. Huff! The three-tailed demon cat closest to it immediately became the target, and a huge rock was thrown fiercely. Minus 65,655. The rock was too fast. The three-tailed demon cat couldn't dodge it at all. I'm going to die. Julioli felt a chill in her heart and couldn't help but scream. Her current health is just over 50,000, which is enough to be fatal this time. But the next second, she was stunned. The damage was severe, yet she didn't die. Health bar got longer. Only then did she remember that Bai Shengqi had used medical needles to stimulate points, greatly increasing her attributes, even doubling her health. What was originally a fatal blow can now somehow be withstood. But if it comes again, I still have to fall. Just as the thought arose, the monster opposite let out another roar, and a second boulder came flying. In the wilderness north of the city, boulders whistled through the air, filling Julioli with bitterness. It seems that the second tail has to be dealt with here today. At that moment, a warm current surged through her body, and her health bar instantly filled up. Immediately after, a rock was thrown down. She was hit to low health, but did not fall. The monster didn't get another chance to strike either. A dense cluster of pure black medical needles immediately swarmed and strangled it. In the next second, her health was filled to the max again. That's right, he is a doctor. The three-tailed demon cat looked back, feeling conflicted. Bai Shengqi's output was so overwhelming that she almost forgot he was a dad. What are you still standing there for? Charge. As long as you're not instantly killed, I'll keep you fully healed at any time. Bai Shengqi shouted from behind. Julioli took a deep breath, let go completely, and plunged into the monster horde. With the pure black medical needles sweeping through the monsters, Bai Shengqi providing strong healing, and the three-tailed demon cat having an extra life, there was really nothing to fear. The team's advance speed instantly maxed out. The yin-yang medical needles kept accumulating, long since exceeding the output cap. The only factor truly limiting their speed was the three-tailed demon cat's stride. The three from the association followed behind, unable to seize a single monster no matter how hard they tried, and could only smile bitterly in surrender. Only then did they fully admit defeat, without a hint of luck left. Bai Shengqi happily took it easy, commanding the demon cat to clear the way while picking up the gray crystals fallen all over the ground. If attributes could increase, let them increase. Gray crystals were valuable, so why not take them? Soon, they approached the end of the northern wilderness area of the city. Bai Shengqi's expression darkened. Ahead lay the boundary of Qingshui City. Beyond the boundary was an endless sea of gray-white mist. No one knows what is in the fog. Back then, the association erected a warning monument, strictly forbidding entry. At this moment, the magical stone tablet in the distance is flashing with a cold light, on which is written, "Unknown area, no entry." But their eyes looked beyond the stone tablet. In the gray mist behind the stone tablet, a gray-white vortex spins slowly. That was clearly a portal. The few of them exchanged looks, each understanding the situation. The entrance to the secret realm had appeared. There used to be only mist here, nothing else. As for whether the secret realm assault began from this point, no one knows. Those in the know, Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiao, had long since fled Qingshui City. The crimson magic eyes lit up, almost charging forward. Wait! The other two stopped him. The portal is hidden in the gray fog. It's definitely not simple. What if something changes? Before the voice fell, suddenly, a deafening roar exploded in the sky. The magic stone monument flickered, and the gray fog ahead churned along. A loud roar exploded, and the faces of the three association members instantly turned pale. The low-flying Pegasus Knight was shaken out of control. The Pegasus let out a mournful cry, and fell directly from midair. Among them, Hulioli, who was the lowest level, had it even worse. As the roar arrived, her health bar suddenly plummeted to almost empty. Fortunately, the healing needle that Bai Shengqi left on her took effect in time, pulling her back from the brink of death. Even so, she was shaken back into human form, and her three-tailed demon cat form instantly collapsed. "I'm still alive." Hulioli's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. That roar was like a natural disaster crushing down from above, leaving no room for even a thought of resistance. She truly believed just now that she was doomed to die. This kind of despair was even stronger than when facing the mutated monsters. Among the group, only Bai Xingqi was almost unaffected. The roar knocked everyone over, but he stood firm. He quickly judged that this was pure intimidation. Even the three from the association were pressed down, unable to move, and Hulioli, a second turn, was nearly killed instantly. Bai Xingqi felt a bit envious in his heart instead. If this ability is used to clear low-level monsters, one strike would clear the entire wild area. The leveling speed is simply incredible. Oh no, it's a dragon tamer. How could there be a dragon tamer in a remote place like Qingshui City? He probably came here because of the secret realm entrance. Has the news spread already? Should we report to the association immediately for help? Or should we retreat first? The entrance is here, and he can't move it anyway. The three members of the association lowered their voices and quickly discussed. They hadn't been this nervous when facing Bai Shengqi just now. Is the dragon tamer very strong? Bai Shengqi's gaze locked onto the horizon, his tone calm. In the distance, a huge black shadow was slowly descending. It's not a matter of strength. This profession is just too unusual. One person stared fixedly at the silhouette, his voice deep. From that dragon roar just now, this dragon is no ordinary creature. There's no need for a direct confrontation. I suggest retreat. Is that so? The shadow descended lower and lower. Bai Shengqi clearly saw the person on the dragon's back, his expression suddenly turning cold. It's him. The enormous figure pressed down. It was a giant dragon covered entirely in red scales, with a terrifying presence. Hulioli stood in human form, trembling all over, her teeth chattering. Even though her grandfather was a fourth-tier expert and leader of the Beast Guild, in the face of the true dragon's might, she still felt insignificant. She had seen many fierce beasts, but none could compare to the giant dragon before her. Those so-called fierce beasts were not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Even her grandfather's strongest transformed form, the flaming frenzy lion, looked like a docile kitten in front of this colossal creature. Hulioli felt an inexplicable certainty deep in her heart. It was understandable that she lost her composure the first time she saw a giant dragon. Two resentful and venomous gazes fixed straight on the dragon's back. Bai Xingqi. Accompanying it was an equally cold voice. TSK, 3/5 turns over 100 levels, 1 second turn, and one whose level is hard to tell. On the dragon's back, a young man in his early 20s chuckled and spoke. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Wu, are these the ones who forced you to abandon the city and flee? Behind the young man stood two former prominent figures of Qingshui City. The former First Guild leader Zhou Qingtian and the former branch association leader Wu Xiao. After abandoning the city and fleeing, they appeared before Bai Shengqi once again. Bai Shengqi only glanced at them briefly, his gaze focusing more on the young man. The dragon rider spoken of by the association was most likely him. Or rather, it was the dragon beneath his feet. Either way, it's not easy to provoke. Captain Bai, let's retreat first. The three people from the association beside him urged quietly, their tone anxious. They had just seen the entrance to the secret realm, but they were already ready to back down. Before Bai Shengqi could speak, the young man on the dragon's back burst out laughing. Xiao Wu, luckily you are sensible and join the foundation. Look at the professional association. They only know how to run for their lives when faced with danger. Foundation. The three members of the association all changed their expressions simultaneously. The Pegasus Knight forced himself to stay calm and shouted sternly. Are you the Foundation member who has been secretly stirring things up all these years? I advise you, opposing the association won't end well. Though his words were firm, he couldn't hide his unease. Bai Shengqi's heart sank. To scare the association like this dragon tamer must be extraordinary. And that foundation obviously already had the confidence to confront the association head-on. Our foundation has been fighting with the association for so many years. You really have skill. How come you haven't shut us down yet? Instead, we've only grown bigger. The young man sneered coldly, not even bothering to regard the Pegasus Knights. Enough nonsense. The Qingshui City secret realm belongs to us. You came from somewhere. Go back there. You. The Pegasus Knights gripped their long spears tightly, but dared not move. The red giant dragon stared at him, and he didn't even have the courage to make a move. Let's go. The three members of the association gritted their teeth and retreated. They knew clearly that both sides were mortal enemies, and every confrontation ended in a bloodbath. Today, running into the Dragon Master and still escaping unscathed was already like saving their own life. Mr. Qi, we can't let them go. Ushu on the dragon's back urgently reminded. He had betrayed the association to join the foundation, and there was no turning back. He feared the other side would show mercy and only wanted to completely tear off the mask. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The young man's gaze turned cold, and a sudden pressure descended. Wu Xiao screamed miserably, taking several steps back, his health bar instantly dropping by a large segment. Even without relying on the dragon, this young man is terrifyingly strong. Forget it. I'm in a bad mood. Don't leave. He raised his hand. The dragon roared angrily towards the sky. The three members of the association were shaken out of control and fell straight down from the air. Hu Liuli below was also affected, her health bar plummeting wildly, reaching 0 in an instant. If this keeps up, she will be shaken to death by a single roar of the dragon. She wanted to switch to the three-tailed demon cat and use one tail to save her life. But she couldn't move. The dragon's roar weighed down her thoughts, her body stiffening. This roar was not just harmful, but suppressive. Hu Liuli watched her health bar emptying, feeling a chill in her heart. It's over. I was thinking too simply. This is not something I can get involved in. She closed her eyes to await death, already deciding that after revival, she would just lie flat and never leave the city again. The next moment, warmth surged. A pure white medical needle descended, and her health bar instantly refilled. I'm not dead. This scene caught the attention of the dragon tamer. His gaze landed on Bai Xingqi, instantly seeing through that it was his handiwork. How many times did the healer treat? The amount of healing was impressive. He let out a light chuckle. After I deal with them, I'll have some fun with you. The red giant dragon soared into the air, breathing out a stream of dragon fire. Flames swept through. The three members of the association used all their cards, only hoping to survive. But their health bars were still dropping rapidly as they fled in disarray. The dragon tamer was too lazy to look at them anymore, his gaze returning to the ground. Bai Xingqi's cloak glowed with golden holy light, the light twisting and forming into a long bow. The holy light condensed, like a real weapon. Mimic special effect. The dragon master shook his head and sneered. Flashy but no buffs. Are you looking for death? Bai Xingqi had already drawn his bow and aimed his arrow straight at the sky. This scene caused the dragon tamer's expression to darken. Compared to the three from the association who were fleeing, this kind of resistance was something he could not tolerate. Unforgivable. Xiaohong, change target. Roar. At the young beastmaster's command, the red dragon turned reluctantly, temporarily sparing the three from the association. It swooped down, locking its gaze on Bai Xingqi below, and reared back to breathe fire again. But this breath of the dragon had no chance to be released. A golden arrow shot out from Bai Xingqi's hand, aimed straight at the red dragon. He stood on the ground. Aiming to hit the person on the dragon's back was unrealistic. If that's the case, then he would shoot the dragon first. The premise was that he could break through its defense. Dragons and ordinary monsters were not on the same level. Dragon scales had incredible defense, making it difficult for physical or magical attacks to cause any harm. Armor mixed with even a bit of dragon material would instantly skyrocket in value. Could a monster like this be pierced by a single arrow? The young dragon tamer sneered bitterly. Back then, the 6th-rank holy archer had to use all his strength just to barely break through, leaving the little red with only a minor, superficial wound. That wound healed in the blink of an eye. Ridiculous. He was waiting to see Bai Xingqi's despair. Since becoming a dragon tamer, this was the scene he loved watching most. Before he finished speaking, the dragon's back suddenly jolted, and everyone nearly fell off. The red dragon's body shook violently. That arrow struck right beside its neck. Pain surged, and its dragon breath was forcibly stuck in its throat. What's going on? Amid the deafening roar, the young dragon tamer's heart sank. He could clearly feel the red dragon's panic. Can a giant dragon panic? He immediately checked the red dragon's status. With just one glance, his face turned pale. The health bar, which was originally full, had been partially depleted. Since becoming a dragon tamer, nothing like this has ever happened. You broke Xiaohong's defense. He stared at Bai Xingqi in disbelief. What else? Bai Xingqi raised his bow again, aiming at the red dragon in the sky. That last arrow already spoke volumes. With the bonus of medical acupuncture, his physical attack exceeded 10 million. The so-called dragon scale defense was nothing but a sheet of paper before him. Another arrow, and it would pierce just the same. The damage was indeed significantly reduced. But as long as he kept shooting, even a dragon would eventually die beneath his arrows. Whoosh! The golden arrow pierced the air once more, and the massive red dragon's body couldn't dodge. It was hit head-on. Incredible defense. Yet faced with even more terrifying attacks, it still suffered considerable damage, its health bar dropping again. The red dragon was utterly enraged. Without any command, a breath of dragon fire descended from the sky, aimed straight at Bai Xingqi. This kind of dragon fire, even a bit brushing against flesh and blood, would only end in obliteration. On the dragon's back, the young dragon tamer stared intently. The next second, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Bai Xingqi stood still, not moving a single step. At some point, a layer of ghostly blue gauze appeared on his body. The dragon breath fell like a gentle breeze on the face. -1. The damage numbers popped up, and the dragon tamer's mentality shattered on the spot. Are you sure these are the people I'm supposed to fight? Not setting me up? He suppressed the impulse to kick Zhou Qingtian and the others off the dragon's back, leaving only one thought in his mind. If we don't run now, it's over. Xiaohong, retreat. The red dragon roared and flapped its wings to take off, its cries filled with terror. A mighty dragon, actually driven to flee by a single human. In the blink of an eye, the red dragon had flown high into the sky, its bow and arrows seemingly unable to reach. The three from the association finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Bai Xingqi with mixed expressions. It actually forced it to retreat. Bai Xingqi smiled. Who said I'm going to let it go? A flash of golden light, the bow and arrow disappeared. The cloak fluttered, he was enveloped in golden light and flew straight into the air. Judging by his direction, he was clearly going after that red giant dragon. Behave yourself, don't get any ideas. Before the words finished, Bai Xingqi had already soared into the sky. The three from the association went pale. The oppressive feeling in that sentence was suffocating. One red dragon was already enough for them to desperately flee from, let alone the person who could scare the red dragon away. The three of them all regretted in their hearts, realizing they had taken the wrong mission in Qingshui City. This place was completely abnormal, especially that guy called Bai Xingqi. At this moment, Bai Xingqi used his flying cloak to quickly close the distance. Roar! The red dragon roared in terror, escaping while spewing dragon breath. Bai Xingqi neither dodged nor avoided. He charged straight into the dragon breath. The dragon breath, powerful enough to kill a strong opponent instantly, only showed -1 on him. The next moment, he was already hovering above the red dragon. Meeting again, he cracked a smile and delivered a punch. An ordinary punch. Golden light exploded. The red dragon screamed miserably. A huge damage number popped up, and its body shook violently. The three on the dragon's back were directly thrown off. They all had the ability to fly, so it was not fatal. But a sky full of black medical needles swept in. The black needles fell like nightfall, instantly engulfing the three. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu immediately triggered blood lock, bloodlight suddenly appearing. But Bai Xingqi didn't care at all. The medical needle continued to circle, patiently waiting for the 3 seconds to end. Bai Xingqi, we surrender. The two begged fearfully for mercy. Bai Xingqi didn't even glance at them. His gaze fell on the young dragon tamer. Sharing HP? Logically, he should have already had his health bar emptied. After all, what makes a dragon tamer strong is the dragon, not themselves. At least in Bai Shengqi's eyes, this dragon tamer wasn't strong at all. The black medical needles poured down like a tidal wave, the young dragon master breaking out in a cold sweat, his face pale. He knew very well that if he hadn't been able to share health with the dragon, that one blow just now would have been enough to kill him instantly. Even with the life bond, the outcome wouldn't have changed. At this moment, he had only one thought left in his mind: escape. He no longer cared about the lives of Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiao. But reality didn't give him the chance. A serious punch. Bai Shengqi instantly closed in, a punch wrapped in golden light, aimed straight at his face. The young dragon tamer was shocked and angry, but had no solution and could only hastily cast a spell. Dragon scales frantically proliferated, covering the entire body in the blink of an eye, transforming into a half-dragon form, arms crossed to hard block. But this amount of strength was simply not enough. Bai Shengqi slammed down a punch, shattering the crossed arms on the spot, his fist hitting the face directly, smashing it to pieces. -8859464. A terrifying damage number popped up. The damage was shared by the dragon, so the health bar did not empty. A flash of red light passed. The severed arm was restored, the smashed face reshaped, all taken on by the dragon for him. Shared life force is indeed the greatest asset of a dragon tamer. But that's all. In the distance, the red giant dragon let out a deafening roar, even it was starting to become overwhelmed. After throwing 2 punches, Bai Shengqi finally stopped slacking off. The pure black medical needles around him erupted again, surging like a black tide, almost covering the entire sky. The yin-yang medical needles were continuously unleashed, so numerous that they were indistinguishable, densely pressing against the red dragon on the other side. They ignored defense and directly deducted health points. The red dragon's proud defense was rendered meaningless before the medical needles. The massive body, on the contrary, became the best target. The red dragon roared thunderously, but its health bar plummeted like an avalanche. The young dragon tamer's face turned pale. The small amount of health lost in that brief moment made his whole body tremble. If he were not sharing life with the dragon, he would have been killed instantly. But now, even the red dragon can barely protect itself. The red dragon, its health bar nearly empty, roared wildly, trying to unleash deeper bloodline powers to break free from fate. However, Bai Shengqi did not deliver the killing blow immediately. He recalled that the falcon that killed the eagle commander could still come back to life. He couldn't figure out the connection between the dragon tamer and the dragon. Having only forced one resurrection, he was unwilling to accept it. With a thought, he took out a sphere. They hunting orbs from the Job Change Temple, and they are of the highest quality batch. To deal with the dragon, you must use the best. The red dragon's health was nearly gone. He raised his hand and threw the capture ball. The sphere spun as it flew toward the dragon. Bang! The capture ball vibrated violently in the air and instantly exploded. Capture failed. The dragon was not so easy to catch. Bai Shengqi frowned, but did not give up. The true sight was activated, and he clearly saw the red dragon's health bar. In that very moment just now, the red dragon's life unexpectedly rose once again. Although this recovery speed was not as fast as his own, it still lived up to the name of a great dragon. But Bai Shengqi was very clear that he could easily take it down not only because he was strong, but also because he had the intelligence. Under the true vision, all information about the red dragon was laid bare. Juvenile red dragon type fire attribute. So terrifying, yet it was only juvenile. The upper limit of the dragon race was shocking. If it were an adult dragon, could he still be this easy? Bai Shengqi thought for a moment, shook his head, and gave up. Insufficient intel made vain thoughts useless. What is in front of you is the most important. He stared at the red dragon's health bar, using the pure black medical needle to precisely drain it, lowering the health without killing. The rule of the hunting ball is simple. The less health, the higher the success rate. It is hard for others to control, but for Bai Shengqi, it was easy. As the red dragon's health approached the limit, hunting balls were thrown down one after another. After more than a dozen broke, The red dragon was finally successfully captured. The young dragon tamer was stunned on the spot, shouting, "Where is my dragon?" Bai Xingqi held the hunting ball lightly, smiling calmly. "Now it's mine." In the next moment, a medical needle flew out, and the opponent collapsed immediately. Whether he could still be a dragon tamer after revival, he couldn't be bothered to care. A dragon tamer without a dragon sounded ridiculous. He hadn't expected the hunting ball to have this use. He suddenly realized he was naturally strong against all summoning professions. Bai Xingqi turned and flew towards Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu. The two were still trembling, completely unresponsive. Relying on the foundation, they even brought in the dragon masters, yet they were still crushed. "Let's go, let's talk downstairs." Killing them is meaningless. They can revive anyway. Some accounts are more interesting when settled slowly. After this battle, if these two really hide, it will be difficult to find them next time. Since that's the case, it's better to squeeze all their value now. Bai Xingqi brought Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu down to the ground, his expression calm. But the looks from the crowd were not only filled with shock, but also more fear, an instinctive reverence for the strong. After a brief silence, Hu Liuli spoke first. "That giant dragon, did you catch it?" "That's right. Want to take a look?" Bai Xingqi smiled, clearly in a good mood. Hu Liuli hesitated for a moment, then grit her teeth and said, "Can you sell me some dragon blood?" "You want dragon blood?" Bai Xingqi scrutinized her with his eyes. Hu Liuli grew a bit excited. "As long as you're willing to sell, I have a chance to take a special job change path." "You name the price." "Just a little," Bai Xingqi said meaningfully. "You want to use the dragon blood to guide a job change into a shape-shifting dragon, right?" He had already seen through her plan. If the materials were right, a shapeshifter could unlock a special quest and jump straight to the fourth job change. The Dragon Maiden was one of these paths. Hu Liuli's face flushed slightly as she whispered, "Grandpa said the success rate with dragon blood isn't high. If you have the heart of the great dragon, it's guaranteed." "Heart of the great dragon?" Bai Xingqi chuckled and shook his head. "You're dreaming big." Hu Liuli immediately felt even more embarrassed. Where does the heart of the dragon come from? "It drops from killing dragons, a rare item guaranteed 100%. Bai Xingqi looked at Hu Liuli with a calm tone. "I keep the red dragon as a mount, but I give you the heart of the dragon. What can I get in return?" Hu Liuli was silent, then suddenly flipped her hair and blinked. "What do you think of me?" Bai Xingqi remained unwavering. "Not much, not as good as the dragon." The few people beside him nodded in unison. "Compared to a giant dragon, what is this?" Hu Liuli's face turned pale from the blow, and she gritted her teeth to speak. "When I successfully change my profession, I can also transform into a dragon." Bai Xingqi frowned. And then, Hu Liuli took a deep breath. "When necessary, I can also help you. A human-minded professional has more potential than a dragon." Bai Xingqi was taken aback. "You mean, you transform into a dragon, for me to ride?" Hu Liuli's face tightened, embarrassed yet resolute. She knew this was her only chance. She nodded emphatically. "That's right. As long as you're willing, I can." Bai Xingqi fell silent. He saw her determination, and also the temptation of the dragon girl job change. After a moment, he nodded. "I will consider it." The red dragon was still in the hunting orb, and the deal was far from finalized. Whether to slay the dragon, and when to act, it was not yet time. For now, this matter was considered concluded. Bai Xingqi looked once again at the two people in the arena. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu instantaneously tensed their nerves. Their lives and deaths were entirely in Bai Xingqi's hands. The decisive battle in the secret realm. "Don't you have anything to say?" His tone was icy, completely indifferent to the three members of the association beside him, his gaze falling like a bucket of cold water poured over the two. The chill pierced straight to the heart. In the face of death, no matter who is president or branch president, they are just ordinary professionals. "You say it, or should I?" Wu Xiu sighed, knowing there was no way to avoid it. "I'll do it." Zhou Qingtian took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. At that time, Baya led the team and was surrounded and killed by monsters, and we were scattered as well. If we hadn't retreated, more people would have died. He said softly, "Even if it wasn't Ush's suggestion, I would have still ordered the retreat. Sorry, Baya, but I have no regrets. Qingshui City can't throw all its last hopes in." So you're saying Qingshui City is still alive today, thanks to you? Bai Xingqi cut him off, narrowing his eyes. Even if everyone dies, the worst that happens is resurrection back to the city. Or are you saying you knew all along that if you died in the secret realm, you couldn't come back? The air suddenly froze. Zhou Qingtian nodded. Yes, we scouted before entering the secret realm. Some scouts still had resurrection chances, but died inside, unable to return to the city. He exhaled. We entered with a determination to fight to the death. Humph. Bai Xingqi sneered coldly. On my journey, the mutated monsters outside are already this strong. The secret realm must be even more terrifying. With your strength back then, where did you get the confidence to fight? Zhou Qingtian was momentarily speechless. Wu Xiu took over the conversation. At that time, the monsters in the secret realm weren't this strong. Now, I don't know what went wrong, but even the outer monsters are stronger than those deep inside the secret realm back then. He smiled wryly. If it were this strong back then, we wouldn't have stepped inside even a single step. Honestly, if the outer monsters of the secret realm had been this strong back then, we definitely wouldn't have dared to explore it privately. We would have reported it to the General Council long ago. Serves them right. The Crimson Mage, nearby, seized the opportunity to sneer mockingly. Even a level 3 city dares to mess with the secret realm. Dying was pointless. You're lucky you didn't get wiped out in Qingshui City. Why did you grab me? He impatiently shook off his colleague's hand, but the next moment, his whole body went cold. Bai Xingqi was looking at him, his gaze as if staring at a dead man. Is your save point in Qingshui City? Before he finished speaking, a slap had already landed. No skill, just an ordinary strike. This scarlet magus instantly turned into white light and was sent back to the city to revive. The remaining two were so frightened their faces turned pale. Hulioli was even more terrified. At that moment, she finally understood how reckless she had been to bargain with Bai Xingqi before. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu fell silent simultaneously. Strength itself is not terrifying. What's terrifying is being so powerful yet capricious, and having sworn mortal enemies with them. Zhou Qingtian forced himself to say. Back then in the secret realm, there were not only monsters, but also a vortex of light, like a teleportation gateway. Baya and the others might not all be dead. They could have been teleported away. Wu Xiu nodded. Only I and Chairman Zhou know that location. As long as we enter the secret realm, we can still find it. Bai Xingqi laughed. So, to verify this possibility, you want to be allowed in? Believe it or not, but that's the truth. After the words were spoken, the two exchanged a glance, their tacit understanding already formed. The two from the association also exchanged looks, choosing silence. No matter what Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu wanted to do, they should have originally held the initiative. But now the situation had changed. The one truly controlling the whole scene was Bai Xingqi. At this moment, if they wanted to stir up some commotion, it would actually be to his advantage. Bai Xingqi understood this in his heart, but only gave a faint smile. Is that so? Then let's go in together. He looked at Hulioli's excited face and immediately poured cold water on it. Don't go in. Stay here and wait for your grandfather, and clean up the mess behind. When I come out, we can talk about the heart of the dragon. All right. Hulioli was itching inside, but she knew very well that with her own strength, going in would be a death sentence. Compared to taking risks, obtaining the heart of the dragon was the fastest way to become stronger. Following Bai Xingqi's instructions was the safest choice. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a chill and lowered her voice to ask, what if the person who resurrected and returned to the city causes trouble? This was not a small issue. In front of Bai Xingqi, he couldn't withstand even one move. But in front of the professionals in Qingshui City, that might not be the case. If he really went mad, even her grandfather, who was a fourth tier, might not be able to control him. Bai Xingqi sneered coldly. If he really dares to make trouble, I'd respect his guts. He shook his head and said, your grandfather has been running the business for so many years. Doesn't he have some trump cards up his sleeve? Besides, with all the professionals in the city, if we can't take down even one person, why would I cooperate with you? After finishing his words, he stopped wasting time and directly ordered Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu to move forward. The two people from the association were also called out by him to follow. At times like this, The strongest few in Qingshui City must be kept right under one's nose. The two were clear in their minds and did not argue, silently following along. Although they belonged to the same association, they were very different from the Crimson Sorcerers, acting much more steadily. They crossed the magic stone tablet and stepped into the area shrouded in gray mist. The stone tablet behind them still glowed, with the large characters on it blazing brightly. Unknown area, no entry. Huliuli stood still, watching several people walk into the gray mist. A moment later, the stone tablet remained, but the people had completely disappeared. Even the secret realm entrance behind the stone tablet vanished along with them. Bai Xingqi felt that this time crossing the teleportation portal was completely different from before. He had conquered many dungeons, and every time he entered an isolated space, even though cut off from the original world, he could always feel a faint connection in his heart. But this time, that connection was severed. The moment he passed through the gray mist teleportation portal, he clearly felt that his link to the original world was almost completely broken. This is the secret realm? As expected, it's different from the outside. He glanced around, his heart tightening. Low voices of two people from the association came from beside him. As expected, it's the Gray Realm. Gray Realm. Bai Xingqi looked over. The Pegasus Knight no longer hid. This kind of secret realm has appeared before. Other big cities have had them for a long time. Because it's filled with gray mist, it's called the Gray Realm. He paused, then added a sentence. Cities where the Gray Realm appears generally rise rapidly. If Qingshui City seizes the opportunity, it might well break into a first-tier major city. No sooner had the words fallen than another person suddenly spoke up. The portal is gone. The air suddenly turned cold. There was no way out. Several people exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Bai Xingqi suppressed his emotions and looked at Zhou Qingtian and the other. Don't worry about those things. Since we're here, take me to where that portal was back then. All right. Wu Xiao nodded, exchanged a look with Zhou Qingtian, and led the way forward. Although the two could clearly fly, they obediently walked on the ground. Why aren't you flying? Bai Xingqi frowned. He didn't want to waste time. Someone from the association explained, you can't fly in the Gray Realm. Some rule restricts it. Even dragons can't take off. Is that so? Bai Xingqi didn't believe it and directly activated his flying cloak. Golden light shone on the cloak, but he still stood in place, unmoving. He couldn't fly. The atmosphere is even heavier. After confirming there were no mistakes, Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiao continued forward. Bai Xingqi followed calmly behind. The Gray Realm couldn't remain quiet forever. The deeper they went, the more monsters appeared. He swept over with the eye of true perception, his heart sinking. The monsters here were much stronger than those outside. Even the most ordinary monsters near the entrance were already comparable to top-tier third-level professionals. And this was just the beginning. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiao felt their hearts tighten. They weren't afraid of the small monsters in this minor secret realm. But the problem was, monsters of this strength were just the most common type here. When they appeared in large numbers, even if they were fourth stage, they might not be able to withstand them. Yet they were still at the forefront. The first wave to be targeted would definitely be them. Just as they were hesitating whether to make the first move, the monsters ahead fell in large numbers. Like wheat being harvested, row after row. Bai Xingqi stepped forward, the pure black medical needles hanging by his side, rushing like a black river. Wherever the medical needles reached, no monster could last more than a second. Everyone fell silent. With every move Bai Xingqi made, they became even more stunned. That kind of strength was bottomless, completely unfathomable. Zhou Qingtian even couldn't help but suspect that Bai Yagan was not a fallen secret realm at all, but rather, relying on the gray crystals here, Bai Xingqi was raised all the way to this monster level. Otherwise, how could a third tier be so absurdly strong? He and Wu Xiao exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. At this point, they could see no way out. Bai Xingqi was too strong. All their methods seemed like jokes in front of him. The group continued forward. No matter how many monsters came, they all died. The gray crystals dropped rapidly. Bai Xingqi kept collecting nonstop along the way. The two from the association looked on enviously, but didn't dare to harbor even the slightest ill intentions. They knew very well that if they made a move, The next moment, they would share the same fate as those monsters. The pace of advancement was astonishingly fast. As to whether this was good or bad, no one dared to ponder deeply. Finally, the two stopped walking. Why stop? Bai Xingqi asked, looking at the denser gray mist ahead. Zhou Qingtian whispered, "We've arrived, just up ahead." Bai Xingqi squinted. "The teleportation gate is inside this gray mist." Bai Xingqi stared ahead. Even after activating the true sight, he couldn't see through the gray mist. Wu Xiu nodded in confirmation. The portal was indeed within the gray mist. That was where the assault team had been completely wiped out. Bai Xingqi glanced at everyone, then made a decisive call to have them all go in together. As the group approached the gray mist, he suddenly raised a hand to halt them, his expression tightening as he said something was about to come out. The gray mist churned, and a leopard-like monster suddenly lunged out, causing everyone to quickly dodge in alarm. But Bai Xingqi didn't rush to act. He sensed that something was behind the monster. The next moment, another figure charged out. It wasn't a monster, but a living person. Everyone was stunned instantly. There were actually other people deep in the gray realm, which meant they were not the first entrants. The group simultaneously had the thought to capture this person and force an interrogation. But that person seemed not to see them, his gaze fixed firmly on the leopard-like monster. The monster roared fiercely and charged, while the person rushed in barehanded, radiating dazzling white fighting energy all around him. Everyone immediately recognized him as a great fighter among the third-rank fighters. The issue was, this was deep within the gray realm. Even the fourth-rank professionals Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu dared not step in alone, yet a third-rank great fighter took the initiative to act. The pressure exuded by that monster made both fourth-rank practitioners tremble with fear. They asked themselves that if they were to fight personally, they would have to give their all to win. What right does a third revolver have? The two watched coldly, just waiting to see him send himself to death. Only Bai Xingqi kept staring at that person, his keen eyes never closing, his expression gradually becoming strange. While everyone harbored their own thoughts, the battle between the third revolver and the secret realm monster had already ended, and the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Only Bai Xingqi remained calm, as if he had anticipated this all along. The leopard-type monster also dropped a gray crystal, which the great fighter casually pocketed before turning to look at everyone. "Which side are you on, and how did you come to the outer layer?" The young man looked to be just over 20, smiling casually, yet one wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Wu Xiu didn't answer directly, instead asking back, "How about you?" That move just now showed quite some strength. In his heart, he was actually already shaken. "I don't have any strength. It's still tough for me to fight a second-tier monster at 3 transformations. I'm too weak." Wu Xiu almost couldn't keep a straight face. "This is called weak? Then what does that make them?" Zhou Qingtian's expression also wasn't good, and the few members of the association looked equally stunned. That kind of monster was casually dismissed as too weak by the other side, truly absurd. The young man suddenly stared at Zhou Qingtian and said, "You look a bit familiar. Are you from the White Camp too?" Zhou Qingtian nodded accordingly. "Yes, we're on the same side." At the same time, he gave a signal to his companion, and no one exposed them. "Then that's perfect. Let's go back together. The ash tide is coming soon." The young man added, "The outer layer is dangerous. You don't look very strong, so don't be too greedy." Zhou Qingtian could only agree repeatedly. On the way, the young man casually asked, "How much ash crystal did you collect today?" Zhou Qingtian gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Almost none." This was true. All the gray crystals ended up in Bai Xingqi's pocket. The young man was stunned for a moment, almost burst out laughing, but quickly held it back. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to laugh at you. I just couldn't help it." He glanced at several people with a tone of disdain. "Looking at your state, you're not young anymore, right? With this strength, were your livelihoods before entering the gray realm careers?" Zhou Qingtian nodded in acknowledgement. "You saw through me. I used to be a chef. When I first entered the gray realm, it was indeed hard to make any progress. By the way, young man, you're so strong. What's your profession?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other party already wore a look of disdain. The great warrior youth laughed out loud. "Bro, isn't that being a bit dishonest? With all this fighting spirit I've got, Do you even need to ask? After being in this line of work for so long, you should know better. Zhou Qingtian kept nodding repeatedly, lowering his posture significantly. It's me who wasn't sincere. That monster just now was too agile, and fighters have low accuracy, so it was really hard to hit. The young man became even more smug. That's why I put all my points into accuracy, that is, dexterity. Otherwise, I would have been dodged to death already. You understand that, right? Along the way, Bai Xingqi and the others gained a deeper understanding of the Gray Realm. Under the youth's guidance, they finally saw a swirling light vortex through the thick fog. This is the portal. Bai Xingqi looked at Zhou Qingtian, and both he and Wu Xiu nodded silently. Only then did they realize that people had been living in the Gray Realm all along, making it far more complex than they had imagined. Since the youth misunderstood their origin, the group decided to go along with it. Be careful. Passing through here leads to the inner layer, which is completely different from the outer layer. The youth gave a warning and was the first to step into the vortex, his figure disappearing like a splash into water. A few people exchanged glances and then followed inside. The moment I stepped in, my vision suddenly widened, and the connections to the outside seemed to be severed. The young great fighter stood ahead, but his smile had turned strangely sinister and cold. Everyone's hearts sank as they abruptly turned around. The whirlpool of light from before had already vanished without a trace. In other words, even if they wanted to return to the outer layer now, they couldn't. The young great fighter grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Uncles, if it's convenient, hand over the gray crystals you have. I don't want to rely on luck to gamble on killing drops. His smile didn't fade. I don't care which side you're on, but you wouldn't want to waste a resurrection opportunity here, would you? Little brother, what do you mean by that? Zhou Qingtian asked with a serious face. Isn't it clear enough yet? The young man waved his hand, and a few more people came out from around, surrounding them. He smiled and said, Don't move, this is a robbery. Do I really have to be this blunt? Aren't we all from the White Camp? Why act like this? Wu Xiu hurriedly spoke up. As soon as he finished, bursts of laughter erupted all around. The young man laughed, shaking his head repeatedly. Who told you we're from the White Camp? His tone turned cold. This is a no-man's land, where none of the camps have control. It's the territory of us who have no camps. Your strength is weak, but your courage is not small, daring to come here. If we don't rob you, we'd be betraying ourselves. The people gathered around started to cheer along. The young man continued speaking. Opportunities for resurrection are precious, you all know that well. Be sensible and hand over the gray crystal. Go back and tell the people of the White Camp never to step foot here again. This is not a place for you. Before Zhou Qingtian and the others could speak, Bai Xingqi stepped forward first. He asked calmly, We didn't reveal our identities, so how can you be sure we are from the White Camp? The young man laughed loudly. Still asking? For people as weak as you, besides the White Camp, which other camp could it be? He was only 3rd rank, yet he openly mocked Zhou Qingtian, who was 4th rank. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu both looked displeased, but had no words to retort. If it came to a one-on-one fight, they might not win. The 2 men from the association also wore stern faces, feeling restrained inside. Have you made up your minds? It's almost dark, we need to go back to eat, and we don't have time to waste with you. The young man urged. The group had already completely surrounded them. Bai Xingqi, however, remained calm. He stepped closer and looked at the young man. Let me ask you something. Do you know Baiya? A 4th-tier Grand Mage. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's expression darkened. What do you call me, brother? Call me Big Brother. You little brat, no manners at all. With that, he raised his hand and slapped Bai Xingqi's face. It was clear that the honest and simple demeanor he had shown earlier was just a disguise. Though he claimed all his points were in accuracy, he had actually also heavily invested in strength. Without a discerning eye, he couldn't clearly see the attributes, yet he was confident that this palm strike wouldn't instantly kill. As for knocking someone out, that could only be blamed on the other party's lack of manners. Giving a lesson to a brat was perfectly reasonable. This thought had only halfway formed when it was forced to stop. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He swung his palm out, and the kid opposite raised his hand to meet it as well. Fighters excel in strength, and he added even more force, believing no one could block him. In the next moment, the two palms met in midair. Smack! A crisp snap rang out. Sharp pain shot straight to his chest, and his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. The opponent's palm crushed his arm and pressed down on his head. Bang! Gray mist surged. A terrifying force pressed his entire body into the ground. Dash 4568521. Over 3 million damage appeared. His mind buzzed, completely frozen. Now, can you properly answer my questions? Bai Shinki pressed on his head, his tone calm. Under the true observation eye, the health bar was fully visible. He deliberately restrained his strength, not finishing off the opponent immediately. It must be said, this third-stage warrior's health was exaggerated, far exceeding others of the same level. The faces of the surrounding people changed drastically, and they all rushed forward together. The people from the Gray Realm launched a coordinated attack. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu exchanged a glance, then turned and fled. The other two members of the association also immediately split up and escaped. In their view, staying beside Bai Xingqi was truly courting death. No matter how strange the Gray Realm was, it wasn't as terrifying as him. The young man pressed into the ground was the best proof. Bai Xingqi looked up and swept his gaze coldly. The next moment, he ignored all attacks, golden light flashing, a longbow taking shape in his hand. With the longbow in hand, he drew the bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot from the bow like a torrential downpour, reaching the extreme speed. No skills at all, but more ruthless than any skill. A string of golden arrow shadows chased after the four fleeing people. Zhou Qingtian and Wu Xiu were the first to be hit by the arrows. Under the golden arrow, they didn't even struggle and instantly turned into white light. The remaining two members of the association were stronger, but they couldn't hold on for even a second longer. Under the 10 million level physical attack, all beings were equal, and they dissipated in an instant as well. The golden longbow twisted and transformed into a two-handed greatsword. Bai Xingqi swept his sword horizontally. The two leading Gray Realm individuals were cut in half on the spot, not even having time to trigger chain blood. The last two were so scared that they stopped abruptly and stood trembling in place. Only then did they realize that they had truly kicked a hard nut. Now, can you answer my questions properly? Bai Xingqi held his greatsword, coldly staring at the remaining three. I ask one question, you answer one. If you answer poorly, you can go home. Brother, you ask, we'll tell everything. The three lowered their heads, as obedient as quails. Even the previously arrogant young great warrior didn't dare to raise his eyes. Do you know someone named Baiya, a fourth-tier great mage? The three exchanged a glance, and the young great fighter swallowed hard. I know him. He is the leader of the White Camp. Bai Xingqi's heart trembled, forcing down his emotions. Explain clearly. The young great fighter spoke slowly. The entrance to the Gray Realm appears unpredictably, and some people accidentally enter it. Once inside, the entrance disappears, and there's no way back to the outside world. If you die in the Gray Realm, you won't return to the city. You will only be resurrected at the Gray Pool. People without resurrection chances are completely gone. Later, the Gray Realm centered around several Gray Pools, and more professionals gathered, gradually forming factions. These became the prototypes of today's several large camps. Newcomers to the Gray Realm basically all choose a camp to join. Baiyu was originally part of one of these camps, but later, dissatisfied with being exploited, he left in anger, taking a group of people to establish a new faction called the Bai Camp, where he appointed himself as one of the leaders. As for whether this is the Baiyu you mentioned, I'm not sure. The Bai Camp, having been established for a short time, was far weaker than the old established camps and naturally became the preferred target for hunters. Picking on the weak and fearing the strong, squeezing the soft persimmons, I get it. Bai Xingqi nodded, but the young great warrior's face turned red. Don't misunderstand, I'm not mocking. Bai Xingqi's tone was calm. This is the safest way to survive, but unfortunately, you misjudged. Otherwise, you wouldn't have run into this tough nut. Cut the nonsense. Take me to Beiying. As soon as the words were spoken, the three people's faces changed drastically. Big brother, don't. We have a deep, bitter hatred with Beiying. Going there is just a death sentence. I've heard there are already ruthless people in Beiying with attributes over tens of thousands. Bai Xingqi asked coldly. You fear baying, but not me? The answer is self-evident. Without a guide, you can be resurrected immediately. With a guide, you might die in baying. The choice is very simple. The three grimly set off, and Bai Xingqi left them with one sentence. If the route is even slightly wrong, someone will be sent to resurrect. As to who goes first, that's for fate to decide. The three stared at each other, not daring to play tricks, and soon arrived at a radiant vortex. Bai Shengqi suddenly asked. The previous vortex disappeared as soon as we passed through it. What's going on? The three exchanged a glance and sighed. He had finally asked the question. That's right. These are the rules of the Gray Realm. The young great warrior no longer harbored any illusions and nodded, saying, in the Gray Realm, once a portal is activated, it will soon disappear. To have it appear again, you have to wait for a certain period. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Xingqi, hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, did you just come in from the outside world? Has the portal between the Gray Realm and the outside world opened again? Anyone who had been in the Gray Realm for a long time would know the pattern of the portal changes. Bai Xingqi was too lazy to pretend anymore and simply nodded. Yes, the door opened. I came from the outside. The young great fighter's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, when did it open? At which position in the outer layer? Bai Xingqi looked at him coldly. Do you think you have the right to ask me? The air froze instantly. The young great fighter's face turned pale, and he could only lower his head and continue leading the way.